My father, having become a parent later in life, was nearly 50 at the time of my birth. While other fathers stood tall and handsome, mine had already succumbed to gray hair, resembling an elderly man. Once, when I forgot my homework, my father brought it to me. My desk mate mockingly exclaimed, "Wang Wei, your grandfather has arrived." The classroom erupted in laughter. I had long perceived my father as somewhat ineffectual until that day when he picked up a knife. Considering he was nearly 50 when I was born, one might say he was already halfway into the grave. I had often heard disparaging remarks about him, insinuating that he was incapable in his manhood, and that my mother must have resorted to infidelity to conceive me. Back in my early middle school days, while other fathers appeared robust and striking, my father, with his white hair and stooped posture, seemed to embody old age. My mother, being over a decade younger, was well preserved and, by her age's standards, quite beautiful. Consequently, during parent-teacher meetings, I preferred my mother to attend, feeling embarrassed by my father's presence. However, one day, when I forgot my assignment, my father came to deliver it. My desk mate, fully aware of the situation, taunted me deliberately. She was a girl who often looked down on me, and even when she lacked books, she would rather borrow from others than share with me. She had suggested several times that I ask our homeroom teacher for a seat change, but I had refused, which fueled her resentment towards me. That day, her mockery crossed the line, and I impulsively pushed her, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon stepping outside, my father handed me my assignment and mentioned that I had forgotten it. At over 60, his white hair and bent back, coupled with his unkempt attire, made him a conspicuous figure in the hallway, attracting the attention and whispers of many students. My face burned with embarrassment as I snatched the homework from him, quietly muttering, "Didn't I tell you not to come to my school for no reason?" My father mumbled in response, "But you forgot your homework." I hurriedly urged him to leave. As I watched his frail figure retreat, I felt an indescribable mix of emotions. Clutching the assignment, I turned back only to find my desk mate sobbing at her desk, her shoulders shaking. Confused, I watched as she suddenly stood and slapped me, saying, "Wang Wei, how dare you push me? Do you know how much my clothes cost? Can you afford to pay for them?" Only then did I notice a large black mark on her backside, likely from my earlier shot. Coming from a wealthy family, she always donned designer clothes, and while I acknowledged their expense, I found it absurd that a mere stain warranted such a demand for compensation. I was not inclined to indulge her antics, and I retaliated by pushing her once more, saying, "Why don't you go tell your father?" And even knocked her desk over. My desk mate burst into tears, accusing me of not being a man for hitting a girl. Later, when class began, several girls helped her lift her desk, while she lay weeping over it for an entire period, yet I chose to ignore her. I was unaware of who reported the incident, but after class, our homeroom teacher summoned both my desk mate and me to her office. I felt no guilt whatsoever and asserted that my desk mate had deliberately mocked me, knowing full well that it concerned my father and even my grandfather. The teacher was well aware of my family situation. She was no fool and quickly grasped what had transpired. Thus, she reprimanded my desk mate, saying, "Li Jiao, be mindful of your manner of speaking in the future." Once we exited the office, my desk mate shot me a furious glare and declared, "Wang Wei, just wait." As if I would fear her. However, on my way home after school, while passing by a park, I heard someone calling my name. Upon looking up, I found it was Zhao Song from the adjacent class, standing alongside my desk mate, Li Jiao. Li Jiao pointed at me and exclaimed, "That's him." Zhao Song cursed loudly, "Aren't you going to come over here to your father?" Zhao Song was notorious at our school for being a delinquent and exceptionally fierce in fights. I had no idea how my desk mate had summoned him, but I certainly could not stand up to Zhao Song, so I approached him, steeling myself. Zhao Song immediately kicked me in the stomach, saying, "You think you're tough, huh? You dare to mess with my girl?" I was taken aback. I had been sitting next to Li Jiajia for quite some time and had no inkling she was Zhao Song's girlfriend. When I glanced at Li Jiajia again, her expression was one of triumph as she commanded Zhao Song, "Hit him, make sure he knows." Zhao Song delivered 2 more kicks and demanded to know if I understood my mistake. Lying on the ground, I did not dare to retaliate and muttered that I understood. Upon hearing this, Li Jiajia erupted in laughter, taunting me about how I had been so arrogant that morning and now seemed utterly defeated. She unleashed a torrent of insults, branding me a pervert who enjoyed sneaking glances at her, claiming she had caught me sniffing her pencil case and books multiple times, which she found utterly repulsive. Listening to her accusations, my face flushed with shame, for she spoke the truth. I had begun to develop, my hormones surging at that age. My deskmate was undeniably beautiful, the most developed girl in our class at her young age. She was already quite voluptuous, dressing provocatively and adorning herself with perfume, which made her the object of many boys' fantasies. As her deskmate, I often indulged in surreptitious glances at her. In addition to having sniffed her books, I had even licked her water cup. I knew my behavior was somewhat aberrant, yet I felt powerless to resist. I believed I was discreet, only to find that my deskmate had uncovered my secrets. Li Jiajia spared no dignity, exposing all my transgressions, leaving me feeling both humiliated and regretful, wishing I could vanish into a hole. Zhao Song, hearing this, intensified his assault, kicking me mercilessly from head to toe. Ultimately, Li Jiajia delivered a final kick and proclaimed, "Wang Wei, repulsive person like you will never find a girlfriend, don't delude yourself." With that, she called to Zhao Song, and they walked away together. Once Zhao Song and Li Jiajia had walked far away, I slowly rose to my feet. My body was covered in footprints, and I bore several bruises on my head. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of distress, as I had never endured such violence throughout my life. My instinctive reaction was to seek out my father. Do not mock me when a child encounters trouble. Who else do they think of first but their parents? My father worked as a gatekeeper at a timber factory, from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, so he was still at work at that hour. As I approached his workplace, I heard a cacophony of voices. Looking up, I saw a man gripping my father's collar, hurling insults at him and spitting in his face, calling him nothing more than a watchman. With his head of white hair and a stooped posture, my father spoke in a gentle manner. "There are rules at the factory. Without a work bag, you cannot enter. And since you have been drinking, you are even less welcome. Please do not make this difficult for me." His pitiful demeanor mirrored my own when I had just been knocked down by Zhao Song. Seeing my father in such a subservient position deepened my own sorrow. I began to doubt the efficacy of seeking his help. How could he possibly confront Zhao Song on my behalf? Based on past experiences, my father would merely utter platitudes about being classmates and coexisting peacefully. Moreover, I had heard that Zhao Song's father was quite formidable, notorious figure in our locality, and my father could hardly afford to offend him. After a moment's contemplation, I turned away, deciding to pretend as if this incident had never occurred. Upon returning home, I stealthily slipped into the bathroom to tend to my injuries and wash my soiled clothes. Just then, my father returned from work and entered the bathroom, inquiring about my condition. Had I been in a fight? Looking up, I noticed a bump on his head, clearly inflicted by that earlier encounter. I could not help but let out a bitter laugh, realizing how like we were in our helplessness. I shook my head and replied, "It's nothing, I just tripped." My father regarded me with concern and said, "Weizi, do not engage in fights. Sometimes, enduring a moment of hardship leads to peace, and taking a step back can open up new horizons. Do you understand?" In response to his words, something inside me snapped, and I unleashed a torrent of pent-up frustration, exclaiming, "You've lived a life of submission, must I also endure such a fate?" With those words, I turned and fled, hearing my mother call after me, "How can you speak to your father like that?" I ignored her, stepping out of the house and wandering the streets alone. By then, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the street lights had flickered to life. My body still ached, and my heart was heavy with grief as I pondered why others' fathers were so formidable while mine seemed so weak. My father's reputation for helplessness was well known. Since my earliest memories, he had been the gatekeeper at that timber factory, earning a mere few hundred yuan a month, hardly enough for a pair of shoes for the girls in my class, and he was constantly ridiculed, branded as a mere watchdog. I recalled a time when the factory manager had poked him in the forehead, belittling him as insignificant, despite his constant presence at the entrance. Our small town was not vast, and I soon found myself at the western edge, where the mountains began. I did not wish to proceed further, yet returning home was equally unappealing. So I entered the half-finished building, planning to spend the night there. Within the dilapidated structure, debris of cement, sand, and bricks lay scattered, enveloped in a suffocating darkness. I sought refuge in a corner, crouching down and resting my head upon my knees to succumb to slumber. The season was on the cusp of autumn, and the air was decidedly chilly, yet I found myself reluctant to return home, burdened by a profound sense of distress. Were it not for the emptiness of my pockets, the thought of fleeing from home would have crossed my mind. After a brief moment of solitude, I discerned the sound of footsteps approaching. 2 individuals had entered the crumbling edifice, their voices echoing in conversation. At the very instant I recognized their tones, I became fully alert. It was none other than Zhao Song and Li Jiaojia.
The sorrowful hero saving the damsel. Having just been struck by Zhao Song, I felt a considerable trepidation towards the two, prompting me to hastily retreat and conceal myself in a secluded corner. Before long, Zhao Song and Li Jiaojiao indeed arrived, taking up the very spot I had vacated. Upon sighting Zhao Song, a surge of anger ignited within me. Recalling the events of that afternoon, I was filled with a fervent desire to confront him with unrestrained force. Their presence in such a place at this hour was unmistakably indicative of their intentions, and I was taken aback by their audacity to engage in such behavior at their tender age. In a moment of ignoble inspiration, I contemplated the possibility of seizing the opportunity to strike Zhao Song with a brick while he was distracted, reasoning that the enveloping darkness would render me invisible to them. Resolute in this plan, I casually picked up a brick and stealthily approached, poised to act. Once seated, Zhao Song began to exhibit inappropriate behavior towards Li Jiaojiao. Initially resistant, she protested, insisting she wished to return home. However, even I sensed her feigned innocence, and it was clear that Zhao Song was emboldened, escalating his advances to the point of tugging at her clothing. Ultimately, Li Jiaojiao's objections were sincere. She stood up and slapped Zhao Song, demanding he show her some respect. In a fit of rage, Zhao Song forcefully pushed her to the ground, seemingly intent on violating her will. It was then that the fear became palpable in her voice as she pleaded with Zhao Song to desist, her tone laced with barely suppressed tears, evoking a sense of deep pity. Determined to thwart Zhao Song's intentions, I resolved to execute my original plan, rushing forward and striking him on the head with the brick. Following this, I delivered a swift kick to his backside, ensuring Li Jiaojiao had the opportunity to flee before I hastily made my own escape. I ran until I reached the exterior of an unfinished building, only to hear someone calling my name from behind. Wang Wei, Wang Wei. Turning around, I was surprised to see Li Jiaojiao emerging as well, her attire tattered and streaks of tears marking her face. She grasped my arm urgently, exclaiming, "Hurry! Zhao Song is coming after us." Casting a glance back, I indeed spotted a figure steadily gaining on us. Despite having struck Zhao Song, a lingering fear of him gripped me, and I dashed forward alongside Li Jiaojiao. We sprinted several miles until we passed a luxurious residential area, where Li Jiaojiao informed me that we had arrived at her home. I assumed she meant for me to accompany her for safety, but instead, she said, "Wang Wei, you should go back now. Thank you for today." The distance to my own home was considerable, and it was highly probable that Zhao Song would catch up. Li Jiaojiao, surely aware of this, seemed to disregard my safety, igniting a flicker of anger within me. Then, She added, by the way, Wang Wei, I truly appreciate your saving me, but I hope you do not develop any inappropriate feelings because of it. Though her words were hesitant, I comprehended her meaning. While she was indeed grateful for my intervention, she feared I might harbor unwarranted fantasies about her. My face flushed crimson as the pent-up frustration of the evening erupted, and I shouted at her, "To hell with you. Who do you think you are?" With that, I turned and ran away. Fortunately, until I returned home, I did not encounter Zhao Song following me. My mother had already fallen asleep, and I quietly tiptoed to the bathroom to freshen up before heading to bed. The following morning at school, I was somewhat apprehensive that Zhao Song might be waiting at the door of my classroom. Thankfully, I did not see him and hurriedly slipped inside. After sitting for a while, Li Jiaojiao arrived. Once seated, she took out a bottle of milk from her backpack and offered it to me. This milk is something that requires a subscription. It is delivered daily, and Li Jiaojiao consumes a bottle each day, which I perceive as a luxury item. Now, as she presented this milk to me, it was evidently intended as a token of gratitude, reflecting on the risks I took last night, only to be rewarded with a mere bottle of milk. I found it profoundly ironic and coldly replied, "Take it back. I do not deserve to drink your milk." Li Jiaojiao appeared quite embarrassed and hastily clarified that was not her intention, expressing her gratitude while imploring me not to overthink the matter. I found her words unworthy of my response and chose to remain silent. Just then, our homeroom teacher entered and called me outside. Once in the hallway, the teacher inquired about the events of the previous night and how I had injured Zhao Song. I was taken aback, thinking to myself how this incident had escalated to the teacher's attention, and quickly explained that I intervened to protect Li Jiaojiao from Zhao Song's inappropriate advances. The teacher then summoned Li Jiaojiao to recount her version, and after confirming the facts, she solemnly stated, "Wang Wei, Zhao Song has been diagnosed with a severe concussion, which may have lifelong repercussions. You must call your father immediately." The teacher's words struck me like a bolt from the blue, leaving me in shock. I had merely struck Zhao Song with a brick. How could he have sustained a severe concussion? I often witnessed them fighting at school, trading blows with bricks, yet no one had ever been seriously harmed. Regardless, this outcome was certainly beyond what a child like me could bear. I promptly followed the teacher's instructions and went to the nearby shop to call my father. Before long, he arrived, looking just the same, his hair completely white and his demeanor somewhat rustic, struggling to stand upright after rushing over. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he breathlessly asked our teacher what had transpired. The teacher recounted the situation, and my father immediately grew agitated, exclaiming, "How could this be? Wei has always been honest. How could he possibly cause someone to suffer a concussion?" Our teacher, displaying evident impatience, replied, "Why would I lie to you? The boy's father has already come looking for him. Now, let us proceed to the principal's office." Reluctantly, my father and I followed the teacher, and upon reaching the principal's office, we heard a commotion within. As our teacher opened the door, we beheld a burly man furiously slamming his hands on the principal's desk, while our usually aloof principal cowered behind the desk, resembling a frightened chick, scarcely daring to breathe. "Principal, the individual has arrived," our teacher announced. The principal, visibly relieved, pointed towards the entrance and exclaimed, "They're here, they're here." The muscular man turned abruptly, glaring at me and my father with an expression of fury. In an instant, I recognized him. It was Zhao Song's father, a notorious local thug known for his fierce protectiveness. Previously, when Zhao Song faced defeat in a school brawl, his father had stormed in, disregarding the age of the opponents, and mercilessly beat them to a pulp without a hint of reason. "You dare to give my son a concussion?" Zhao Song's father bellowed, suddenly brandishing a knife and lunging towards me. I was taken aback by his ferocity and quickly grasped my father's arm. He instinctively pulled me behind him and seized Zhao Song's father's wrist, anxiously saying, "Brother, let us discuss this calmly. We'll compensate you for any damages." However, Zhao Song's father paid no heed, kicking my father aside and thrusting the knife towards me, threatening my life. My father, desperate, embraced Zhao Song's father from behind, continuously pleading for him to put down the weapon. Yet, Zhao Song's father seemed to have lost all sanity, screaming about wanting to end my life. His strength was overwhelming, and my father struggled to contain him, looking back for help from our principal and homeroom teacher, who cowardly remained silent, revealing the extent of Zhao Song's father's terror. As my father began to lose his grip, he urgently yelled at me, "Wei Zi, run. Just run." I snapped back to reality and turned to flee. But after just a few steps, I heard my father scream, and when I turned around, I saw Zhao Song's father had plunged a knife into my father's abdomen. My father clutched his wound, blood seeping through his fingers, his face ashen as he staggered backward. I was frozen in shock, while Zhao Song's father relentlessly advanced towards him. In that moment, my mind buzzed, and without hesitation, I seized a nearby lamp and charged at Zhao Song's father, striking him fiercely across the back. Yet to him, it felt like a mere tickle, inciting an even greater fury. He whipped around, his contorted face a mask of terror, and lunged at me, knocking me to the ground while aiming the knife at my stomach. I was paralyzed with fear, screaming as my father leaped forward, gripping Zhao Song's father's shoulder and pulling him aside. I scrambled to my feet, desperate to assist my father. In the midst of their struggle, somehow, the knife ended up in my father's hands. He then pressed the blade against Zhao Song's father's throat, growling, "Didn't I tell you to leave my son alone? Are you deaf?" My father's demeanor transformed into that of a furious tiger, exuding an aura of terror that I had never witnessed before. At that moment, Zhao Song's father finally ceased his madness. Casting a cautious glance at my father before tentatively stating, "I may have overreacted. Please put down the knife, and let us discuss this calmly." Originally, I thought that Zhao Song's father was nothing more than a madman, but it seems he had a rational side as well. Watching my father regain control of the situation, I felt a wave of relief, thinking I had narrowly escaped disaster. Just as I anticipated my father would release Zhao Song's father, he fell silent for a moment and declared, "Zhao, the madman, I have seen through you. If I let you go, my son will never know peace. So I must apologize." With that, my father shifted the knife downward and plunged it into Zhao Song's father's abdomen. Not only was I stunned, but even Zhao Song's father appeared bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the knife embedded in his own belly. Moments later, he slowly crumpled to the ground, producing a resounding thud upon impact. My father discarded the knife and approached me, clutching his bleeding abdomen, gasping for breath as he inquired about my well-being. I shook my head and reached out to steady his arm. My mind was blank, utterly at a loss for what to do next. Meanwhile, the principal and homeroom teacher sprang into action, calling for the police and an ambulance, while summoning several teachers to barricade the door, seemingly fearful that my father might flee. What ensued was a chaotic scene. Police cars and ambulances arrived. Zhao Song's father was carried away, and my father was handcuffed by several officers, surrounded by a throng of people escorting him downstairs. Once outside, a multitude of students gathered to witness the spectacle, the crowd swelling to a sea of faces. Amidst the throng, I watched as my father was ushered into a police vehicle. Although he was still bleeding from his abdomen, he appeared to be in stable condition. His expression seemed remarkably composed. As he turned to glance back at me, he mouthed the words, "Take care of your mother." Even as the police car drove away with my father, my mind remained in a daze. Standing amidst the crowd, I was enveloped by a buzzing cacophony of voices, all discussing the incident. Most people did not know my father, but were familiar with Zhao Song's father, aware that he had been stabbed by an elderly man. Some remarked that Zhao Song's father got what he deserved, having bullied others for years under the guise of mental illness, while others speculated that this matter was far from over, asserting that Zhao Song's family would not let it rest. My thoughts were a tangled mess as I struggled to accept the reality of my father stabbing someone. It seemed so contrary to his nature. He was the type to smile and endure even the harshest insults. The only explanation I could fathom was that he acted out of love for me, a father's protective instinct manifesting in such a tragic manner. My mind spun as I pondered my next steps. Should I accompany them to the police station or call my mother first? Just then, someone rushed up to me. "Wang Wei, what happened?" I turned to see Li Jiaojiao. The realization that all of this turmoil stemmed from her actions ignited a surge of anger within me, and I instinctively shouted, "Get away from me!" Upon being suddenly reprimanded by me, Li Jiaojiao appeared taken aback, her eyes reddening as she exclaimed, "I genuinely inquired about your well-being." Yet why do you respond in such a manner? Ignoring her, I turned and exited the crowd, making my way to a small shop to call my mother. Throughout this time, Li Jiao trailed behind me, and upon hearing me recount the incident over the phone, she realized the gravity of the situation. Alarmed, she promptly called her father, reassuring me that he would return to assist in resolving the matter. Her father was quite esteemed in the locality, and his involvement would undoubtedly be beneficial. I nodded in acknowledgement. That evening, Li Jiao's father indeed returned and met with my mother and me, promising to do his utmost to aid us. The night was restless, and by the following day, the outcome regarding Zhao Song's father was finally revealed. His spleen had suffered severe damage, potentially confining him to bed for life, and the surgical expenses would amount to a substantial sum. In contrast, my father had sustained only superficial injuries. Regarding the surgical costs, Li Jiao's father assured us he would cover the entirety. However, he expressed his inability to assist with the legal repercussions facing my father. My mother remained silent, offering her gratitude to Li Jiao's father. A month later, the court's verdict was announced. Since my father had restrained Zhao Song's father and subsequently stabbed him, it was deemed intentional harm rather than justifiable self-defense, resulting in a 7-year sentence. Given my father's advanced age, an additional 7 years loomed ominously. I was engulfed in guilt, while my mother appeared remarkably composed. Upon exiting the courthouse, a light rain began to fall. My mother gently caressed the back of my head, saying, "Wei Zi, this incident serves as a lesson for your father. Let us live peacefully from now on and avoid further trouble." I nodded, tears streaming down my face. In the aftermath of the incident, I withdrew from school for over half a year, isolating myself at home. During this time, Li Jiao's family visited several times, each occasion bringing gifts and money. However, my mother graciously declined, stating that they had already done more than enough. Li Jiao's father, far more generous than his daughter, insisted that it was merely a token of goodwill, proclaiming that our families would henceforth be united and would support one another in times of need. While it was framed as mutual support, it was clear that they were the ones aiding us. On one occasion, after a meal at our home, Li Jiao's father casually suggested that, if circumstances permitted, our families might consider an alliance, envisioning Li Jiao as my future bride. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao erupted, shouting, "Dad, are you out of your mind? I refuse to marry Wang Wei." Even her mother chastised her husband's abrupt proposition, asserting that matters of marriage should not be settled so casually. My mother then stood up and interjected, "I apologize, but my son Wei Zi is already betrothed." This statement left me utterly bewildered, as I had never heard of any such engagement. However, upon reflection, I realized that my mother must have made this declaration to preserve my dignity. Even I find it hard to believe, let alone Li Jiao and her parents. However, her mother, in a moment of realization, exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it is. We must send our blessings to Wei Zi." Li Jiao remained silent, yet her expression suggested a profound sense of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. In stark contrast, her father's demeanor was grim. After uttering a few awkward words, he uncomfortably led his daughter and wife away. A few days later, the school called, informing me that with the impending high school entrance examination, my presence was required. Reluctantly, I slung my backpack over my shoulders and returned to school. As I had anticipated, on the very first day of class, Zhao Song swaggered in with a few companions, brazenly plopping himself onto my desk. Grabbing my hair, he sneered, "Wang Wei, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for quite a while." 04, he is my brother. This scene was something I had long foreseen, and it was one of the reasons I had been reluctant to return to school. My father had traded his freedom for Zhao Song's father's lifelong paralysis. Yet, the troublesome Zhao Song remained a persistent thorn in my side, an obstacle I could never circumvent. My mother had always advised me to avoid trouble, which in my understanding translated to enduring and yielding. Thus, in the face of Zhao Song's brazen arrogance, I bowed my head in silence, hoping he would spare me. Regrettably, I was mistaken. Like father, like son, Zhao Song had grown up under the influence of his deranged father, and witnessing his father's assault had not tempered the madness coursing through his veins. Rather than retreating at my submissive demeanor, Zhao Song struck my face with a resounding slap. "Did you not hear me when I spoke to you?" he bellowed, his voice reverberating in my ears. Before I could react, Li Jiaojiao sprang to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, don't go too far." Ever since the previous incident, Li Jiaojiao's parents had refrained from leaving her alone at home, taking turns to accompany her and ensuring she was picked up and dropped off on time. Consequently, she had continued attending classes normally, and Zhao Song had not troubled her in recent months. Although Li Jiaojiao looked down upon me, she was aware that my family was embroiled in turmoil because of her, and when the time came to defend me, she would rise to the occasion. However, Zhao Song's lack of harassment towards Li Jiaojiao did not imply that he feared her. Gripping my hair, he shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, "Am I being excessive? My father is still bedridden. Am I wrong to slap him a few times?" With that, Zhao Song unleashed a brutal punch to my nose, causing blood to erupt and my body to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. As if that wasn't enough, Zhao Song kicked over my desk. Li Jiaojiao erupted in a torrent of invective, declaring that Zhao Song was unworthy. Yet, Zhao Song paid her no heed and was intent on delivering further blows. Fortunately, the class bell rang just in time. "Wang Wei, our feud is far from over. I will strike you every time I see you," he spat, leaving me with a menacing promise as he and his entourage swaggered away. Once Zhao Song departed, Li Jiaojiao hurried to assist me, inquiring about my well-being. I shook my head and gently pushed her away, silently propping up my desk. Li Jiaojiao was beside me, assisting in picking up my books while reassuring me, "Wang Wei, rest assured, I will not let him hit you again." My mind was in turmoil, rendering me incapable of absorbing her words, which I dismissed entirely. My classmates regarded me with sympathetic glances, yet none could offer assistance. After all, there were few in the entire school who dared to confront Zhao Song, and I had no connections with them. Once I settled back into my seat, I found myself unable to focus on the lesson, my thoughts consumed by the situation at hand. It seemed that Zhao Song had no intention of letting me off easy. And with the high-stakes exam looming in just over a month, was I to endure this torment in silence for that duration? After class, one of Zhao Song's lackeys approached me, insisting that I stay after school, claiming their leader wished to have a serious talk with me. A serious talk was undoubtedly a guise for further violence, and with no one around in the classroom post-school hours, I could only imagine the extent of the beating I might receive. Clenching my fists, I realized I could no longer tolerate this predicament. Patience meant nothing to Zhao Song. It would only embolden him further. My father had managed to handle Zhao Song's father, so it was now my responsibility to confront Zhao Song himself. Recalling my father's decisive actions during a confrontation ignited a fervor within me. A man should act with the same resoluteness as my father. Of course, I lacked the courage to resort to a knife, nor did I wish to end up in prison. My mother had only one son. After much contemplation, I retrieved a mop from the sanitation corner at the back of the classroom, concealing a wooden stick within my sleeve, preparing to confront Zhao Song after school. Li Jiaojiao witnessed this and implored, "Wang Wei, you don't need to do this. I won't let him hit you." For reasons I couldn't comprehend, I felt a surge of annoyance toward her. She clearly held me in disdain, yet felt compelled to maintain a facade of support. What power did she possess to prevent Zhao Song from harming me? I replied earnestly, "You needn't concern yourself with it." Li Jiaojiao pouted, but remained silent. After school, she tugged at my arm, insisting we leave together, claiming her father was waiting outside the school. I shook off her hand and told her to go ahead, asserting that my affairs were none of her business. In a huff, she declared that she would leave, even if I were to be beaten to death. Without so much as a backward glance, she walked away. Soon, my classmates gradually departed, leaving me alone in the classroom. I gently touched the stick concealed in my sleeve, silently motivating myself, though my legs trembled uncontrollably. To claim I was unafraid would be a lie. I was not merely facing a petty thug, but the notorious Zhao Song, a formidable figure within the school. Over 6 months ago, my father had stabbed his father, leaving him bedridden. The animosity between us was profound, and I knew Zhao Song would not easily let me go. Whether I could overcome this hurdle depended on my actions today. Though I doubted that a mere stick would suffice against Zhao Song and his minions, circumstances could be manipulated, and perhaps victory was within reach. Before long, some noises emanated from outside the door, and indeed, Zhao Song entered, leading a substantial group of over 10 individuals. Upon entering, Zhao Song broke into a grin and instructed his entourage to encircle me, exclaiming, "Not bad. Wang Wei, I thought you might run away." In truth, I had the opportunity to flee, especially with Li Zhao's father stationed at the school gate. Even Zhao Song, bold as he was, would not dare to pursue me. Yet, I understood the wisdom of the adage. One can escape from the first grade, but not from the 15th. Much like my father had said before he plunged a knife into Zhao Song's father. If I let you go, my son will never find peace. Evading the situation was not a viable option. I fixed my gaze unwaveringly upon Zhao Song, who wore a sinister grin and grasped my hair once more, declaring, "Brothers, today, let none of you hold back. Afterward, I'll treat you all to spicy hot pot." A cheer erupted from the crowd, while I silently retracted my palm, feeling the wooden stick slip from my sleeve into my grasp. Just as a fierce battle was about to ensue, a calm, yet authoritative voice resonated from outside. "Zhao Song, are you done yet?" This voice was steady and full of confidence, a tone not easily assumed by the inept. The atmosphere fell abruptly silent, and all heads turned towards the door. A robust student stood there, even more muscular than Zhao Song, with a cadre of 10 or so students behind him, further accentuating his formidable presence. Zhao Song, taken aback, questioned, "Chenghu, what brings you here?" It had been previously noted that there were few who could stand up to Zhao Song in our school, and Chenghu was among them. Given Chenghu's demeanor, it was evident he had come to aid me. Not only was Zhao Song bewildered, but I too was perplexed. I had no acquaintance with Chenghu, so what was his intention? Chenghu scoffed, ignoring Zhao Song, and strode forward with his arms crossed, followed by his companions. Upon reaching me, he stood face to face with Zhao Song and pointed at me, stating, "I just want to let you know, from this day forth, Wang Wei is my brother." The declaration stunned everyone present, and I was equally baffled, uncertain of Chenghu's motives. Aligning myself with someone of Chenghu's stature was undoubtedly an honor, yet I could not fathom why he would come to my aid. While I struggled to comprehend the situation, Zhao Song was even more confounded. He glanced at me, his expression one of utter confusion, and asked, "Chenghu, what do you mean? Did this kid offer you some sort of benefit?" Chenghu shook his head, asserting, "He has given me no advantages, but I have chosen to recognize him as my brother. If you continue to oppose him, it will be tantamount to slapping my face." Chenghu. In our school, Zhao Song and Chenghu were considered equals. Yet Chenghu's words were laced with a commanding authority that seemed to completely disregard Zhao Song. Zhao Song's face flushed crimson. His breath grew heavy as he gritted his teeth and replied, "Chenghu, you must understand the enmity between Wang Wei and me. My father is still bedridden, and my grudge against him runs deep. Are you certain you wish to wade into these murky waters?" Chenghu, however, waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "I am unconcerned with your matters. Wang Wei is my brother. If you are dissatisfied, shall we settle this here?" Initially, when Chenghu entered, I pondered whether this was merely a ploy, a scheme devised by Zhao Song to ensnare me. Yet, observing the escalating tension between the two, the atmosphere in the classroom transformed into a charged confrontation, convincing me that Chenghu was genuinely here to assist me. Although I remained oblivious to his motives, my heart brimmed with gratitude, particularly when his assertive demeanor overshadowed Zhao Song, leaving me at a loss for words in my exhilaration. After 3 years of middle school, witnessing the once arrogant Zhao Song falter was immensely satisfying. Faced with Chenghu's brazen provocation, Zhao Song's countenance shifted from pale to flushed, rendering him speechless. Previously, Zhao Song's arrogance stemmed not only from his prowess, but also from the influence of his wild father. However, with his father now bedridden and unable to support him, Zhao Song's vulnerabilities emerged when confronted by a true formidable opponent like Chenghu. "Chenghu, are you truly willing to sever ties with me over Wang Wei?" Zhao Song's tone softened as he gazed imploringly at Chenghu. Chenghu offered a slight smile and replied, "He is my brother." These simple 6 words conveyed everything. For Chenghu, no one was permitted to demean his brothers. This epitomized the essence of a leader, and in that moment, I found myself revering Chung-Hu deeply. Observing his relaxed demeanor ignited within me an unexplainable admiration and respect, as I fantasized about possessing even half of his fortitude someday. Clearly, under Chung-Hu's relentless assertiveness, Zhao Song, a mere paper tiger, deflated like a punctured balloon. Lacking the courage to confront Chung-Hu, his face cycled through shades of crimson and pallor before finally settling into a defeated glare directed at me. Wang Wei, do not presume that your association with Chung-Hu will shield you. We have ample time ahead. With that, Zhao Song led his entourage out of the classroom, tail between their legs. Chung-Hu then turned to me with a smile, asking, Wang Wei, are you all right? I quickly rose, my voice tinged with excitement, responding, I am fine. Chung-Hu nodded, satisfied, and remarked, if you are fine, that's good. It's getting late. Let's be on our way. As long as I am here, Zhao Song will no longer dare to trouble you. Suppressing my exhilaration, I asked, Chung-Hu, why did you help me? A nearby student furrowed their brow and interjected, you should address him as Brother Hu. Realizing my faux pas, I promptly corrected myself, calling him Brother Hu. Chung-Hu chuckled and waved his hand, saying, no need for such formality. We shall all be brothers from now on. As for my reasons for assisting you, you'll come to understand in due course. Just know this. As long as I, Chung-Hu, am present, no one will dare bully you. To my surprise, Chung-Hu maintained an air of mystery, but at that moment, it mattered little. Witnessing his unwavering loyalty left me overwhelmed with gratitude, and I could only repeatedly express my thanks. Chung-Hu embraced my shoulders, remarking that I was being overly reserved, and proceeded to introduce me to his companions, saying, this is so-and-so, and that is such and such. In truth, I was already acquainted with these individuals, all of whom were quite renowned in our school. I never imagined I would share such a bond with them. Even as we parted ways beneath the teaching building, I felt as if I were still ensnared in a dream, hardly able to believe that fortune had finally smiled upon me. Not only had I gained a reliable elder brother, but I had also acquired a group of steadfast comrades. Although I remained uncertain as to why Chung-Hu chose to assist me, perhaps, as he stated, the reasons would reveal themselves in due time. As I joyfully strolled toward the school entrance, two figures suddenly rushed toward me. It was Li Jiaojiao and her father. Upon spotting me, her father seized my arm, his expression fraught with concern. Weizi, are you all right? He inquired anxiously. Witnessing his distress stirred a wave of gratitude within me. It had been over 6 months since the incident involving my father, and throughout that time, Li Jiaojiao's father had been tirelessly working, not only shouldering all the compensation owed by Zhao Song's father, but also extending considerable care to my family, far more than Li Jiaojiao and her mother had shown. To be honest, had it not been for Li Jiaojiao's father, my family would have severed ties with hers long ago. His presence now indicated that he had learned of my predicament from Li Jiaojiao. I quickly reassured him that I was unharmed, urging him to set his worries aside. He promptly began to assess my condition, asking if I truly felt fine. Li Jiaojiao, standing nearby, appeared puzzled and inquired how I had managed to escape. I recounted the events of the earlier encounter. Upon hearing my tale, Li Jiaojiao expressed skepticism regarding Chung-Hu's willingness to assist me, questioning its authenticity. I affirmed the truth of my account, while her father interjected, stating that it was a relief to hear I was unscathed. He added that if Zhao Song were to trouble me again, he would confront our families. Although he was a formidable businessman, he remained somewhat naive about such matters, underestimating the teacher's ability to intervene. Afterward, Li Jiaojiao's father offered me a ride home, but I politely declined. My mother had advised me to maintain distance from Li Jiaojiao's family, not out of any malice, but simply due to their haughty demeanor. Unable to sway my decision, Li Jiaojiao's father acquiesced and allowed me to return on my own. As I journeyed home, my spirits soared. Since my father's incarceration over half a year ago, I had been enveloped in gloom. Today, I had anticipated that Zhao Song would undoubtedly seek to harass me. Initially, I had resolved to retreat into my shell and endure. But Zhao Song's brazen bullying ignited a spark of defiance within me. What began as a seemingly unwinnable battle was unexpectedly transformed by Chung-Hu's timely intervention, who regarded me as a brother and rescued me from Zhao Song's clutches. Having reached this point in my life, I experienced the joy of brotherhood and support for the very first time. How could I not feel elated? As I walked home, the oppressive weight in my heart dissipated entirely. The sky appeared bluer, the grass greener, the air fresher, and the birds more jubilant. Everything felt utterly perfect. Upon returning home, I discovered that my mother had been anxiously awaiting my arrival all morning, eager for news. Upon learning that I was safe, my mother finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared a warm meal for me. As I returned to class in the afternoon, any lingering worries had dissipated, replaced instead by an eager anticipation for my academic journey. As soon as I settled into my seat in the classroom, Chung-Hu arrived with his friends, eager to engage with me. When they appeared at the doorway, laughing and calling my name, my classmates were taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unexpected scene. Nevertheless, I confidently lifted my chin, walked out with poise under the gazes of my peers, and conversed with Chung-Hu and his entourage in the corridor. During this exchange, numerous students passed by, casting curious glances in our direction, which filled me with immense pride. This was the essence of camaraderie. I returned only when the class bell rang, and as I sat down, I couldn't help but allow a smile to creep onto my lips. Nearby, Li Jiao muttered, "Is it really necessary? I don't think that Chung-Hu is a good person. Be wary of him asking you for money or cigarettes in the future." Upon hearing Li Jiao disparage Chung-Hu, irritation surged within me. I questioned her motives, asking if she truly could not stand to see me happy. Having sat with Li Jiao for 3 years now, she had never genuinely respected me. Even after I risked my life to rescue her from Zhao Song in a dilapidated building, she maintained her condescending demeanor, insisting that I should not harbor any illusions and that we should remain merely ordinary friends. Now that I had finally found a semblance of happiness, she seemed to believe I would be deceived, igniting a fire of frustration within me. Had it not been for her father, I would have been inclined to dismiss her entirely. What a nuisance! Noticing my displeasure, Li Jiao quickly insisted that she meant no harm, merely wishing to offer a friendly warning. I coldly replied, "Thank you for your concern, but my affairs are of no concern to you." Thus, from that day forward, I became part of Chung-Hu's circle. After class, we would congregate together, chatting in the corridors, smoking in the restroom, or playing football in the field, reveling in our camaraderie. Contrary to Li Jiao's predictions, Chung-Hu never asked me for money or cigarettes. Instead, he generously covered many of my expenses, including meals out. Being with Chung-Hu and his friends undoubtedly elevated my stature. Strolling through campus, I walked with a newfound confidence, often catching envious glances from other students, a source of immense pride for me. I never imagined I would experience such a transformation. Furthermore, Zhao Song had indeed ceased to trouble me. On the rare occasions our paths crossed, he merely shot me a menacing glare, refraining from any further actions. My life had evidently become a smooth sail, all thanks to Chung-Hu, who had become nothing short of a benefactor to me. This phase of life continued for over a week, and one evening while we were smoking in the restroom, Chung-Hu turned to me and asked, Wang Wei, "Honestly, how do you feel about my treatment of you?" Without hesitation, I responded, "Brother Hu, you have been incredibly kind to me." This was the truth. Chung-Hu had been nothing short of exceptional, protective, inclusive, and generous with his hospitality. Such a remarkable leader is a rare find, indeed. Chung-Hu nodded thoughtfully and inquired whether I had a good relationship with Li Jiao. A sudden unease gripped my heart, and with a hint of vagueness, I replied that things were fine, though not particularly so. She had always looked down upon me. Then, she asked, "Tiger brother, do you have a crush on her? I could have a word with her for you." Chung-Hu chuckled, draping an arm around my shoulder, and confided, "Actually, I've had a crush on Li Jiao since the first year of middle school, but she never took an interest in me. I know you've never cared for her either. After all, your father is in prison partly because of her. Asentihi. It's rather unfortunate that she shows no gratitude, nor has she ever regarded you with any respect. Why don't we get a little revenge on her?" As I gazed at Chung-Hu's laughter, an inexplicable chill crept up from the soles of my feet, spreading throughout my entire being. I cautiously inquired, "Tiger brother, what do you plan to do for revenge?" Chung-Hu fell silent, releasing my shoulder and meandering over to the urinal to relieve himself. Nearby, A fellow student handed me a small paper package. It appeared insignificant, reminiscent of a cough remedy from a pharmacy. I accepted the package, perplexed, while glancing toward Chung-Hu, who had just finished and was shaking off. He remarked, "You have gym class next period." As per usual, Li Jiajiao will feign having her period and then lie down to sleep in class. Just sprinkle the contents of this package into her water cup. I shivered involuntarily and stammered, "Tiger brother, what exactly is this?" Chung-Hu turned his head, smiling reassuringly. "Don't worry. I wouldn't dare engage in anything illegal. It's merely a bit of sleeping medication to ensure Li Jiajiao sleeps soundly." "And then what?" I pressed. Chung-Hu leaned in closer and said, "Wang Wei, once she is asleep, we can do whatever we wish." My scalp tingled at his words. Moments ago, he had claimed he would not partake in illegal activities, and now he spoke of unfettered intentions. Before I could inquire further, Chung-Hu shoved me, urging, "Enough chatter. Hurry up and go. Be swift. We'll join you shortly." Hearing this, I felt a surge of alarm. It was evident that Chung-Hu harbored intentions of a nefarious nature. Though I harbored disdain for Li Jiajiao, I had no desire to harm her. "Tiger brother, perhaps we should just let it be. I've never done anything like this before and fear it could lead to trouble." Chung-Hu frowned at my hesitance, scolding, "You're being overly cautious, lacking a sense of manliness. Once we take down Li Jiajiao this time, the next target could be Sun Jingyi, and we might as well enjoy all the beauties of the school." If Li Jiajiao was the belle of our class, then Sun Jingyi certainly reigned as the school's beauty, serving as the president of the student council and commanding considerable influence. I was taken aback that Chung-Hu would even consider targeting Sun Jingyi, leaving me feeling utterly overwhelmed. Before I could protest further, Chung-Hu had already pushed me out of the restroom, insisting I hurry as class had begun. I glanced back at Chung-Hu's other friends, each wearing expressions of eager excitement. Clutching the paper package tightly, my heart raced as I returned to our classroom, where indeed only Li Jiajiao remained. The other students having gone to gym class. Li Jiajiao has always harbored an aversion to physical education classes, frequently skipping them, claiming to be afflicted by her monthly cycle, 3 times a month, no less. The crux of the matter is that the teacher indulges her whims, never confronting her, permitting her to retreat for rest each time. It appears that Chung-Hu has undertaken considerable preparatory work. I never anticipated that Chung-Hu would set his sights on Li Jiajiao. Previously, I regarded him as a man of honor, a paragon of loyalty, quite unlike the scum that is Zhao Song. How had he stooped to such tactics? Stealing myself, I entered the classroom and found Li Jiajiao reclining on her desk in slumber. Silently, I took a seat beside her. She did not engage me in conversation, seemingly lost in her dreams. As I raised my gaze, I noticed her pink water bottle perched at the corner of the desk, adorned with a Hello Kitty design. Reportedly a genuine item brought back from Hong Kong and quite costly. I had barely settled in when a commotion outside the window caught my attention. Chung-Hu stood there, silently urging me to act swiftly. My palms were clammy with sweat as I tremulously reached for Li Jiajiao's water bottle. The moment my fingers brushed it, her hand shot up, grasping my wrist. Wang Wei, I was startled, fearing she had caught me in the act. Cold sweat immediately drenched my back. I nearly bolted. Instead, she continued, "Could you fetch me a cup of water?" "Huh, my stomach hurts. Could you please give me a cup of water?" Li Jiajiao remained sprawled on the desk, not even lifting her head. It was then I noticed her voice was faint, as if she were unwell. I felt a surge of concern and quickly inquired about her condition. Finally lifting her head, she responded with palpable annoyance, "What do you think? It's that time of the month. Hurry up and get me some water and add a bit of brown sugar." With that, she rummaged through her desk and handed me a packet of brown sugar. Seeing her drenched in perspiration, I quickly exclaimed, grabbed the brown sugar and water bottle, and dashed outside. Unsurprisingly, I was intercepted by Chung-Hu the moment I stepped through the door. He inquired about the situation, and I shook the brown sugar and water bottle, recounting the truth. Chung-Hu's demeanor shifted to one of elation, exclaiming that it was a fortuitous opportunity, and he accompanied me to the water room, observing as I added the brown sugar and filled the bottle. After filling the bottle, just as I was about to cap it, Chung-Hu asked, "What are you doing?" "What do you mean?" I replied, "Are you foolish? Take this chance to add the medicine." He insisted. I stammered, admitting that I had been too nervous and inadvertently left the paper packet in the desk drawer. In truth, the packet remained in my pocket. I simply did not wish to partake in such actions. Chung-Hu cursed me under his breath and produced another packet, urging me to sprinkle the medicine into the bottle. I was taken aback, realizing he had come prepared. It seemed he had engaged in this sort of activity before. Hesitatingly clutching the packet, I said, "Brother Hu, perhaps we should refrain from such actions." Chung-Hu's expression darkened, and he draped an arm around my shoulder, saying, "Wang Wei, what do you mean? Are you trying to play me for a fool?" I hastily expressed my disapproval, saying, "Brother Hu, this is not right. If we get caught, it would be more than mere expulsion. We might even find ourselves in the police station." Chung-Hu countered, insisting that it was merely a trace of sleeping pills, just enough to ensure a deeper slumber. He claimed there were no ulterior motives, stating he only wished to kiss and caress, dismissing my concerns as exaggerated. I remained resistant, suggesting, "If you genuinely wish to pursue a relationship with her, I could assist you in a more honorable manner. Is this approach not rather unscrupulous?" Chung-Hu, finally losing his temper, kicked me in the rear and exclaimed, "Enough of your nonsense. If I tell you to do something, just do it." Seeing my reluctance to act, he snatched the paper bag from my hands, tore it open, and poured the white powder into the cup. The substance sank immediately. After sealing the lid, he shook the cup gently and handed it to me, saying, "Now go. Give this water to Li Jiao Jiao." I stood motionless, and Chung-Hu grasped the back of my neck, urging me to reconsider. He reminded me that without his intervention, Zhao Song would have beaten me to a pulp. He then threatened me, asserting that if I refused to comply, he would no longer protect me and would join Zhao Song in punishing me. I looked up at Chung-Hu, noticing the transformation in his expression. It was a far cry from the brother who had once rescued me, full of warmth and laughter. He appeared foreign and menacing. When I still did not budge, Chung-Hu furrowed his brow and queried my intentions. I gritted my teeth and asked, "Brother Hu, did you save me just so you could exploit me today?" Chung-Hu hesitated for a moment before responding. "And what of it? Otherwise, what gives you the right to be my brother? To be frank, I've long detested Li Jiao's haughty demeanor and have been seeking an opportunity to put her in her place. You are going, whether you like it or not. Besides, don't you also find her intolerable? This is a perfect chance for revenge." He then patted my shoulder and added, "Wang Wei, once you accomplish this, you will truly be my brother. I promise you will walk through school with your head held high. Otherwise," Chung-Hu's words trailed off, his eyes darkening with ominous intent. I understood what otherwise meant, something dreadful, particularly with Zhao Song already lurking menacingly, compounded by Chung-Hu's threats. My school year seemed doomed. Reflecting on the past week, I had genuinely regarded Chung-Hu as an older brother and treated his companions as my own brothers, engaging with them earnestly. It dawned on me that I had merely been a pawn in their game. An overwhelming sense of melancholy washed over me, almost bringing me to tears. In that moment, I felt like a fool, a grandiose jest. Observing Chung-Hu's true nature, I found him even more despicable than Zhao Song. At least Zhao Song was an outright villain. He would strike me without pretense, sparing me the heartache. Chung-Hu, however, had approached me with feigned camaraderie, only to exploit me, revealing his fangs when I resisted. This betrayal was far more painful than straightforward cruelty. It would have been better had he never offered his assistance in the first place. I feel as though I am but a solitary boat amid the tumultuous waves, having initially believed I had discovered a safe harbor, only to find myself ensnared in an even more terrifying storm. "Hurry up, spare me your nonsense," Chung-Hu exclaimed, noticing my reluctance to move. He thrust a cup into my hand and brandished his fist, large as a clay pot, threatening that should I fail to comply, I would find myself lying horizontally in a hospital bed by day's end. Witnessing my once amiable and loyal elder brother morph into such a menacing figure shattered my heart into pieces. Clutching the cup, I trudged toward the classroom, each step feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The distance from the water room to the classroom spanned merely a few meters, yet it felt as if I had traversed decades. Chung-Hu warned that should I fail to accomplish this task, he would resort to violence. And I had no doubt he was not merely attempting to intimidate me. After all, he was someone even Zhao Song feared, and inflicting harm upon someone was as effortless for him as breathing. Having spent some time with them, I was acutely aware of their terrifying methods, which were not only fearsome but revolting. On one occasion, I witnessed them forcibly submerging a fellow student's head in a toilet. At last, I pushed open the classroom door. Inside, Li Jiaojiao lay sprawled across her desk. I took a seat beside her, still clutching the water cup. Li Jiaojiao lifted her head, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her complexion as pale as parchment. She appeared to be genuinely unwell. Before I could utter a word, she snatched the cup from my hands, her impatience evident as she remarked, "You're so slow even at fetching a cup of water. What else can you manage?" With that, she twisted off the lid and tilted her head back to drink. I instinctively reached out to stop her. "What are you doing? You think just because you fetched the water, I should thank you?" Li Jiaojiao looked at me with disdain. To be frank, her haughty demeanor was quite infuriating, as if she regarded everyone else as mere subordinates, expected to cater to her whims. I could understand why Cheng Hu might harbor vengeful thoughts against her. For a fleeting moment, I genuinely considered letting her drink the water and face the consequences from Cheng Hu. However, recalling Li Jiaojiao as father tugged at my conscience, prompted me to chuckle awkwardly and say, "It's hot, drink it coolly for a bit." With a huff, Li Jiaojiao placed the cup in front of me, demanding, "Then why don't you blow on it for me?" I was at a loss for words, left with no choice but to oblige her, as she continued to clutch her abdomen and moan about her discomfort, lamenting that in her next life, she must be born a male, vowing never to endure such suffering again. Glancing out the window, I spotted Cheng Hu standing there, once more waving his fist at me, urging me to get on with it. I quickly turned back to the cup, blowing gently, while my mind raced, desperately trying to devise a way to rescue Li Jiaojiao. Alas, my intellect was not particularly sharp, and the challenge of finding a solution that would save her without incurring Cheng Hu's wrath seemed insurmountably daunting. As I was engaged in idle chatter while racking my brain, Li Jiaojiao remained blissfully unaware of the peril she was in. Clutching her abdomen, she murmured incessantly, likely attempting to distract herself from the pain, and even began to express her disdain for me, claiming not only was I unattractive, but I also emitted an unpleasant odor. Questioning whether I regularly bathed. Enraged, I retorted that I indeed bathed daily, suggesting that perhaps it was her sense of smell that was amiss. Li Jiaojiao responded with a dismissive "oh," asserting that it must be the scent of poverty, a foul stench that, in her opinion, was characteristic of the impoverished. I shot back, sarcastically noting her wealth, stating that she was the richest person in the world. Unfazed by my irony, she proclaimed that it was essential for me to abandon any fantasies about her, for she would never, in her lifetime, find me appealing. My fury reached its zenith, and in a fit of rage, I seized the cup in my hand and splashed its contents across Li Jiaojiao's face. "Damn you!" I cursed vehemently. I was genuinely incensed, which prompted my reckless act of dousing her. Although the water had cooled somewhat, it was still warm enough to elicit a reaction. Li Jiaojiao emitted a shrill scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, staggering backward while clutching her sodden face. Not yet satiated, I smashed the cup onto the ground and pointed at her, berating, "What are you even worth? You think you're too good for me? Well, I don't fancy you either. So what if you're attractive? You'll still end up with a man, instead of letting someone else have you. Why not let me have a turn first?" As I approached her, feigning an intent to tear at her clothing, she forcefully pushed my hand away. Only then did I notice her face was reddened, suggesting she had indeed been scalded, tears streaming down her cheeks and mingling with the remnants of the syrupy water. Weeping, she pointed at me, exclaiming, "Wang Wei, you truly are despicable. This isn't over between us." She then turned and fled, limping due to her abdominal pain, her sobs lingering long after she exited the classroom. Once Li Jiaojiao vanished from sight, I exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed into a chair. The act of splashing her with syrupy water was fueled partly by genuine anger and partly by the desire to destroy the cup of water laced with sleeping pills, preventing her from consuming it. While the initial act of throwing water bore the semblance of personal vengeance, my subsequent pretense of wanting to tear her clothes was a genuine attempt to force her departure. I was concerned that Cheng Hu might devise another scheme against her, and it was perhaps best for her to leave sooner rather than later. Though Li Jiaojiao had departed, I was acutely aware that the situation was far from resolved, considering another presence lingered outside. As I anticipated, footsteps echoed, and Chung-Hu entered with a sullen expression, flanked by a dozen or so companions. I sprang to my feet, feigning indignation, and exclaimed, "Brother Hu, did you see how outrageous that woman was?" I could no longer restrain myself. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, I would have struck her. Enough! Chung-Hu abruptly interrupted my outburst. I fell silent, staring intently at him. Chung-Hu approached, gripping my throat tightly, demanding, "Wang Wei, do you take me for a fool?" His grip was so strong that I found myself unable to utter a word. Struggling to free myself, I finally gasped, "Brother Hu, I didn't mean it. I truly couldn't hold back. Go ahead and hit me." Chung-Hu paid no heed to my pleas. With a single command, his 10 or so comrades surged forward, raining blows upon me. In the past week, I had shared laughter and camaraderie with these students, referring to each other as brothers, indulging in cigarettes, drinks, meals, and even fights together. I believed I had found lifelong allies. Yet now, they showed no mercy, mercilessly bringing me to the ground. Some pulled my hair, others kicked my head, twisted my arms, and struck my abdomen, devoid of any compassion. I was tossed about, gasping for breath, clinging to life, and I lost track of time. It felt as though a century had passed before they finally ceased their assault. Lying motionless on the ground, my body bore the marks of their brutality, blood oozing from my nose. Chung-Hu, however, was not done with me. He seized my collar, lifting me up and snarling, "You've got guts. You're the first to dare deceive me in all these years. I, Chung-Hu, swear I won't let you leave this school unscathed." With that, his head collided violently with mine, and I felt a ringing in my ears before everything faded to black. Time slipped away before I gradually regained consciousness. A chorus of murmurs reached my ears. "Isn't that Wang Wei? Why is he lying on the ground?" I heard Chung-Hu gave him a beating. No way. Weren't they on good terms? Why would Chung-Hu hit him? Who knows? He must have crossed Chung-Hu somehow. How unfortunate. With Chung-Hu's protection, Zhao Song hadn't troubled him. But now that even Chung-Hu is against him, how will he manage from here on out? It's not our concern. Let us just leave it be. It turned out that gym class had ended the last period of the morning. Some classmates were returning to collect their belongings and head home, catching sight of me lying there in a pitiful state. Gradually, they departed, leaving me alone in the classroom. Not only in the classroom, but throughout the entire teaching building, an eerie silence prevailed, indicating that everyone had left, abandoning me in solitude. The window was ajar, and a chill breeze swept in, not only cooling my body but also chilling my heart. In this moment, could there be anyone more wretched than I in this world? Just as I struggled to rise, hurried footsteps approached, and someone came at my side, helping me up. "Classmate, what happened to you?" As I lifted my gaze, I noticed a young security guard, presumably on his patrol of the educational building after school hours, who then discovered my battered form. Meeting his concerned eyes, I shook my head and assured him that I was fine. The guard, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "How can you be fine? Have you been in a fight? Let me accompany you to report this at the security office." "Report it?" I let out a bitter laugh. For individuals like Zhao Song and Chung-Hu, reporting to the security office would be utterly futile. In this school, those who ruled with an iron fist and had never faced any consequences all possessed formidable backgrounds. Especially Chung-Hu, who had likely injured countless individuals without ever receiving more than a mere reprimand. When had anyone ever truly been expelled? Not only was the school's security office ineffective, but even escalating the matter to the police station would probably yield little result. Thus, I realized that I had to rely solely on myself. I shook my head again, stating that it was merely an accidental fall that had caused my injuries. The guard attempted to engage me further, but I chose to ignore him and strode purposefully towards the classroom door. At that moment, the image of my father stabbing Zhao the madman flashed through my mind. Inexplicably, my demeanor as I walked seemed transformed. Not wanting my mother to witness my current state, I avoided returning home and instead wandered aimlessly through the streets. My body bore the marks of my ordeal, and my face was marred with bruises, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by who murmured their assorted comments. However, I remained oblivious, moving forward like a mere shell of a person. As I passed a public restroom, I stepped inside to wash my face and brush off the dust from my clothes, attempting to present myself in a somewhat respectable manner before continuing on my way. I was unsure of my destination until I found myself standing outside the entrance of the lumber factory where my father once worked. In that moment, the realization dawned upon me. I was longing for my father. When he was alive, I had not fully appreciated his goodness. Now that he was gone, memories of him surfaced vividly. In truth, aside from being somewhat ineffectual, my father had treated me well. I recalled those sweltering summer nights when I struggled to sleep. He would sit by my bedside, fanning me until slumber claimed me. There was a time when the roads in town were being repaired and there were no streetlights. Fearing for my safety, he would pick me up from school every evening, though I found it embarrassing and urged him to keep his distance. So many memories weighed heavy with paternal love, yet I had taken it all for granted, consistently lamenting his age, his ineptitude, and the shame he brought upon me. It was only after he inflicted that shocking wound that I awakened to the truth. I had never truly understood my father. In my mind, the image of his graying hair, coarse clothes, and soiled sandals had faded, leaving only the indelible impression of his fierce demeanor when he struck. His calm composure when he entered a vehicle, as if he were a guiding light in my life, perpetually showing me the way forward. My father was a true man. Now, the old man in the lumber factory's gatehouse had been replaced by another elderly gentleman, whose thunderous snores during the midday break resounded, oblivious to the several thieves that had entered unnoticed. I boldly entered the lumber factory, for I was quite familiar with the terrain, having often visited this place. I swiftly located the processing workshop and picked up a suitably sized stick at the entrance. Wielding the stick in my hand, I found it comfortable and resolved to use it against Chang-Hu. As I have often stated, I was reluctant to resort to a knife or face imprisonment. So I opted for this alternative, a stick to confront Chang-Hu. Deep down, I believed that a mere stick would suffice to deal with a group of students, rendering a knife unnecessary. In the past, I lacked even the courage to wield a stick, but it was my father's encouragement that inspired me. Just as he had said, if he had not confronted Zhao, Zhao would inevitably seek retribution against me. I realized today that if I did not take action against Chang-Hu, my future would be bleak. I concealed the stick within my sleeve and exited the lumber factory with ease. After casually consuming some cold noodles to quell my hunger, I estimated that the time was right and proceeded towards the school. With the stick hidden on my person, I felt a surge of confidence, striding with my head held high, even if it was a facade. As I approached the classroom, the corridor was bustling with students who turned to observe me. I was aware that news of my earlier altercation with Chang had spread. In the past, I would have felt immense shame, but now it bore little significance as I was on the brink of revenge. Navigating through the throng, I searched for Chang-Hu, but instead, a voice called out from behind, "Wang Wei." Turning around, I discovered it was Zhao Song. I had intended to ambush Chang-Hu, but instead, Zhao Song had revealed himself. Zhao Song looked at me with a smirk, his expression filled with a rather distasteful glee, and remarked, "Wang Wei, I heard Chang-Hu no longer wants you. Care to consider joining me instead?" My revulsion at Zhao Song was immediate, and without hesitation, I retorted, "Go to hell." Zhao Song's laughter only grew as he replied, "Exactly. I adore your fiery temper, just like your father, inept yet always making a fuss." The mention of my father ignited my fury. I shot back, no matter his shortcomings. At least he can stand to urinate, unlike some fathers who cannot even manage their own bodily functions. My taunt transformed Zhao Song's demeanor. He seized me by the nape and warned, "Wang Wei, don't be stubborn, or shall we settle this behind the school?" I elbowed him away and declared, "Let us go, I'm not afraid." Zhao Song chuckled, "Fine," and he moved ahead. I touched the stick hidden in my sleeve and followed suit. For me, both Zhao Song and Cheng, who were adversaries I would eventually confront, it mattered little which I dealt with first. Our enmity was well known throughout the school, and as we walked in tandem, many students trailed behind, anticipating a spectacle. We reached the restroom entrance, and at least dozens of students had gathered behind us, prompting Zhao Song to halt his steps. At that moment, I realized that around 10 students were standing at the restroom entrance, all sycophants of Zhao Song. As I approached, they burst into a cacophony of laughter, some counting on their fingers, others twisting their waists, and a few stretching against the wall, all exuding an eager anticipation. I initially thought I would face Zhao Song one-on-one, but the presence of so many indicated that he had long been prepared. Indeed, this fellow was utterly shameless. I boldly declared, "Zhao Song, why don't we settle this in a fair duel?" Zhao Song, with a smug grin, retorted, "Duel my foot." I relished the thrill of a good mobbing. "Come at me." With a single command, the throng of students surged towards me. Without hesitation, I reached into my sleeve and retrieved a stick, striking out with it immediately. My sudden attack caught Zhao Song completely off guard, landing a solid blow. A chorus of astonished gasps echoed around us, as none anticipated that I would make such a move. Thrilled by my success, I lunged forward, grasping Zhao Song by the collar, ready to deliver another blow. However, his lackeys quickly intervened, overwhelming me with their numbers. Countless fists and feet rained down upon me, reminiscent of the earlier beating I received from Chung Hu's gang. I was unable to rise, forced to shield my head as they unleashed their fury. I felt like a pitiful insect, at their mercy, tossed about and beaten senseless. As the onslaught finally ceased, Zhao Song's taunts began to ring out. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, I glimpsed him using a tissue to cushion his head, then placing his foot on mine, mockingly saying, "Wang Wei, quite impressive, aren't you? You can wield a stick now?" He then bent down, picked up a broken piece of wood, and brought it crashing down upon me. A deafening thud reverberated in my ears, and I felt stars exploding before my eyes, followed by darkness as I nearly lost consciousness. When my awareness returned somewhat, I found Zhao Song gripping the back of my collar, dragging me down the corridor, while his lackeys jeered beside us, and a crowd of onlookers followed, eager for the spectacle. I felt like a lifeless dog being towed along by Zhao Song, who, as he pulled me along, kicked my back, tauntingly asking if I thought I was so tough and whether I could show him that toughness again. Within just a few hours, I had endured 2 brutal beatings, leaving me utterly drained of strength. I opened my mouth to utter something, but my throat was parched and dry. No sound escaped. Zhao Song paraded me like a trophy, periodically erupting in triumphant laughter, clearly reveling in his conquest. The surrounding students murmured in sympathy. What a pitiful sight. Just this morning, he was beaten by Chung Hu, and now he's at Zhao Song's mercy. Indeed, having offended these 2 formidable tyrants, how could he possibly remain at school? Being beaten was one thing, but being dragged around like a dog was another. If it were me, I would never show my face at school again. Throughout my life, I have never encountered a student in such a lamentable state. He is indeed the first. The boisterous laughter of Zhao Song, the jeers of his sycophants, and the murmurs of the onlooking students swirled around me like a bubbling cauldron, echoing in my mind. Before long, Zhao Song had dragged me halfway through the throng, and the crowd continued to swell, transforming the scene into a veritable sea of people, all witnessing my humiliation as I was towed along like a lifeless dog. I gasped for breath, every inch of my being aflame with pain. Several times I yearned to rise and flee, yet I found myself utterly devoid of strength. Reflecting on my once unwavering confidence upon entering school, I could not help but feel a profound sense of absurdity, believing I could defy fate with merely a stick. The harsh reality had ruthlessly awakened me. Are there truly individuals even more foolish than I? Zhao Song persisted in his dragging, my head and body scraping against the ground. Yet these physical afflictions paled in comparison to the present humiliation I endured. In despair, I longed for death. Who could possibly rescue me from this torment? I did not weep when beaten by Chung Hu. I did not weep when assaulted by Zhao Song. But now, as I was dragged down the corridor like a lifeless dog, tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks. I am a human being, a living soul. Why must I endure such disgrace? Zhao Song, what the hell are you doing? At that moment, a thunderous voice erupted from the crowd. It was Chung Hu. His voice boomed, commanding and formidable, and the previously raucous corridor fell eerily silent. This was true prowess, true strength. Like a mighty tiger roaring in the wilderness, it seemed that upon his utterance, all others would cower in submission. Trembling, I lifted my gaze to see Chung Hu standing amidst the throng, his countenance twisted in fury as he regarded me and Zhao Song. Behind him stood his sworn brothers, accentuating his imposing presence. Under Cheng Hu's formidable aura, even Zhao Song's voice quivered. Cheng Hu, you aren't going to help him, are you? Cheng Hu remained silent, advancing purposefully until he stood before Zhao Song, his brothers forming a protective circle around us both. The atmosphere was thick with tension, each person holding their breath, awaiting Cheng Hu's next move. Cheng Hu shot a glowering glance at Zhao Song, his voice laced with menace. Why have you not released my brother? With that commanding shout, Zhao Song hastily relinquished his grip, and my head fell weakly to the ground. Zhao Song stammered, Cheng Hu, haven't you already had a falling out? Cheng Hu clenched his jaw, the muscles in his face quivering as if he were on the brink of an explosive rage. He glared fiercely at Zhao Song, as though prepared to consume him whole. If there are issues among my brothers, they are our own affairs. It does not permit you, an outsider, to act as you please. As long as I stand, you shall not lay a finger on him. Understood? Zhao Song fell silent, his face a tapestry of embarrassment and confusion, struggling to articulate a response. My heart was filled with profound emotion, as I believed, just as Cheng Hu had asserted, that even amidst conflicts, they were merely internal disputes. Externally, I remained his brother. As long as he was present, I would not be subjected to the whims of others. However, at that moment, Cheng Hu suddenly lowered his head and whispered in my ear, Wang Wei, did you see? Without my intervention, today would have been your last. I shall grant you another chance. If you agree to deal with Li Jiao, not only will I save you today, but I will also avenge you. What do you say? Upon hearing Cheng Hu's words, the hope that had once filled my heart plummeted. It became evident that a hypocrite remains a hypocrite. No matter how noble and righteous he may appear on the surface, it does not alter the dark essence of his character. After Cheng Hu spoke, a subtle, undetectable smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, as if he were certain I would acquiesce, exuding an air of confidence and certainty. Indeed, in my current dismal state, having been beaten mercilessly and dragged along the ground like a lifeless dog, my plight was so pitiful that self-preservation took precedence. How could I possibly concern myself with Li Jiao's safety? Moreover, the terms Cheng Hu offered were irresistibly tempting. Should I comply, he would not only rescue me, but also exact revenge. Given his temperament, he would undoubtedly leave Zhao Song in a severely weakened state, thus avenging the humiliation I had suffered. Furthermore, I could once again stand proudly by Cheng Hu's side, reclaiming my status as his brother, basking in his protection, and continuing to navigate the school with impunity. Viewed from any angle, it was a flawless choice, a win-win scenario. I had no grounds to refuse. Yet, inexplicably, as I gazed upon Cheng Hu's duplicitous face, a sorrowful smile emerged, and I softly uttered a single word. No. 09 Intolerable, suffering my ability to articulate this refusal did not stem from stubbornness or an overemphasis on Li Jiao's safety, but rather an instinctive aversion to someone like Cheng Hu, unwilling to be exploited by him. I would acknowledge an elder brother, but not one of his ilk. Even if it meant facing death at his hands, I would not allow myself to be used by such a person. It is easy to imagine the transformation in Cheng Hu's expression upon my utterance of that word. His previously noble demeanor morphed into a grotesque mask of fury as he snarled, "You seek your own demise." He then rose and turned his attention back to Zhao Song, who was oblivious to our prior exchange, and assumed Cheng Hu would continue to protect me. Eagerly, he ingratiated himself, saying, "Cheng Hu, since Wang Wei is your brother, I shall take my leave." However, Cheng Hu obstructed his path. Zhao Song's demeanor shifted to one of panic as he queried, "Cheng Hu, what do you intend to do?" Cheng Hu, with a cheerful facade, responded, "Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to inform you that Wang Wei was once my brother, and you indeed could not harm him. To do so would be a slap in my face. However, from this moment forth, he is no longer my brother, and you may dispose of him as you wish." Upon hearing Cheng Hu's declaration, Zhao Song's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he thought he had misheard. What did you say? Not only he, but the surrounding students were equally astonished, unable to comprehend the sudden shift in Cheng Hu's demeanor. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed with righteous fervor his intention to protect me. Yet scarcely a minute had elapsed before he stated he would allow Zhao Song to dispose of me as he pleased. Zhao Song, initially believing Chung Hu was jesting, quickly donned a different expression. He cleared his throat and remarked, "Chung Hu, your words lack substance, since Wang Wei is your brother. I assure you, I shall not lay a finger on him. Very well. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Let us drink together another day. Do you still not believe me?" Chung Hu suddenly withdrew his belt, bending down to tighten it around my throat. His strength was formidable, and in an instant, I found myself gasping for breath. My hands clutched at the belt, emitting desperate sounds, while Chung Hu remained indifferent, dragging me forward by it. I have already stated he is not my brother. Then, addressing the students in the corridor with a mocking grin, Chung Hu declared from now on, "Anyone who encounters this fellow may kick him as they please. If he dares to retaliate, feel free to come to me." Previously, Zhao Song had merely gripped my throat. Yet Chung Hu's use of the belt made me appear even more like a dog. Striding forward, he continued the path Zhao Song had not yet completed. This spectacle left both Zhao Song and the surrounding students dumbfounded. None anticipated such a turn of events. Being dragged along by a belt was far more distressing than being seized by the collar. I struggled to grasp the belt around my neck, striving to create a modicum of space to breathe. Chung Hu towed me for several meters before Zhao Song finally came to his senses and hurried after us, exclaiming, "Chung Hu, this is how it should have been. This rascal is no good." Chung Hu nodded in agreement, stating, "This fellow is nothing but an ingrate. I have wasted my efforts on him." Zhao Song chuckled lightly. "It is better late than never." After a while, Chung Hu, feeling fatigued, handed me over to Zhao Song. The two of them took turns dragging me, exchanging jests and insults, as if each regarded the other as their closest confidant. The other students resumed their curious observations, a cacophony of mixed voices surrounding me. Although many expressed pity for my predicament, none came forward to plead on my behalf. They merely acknowledged that I was truly finished this time. Logically, one would expect that being tormented by these two ruffians would plunge me into greater despair. Yet inexplicably, I felt no sorrow nor hopelessness. Instead, an inexplicable sense of liberation washed over me. This was what one might call a death of the spirit. Lacking the courage of my father to stab someone, and knowing I could not match them in combat, I resigned myself to be beaten, humiliated, and dragged along the ground like a dead dog. Thus, Zhao Song and Chung Hu continued their playful banter while alternating and dragging me, until they brought me to the end of the corridor, where they finally relinquished their grip and departed, arms draped over one another's shoulders. Before taking their leave, Zhao Song kicked me, proclaiming, "Wang Wei, today is merely the beginning. I shall torment you every single day henceforth." I lay motionless on the ground for an eternity, feeling as though both my body and soul had been entirely drained, resembling nothing more than a lifeless dog. Gradually, the classmates who had gathered to gawk at the spectacle dispersed, most of them expressing sympathy, yet powerless to offer any assistance. Soon, I found myself alone beneath the wall at the end of the corridor, the other students having returned to their classrooms. I remained on the floor, my gaze fixed unwaveringly on the ceiling. At some point, footsteps echoed once more. It was the security guard who had shown concern for me earlier that day. He squatted beside me and sighed, remarking on the folly of confronting my adversaries head-on while alone. I paid him no heed, slowly rising to my feet and making my way to the classroom. Upon entering, the teacher halted their lecture and the students turned their attention towards me. The scene in the corridor was known to all. Even those unaware could glean something from my battered appearance. Emotionless, I walked to my seat and began to quietly gather my books. In that moment, I realized Li Jiaojiao was absent, likely having skipped class after I had doused her with brown sugar water that morning. However, I was too despondent to concern myself with that matter, shouldering my backpack and departing. No classmates attempted to stop me, nor did the teacher, as if my actions were entirely justified. Indeed, who could continue studying after being publicly humiliated by Zhao Song and Chung Hu? Leaving with my backpack was the only viable option, the last resort. Descending the stairs, I resolutely made my way towards the school gate. As I passed the basketball court, I spotted a group of students smoking. I instantly recognized them as members of the review class, specifically the 8th grade. in our school, while Zhao Song and Cheng, who held significant stature. The true authority lay with the students of the review class, led by a figure known as Wolf. If I could align myself with Wolf, I would no longer have to fear Zhao Song and Cheng Hu. Among that group stood Wolf himself, leaning against the basketball hoop and gazing skyward. I hesitated momentarily, fully aware of the slim chance of success, yet I approached them nonetheless. If there were any alternative, who would willingly depart the school in such a disheveled state? Typically, someone of my lowly status had no right to engage with these review students. Yet in my current plight, I was indifferent to the prospect of further humiliation. Thus, I dragged my weary body step by step toward them. Before long, I found myself before this band of review students. There were about 10 of them, squatting or standing beneath the basketball hoop, each with a cigarette dangling from their lips, lost in silence. I had never interacted with them, but was acutely aware of their formidable reputation. Aligning with them would mean Zhao Song and Cheng, who would no longer dare to trouble me. I turned my gaze to Wolf, mustering the courage to speak. Wolf Scram. I am Scram. Before I could utter a complete sentence, I was met with the harsh dismissal of get lost from the wolf, leaving my heart plummeting into an abyss of despair, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within me. In truth, I should never have harbored any hope. Why would someone on my insignificance warrant protection? The thought of being expelled from school like a mere dog, powerless to change my fate, brought me to the brink of tears. Clenching my fists, I turned to leave, only to hear the wolf's voice resound once more. The Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away the heroes. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. Was the wolf not bidding me to leave, but rather singing? I turned back, only to find him with his eyes closed. Although I wished to inquire further, I lacked the courage. Pondering this enigma, I remained uncertain whether he was indeed singing or merely wishing for my departure. Perhaps the thoughts of such an extraordinary individual are simply beyond comprehension. Ultimately, I chose to vacate the scene, for his too dismissive words had stripped me of all courage. I did not return home, instead wandering the streets aimlessly until darkness fell. Only then did I seek out a public phone booth to call my mother, informing her that I would be spending the night at a friend's house. After hanging up, I continued my solitary stroll, no longer contemplating my studies, yet unclear about my next steps. As I walked, I found myself once again at the derelict building where I had once resided. It was within these walls that I had struck Zhao Song with a brick, rendering him severely concussed, which precipitated a series of subsequent events. Zhao Song's father lay incapacitated, while my own father was imprisoned. Both adults bore the consequences of their actions, yet the conflict between us children raged on. The bruises on my neck throbbed painfully, a constant reminder of the humiliation I endured, dragged along the ground like a dead dog, my dignity obliterated by the laughter that echoed around me. I huddled in a corner, motionless, my mind replaying the moment my father stabbed Zhao the madman. I had believed I would not follow in my father's footsteps. However, it now appeared otherwise. Throughout my life, I have been most intolerant of my father's subservience. Each time someone derided him as a lapdog, I fantasized about him delivering a fierce blow to their nose. Yet that never happened. Not once did he retaliate, always bowing and smiling in submission. I assumed he would remain that way for eternity, only for him to unexpectedly injure the notorious local thug, Zhao the madman. What could compel a meek doorman to commit such an impulsive and extreme act? After much contemplation, I arrived at a simple conclusion: unbearable provocation. Zhao Song, having suffered a concussion at my hands, would have been expected to retaliate fiercely, and my father, having endured a lifetime of restraint, ultimately faltered when it came to my plight. Everyone has a breaking point. Once crossed, the consequences can be dire. I am my father's breaking point. But what then? Is my own? I touched the bruises on my neck, and they filled me with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. One day, this mark will heal, yet the dignity I have lost shall never return. Whenever others see me, their first words will forever be, "Look, he is the one who was dragged like a dead dog." Undoubtedly, as long as I have not trampled Zhao Song and Cheng Hu beneath my feet, such words will haunt me for a lifetime. That night, I spent in an unfinished building. At dawn the following day, I stealthily returned home, dragging my still battered body. My mother was still asleep, and I did not disturb her. I rummaged through the kitchen for something to eat, then took a fruit knife from the drawer and concealed it in my pocket as I stepped outside. A stick would not suffice. Surely a knife would do. I shall not attend school any longer. I fear not the prison. Today, I seek to settle the score with Zhao Song and Chung Hu. I intend to bring them down with me. If I do not avenge this grievance, then living this life would be devoid of meaning. After making this determination, I felt considerably lighter. My steps became remarkably brisk. I did not change my clothes, still covered in the remnants of yesterday's ordeal, yet I cared not at all. I was on the brink of imprisonment. What need had I for a semblance of an image? Soon, I entered the teaching building. The classes had yet to commence, and the corridors were bustling with students. Every glance cast upon me was filled with astonishment. After the events of yesterday, everyone believed I would not return. Yet here I was, not only present, but also wearing an expression of ease, naturally prompting their astonishment. Isn't that Wang Wei? How has he returned? Is he not afraid of being beaten again by Zhao Song and Chung Hu? This fellow's spirit is indeed unyielding. Nay, it is not his spirit. He must have been rendered daft by the blows. It seems another spectacle is about to unfold. Whispers came from every direction, yet I remained indifferent, unperturbed, searching for the figures of Zhao Song and Chung Hu, hoping they might appear together, allowing me to dispatch both in one fell swoop to spare myself the trouble. Before long, I spotted Chung Hu. As before, he stood by the window, chatting merrily with his group of companions, laughter erupting from their midst. The sight of him evoked a visceral loathing within me. His hypocritical facade, feigning righteousness and loyalty, was utterly repugnant. My hatred for Chung Hu surpassed even that which I harbored for Zhao Song. I shoved my hand into my pocket, gripping the knife firmly, and strode directly towards Chung Hu. The crowd sensed my ominous demeanor, parting to give me passage, and Chung Hu's companions noticed my approach. Huge brother, one of his underlings pointed at me. Damn, he dares to come back? Chung Hu straightened up, cracking his knuckles, clearly preparing to teach me a lesson. I tightened my grip on the knife, clenched my teeth, my steps filled with purpose, advancing without a trace of hesitation or pause. Chung Hu's gang was also poised, eager for my attack. As I drew closer, the imminent clash seemed inevitable when suddenly a hand seized my wrist, exclaiming, "Calm down." My spirits soared, eager to burst forth, when suddenly someone seized my wrist, an utterly unpleasant sensation. I whipped around to discover it was that young security guard who had approached me several times before. He bore a rodent-like appearance, with a sharp, angular face that instilled a sense of unreliability. Thus, I had dismissed him each time he attempted to engage me. Particularly now, as I was prepared to confront Chung Hu with all my might, his interruption infuriated me, prompting me to demand, "What do you want?" The guard glanced at Chung Hu and his companions before wrapping an arm around my neck and pulling me away. I struggled to break free, but his strength overpowered mine. He maintained his grip, stating, "Wang Wei, calm down. I have something to discuss with you." Once we reached the ground floor, he finally released me. I stepped back a few paces and asked, "What on earth do you intend to do?" The guard replied, "What do I intend to do? I want to ask what you plan to do. Your father remains incarcerated, and do you wish to follow in his footsteps, leaving your mother to weep daily?" Grinding my teeth, I retorted, "I can't concern myself with that. All I know is that if I don't avenge this grievance, life will hold no meaning for me." The guard sighed, patting my shoulder, and said, "Wang Wei, I understand your anguish, but you must consider the reality of the situation. If you act impulsively, it will only bring suffering to your mother. Heed my words and exercise patience." I lifted my gaze and asked, "Patience until when?" The guard looked at me earnestly and replied, "Until your uncle is released from prison." 10. Uncle's release my uncle? Released from prison. At this moment, I was incredulous. I had grown up without ever knowing I had an incarcerated uncle. For a fleeting instant, I almost believed the security guard was pulling my leg. If I truly had an uncle, why had my mother never mentioned him? Perhaps sensing my confusion, the guard patiently elucidated. "Your uncle was once known as Little Yan Wang, a notorious bully in our town, who caused your family a great deal of trouble. He even contributed to the deaths of your maternal grandparents and was imprisoned before your birth, which is why your mother prefers not to speak of him." A tumult of emotions surged within me. If I indeed had such an uncle, Once he was released, who would dare to bully me? Zhao Song, Chung Hu. My uncle would dispatch them in an instant. Yet, something about the guard struck me as dubious, leaving me uncertain of the veracity of his claims. The guard chuckled and remarked, "If you wish to discern the truth, simply inquire with your mother. In any case, heed my advice. Do not resort to violence just yet. Your uncle will be out in a few days, and all your troubles will be resolved." After patting my shoulder, the guard turned and departed. I stood there for a long while, grappling with disbelief. However, if the guard's words held any truth, and I truly had an uncle soon to be released, then indeed, I need not contend with my adversaries. Instead of ascending to my room, I dashed toward the school entrance. Upon my return home, I found my mother tidying up. She was startled to see me in such disarray and inquired what had transpired. My entire body was dirty, my face marred with bruises, yet I bypassed the details and directly asked, "Mom, do I have an uncle?" Upon hearing this, my mother's expression shifted dramatically. "Who told you that?" Observing her reaction, I realized the guard's assertion was indeed accurate. My excitement surged as I exclaimed, "Mom, my uncle is about to be released. Shouldn't we prepare to welcome him?" However, my mother exhibited no enthusiasm. Instead, her face contorted with anger. "You have no uncle, never had one, and you do not now." Her fierce demeanor startled me, yet I felt compelled to argue further. But my mother cut me off. "Do not ever mention this again, or I will break your legs." My mother, generally mild-mannered, even when my father was imprisoned due to my actions, had never spoken so harshly. Merely broaching the subject of my uncle had elicited such a fierce response, leaving me momentarily speechless. Given her tone, I dared not press further. She then inquired about my injuries, and I refrained from mentioning how I had been dragged like a dog, simply stating that I had fought with Zhao Song and the others. My mother sighed, instructing me to remove my clothes for washing and advising me to endure until after the high school entrance exam, promising we would relocate for my education. I remained silent, my mind racing with the thought that if I had to wait until then, I would likely be beaten to death by Zhao Song and Chung Hu. After changing clothes, I stepped outside and returned to school, though I did not enter the classroom. Instead, I took a detour into the security office. The young, sharp-featured guard was inside, and upon seeing me, he broke into a grin, asking what had happened to render me so glum. I recounted some recent events at home, which elicited laughter from a security guard. He remarked that it was quite normal. After all, my mother still harbored resentment towards my uncle and understandably preferred not to mention him. I expressed my concern about my mother's apparent reluctance to acknowledge him. The guard suggested a straightforward solution. On the day my uncle was released from prison, I should personally go to fetch him. After all, he is my maternal uncle, and once I shared my circumstances with him, I need not worry about his willingness to assist me. I countered that I was unfamiliar with his appearance. The guard assured me that this would be an easy task. I could simply wait at the entrance of the first prison on the outskirts of the city. For my uncle stood tall at 6 feet, with a notably dark complexion, making him easily recognizable. Based on the guard's description, I began to envision my uncle in my mind, realizing he indeed appeared to be a strikingly robust and handsome man, which filled me with excitement and gratitude. However, a sense of doubt arose within me. Given the guard's account, my uncle was now in his 40s, while the guard himself was merely in his mid-20s. Logically, if my uncle had been incarcerated, the guard would have been only 7 or 8 years old at that time. How could he possibly know what my uncle looked like? The security guard chuckled, explaining that my uncle was his idol, which made him more attentive than anyone else. He proceeded to share numerous heroic exploits of my uncle. Tales of single-handedly confronting formidable foes and other legendary encounters, which enthralled me and heightened my anticipation for meeting him. I inquired about my uncle's release date, to which the guard replied, 3 days. He then gestured an okay sign at me. This revelation filled me with urgency. 3 days seemed unbearable, as I could scarcely endure 3 minutes in this school. The guard reassured me that it was simple enough. I could request a 3-day leave from our class teacher. In 3 days, the king returns. His words stirred me profoundly. The king returns. I closed my eyes, envisioning my uncle clad in a sleek black coat, leading a throng into our school, followed by a commanding shout. "Who has dared to bully my nephew? Come out!" Merely imagining this scene ignited my fervor, and I was beside myself with excitement. Resolute to savor that exhilarating moment, I decided to endure 3 more days. I turned and exited the guardhouse, seeking our class teacher to request leave. The teacher appeared somewhat reluctant, reminding me that I had already taken a 6-month hiatus from school and that asking for another leave was somewhat irregular. I pointed to the marks on my neck and implored, "Teacher, you are aware of this, aren't you? If you can assure my safety, I shall forego my leave." The teacher had no retort and willingly signed my leave request, albeit with a warning. "It truly is only 3 days. You must return to school thereafter, or risk disqualification from your upcoming examinations." I tucked the leave request into my pocket, contemplating the day when I would return with my uncle, ready to astonish them all. During those 3 days, although I attended school as usual, I did not step into the classroom, but rather spent my time in the guardhouse with a young security guard, whom I had come to know as Xiao Lu. He treated me kindly, sharing cigarettes when he had them, and even inviting me to watch girls scale the wall. A rather indecent pastime. Lu Gu enjoys jesting with me, often claiming that when my uncle is released, I will undoubtedly be favored, which is why he is currying favor with me in advance, urging me not to forget him in the future. One evening, as school was about to dismiss, I was watching television in the guardhouse while Lu Gu stepped out to open the door and maintain order. After a brief moment, I heard a loud shout from outside the window. "What the hell? Isn't that Wang Wei?" Turning around, I saw Zhao Song and his gang standing outside the guardhouse, eagerly peering inside. Upon recognizing me, Zhao Song exclaimed excitedly, "Damn, I was wondering where this kid had been hiding. Turns out he's been cooped up here." "Cheng Hu! Cheng Hu, come here!" Zhao Song's bellows summoned another group, which included Cheng Hu and his companions. The 2 groups gathered around the window of the guardhouse, their faces alight with excitement, pointing and whispering about me as if I were an exhibit at a zoo. "Hey kid, come out. Wang Wei, do you think hiding there will keep you safe? You're just a dog. No matter where you hide, it won't help. I've been itching for a fight these past few days. You better come out. Wang Wei, we agreed to give you a beating every day, and it's been 3 days since we last got to do it. It's time to settle the score." Observing their gleeful faces, which regarded me as less than human, I trembled with rage and instinctively seized the baton from the wall. "Oh no, he's got the baton again. Damn, you scared the life out of me. Last time he swung that thing at my head. I'm so scared. Wang Wei has a baton. Who will protect me?" Yet upon seeing the baton in my hand, the 2 groups outside showed no hint of fear. Rather, they escalated their mockery. Gritting my teeth, I prepared to charge outside when Lu Ji's voice finally rang out. "Hu and Song, what are you 2 up to?" Lu Gu, our school security guard, often interacted with those unruly students, so he was somewhat acquainted with Cheng Hu and Zhao Song, though their relationship was merely superficial and fraught with tension. Cheng Hu retorted, "Hey Lu, when did this Wang Wei start hanging out with you?" Lu Gu replied, No, he's just here having a smoke. It's nothing serious. So you should head home." Cheng Hu insisted, "That won't do. We have a grudge against this kid. We must draw him out today." Zhao Song chimed in, encouraging the need to drag me out and advising Lu Gu to stay out of it. With Zhao Song leading, their group became increasingly rowdy, attracting the attention of many students nearby. Lu Gu, undeterred, stepped forward and declared, "Hu and Song, listen closely. Since this person is in my premises, I must ensure his safety. If you have the guts, then take me down as well. In our school, while the security guards do endure their share of disrespect, they are adults, and students typically do not provoke them." Cheng Hu, hearing this, conceded, "All right, for your sake, Lu Gu, we will let you have this one. Once this kid comes out, we will settle things with him." Zhao Song added, "Exactly, there will be plenty of time. I don't believe he can stay holed up forever." With that, the 2 groups ambled away, linking arms and laughing. Lu Gu pushed open the door and entered, finding me trembling uncontrollably, clutching a police baton tightly in my hand. He let out a long sigh and said, "Tomorrow, let's go pick up your uncle from prison." That evening, I returned home and, as usual, quietly went to my room to sleep. The next morning, I did not rush to get up. Instead, I listened intently to the sounds coming from the living room, fearing that my mother, despite her reluctance to mention my uncle, might secretly go to the prison gate to meet him, for blood ties run deep. However, she did not, She prepared breakfast for me, as she always did, called me to wake up, and then returned to her room to sleep. I hurriedly got out of bed, quickly ate my meal, and rushed out to catch the first bus to the city. Lugo had sponsored me for the fare, as he too hoped for my uncle's swift return to power. As I sat on the bus, my heart raced with anticipation at the thought of soon meeting my legendary uncle. I wished the bus would go faster, ever faster. The city's first prison was situated in a remote area on the outskirts, where my father also resided. However, since my father was imprisoned, my mother had never taken me to visit him, and I remained unaware of the reasons behind this decision. Upon arriving in the suburbs, I jumped off the bus and walked 2 miles, finally reaching the fabled first prison. Much like what I had seen on television, the prison exuded an air of solemnity, with its imposing iron gates obstructing all views, guarded by 2 armed officers. Opposite the prison lay a wide road, flanked by dense cornfields, with few vehicles or pedestrians passing by, lending an eerie and mysterious ambience to the place. For some reason, I felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the prison, and the 2 armed guards kept glancing in my direction, prompting me to hide in the adjacent cornfield and continuously peer out to see if my uncle had emerged. Just then, someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder, startling me to the point of nearly jumping. Turning around, I found a young man in his 20s. His hair dyed in streaks of red, dressed in flashy clothing, unmistakably a nonconformist. "What do you want?" I asked. The nonconformist pointed toward the prison gate and said, "Are you here to pick up the Little King Yin?" I had heard Lugu refer to my uncle as Little King Yin, and instinctively I responded with an "ah." "Yes." The nonconformist beamed and asked if I had heard of Little King Yan's exploits, thus coming to witness his grandeur. Unable to discern the nonconformist's true motives, I continued to reply in the affirmative. Standing tall, the nonconformist claimed that Little King Yin was his older brother, inviting me to ask him anything I wished to know. I scrutinized him, quickly concluding that he was lying, as my uncle had been incarcerated for nearly 20 years, while this nonconformist appeared to be no more than 25 or 26. Upon being exposed, he appeared slightly embarrassed and admitted that he had been boasting, stating he had come today in hopes of finding an opportunity to acknowledge Little King Yin as his older brother. He then asked me, "You share the same intention, don't you?" I was about to clarify that I was different, as Little King Yin was my uncle, but I thought it unwise to divulge so much to a stranger. So I simply nodded and replied yes. The non-mainstream individual, filled with excitement, patted my shoulder and exclaimed, "My confidant, you truly are my confidant." Nowadays, many have forgotten about the Little King Yin. Those who do remember him often dismiss him, claiming he has aged and lost his prowess. Yet, I refuse to succumb to such skepticism. A person of Little King Yan's caliber could never settle for mediocrity. Once he emerges, he is bound to achieve great things. The time is ripe for talent to be utilized, which is why I have come. When Little King Yin makes his triumphant return, I shall be his greatest ally, sharing in the glory of this realm. As the non-mainstream individual passionately articulated his dreams and plans, we heard the prison gate creak open at last. Both of us turned our gaze toward the entrance, where a tall man, clad in a tattered tank top, stepped out. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, with a ruggedly dark complexion and a scar running across his eyes, embodying the very image that Luga had described. Clearly, it was my uncle, the Little King Yin. The non-mainstream individual recognized him as well and exclaimed with fervor, "He has emerged! He has emerged!" My eccentric uncle, upon his release, first placed a cigarette between his lips and then approached a nearby armed police officer. Without uttering a word, the officer produced a lighter and ignited the cigarette for him. My uncle patted the officer on the shoulder, as if expressing gratitude or bidding farewell, exuding a certain charisma. My alternative friend trembled with excitement and immediately attempted to crawl out to greet my uncle. I, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. At that moment, however, a sudden roar of engines pierced the air as a fleet of luxurious black cars, BMWs, Mercedes, and Land Rovers, came racing down the street. Startled, my friend and I quickly retreated back into the cornfield. Yet my uncle remained motionless, cigarette in mouth, squinting at the approaching vehicles. The cars halted in unison at the prison entrance, followed by a cacophony of doors opening and closing. Out stepped 2 or 3 dozen men clad in black suits, led by a robust, bald figure who approached my uncle with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Lil Yama, you're out." My uncle continued to stand still, squinting at the bald man, seemingly oblivious to his presence. After a brief pause, he finally nodded slightly. The bald man beamed and reached for my uncle's belongings, saying, "Little Yama, the brothers are here to welcome you. We've prepared a banquet at the Zuyu restaurant. Let us head there now." Without a word, my uncle climbed into the front seat of the lead Land Rover, while the bald man called to his companions, "Let us go." The group boarded their vehicles, and once again, a thunderous roar of engines filled the air as the convoy sped away. In the cornfield, my friend and I exchanged glances, both having come to greet my uncle, yet we hadn't managed to speak with him at all. My friend scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed, and remarked, "It seems little Yama doesn't require anyone." His expression hinted at a desire to give up, but I quickly countered, "Not necessarily. He has just been released, and such a small entourage cannot suffice. Let us follow them. Perhaps there is still a chance." Regardless of my friend's resolve, I was determined to seek out my uncle. However, the sheer number of people earlier had intimidated me, so I sought my friend's company for fortitude, especially since I had no idea where the Zuyu restaurant was located. My friend, clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed, was easily persuaded by my words. He slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "That makes sense. Let us go right now." He then dashed into the cornfield, leaving me puzzled about his intentions. Suddenly, a rustling of corn leaves ensued as he emerged, pushing a bulky object before him. It was a battered 250 cubic centimeters motorcycle, its body caked with mud, a testament to years of rugged use. "What are you waiting for? Help me push the bike," he shouted. I assisted him in maneuvering the motorcycle out of the cornfield and onto the main road before we both mounted it. The unconventional spirit whisked me away, racing along the road with a small, worn-out speaker blaring a song at full volume. "Deer, fly slowly. Be cautious of the thorny roses ahead." The wind tousled my hair, and amidst the intoxicating melodies, I felt myself transform into a kindred nonconformist. Before long, we entered the city, where the nonconformist skillfully maneuvered the motorcycle, ultimately stopping before an impressive hotel. Indeed, the same vehicles that had picked up my uncle earlier were parked at the entrance. He parked the motorcycle and accompanied me inside the hotel. Upon inquiring with the staff, we learned that my uncle and his companions were on the second floor in the Wanghua Hall. The hotel's interior was lavishly decorated, adorned with artificial mountains, flowing water, and lush flora. It was my first visit to such a place, and I felt somewhat out of place. In contrast, the nonconformist strolled with confidence, knowing precisely where to turn and ascend. Could it be that I had misjudged him? Perhaps he was of notable origin? "I used to work here as a server," he remarked. I was left speechless. Soon, we arrived at the door of the Wanghua Hall, which was firmly shut. Yet the raucous sounds from within indicated that the revelry had commenced. The nonconformist raised his hand to knock, but I quickly stopped him, cautioning him against such recklessness, lest we provoke the burly patrons inside. He inquired about our course of action, to which I suggested we bide our time. Surely, the little king, Yin, would need to visit the restroom eventually. He conceded my point, and we waited at the entrance. Although the nonconformist had once worked as a server, the fast-paced nature of the hospitality industry meant that no one recognized him. Soon, a staff member approached us, inquiring about our presence. The nonconformist explained that our elder brother was dining inside, and we were merely standing guard. This was indeed a reasonable excuse. We waited for over half an hour, witnessing numerous men exit for the restroom, yet the little king, Yan, remained elusive. Seizing the moment when the door opened, I peered inside and spotted my uncle seated at the head of the table, with guests approaching to toast him, including a bald man who was jovially draping an arm around his neck. Today marked my uncle's release from prison, and the lavish welcome banquet should have elicited joy. However, for reasons unknown, his expression was persistently somber, betraying no hint of elation. Noticing my uncle's capacity for drink, I surmised that he would eventually need to relieve himself, so I resolved to wait patiently. After another half hour, the door to the Wanghua Hall swung open, and my uncle finally emerged. Having previously observed him from a distance at the prison gates, I had not been able to scrutinize his features closely. Now, However, I could see him clearly. Though his countenance was fierce, there were subtle resemblances to my mother in his eyes. After all, blood ties run deep. The moment I beheld my uncle, my nose tingled with emotion, and my eyes brimmed with tears. Memories of past humiliations flooded my mind, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably. As my uncle stepped out, two men followed closely behind, offering to assist him, but he waved them off, insisting they return, and walked out alone. The nonconformist, notably quicker on the uptake than I, darted forward and called out, "Brother Yin." My uncle came to a halt, surveying the scene with a furrowed brow, and inquired, "Who are you?" The nonconformist stood at attention, resembling a soldier awaiting inspection, and earnestly replied, "I am Li Igua, a villager from Siege de Township. I have heard tales of your exploits since childhood, and I have always regarded you as my idol. Today, upon learning of your release, I have come to escort you from prison, hoping to serve as your subordinate and follow you." Before he could finish his sentence, my uncle abruptly unleashed a kick that sent the nonconformist crashing to the ground. Before he could utter a sound, my uncle lunged forward, delivering a barrage of kicks and punches while hurling insults. "What do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak to me?" In an instant, the nonconformist was left incapacitated, groaning on the ground, cradling his head and pleading, "Brother Yin Wang, I was wrong, I was wrong." Yet, my uncle showed no mercy, seizing a nearby flower pot and smashing it over the nonconformist's head. The pot shattered into countless fragments, showering the nonconformist with dirt and blood. My uncle's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his neck, resembling a man possessed, even more frenzied than Zhao Song's father. In no time, the nonconformist was rendered mute, lying on the ground like a lifeless dog, enduring my uncle's relentless assault. Numerous bystanders gathered, yet none dared intervene. The previously mentioned bald man rushed forward, attempting to restrain my uncle, pleading for him to cease the violence. But my uncle continued to kick the nonconformist with wild abandon. I was utterly horrified by the scene, trembling as I retreated, unable to fathom that my uncle was capable of such brutality. The warmth I had imagined moments ago evaporated, and all I desired was to flee. For my uncle was a demon. Just then, my uncle seemed to notice me, his piercing gaze locking onto mine. "Stop," he bellowed. Instantly, I froze in place, my feet feeling as though they were anchored to the ground. With my uncle's sudden call, the nonconformist was spared further punishment, left groaning on the ground. My uncle, still wearing a grim expression, strode over, his eyes glinting with malevolence, sending chills coursing through my body. The bald man attempted once more to intervene, insisting that I was merely a child and that my uncle need not take his anger out on me. But my uncle paid him no heed, advancing steadily toward me. Towering over me, coupled with his fearsome demeanor, he loomed like a mountain, casting an oppressive shadow over my heart, suffocating me with his intimidating presence. I dared not move, not even a blink, the word uncle caught in my throat unutterable. I recalled the stories Lu Gu had shared about my uncle, a tyrant steeped in cruelty, responsible for the deaths of my grandmother and grandfather, which prompted my mother to avoid even mentioning his name. Somehow, I sensed that even if he recognized our kinship, he would show me no leniency. Soon, my uncle approached me, exuding a potent mix of alcohol and hostility. His countenance was etched with ferocity and malice as he fixed a piercing gaze upon me, inquiring, "Are you here to accompany me?" And no, I am not. My voice emerged as a mere whisper, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito, and my heart raced to my throat. A sinister smirk curled at the corners of my uncle's mouth as a large, veined hand slowly tightened around my throat. "Oh, then what brings you here?" he inquired, his grip growing tighter as he lifted me off the ground. While I could muster the courage to resist Zhao Song or Cheng Hu when they had me in their grasp, facing my uncle left me utterly paralyzed with fear, as if he might end my life in an instant. My throat constricted further, my face flushed crimson, and as breathing became increasingly laborious, I summoned every ounce of strength within me to cry out, "I am Wang Wei." Despite my uncle having been incarcerated before my birth, I instinctively felt he ought to recognize my name. Indeed, upon hearing it, his gaze flickered momentarily, after which he set me down and inquired, "Which Wang Wei?" I cleared my throat vigorously and took several deep breaths of fresh air before relaying my parents' names to him. His demeanor shifted noticeably, though he did not exhibit much astonishment. Rather, he scrutinized me from head to toe and remarked, "So it is you. You've grown quite a bit. What brings you here?" Although my uncle's expression remained largely unchanged, the absence of violence toward me and his attitude, which contrasted with that of the nonconformists, alleviated some of my trepidation. After a brief pause to compose myself, I asked, "Uncle, are you aware that my father is in prison?" His brows furrowed immediately, revealing his ignorance of the matter. I hastily recounted the events from over half a year ago, detailing how I had caused a classmate to suffer a concussion, how that classmate's father relentlessly pursued the matter, and how my father had subsequently injured him, resulting in a 7-year sentence. I recounted every detail to my uncle. Upon hearing this, he replied, "Well, isn't that just fine? What do you expect me to do? I can't save your father." I shook my head, insisting that was not my intention. I proceeded to share my recent tribulations, explaining how Zhao Song had been mercilessly bullying me, how Chung, who pretended to take me under his wing while compelling me to engage in unsavory deeds. And I pointed to the persistent marks on my neck, attributing them to their actions. My uncle glanced at the marks, but showed no visible reaction, merely asking, "Why were they able to strike you?" His question stumped me momentarily. After some contemplation, I replied, "Because there were so many of them." He let out a derisive laugh and said, "Oh, so what do you want from me?" I was at a loss for words. What did I want from my uncle? I had assumed that by sharing my plight, he would, like the parents of my classmates, rush to the school to defend me. He certainly had the capacity to do so. Yet, his demeanor suggested he was not inclined to take such action. A sense of urgency began to rise within me. I had endured humiliation and had even avoided the classroom, all for the purpose of retrieving my uncle from prison today, in hopes of making a grand return to school. Lugo was counting on good news for me. My uncle's expression was unyielding, as if I were not his nephew, but merely an ordinary stranger. Our first meeting, which I had envisioned would be filled with warmth and affection, had instead revealed him to be a cold, unyielding stone. "Do you expect me to intervene and help you deal with those 2 students?" he suddenly asked. I remained silent. Was that not a given? Why else would I have sought him out? "You can't be serious," he scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. "I'm over 40. You expect me to confront a couple of teenagers? It's quite the imagination you have. Besides, why should I help you? Just because I'm your uncle? Why don't you first ask your mother if she recognizes me as her brother?" My uncle's words fell upon me like a bucket of cold water, leaving me in shock. I had never encountered anyone who spoke to their nephew in such a manner. He truly was not an ordinary person, and my decision to seek him out had been a grave mistake. At that moment, a bald man approached and inquired about the situation. My uncle pointed at me, stating that I was his nephew who had been bullied at school and was seeking his assistance. Upon hearing this, the bald man cursed vehemently, exclaiming, "Who dares to bully our nephew? I will not let them go unpunished." However, the earlier words of my uncle had plunged me into despair. I realized that this uncle, who was all talk and no action, would never stand up for me. Reflecting on the 3 days I had spent in hopeful anticipation, even rising early to greet his release from prison, only to be met with such a disheartening outcome, filled me with a profound sense of sorrow. I felt like the most pitiful person in the world. Yet, the bald man's sudden appearance ignited a flicker of hope within me. I looked at him with longing, wishing that he could indeed fulfill his promise to help me deal with Chung, Hu, and Zhao Song. To my dismay, my uncle waved him off, declaring, "Don't mind him. He is just a worthless fool. I have no such nephew. Come, let us return to our revelry." With that, my uncle threw an arm around the bald man's shoulders and led him back to the private room. The bald man glanced back at me a few times, ultimately offering a resigned smile. Watching my uncle's figure recede into the distance, I understood that all my fantasies had been shattered. Any notion of a triumphant return or reclaiming my place at school was utterly impossible. Li Jiao looked down upon me. Zhao Song mocked me. Chung Hu scorned me, and even my uncle regarded me with disdain. I felt like a discarded doll, abandoned and alone, my heart shattered by my uncle's indifference. The world around me seemed cloaked in darkness, devoid of any light. The commotion continued within the private room. My uncle and his companions drinking merrily, as if the earlier insult had been forgotten in an instant. His nephew had been beaten and humiliated, standing outside in desperate plea for help, yet he remained oblivious, consumed by his own merriment. Such a person could hardly possess a heart. I stood there in a daze for what felt like an eternity until a nonconformist, battered and bruised, crawled towards me, jolting me back to reality. I quickly bent down to help him. We were now kindred spirits in our shared suffering. His plight was far worse than mine, with blood staining his head and body. I asked if he needed to go to the hospital, but he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "These minor injuries are nothing." Then he added, "Is little Yin Wan your uncle?" It was clear he had overheard the earlier exchange. I nodded slowly, and he looked at me with astonishment, saying, "You are in a far worse predicament than I am, to be so scorned by your own uncle. I am, after all, a stranger, given his temper. It would be normal for him to strike me. Yet your unconventional words pierce my heart once more, recalling the image of my uncle berating me as a worthless being. That humiliation surpassed even the combined insults of Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, unable to bear such anguish. I sorrowfully turned to leave, yearning to escape this place swiftly. As I reached the entrance of the hotel, an urgent sound of footsteps echoed behind me, accompanied by a voice calling, "Nephew, nephew." Turning around, I discovered it was the bald man from earlier. This bald fellow bore a face marked by rough features. Though clad in a suit, he could not conceal the air of a ruffian about him, clearly a man not to be trifled with. He rushed to my side, seized my arm, and said, "Nephew, do not blame your uncle. He is simply of that temperament. Which school do you attend? I will find a couple of people to help you." Observing the concern etched on the bald man's face, warmth flooded my heart, and tears nearly brimmed in my eyes. This was the demeanor expected of an elder. Why was my uncle so heartless? The bald man pulled me aside, urging me to remain calm and speak slowly. Listening to his kind words felt akin to a drowning person finally grasping a lifeline. With a bald man's strength, he could undoubtedly assist me in reclaiming my dignity at school. Just as I prepared to recount my plight, a sudden roar erupted. "What are you doing? Leave him be." Looking up, I was taken aback to see my uncle approaching, his face contorted with rage. He shoved the bald man aside and pointed at me, yelling, "You worthless wretch! Get as far away from me as you can." My uncle's callous words felt like a cruel kick, plunging me back into the depths of despair just as I clutched at hope. I struggled to breathe, trembling uncontrollably on the verge of collapse. The bald man continued to plead with my uncle, arguing that I was just a child and asking what harm it would do to lend a hand. He even offered to assist on my behalf if my uncle was unwilling. Yet my uncle remained unyielding, repeatedly labeling me a waste, insisting I had no right to his aid, and ordering me to leave at once. His words struck me like relentless blows, assaulting both my body and soul. In that moment, I found an unexpected surge of courage and shouted at my uncle, "I swear, even if I die, I will never seek you out again. You are no uncle of mine." Upon uttering those words, a sense of relief washed over me, and I dashed out of the hotel. As I walked along the bustling city streets, the glaring sunlight felt overwhelming. The cacophony of vehicles surrounded me, yet all the commotion seemed entirely irrelevant to my plight. The heat was stifling, but an involuntary chill coursed through my body. Suddenly, an itchiness in my eyes compelled me to wipe them, revealing the tears that had begun to flow. Yes, after enduring such sorrow, it was long overdue for me to cry. After all, I was merely a 15-year-old child. I lost track of time and distance until I could no longer continue, finally resting beneath a pedestrian overpass. As I lifted my gaze, I noticed the sun was nearing its descent, signifying that an entire day had elapsed. Surprisingly, despite having not consumed a morsel, I felt no pangs of hunger. My mind was consumed by the grotesque visages of Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, alongside the disdainful phrase uttered by the wolves of my misfortune, ultimately freezing on the unyielding countenance of my uncle. Good for nothing. It seemed as though everyone was whispering these words to me, because I was deemed worthless. They felt emboldened to bully and insult me without reservation, even after I risked my life to save Li Jiao. All I received in return was her admonition not to harbor excessive fantasies. Even my own uncle pointed at me, telling me to leave. Was I truly a good-for-nothing? Bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, I clenched my fists tightly, filled with indignation. In the vivid images that flooded my mind, my father repeatedly thrust a knife into the deranged Zhao. Gradually, my hand slipped into my pocket, grasping the cold handle of a knife. This blade had been prepared 3 days prior, intended for a final confrontation with Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, but Lu Gu had intervened, consequently revealing the truth about my uncle. For 3 days, I'd been fantasizing about the grandeur that would unfold upon my uncle's release from prison. But now that dream lay shattered, leaving me isolated once more. Upon reflection, I realized that I had merely returned to square one, to the solitary stance I had initially adopted to confront this world on my own. I could act impulsively once, surely I could do so again. Rather than live a life of ignominy, looked down upon by all, I prefer to live fiercely at least once, just as my father did. Even if my brilliance were to be as fleeting as a shooting star, I would strive to make my existence known to the world. After making this decision, I felt an immense weight lifted from my shoulders, and thus I boarded the last bus home. Upon my return, everything appeared as usual. My mother remained oblivious to my meeting with my uncle, unaware of the reckless decision I had made. She simply urged me to eat and retire early, reminding me that the high school entrance examination was just over 2 weeks away, encouraging me to put forth my best effort. The entrance examination? It seemed I would have no opportunity to partake. Lying in bed, I repeatedly caressed the handle of the knife. With each touch, my heartbeat quickened, and my blood surged with fervor. The following morning, I shouldered my backpack once more, concealing the fruit knife in my pocket. After bidding farewell to my mother, I stepped outside. The school entrance was bustling with activity, and just as I prepared to enter, Lu Gu intercepted me, brimming with excitement. He inquired about my uncle's arrival, eagerly anticipating his grand entrance. I looked at him and replied coolly, "He won't be coming." I had no desire to elaborate further. With the knife handle firmly grasped in my pocket and a visage of indifference, I strode towards the teaching building, my steps resolute and unwavering. As I stepped into the corridor of our grade, it was to no one's surprise that a multitude of students gazed at me in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost, accompanied by a flurry of hushed whispers. "Isn't that Wang Wei? I heard he dropped out. Why is he back? Goodness, it truly is Wang Wei. What is he thinking, wanting to be paraded around like a dog by Zhao Song and Cheng Hu? How brazen. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't dare return." Yet, I paid no heed to the cacophony of reactions, some incredulous, some gleeful, some indifferent, as I walked expressionlessly into my classroom. Upon taking my seat, a voice immediately broke the silence. "Why are you back again?" Turning around, I found it was Li Jiao. Ever since I had splashed her with red sugar water, leading her to flee in tears, she had not graced the classroom with her presence for several days. Likely recuperating at home, her complexion, now as fair and smooth as ever, suggested she had indeed recovered. When she addressed me, she maintained an air of superiority, tinged with disdain, as if she were a queen and I her servant. However, I offered her no kindness, replying coldly, "It's none of your business." Li Jiao's expression was one of indignation, as though she wished to rebuke me, but ultimately restrained herself, saying, "I've heard about the incident from a few days ago. Since you cannot stand up to those two, why come back?" She was clearly referring to the humiliation I had endured at the hands of Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, a memory I wished to forget. A profound disgrace that had left my face flushed with shame. I gritted my teeth and retorted, "Say that again, and it will still be none of your concern." Startled by my fierce demeanor, Li Jiao took a moment to gather herself before asking why I was behaving in such a manner. Claiming she was only looking out for my best interests, wondering why I was acting like an ungrateful wretch. I found her arrogance particularly irksome. Was there anyone more ungrateful than she? My eyes turned a fierce crimson as I glared at her, warning, "If you keep prattling, I will throw you out." I had little patience for her, my thoughts consumed by Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, leaving me no leisure to engage in trivialities. Having already dared to douse her with boiling sugar water, she recognized the gravity of my words and fell silent, muttering after a prolonged pause, "What a lunatic." I ignored her, my gaze fixed intently on the classroom door. With only a few minutes until class commenced, I was certain Zhao Song and Chung Hu would arrive, at least one of them, for otherwise they would not be true to their nature. Indeed, scarcely 2 minutes had passed when a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, as a throng of 20 or 30 students entered in unison. Leading the charge were the smug faces of Zhao Song and Chung Hu. I had anticipated one. To my surprise, both had come together. This was fortuitous. If we were to confront them, we would do so in unison. I slipped my hand into my pocket and firmly grasped the cold handle of my knife. The classroom, already cramped, felt even more so with the sudden influx of bodies. However, my classmates were all kind-hearted, immediately rising to retreat to the back of the classroom, clearing a considerable space for them. Yet, Li Jiaojiao did not leave. She remained by my side, appearing somewhat benevolent. A circle of people surrounded me, while Zhao Song and Chung Hu stood side by side at my desk, both wearing expressions of eager excitement. Zhao Song even licked his lips, as if he had finally encountered a source of amusement. Just days prior, these two were not on amicable terms. Yet now, they stood united on the same front due to me, having morphed into inseparable companions, a rather amusing turn of events. The classroom was enveloped in silence, all eyes fixed upon me, as I had recently become the center of attention. Zhao Song, with a grin, remarked, "Wang Wei, I thought you weren't coming. I'm relieved you Haven Tea disappointed me." Before me, Zhao Song perpetually wore this air of nonchalance, as if he had already secured his victory over me. I chose to disregard his words, instead locking my gaze onto his eyes, my hands in my pockets tightening, prepared to deliver a decisive blow at any moment. At that moment, Li Jiaojiao stood up and exclaimed, "You two have gone far enough. Isn't this a bit excessive?" I was not surprised that Li Jiaojiao spoke on my behalf. Ever since my father was imprisoned, she had become aware of her own shortcomings. Although she still looked down upon me, she generally offered me a degree of protection. However, her capabilities were limited. Apart from voicing her concerns, she could hardly assist me. In a physical confrontation, she would not stand a chance. And if it came to summoning help, she could not muster anyone more formidable than Zhao Song and Chung Hu. Thus, apart from delaying the inevitable, she was of little use, and I found her interference quite unwelcome, as it hindered my plans. Despite the volume of her voice, Zhao Song and Chung Hu paid her no heed. Zhao Song merely rolled his eyes and retorted, "Shut it, you little brat. I suggest you mind your own business, or you might find yourself in trouble." Unfazed, Li Jiaojiao stepped in front of me, puffing out her chest and declaring, "Oh really? Let us see what you intend to do." Zhao Song, let me remind you, this is a society governed by law. Don't compel us to call the authorities. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Song and Chung Hu erupted into laughter, their entourage joining in, filling the classroom with their boisterous mirth. They were indeed justified in their laughter. Students of our age knew that even if a report were made to the police, it would merely be referred back to the school for resolution. The implications of that were all too clear. Li Jiaojiao, however, was oblivious to this reality. Her face flushed as she demanded, "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong in what I said?" Chung Hu, offering no explanation, simply waved his hand to silence the laughter before addressing her. "Li Jiaojiao, why are you so protective of him? Did he tell you I intended to drug you?" "Let me clarify, that is not the case. Don't believe his nonsense. It was he who wished to do so. Last time, I took the perilous risk of defying Chung Hu to drive away Li Jiaojiao, for which I endured a severe beating from him. In Chung Hu's perception, I was merely a brazen individual acting out of a desire to please Li Jiaojiao, undoubtedly eager to take credit for my actions in her presence, and he had presumably already recounted the incident to her. Unfortunately for him, he was mistaken. I had not mentioned this matter to Li Jiaojiao, and it is easy to imagine her bewilderment. "What are you talking about?" It was then that Chung Hu realized I had remained silent, yet he found himself in a predicament and had no choice but to feign surprise, continuing, "You are not aware of this? Previously, when I was with Wang Wei, he expressed his disdain for you and plotted to drug you for some advantage. I refused to allow him to proceed, but he was obstinate, and that is why we fell out. I, Chung Hu, am forthright and absolutely refuse to associate with such despicable companions. I had never anticipated that Chung Hu would so brazenly distort the truth, casting the blame upon me. The crux of the matter was that his public image had always been commendable, exuding the aura of a righteous elder brother, which lent credibility to his words. Consequently, after he spoke, a cacophony of murmurs erupted in our class, and with the embellishments of Chung Hu's sycophants, the entire issue of drugging was laid solely at my feet, articulated with such vividness that it appeared I was indeed the perpetrator. With so many voices accusing me, and the formidable Chung Hu himself publicly denouncing me, I found myself rendered speechless, unable to refute their claims amidst the growing clamor around me. Observing Wang Wei, who seemed rather honest, I was taken aback to discover his true, vile nature. Honest? Huh. Just look at his father, notorious for his integrity. Yet he brutally assaulted Zhao Song's father without a second thought. Like father, like son, they are indeed cut from the same cloth. It is no wonder Chung Hu severed ties with him. I, too, would find it intolerable to associate with such a loathsome companion. Previously, I felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Wei when he was dragged about like a dog, yet I never anticipated he could harbor such depravity. He deserved every blow he received. Countless piercing voices surged towards me from all directions, their words like daggers, piercing my chest and constricting my breath. When I had been dragged along the ground like a dog, I thought that was the most excruciating moment of my life. When my uncle berated me as a worthless failure, I believed that was my greatest suffering. Only now do I comprehend that those instances pale in comparison to the horror of being wronged and misunderstood. An act I did not commit has been indisputably affixed to my name, with everyone fervently convinced of my guilt, showering me with unrelenting scorn and derision, while I find myself powerless to respond. Even if I attempted to defend myself, no one would listen. This is the darkest hour of existence. Even Li Jiao turned back, incredulously asking me, is what he said true? In the face of Chung Hu's egregious slander, everyone chose to blindly believe him, and a torrent of insults and vitriol came crashing down upon me. In their eyes, I had become a despicable little wretch, while Chung Hu was exalted as a gallant hero, disdainful of associating with someone of my ilk. I refrained from addressing Li Jiao's inquiries, for I understood that my words would be futile, while Chung Hu feigned benevolence, urging Li Jiao to distance herself from a scoundrel like me. After a moment of hesitation, she indeed turned and walked towards the back of the classroom, while Zhao Song and Chung Hu tightened their encirclement around me. Chung Hu scoffed. Wang Wei, do you have anything to say? In that moment, I grasped the essence of true despair. It was not the physical blows or verbal insults, nor the disdain from loved ones, but rather the insidious slander and wrongful accusations, accompanied by an utter lack of allies. Strangely, I felt an urge to laugh, to mock the ignorance of those around me, to deride the injustice of this world. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I found myself genuinely laughing, tears streaming down my face, my body bent over in mirth. My sudden outburst of laughter startled Zhao Song and Chung Hu, who inquired about my mental state. I stifled my laughter and pointed at them, declaring, I find it amusing that you resort to such elaborate tactics against a worthless individual like me. Does it not seem excessive to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Chung Hu snorted, retorting that they had no need for tactics. They simply demanded that I leave the school promptly, or else they would trouble me daily. Hearing such words, I erupted into laughter once again, as if I had just encountered the most ludicrous joke in existence. While my previous laughter might have merely provoked Zhao Song and Chung Hu's desire to torment me further, this latest outburst shifted their expressions slightly, for my laughter was loud and wild, as if I held the world in disdain. This was only natural for my eyes. They had become mere specters. How could I not laugh with such abandon? Zhao Song gently tugged at Chung Hu's arm, saying, Tiger, something seems off with this kid. Let's not provoke a lunatic. But Chung Hu scoffed, dismissing the concern, asserting that my resilience under pressure was formidable, and that I would return to school even after being treated like a dog. He pointed at me, demanding, Wang Wei, stop pretending to be mad. Will you leave the school or not? I ceased my laughter, fixing my gaze intently on Chung Hu, while my hand subtly withdrew the knife's hilt, preparing to seize the opportune moment. Alas, just then, the class bell rang. Zhao Song appeared to breathe a sigh of relief and turned to leave, while Chung-Hu added, "You look unconvinced. Fine, after class, we shall meet on the basketball court, and we will have our fun then." In an instant, Zhao Song and Chung-Hu exited the classroom, followed by their sycophants. The classroom, once filled with raucous noise, finally fell silent. The students who had previously vacated their seats returned, yet Li Jiao did not come back, opting instead to sit in the chair of another student who was absent that day, clearly intent on maintaining her distance from me. It mattered little. I had long since grown accustomed to her ways. The teacher has yet to arrive, and my classmates are cautiously scrutinizing me. Some express sympathy, others pity, while a few revel in my misfortune. Whispers circulate about how the class commenced so abruptly, interrupting what they deemed an entertaining spectacle. Little do they realize that the ringing of the school bell has spared Zhao Song and Chung-Hu from a dire fate, had it not wrong. One of them would be gravely injured, if not dead. I released my grip on the knife's handle and took a seat. Whether or not class commenced mattered little to me, for I had already resolved to face the consequences. Throughout the lesson, my attention drifted as I anxiously awaited the bell's chime. Yet this class seemed to stretch endlessly, each minute feeling like an eternity. At long last, the bell rang, signaling the end. It was time to reclaim my dignity. As soon as the teacher departed, I stood up, a surge of fervor igniting within me. Just as I was about to stride out, someone unexpectedly grasped my arm. It was Li Jiao. Previously, Chung-Hu had falsely accused me of drugging her, but she had chosen to believe his crude lie, turning her back on me and avoiding my presence, seemingly ashamed to associate with me. Her attitude had initially disappointed me, but I had more pressing matters at hand, so I paid her little mind. However, just as I was about to leave, she intercepted me once more, leaving me perplexed. Li Jiao released my arm and inquired if I had considered the consequences of stepping outside. Given Chung-Hu and Zhao Song's viciousness in the school building, would the outside world not be even more perilous? Though her words stemmed from concern, they were delivered with an air of superiority, as if I were incapable of understanding the gravity of the situation. I retorted, "You needn't worry about that." I attempted to walk away again, but Li Jiao grew agitated. "Wang Wei, you know full well that if anything were to happen to you, my father would certainly intervene. Are you intent on burdening my family? True, your father is imprisoned, and that is my fault, but my father has done enough already. Must you truly continue to impose on us for a lifetime?" Her words struck like a barrage of bullets, each syllable piercing my heart. Over the past 6 months, her father had indeed shown kindness to my family, frequently visiting and bringing gifts, though most were declined by my mother. Only a small portion was accepted out of necessity, merely rice, flour, and oil. Yet, to Li Jiao, these ordinary items had become her family's benevolence, twisted into leverage against mine, as if my mother and I were insatiable leeches unwilling to detach from her father's generosity. My father had sacrificed 7 years of his life in prison. Although I had long grown accustomed to Li Jiao's lofty demeanor, brimming with superiority, I still found it intolerable to hear her utter such words. At that moment, rage surged through me, causing my entire body to tremble, every inch of my skin echoing with furious roars, as if I yearned to draw a blade and strike her down. However, I ultimately suppressed my anger, recognizing that I had far more pressing matters to attend to, rendering any time spent on an ignorant and arrogant woman unnecessary. Gritting my teeth, I retorted, "Rest assured, should anything unfortunate befall me, your family need not concern themselves." With that, I turned once more and, fueled by an overwhelming fury, strode towards the door. Behind me, Li Jiao's voice rang out, "Fine, that's her word. Be sure not to backtrack or seek my family again. After all, you previously intended to drug me. So I suppose we're even now, and you can no longer invoke your father in this matter." Ignoring her, I continued my forward march, a sense of exhilaration bubbling within me at the thought of the impending battle, as if flames were igniting throughout my very being. My heart was in turmoil. Upon exiting the classroom, I discovered a crowd of students gathered in the corridor, all eyes fixed upon me. Initially, I was bewildered, but as I made my way downstairs, I realized that they were all aware of the rendezvous arranged between Chung-Hu and Zhao Song at the basketball court, and thus had come to witness the spectacle. A bitter smile crept across my face. These onlookers always seemed eager to revel in chaos. After this fleeting amusement, a profound sense of sorrow washed over me. In the face of such an ordeal, not a single soul offered assistance. Instead, they surrounded me like a monkey in a zoo. Could anyone be more lamentable than I? Very well, let them come. It would be a chance for them to witness how I would confront Cheng Hu and Zhao Song. My gaze sharpened, my expression resolute. As I strode purposefully downstairs, a throng of spectators trailing behind me, their whispers infiltrating my ears. I can't believe he dares to go through with it, one murmured. Indeed, most would have long abandoned school by now. Is he out of his mind? Regardless of any potential consequences, as long as there was a spectacle to behold, they seemed indifferent, for it was not they who would bear the brunt of the violence. Behind me, laughter and derision echoed, yet no empathy was to be found. I pondered the nature of their hearts. How could they be so cold and unfeeling? Were they even human? As I reached the ground floor, the number of students following me had swelled to 200 or 300, all seemingly unwilling to miss the impending drama. I thought the crowd was already substantial, but upon arriving at the basketball court, I was astounded to see a sea of people, leading me to question whether the entire school had gathered. The basketball court was a veritable mass of bodies, densely packed, rendering it impossible to gauge the crowd size. Could it be that all these individuals had come to see me? Had I truly become this renowned? The summer sun blazed overhead, and yet these spectators braved the oppressive heat to witness the unfolding drama, leaving me both amused and incredulous. "Here comes Wang Wei," someone in the crowd exclaimed, igniting a wave of excitement as countless heads turned in my direction. I had never experienced such attention before. It seemed that my previous humiliation at the hands of Cheng Hu and Zhao Song had catapulted me to notoriety within the school. The crowd parted, granting me unobstructed passage toward the basketball court. At the end of this path stood Cheng Hu and his sycophants, their faces grim. However, Zhao Song was conspicuously absent. Initially, I assumed he was simply lost in the crowd, but as I drew nearer, it became clear that he was indeed missing. Reflecting on his earlier apprehension and advice to Cheng Hu to leave, I surmised that he had chosen to stay away. That fellow is cunning, indeed. The crowd moved with me until I stood a mere 5 or 6 paces from Cheng Hu, halting my advance. In that moment, our gazes locked, each of us poised for what was to come. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a pin dropping could be heard amidst the hushed breaths of the crowd. The effect was more profound than the principal's speech. Cheng Hu, maintaining his aloof demeanor, chuckled. "I never expected you to actually show up." I chose to ignore his taunt and scan the surroundings, inquiring about Zhao Song. Clearly, Cheng Hu was equally oblivious to Zhao's whereabouts, prompting him to ask a nearby student. The student replied, "Brother Song has a bit of a stomach issue. He said he would join us shortly and asked us to handle things in the meantime." Upon hearing this, my suspicions were confirmed. Zhao Song had sensed danger and concocted an excuse to stay away, proving himself a cunning fox. However, Cheng Hu lacked Zhao's perceptive nature. Or perhaps he simply dismissed me entirely. With a grandiose wave of his hand, he boisterously proclaimed, "Damn it, a lazy donkey makes more mess. Let's deal with this kid." Then, addressing me with a loud voice, Cheng Hu declared, "As everyone knows, this kid once followed me, and I genuinely regarded him as a brother. However, subsequent events have made his character abundantly clear. He is utterly depraved and vile. Thus, I expelled him and have resolved to personally cleanse our ranks." As before, he donned an air of righteous indignation and moral superiority, seeking justification before the impending altercation, as if he felt discomfort without this facade. The crowd, eager to align with his narrative, erupted in applause, showering him with sycophantic praises, even taking jabs at me. "Brother, who is formidable. Brother, who is powerful. He is the most righteous leader at our school. If everyone were as just as him, what a wonderful world it would be. Scoundrels like Wang Wei should be expelled from school at the earliest opportunity." Amid the clamor and chaos, I remained silent, accustomed to such treatment and knowing that my words would fall on deaf ears. In the midst of the ruckus, Cheng Hu smirked at me, taunting, "Kid, are you ready to be treated like a dog once more?" I chose to remain indifferent, maintaining a composed expression, reminiscent of my father's calm demeanor when confronting Zhao. As the noise gradually subsided, I replied. There's no rush. Let's wait for Zhao Song. I was certain that once I confronted Cheng Hu, there would be no turning back, and I would likely find myself at the police station moments later. Therefore, I needed to wait for Zhao Song to arrive, so I could deal with both of them simultaneously, ensuring I wouldn't suffer losses. Yet, Cheng Hu misinterpreted my hesitation as disdain. His once imposing visage twisted into a menacing snarl as he barked at me. Wang Wei, are you foolish? I alone am enough to handle you. What are you waiting for Zhao Song for? I was reluctant to make the first move, knowing it would lead to an irreversible path. So I shook my head and replied, it's not that. I simply believe it would be more entertaining if both of you took me on together. A sudden eruption of laughter resonated around me, clearly finding my reasoning utterly absurd. While I was aware of the ridiculousness of my situation, I could not conjure any alternative justifications. Thus, amidst their uproarious mirth, I maintained an air of calm, directing my gaze towards Cheng Hu. Cheng Hu, equally perplexed and amused, remarked, Wang Wei, others claim we've driven you to madness, and I was skeptical, but it seems there might be truth in their words. Is it truly more entertaining for two of us to deal with you? I've never encountered such a ludicrous excuse in my life. Very well, I shall indulge you. Wait for Zhao Song to arrive. He then instructed one of his subordinates to summon Zhao Song. Until Zhao Song's arrival, I remained momentarily safe, standing still with my hand firmly grasping the knife's hilt concealed in my pocket. The sweltering summer sun blazed above, leaving the basketball court devoid of any shade, forcing the crowd to endure the relentless heat alongside me. Initially, the spectators awaited with keen interest, but as time dragged on with no sign of Zhao Song, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere and scorching sun, murmurs of discontent began to ripple through the crowd. Some urged Cheng Hu to take action, insisting that I was merely stalling and they should not fall for my ruse. Even Cheng Hu displayed signs of impatience, frequently glancing towards the academic building. Fortunately, the subordinate returned at last, whispering something into Cheng Hu's ear. Cheng Hu's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Is it that serious? They've gone to the infirmary? The subordinate confirmed. Yes, it seems he has contracted dysentery. Cheng Hu protested. What nonsense! Wasn't he fine just this morning? How could he suddenly have dysentery? A buzz of confusion spread through the crowd, questioning whether the confrontation would proceed as planned, having already waited for so long. Cheng Hu looked at me and said, Wang Wei, you are fortunate. Zhao Song cannot make it. Allow me to handle you alone. Yet, a cold smile crept across my face as I retorted, Cheng Hu, do you understand? Zhao Song is far more astute than you. You are merely a muscle-bound simpleton. Cheng Hu, along with the surrounding crowd, wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to grasp my meaning. I continued, do you know why Zhao Song isn't coming? Because he fears me. Cheng Hu paused momentarily, then burst into raucous laughter, his face contorting in mirth. The crowd erupted in laughter, the entire basketball court engulfed in their cacophony. Can you believe he claims Zhao Song fears him? Is he out his mind? I heard someone exclaim. This fellow has truly lost his wits, asserting that Zhao Song is afraid of him. I have witnessed many delusions, but never one quite like this. Wang Wei is quite the character. I believe he deserves a humor award. He is undoubtedly the funniest person in our school. As I watched Cheng Hu, who was laughing so hard he was nearly in tears, my eyes gradually narrowed. I realized that the cunning fox, Zhao Song, would not be coming after all. Considering his luck, I now had to focus solely on Cheng Hu. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd remained distracted by their laughter, I suddenly drew my knife from my pocket and lunged towards Cheng Hu. The humiliation of being dragged along the ground like a mere dog is a sensation I never wish to endure again in my life. Thus, this time, I wagered all my dignity and conviction, empowering me to surge forward with unwavering determination. Soon, I found myself before Cheng Hu. However, being a living being, despite my swift approach, I ultimately drew his attention, still caught in a fit of laughter. Initially perplexed by my audacity, his expression shifted to one of astonishment and fear as he discerned the glint of my weapon. Realizing the threat, he promptly recoiled. Wang Wei, you've lost your mind. Cheng Hu shouted, raising his arm in defense. Yet, it was too late. With a piercing cry, he felt the searing sting of blood cascading from his arm. In that moment, a brilliant light ignited in my eyes, and an inexhaustible power surged within me, a sensation that drove me to madness, intoxicating me with fervor. However, I lacked substantial combat experience. Though I possessed unprecedented momentum and audacity, my technique was utterly chaotic and unrefined, devolving into wild, flailing strikes. Chung Hu, having established his reputation as a formidable figure in our meager school, was no mere pretender. After a series of retreats, he suddenly seized my wrist and bellowed, "Finish him off!" At that instant, the surrounding students, including Chung Hu's sycophants, were rendered speechless by my actions. It was only upon Chung Hu's commanding shout that they sprang into action, overwhelming me in a frenzy and pinning me to the ground. I struggled desperately, howling in futility, completely immobilized. Chung Hu stamped his foot on my hand, eliciting a pained scream as my knife clattered to the ground. He picked it up, panting as he remarked, "Well done, Wang Wei, you even dare to wield a knife. Who would have thought this worthless wretch possessed such courage?" With that, he brandished the knife before my eyes, brandishing it like a trophy, his face contorted with a sinister grin. The crowd erupted into whispers, some marveling at my audacity, while others scoffed at the futility of my weapon against Chung Hu's prowess. My arms and legs were restrained, my face pressed against the scorching ground. Chung Hu, wielding my knife, taunted, "Wang Wei, an eye for an eye," as the old adage goes. "You've wounded my arm. It's only fitting I return the favor. Where shall I stab you?" In that moment, despair engulfed my heart. Just days prior, I had failed to best Zhao Song and Chung Hu with a mere stick, believing that a knife would grant me an advantage. Yet, I found myself weaponless and still outmatched by Chung Hu. My uncle's words rang true. I was indeed a failure, deserving of the beatings and humiliation I received. Overwhelmed and disarmed, I could only envision the ensuing degradation that Chung Hu would inflict upon me. Alas, what recourse did I have? A wretch like me was destined to remain at the bottom of the food chain. Tears began to flow, splattering onto the searing ground, not from the impending humiliation, but from the sorrow of my own impotence and the despair of my wretched fate. Once brimming with confidence and fervor, I now lay in a state of disarray, devoid of spirit, all within the span of mere minutes. I failed to comprehend why. In a world that necessitates the existence of the weak, it must be I who bears this burden. No, I refuse to accept this fate. It is often said that nobility is not a matter of lineage. After all, Chung Hu is but a petty thug. What gives him the right to impose his will upon me? Ha! The lad is crying. At that moment, one of Chung Hu's sycophants, as if discovering a new world, exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he is truly weeping. How amusing it is! Just moments ago he was so brazen, boasting that even Zhao Song feared him, and now he has dissolved into tears. This fellow is quite the jester. I believe Wang Wei could easily claim the title of our school's premier master of humor. I find him utterly delightful to watch. To dare challenge Brother Hu, he deserves this fate. A chorus of derision erupted around us, and Chung Hu, with a grin, taunted, "So now you know how to cry? Where was this sentiment earlier? Just moments ago, you were so bold, calling me a simpleton with brawn, but no brains. Allow me to demonstrate who the true fool is." The crowd responded with raucous cheers, and Chung Hu clearly reveled in the attention, brandishing his knife threateningly. Though my eyes glimmered with tears, they now bore a more ferocious glint than ever, and I gritted my teeth, declaring, "Chung Hu, if you fail to extinguish me today, I shall return with a vengeance." "Very well. Let us see how much resolve you possess," Chung Hu replied, his knife slicing through the air without hesitation. However, as the blade drew near, a languid voice unexpectedly broke through the commotion. "You all certainly know how to cause a ruckus. Do you not allow anyone to bask in the sun in peace?" This voice, though not loud and seemingly distant, carried an unmistakable air of authority, compelling the crowd to turn their attention, even causing Chung Hu to halt his advance. I opened my eyes and turned towards the source of the voice. It was the wolf, the leader of our review class, our middle school S champion. At that moment, he approached with a basketball in hand, flanked by his comrades from the review class. The instant the wolf appeared, the atmosphere fell silent. All eyes fixated upon him, imbued with a sense of reverence, as if welcoming a sovereign. Even Chung Hu hastily rose, exclaiming, "Brother Wolf, when did you arrive?" "Huh? I have always been here. It is merely that your gaze has been too lofty to perceive me," the wolf replied as he advanced. Chung Hu quickly nodded and bowed, saying, "How could that be? Had I known you were present, I would have certainly greeted you. It's just that there are too many people here." Thanks to the wolf's unexpected arrival, I narrowly escaped a dire situation. However, I understood this reprieve was temporary. The wolf could not truly save me. He was merely curious to see what transpired, and perhaps he would join Chung Hu in tormenting me. As I pondered this, the wolf and his companions had already reached us, prompting Chung Hu to swiftly retrieve a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to the wolf. However, the wolf did not respond. Instead, he raised a basketball in his hands and forcefully brought it down upon Chung Hu's head. "It's chaotic," he uttered. The wolf unexpectedly struck, leaving Chung Hu momentarily dazed. After a prolonged pause, Chung Hu finally managed to say, "Brother Wolf." Once again, the wolf lifted the basketball and violently slammed it down. This time, it struck Chung Hu's nose, causing blood to gush forth. While he staggered backward and collapsed onto the ground, clutching his nose in silence. Although the wolf was from a remedial class, he was not particularly tall, standing half a head shorter than the robust Chung Hu. Nevertheless, the wolf was quite muscular. His black tank top accentuated his well-defined physique and paired with his sun-kissed complexion. He appeared quite formidable. His sudden appearance and the forceful blow with the basketball stunned everyone present, leaving them bewildered as to the reason behind the sudden aggression. Grasping the basketball, the wolf muttered, "My heart is in turmoil. I need some emptiness." 15. The Enraged Wolf. This phrase resembles a lyric. Much like the Yangtze River flows eastward, its waves wash away the heroes. Yet the mention of the wolf is uttered softly rather than sung aloud. Just as it was last time, just as I was unable to decipher the wolf's thoughts before, I find myself equally perplexed now. Although his arrival has extricated me from a dire situation and avenged me, I do not believe he came here for my sake. Perhaps he merely found the chaos too bothersome, disrupting his sunbathing, and thus took out his frustration on Chung Hu. The scene fell into an eerie silence, no one daring to whisper any longer. Chung Hu, seated on the ground, clutched his bleeding nose, his expression one of trepidation, eyes wide with fear as he gazed at the wolf, resembling a frightened dog. It was the first time I had witnessed such an expression on his face. The once arrogant and cunning Chung Hu seemed to have vanished. I lay on the ground as well, yet the wolf did not cast a glance my way. Instead, he approached Chung Hu directly and inquired, "Speak up. Why is there such chaos?" In the preceding moment, all eyes were on me, anticipating my brutal beating at Chung Hu's hands. In the next, the focus shifted entirely to Chung Hu, and I was forgotten in an instant. The wheel of fortune turns rather swiftly. From the moment the wolf appeared and struck Chung Hu with a basketball, he finally allowed Chung Hu the opportunity to speak. Chung Hu seized this chance, showcasing his eloquence as he spun a tale, of course reversing the truth, pointing at me and claiming that I had been bullied from the outset. Seeing my plight, he took me under his wing, but after a few days, he discovered my flawed character and my ill intentions toward the girl, which led him to expel me. In retaliation, I harbored resentment and stabbed him, thus finding myself in this predicament. Upon hearing this, the wolf paused momentarily before raising the basketball once more and bringing it down forcefully upon Chung Hu's head. "Nonsense," he stated. "Anyone who has played basketball knows the excruciating pain of a ball striking one's head." With the wolf's powerful arms, each blow was delivered with full force. By the third strike, Chung Hu appeared to be faltering, his body swaying slightly, clearly dazed. Then the wolf remarked, "Others may not know you, but I certainly do. You've indulged in such acts before, haven't you? Must you always resort to the same tactics?" At this juncture, the wolf suddenly reached into Chung Hu's pocket and extracted a small paper packet. With a flick of his fingers, white powder floated into the air. "Now, explain this to me," the wolf demanded, forcefully slamming the empty packet against Chung Hu's face. Chung Hu wore a look of bewilderment, and the crowd erupted in astonishment. Though the wolf's words were succinct and his actions straightforward, everyone understood the situation at hand. Previously, when Chung Hu had distorted the truth in the classroom, unjustly placing the blame on me. I had believed I might never clear my name. Yet, unexpectedly, the wolf, with just a few words and a simple gesture, ruthlessly exposed Chung Hu's deceit, simultaneously cleansing me of what had seemed an indelible stain. Before the stark reality of the situation, Chung Hu stood utterly dumbfounded, his mouth opening and closing as if he wished to speak, yet no words emerged. Around him, a cacophony of buzzing voices erupted. It was astonishing to realize that Chung Hu was such a person. I had always perceived him as a loyal and righteous elder brother. Indeed, it is true that one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Fortunately, our brother Lang possesses an astute vision, effortlessly unmasking Chung Hu's hypocritical facade. It is truly terrifying how elusive human nature can be. If not for Brother Lang, how much longer would we have remained under Chung Hu's deception? Though the discussions among the crowd remained fixated on flattering the wolf and disparaging Chung Hu, none acknowledged the injustices I had endured. Yet, witnessing Chung Hu's humble demeanor, unable to voice a single dissent, filled my heart with immense satisfaction. Every fiber of my being felt a profound sense of relief. Justice had prevailed, and the heavens had finally opened their eyes. In a mere 5 minutes since his appearance, the wolf had utterly subdued the once arrogant and haughty Chung Hu. Beyond his seemingly erratic yet shrewd demeanor, it was his formidable strength and imposing presence that compelled Chung Hu to accept his humiliation with resignation. The buzzing noise intensified. Nearly everyone was condemning Chung Hu. In an instant, he had fallen from grace, now embodying the very state I had just endured. It was evident that, after being exposed in front of so many, Chung Hu would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate school life moving forward. However, just as I reveled in my secret delight, Chung Hu suddenly turned to me. "Wang Wei, you must tell Brother Lang that it was you who drug her." In an instant, all eyes shifted towards me, including the wolf's gaze. I was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Chung Hu's intentions. He sought to pin the blame on me. Chung Hu had calculated his moves astutely, knowing that in this moment of undeniable evidence, the only one capable of altering the situation was I. If I acknowledged the drug as mine, Chung Hu could effortlessly evade his predicament and continue basking in his glory as the elder brother. Yet, did he ever consider the consequences for me? Would I be destined to endure a lifetime of relentless accusations and insults? Such is the nature of a self-righteous individual like Chung Hu, who never contemplates the feelings of others. As the crowd's gaze turned toward me, Chung Hu seized the opportunity to bare his teeth at me, his expression a blend of command and threat. It was clear that should I refuse to bear this burden, he would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely in the future. However, his calculations were fundamentally flawed. He failed to remember that despite being choked and dragged like a dog with his belt and having a knife thrust against my face, I had never bowed my head to him. Given the current circumstances, how could I possibly yield? Chung Hu was, quite simply, desperate and misguided. Thus, without hesitation, I declared loudly, "It was you who did it. You forced me to drug Li Jiao, but I refused, which is why you beat and tormented me." Upon uttering those words, I felt an immense weight lift from my chest, every cell in my body rejoicing in the release of pent-up frustration. How exhilarating it was! The wolf turned back and addressed Chung Hu, asking if he had anything to say. A buzzing murmur arose around them, condemning Chung Hu, asserting that he was indeed despicable for attempting to shift blame onto others even in such dire circumstances. At that moment, Chung Hu felt utterly hopeless, his complexion ashen, resembling a withered eggplant. However, as if a thought struck him, he whispered, "Brother Wolf, I have a good relationship with Brother Xiong." The wolf's expression immediately shifted, and he retorted, "What do you mean? Are you trying to use Xiong to threaten me?" He was aware of Xiong, who belonged to the same review class and commanded a formidable group of brothers, reputed to be the closest rival to their school's dominance. Chung Hu's invocation of Xiong clearly bore ulterior motives. Under the wolf's probing gaze, Chung Hu hastily denied any intention of coercion, merely hoping that the wolf would spare him out of respect for Xiong. Before he could finish, the wolf erupted in a furious curse. "I'll be damned." He then hurled the basketball with great force at Chung Hu's face, the impact sending him sprawling to the ground as the ball rolled away. The wolf approached and kicked and stomped on Chung-Hu mercilessly, each blow delivered with utmost ferocity. While he railed, "I absolutely despise those who use Xiong to threaten me. If you have the guts, call Xiong to confront me. I've been itching for a fight with him." The wolf unleashed his wrath upon Chung-Hu, mirroring the ferocity with which Chung-Hu had once assaulted me. Although Chung-Hu's sycophants stood nearby, none dared to utter a word, let alone intervene. The wolf's companions, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, some smoking, others laughing, and even jesting about the wolf, likening him to a firecracker that exploded at the mention of Xiong's name. Chung-Hu continually begged for mercy, pleading that he would not dare to provoke the wolf again, hoping for clemency. Yet, the wolf remained unyielding, continuing his brutal assault. In no time, Chung-Hu lay battered and bruised on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, far worse off than I had been previously. Indeed, fortunes shift, and it was unexpected to see him, once so imposing, brought low in such a manner. Truly, wickedness begets retribution. Finally, when the wolf seemed to have vented his rage, he kicked Chung-Hu in the stomach and commanded, "Scram, go find your bear father and see if he dares to confront me." Chung-Hu, silent and clutching his bloodied head, slowly rose and turned towards the teaching building, his entourage hastily following. His silhouette appeared desolate and forlorn, for he had suffered a true disgrace, losing both reputation and allies. Meanwhile, the wolf bellowed at the onlookers, "Aren't you all leaving? You think I'm inviting you for a feast here?" His words carried weight, sometimes more so than the principal's, and at his thunderous command, the crowd scattered like startled birds, hastily making their way towards the teaching building. In an instant, the basketball court returned to the silence it was meant to possess, leaving only the wolf and his band of brothers, along with my prone figure on the ground. The wolf's companions continued their banter and indulged in cigarettes, oblivious to my presence, save for the wolf, who slowly turned his gaze towards me. I hastily sat up, locking eyes with him. "Scram," he uttered. This word seemed to encapsulate all he had to say to me. After delivering his terse command, he led his companions towards the nearby basketball hoop, a territory that appeared to belong to them. However, I disregarded his words and picked up the knife from the ground, advancing towards them. The turmoil is far from over. If previously the wolf merely came over to strike Chung-Hu with a basketball and left, I would believe he was not there for me, but simply annoyed by Chung-Hu's disturbance of his peace. However, he also exposed Chung-Hu's true nature, alleviating the unjust burden I bore, and thoroughly punished Chung-Hu. I often suspect that he stood up for me. Why did he do this? I yearned to unravel this mystery, which emboldened me to approach him. As I reached the basketball hoop, the wolf and his companions were engrossed in their own activities, none paying me any heed. The wolf leaned against the hoop, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. I stood there for a while, mustering the courage to strike up a conversation. "Hello." As I uttered these two words, anxiety gripped me, fearing he might retort with a dismissive "get lost." But this time, he simply frowned and, with a hint of annoyance, asked, "What do you want?" After pondering for a while, I could not recall any lyrics related to his question. Once I confirmed he was indeed addressing me, I gathered my courage once more and said, "Thank you for helping me earlier." The wolf scoffed, "What gives you the confidence to think I was helping you?" As someone of my humble standing, I felt unworthy to converse with someone like the wolf. His cold laughter cast a heavy pressure upon me, nearly suffocating me. Yet I persevered and boldly articulated my analysis and thoughts. Upon hearing this, the wolf let out another scoff. "Not bad, you have some brains. I did indeed help you." Instantly, excitement surged within me, momentarily eclipsing the vast disparity between our statuses. I eagerly exclaimed, "Wolf brother, why did you help me?" Reflecting on my previous attempt to ally with him, only to receive two dismissive retorts, I wondered if he had been jesting then, perhaps having already accepted me. Thus coming to my aid now. If I could truly become one of his brothers, it would be akin to soaring to greatness. No one would dare to bully me again. Seemingly reading my thoughts, the wolf snorted, "You think too highly of yourself. You are not qualified to be my brother. The reason I intervened is that someone entrusted me with your care. But don't ask me who that person is, for I am not permitted to disclose it." Someone entrusted the wolf with my well-being and forbade him from revealing their identity. Suddenly, I recalled the bald man who had mentioned he would enlist a few individuals to assist me. Although my heartless uncle thwarted him, I had always suspected he would secretly offer his help, and now it seemed that suspicion was confirmed. Given the bald man's capabilities, commanding the wolf should pose no challenge. And considering my uncle's influence, it was only natural he would wish to keep the identity concealed. I was almost certain it was him. That bald man truly had a kind heart. Just as I reveled in this realization and prepared to express my gratitude to the wolf once more, he continued, "However, that person also made it clear that I am to help you only this once. After this, do not seek me out for assistance. I will not help you, understand? Only this once." Just moments ago, I was secretly elated to have finally reached the grand tree, only to be doused in a cold reality. As if I had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. Without the protection of the wolf, how could Zhao Song and Chung Hu treat me as they pleased? Why did that bald man act in such a nonsensical manner? My thoughts turned to my heartless uncle. It must surely be his doing, preventing that bald man from continuing to assist me. A surge of rage ignited within me. It was one thing for my unfeeling uncle to abandon me, but to obstruct others from aiding me was utterly intolerable. No wonder my mother disowned him. He is nothing but a scoundrel who deserved to remain imprisoned. As I observed the wolf's disdainful expression, it was apparent he no longer wished to converse with me. Clearly, his one act of assistance had already placed him in an uncomfortable position, and he longed for me, this useless wretch, to vanish from his sight. Yet, I harbored a stubbornness deep within. The more he looked down upon me, the more I yearned to prove myself. The wolf's assistance had been an unexpected boon. His refusal to help was his rightful stance. Thus, having received his aid once, I did not expect any further assistance, knowing I must rely on my own strength moving forward. I lifted my head, gazing at his disdainful face, and resolutely declared, "I understand. I shall not seek your help again." With that, I turned to leave, only to hear the wolf call out, "Wait." I turned back, perplexed by what he wanted me to wait for, and then heard him continue, "I'm waiting for a minute, or perhaps the next minute, to see your evasive eyes." I realized he was reciting lyrics. Such remarkable individuals often possess peculiar quirks, their thought processes beyond the grasp of ordinary minds. I could only shake my head and resume my forward path when the wolf's voice echoed again. "As for that knife, refrain from using it in the future. Your grip lacks precision, and accidents are easily incurred. This is my final piece of advice, given out of respect for those I trust. Whether you heed, it is entirely your own affair." I did not turn back, but simply muttered a thank you, tucking the knife away and continuing onward. Upon entering the classroom, I found that lessons had already commenced, and the hallways were devoid of students. I proceeded directly to my seat. I refrained from glancing at my classmates' faces, indifference enveloping me. They were merely fickle-minded. Li Jiao sat beside me, her peripheral gaze fixed upon me. Yet I chose to ignore her, instead focusing intently on my studies. This tumultuous episode had temporarily passed, even if Zhao Song and Chung Hu sought to trouble me further. That was a matter for another day. For now, I was safe, and soon the class would conclude. My classmates engaged in their usual banter, some conversing while others played, with no one approaching me, as if the prior events had never transpired. As I gathered my books and prepared to excuse myself to the restroom, Li Jiao called out to me. I was particularly annoyed by her at that moment and brusquely inquired what she wanted. Hesitating and fidgeting, she finally spoke. "I overheard them say that Chung Hu intended to drug me, but you intervened and ended up being beaten for it. Is that true?" Previously, when Chung Hu had unjustly placed the blame upon me, my classmates readily believed him, subjecting me to a barrage of insults and accusations. That was the moment I felt utterly isolated and despondent. Had it not been for the intervention of the wolf, I would likely have carried that shame for the rest of my life. At that time, Li Jiao also believed the falsehoods and declared that we were even now, urging me not to approach her family again. Her attitude was infuriating. After all, I had endured a brutal beating from Chung Hu to save her. Li Jiao's betrayal left me profoundly disappointed. Thus, even though she may have come to know the truth now, and her expression seemed to hint at an apology, I remained unyielding. I coldly replied, "Why do you ask me? You never believed me." With that, I rose and exited into the hallway. In the corridor, many students congregated, Some engaged in playful antics, while others chatted. Yet, upon my arrival, a sudden hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning towards me. Clearly, though time had passed since the incident, its repercussions lingered, especially with the later spectacle of the wolf ruthlessly confronting Chung-Hu, which had undoubtedly provided endless fodder for gossip. It seemed this matter would not soon fade from memory. However, I was indifferent to their opinions. I had become a solitary figure, devoid of brothers or friends, self-sufficient and unconcerned. I entered the restroom, and just as I unfastened my trousers, a raucous group surged in, Chung-Hu and his sycophants. My stream abruptly halted, and a chill ran down my spine. So soon? Earlier, on the basketball court, Chung-Hu had attempted to thrust the blame upon me, but I had rebuffed him vehemently. I surmised that he would not let the matter rest. Although he feared the wolf, he would undoubtedly seek to vent his frustrations on me. Yet, I thought that after being humiliated by the wolf, he would lay low for a while. To my surprise, he had sought me out so quickly. In an instant, Chung-Hu halted, locking eyes with me, while his lackeys also froze, their expressions twisted with malice, as if they longed to flay me alive. I discreetly slipped my hand into my pocket, grasping the cold handle of a knife. Although I intended to heed the wolf's counsel and refrain from using it in the future, in this precarious situation, failing to brandish it could lead to dire consequences. However, to my astonishment, Chung-Hu lowered his head and turned toward another stall. His followers appeared anxious, hovering around him, yet he dismissed them with a shake of his head. It dawned on me that Chung-Hu had not come specifically to confront me. He had inadvertently entered the restroom. Moreover, as I had surmised, after being soundly beaten by the wolf and embarrassed in front of so many, he would likely keep a low profile for some time. Hence his pretense of overlooking my presence. If he chose not to approach me, I certainly would not be foolish enough to seek him out. I breathed a sigh of relief and finished my business, preparing to leave the restroom. Just then, I caught a glint of malice in Chung-Hu's eyes, indicating that our conflict was far from over. I thought to myself, very well, if you do not wish to end this, neither do I. You brandish a belt, parading me through the corridor. This grievance shall not go unavenged. Upon exiting the restroom, as I approached the classroom door, I unexpectedly collided with Li Jiaojiao, who was on the verge of stepping out. She wore an expression of anxious urgency, grasping my arm and pulling me back, exclaiming, "Wang Wei, hurry, hurry." 17. Goddess, Sun Jingyi. I was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of Li Jiaojiao's intentions as she dragged me towards the classroom. Along the way, I noticed our classmates seated at their desks, each maintaining an upright posture, heads held high, displaying a level of seriousness that surpassed even that of elementary school students. It was strange. Class had yet to commence, so what were they all so focused on? In fact, even during class, I had never seen them this earnest. In the blink of an eye, Li Jiaojiao had pulled me into my seat, urging me to settle down quickly. When I inquired about the commotion, she informed me that the student council would soon be checking our class's attendance. I shrugged it off, saying it was just another routine check. So why the anxiety? Li Jiaojiao insisted that this time was different. It was Sun Jingyi herself who would be overseeing the count. Sun Jingyi. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder my classmates were so tense. If Li Jiaojiao could be considered the belle of our class, then Sun Jingyi was undoubtedly the school beauty. A veritable goddess. Her beauty was striking, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, a slender waist, and flowing hair. Most importantly, her poise was extraordinary. She resembled a fairy stepped straight out of a painting. However, her demeanor was rather aloof, her smile a rarity, which earned her the nickname Iceberg Beauty. This was quite normal. Every school has its share of such lofty girls. Yet, she stood out as the president of the student council, known for her exceptional capabilities and serious, stern approach to matters. Anyone caught breaching the rules under her scrutiny faced dire consequences, often receiving a reprimand that left them feeling utterly ashamed. It was no wonder that her presence instilled fear among the students. The knowledge that Sun Jingyi would personally oversee the attendance check heightened our class's anxiety as we awaited the arrival of this legendary figure. As the class hour approached and I had yet to return, Li Jiaojiao anxiously ventured out to retrieve me, once more pulling me back to my seat. To be fair, Li Jiaojiao meant no harm. Yet, Her behavior could be quite irksome at times, though I suppose I owed her this favor. Together, Li Jiaojiao and I hastily settled down, aligning ourselves with our classmates in anticipation of Sun Jingyi's entrance. With the ringing of the class bell, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the hall as a dozen student council members adorned with red armbands entered, led by none other than the fabled president, Sun Jingyi. As always, she was breathtakingly beautiful. High nose, delicate lips, and exquisitely refined features, standing tall at approximately 1.65 meters, a rarity among middle school students. Even clad in the same school uniform, she exuded an aura of divinity that was impossible to overlook. Standing at the podium, Sun Jingyi's luminous gaze swept across our class, her eyes akin to the bright moon. Previously, we had only witnessed her speak at the school's orientation, but now we were so close to her. Our classmates were a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Not only were the boys captivated by her charm, but the girls were also spellbound by her beauty, each one unable to tear their eyes away. Only Li Jiaojiao muttered under her breath, "Is it really necessary? Everyone's acting like this." In truth, Li Jiaojiao was not lacking in looks either. Her shortcoming lay in her demeanor. Both exuded pride, yet while Li Jiaojiao's was rooted in arrogance, Sun Jingyi's was that of an ethereal being, an entirely different essence. "Let the roll call begin." Sun Jingyi's cold voice resonated. Holding a roster, Sun Jingyi recited name after name until she reached mine. When she called out Wang Wei, I responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Suddenly, she paused and looked up at me, asking, "Are you Wang Wei?" I was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for such a question from Sun Jingyi, a figure of immense stature and influence on campus. I had always regarded her from a distance, never daring to imagine I could engage in conversation with someone of her caliber. However, it dawned on me that with all that had transpired in recent days, I had unwittingly become a protagonist in my own narrative. My name had evidently spread far and wide, even reaching the ears of the student council president. The thought of my notoriety, however, cast a shadow over my realization. Everyone knew of my humiliation, having been dragged down the corridor like a dog. A bitter smile crept onto my face as I nodded and confirmed, "Yes, I am Wang Wei." I presumed that Sun Jingyi's curiosity stemmed from a desire to see the person who had been so publicly humiliated, expecting her to continue calling out names afterward. Instead, she stepped down from the podium and approached my desk, tapping it as she said, "Wang Wei, if you encounter any difficulties, remember to reach out to me. Understood?" I was stunned once again, quickly grasping that she was speaking to me in her capacity as the president of the student council, encouraging me to voice any issues I faced, assuring me that the council would advocate on my behalf. I was well aware this was mere formalities. While the student council wielded significant influence and consisted of many formidable individuals, their connections with the likes of Cheng, Hu, and Zhao Song were far more entrenched than mine. I was in no position to appeal for assistance. Thus, I responded with the same formality, saying, "All right, I understand." Sun Jingyi nodded, reiterating, "You must," before turning away and leaving, abandoning the roll call altogether, as if her visit had been solely for my benefit. After she uttered those 4 words, I inexplicably felt a flicker of sincerity from her, as if she genuinely wished to assist me in resolving my troubles. Yet, why would a prestigious student council president take the time to address me? It was not as though we were acquainted. Incidents of altercations were not uncommon at the school. Why was I treated as an exception? As I pondered these thoughts, I found myself staring at Sun Jingyi's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Enough of that. I chastised myself, realizing I was staring so intently that my eyes felt as if they might fall out. Just then, Li Jiaojiao nudged me playfully. "What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful girl before?" I retorted with irritation. "It's none of your business." I had no desire to engage in further trivial conversation with her and returned my attention to my studies. Yet, Li Jiaojiao seemed particularly bored and continued to pester me with questions about how I knew the wolf and why he would stand up for me. Recalling the wolf's words about only helping me once and his disdainful expression only further agitated me, prompting me to tell Li Jiaojiao to stop her incessant chatter. "You should be studying instead. The exams are just around the corner." Li Jiaojiao huffed in frustration. "What exams? My father has already secured me a place in high school." "All right, Not everyone is as poor as your family, needing to rely on exams to change their fate. I was exasperated by her incessant flaunting of wealth, as if she could not survive a day without boasting, and chose to ignore her completely. Busy de me, li jiao jiao mated. Questioning how a grown man could possess such a small heart. Despite my somewhat apologetic tone, she insisted I had already apologized, which was rather amusing, as her expression of regret was not genuine. Nevertheless, I had grown accustomed to her antics. In the following days, my life remained uneventful. I was convinced that Chung Hu and Zhao Song would eventually trouble me again. I merely chose to endure in silence, heeding the advice of the wolf. I left a fruit knife at home and carried a sturdy stick with me at all times, bracing myself for a confrontation with Zhao Song and Chung Hu. To my surprise, they did not seek me out. Occasionally, we would cross paths in the hallway, and they pretended not to see me, turning away instead. If it had ended there, I might have accepted it. However, my desire for revenge lingered. They had previously treated me like a dog, an affront I could never forget. I longed to trample them underfoot, yet their current demeanor left me perplexed. Though Chung Hu had also been beaten, it was at the hands of the wolf, and that distinction bore significant weight. I harbored an intense desire to confront them once more, yet they seemed to have retreated, making no further attempts to engage me. Logically, they should have approached me. The situation baffled me. One day during class, Li Jiao persistently inquired about my relationship with the wolf and why he had defended me. Unable to contain myself any longer, I asked her why she believed I was the wolf's brother. She paused before declaring it was a given. The entire school knew I was associated with the wolf, or else why would he have come my aid? Initially, her words seemed innocuous. After all, the wolf had not only defended me, but had also worked diligently to clear my name. At first glance, such actions could easily be attributed to a true brotherhood, making the misunderstanding understandable. However, upon deeper reflection, I realized why Chung Hu and Zhao Song had not approached me. They too believed I was the wolf's brother, and they would surely hesitate to act against him or his kin. With this revelation, a surge of excitement coursed through me, not due to the misunderstanding, but because I conceived an exquisite plan for revenge, one that would ensure I could decisively confront them and bring them to their knees. Since the humiliation I endured at the hands of Zhao Song and Chung Hu paraded like a spectacle in the hallway, I vowed to exact the justice they deserved, regardless of the cost. Now, it seemed I would not have to wait a lifetime. My opportunity for vengeance was imminent. As I contemplated my scheme, I trembled with anticipation, my face flushed with excitement. During class, Li Jiao noticed my unusual demeanor and asked if I was unwell. I curtly replied with my four-word mantra, "None of your business." I hoped that henceforth, Li Jiao would stay out of my affairs, as I would with hers. We were to remain indifferent to one another. Throughout the class, I scribbled and sketched on paper, refining my detailed plan. The first step was to deal with Zhao Song. Everything I have endured was brought upon me by him, including my father's imprisonment, which was the result of his father's madness. I have studied Zhao Song's patterns of behavior and discovered that he does not return home for lunch. Instead, he goes to the cafeteria to eat. Our school comprises both middle and high school levels, although they are not situated on the same campus. Some students from nearby villages attend our high school, and those who live farther away typically reside on campus. Generally, I prefer to dine at home, but today, after school, I chose to stay. As I prepared to head to the cafeteria after most of my classmates had departed, I was startled by the voice of Li Jiao beside me. "Wang Wei, where are you going?" Upon hearing her, a slight headache washed over me. Earlier that day, she had accidentally twisted her ankle on the stairs, leaving it swollen and her movements quite cumbersome. All morning, she had been moaning about her discomfort, eliciting concern from several boys, yet I remained indifferent. When she inquired about my destination, I curtly replied, "None of your business." Her demeanor instantly soured. She questioned my lack of compassion, citing her injury and the difficulty she faced in returning home. It was clear she wanted me to escort her. I responded apologetically, stating that I intended to eat lunch in the cafeteria and suggested she find someone else to take her home. However, she brightened upon hearing this, claiming that no one would be home at her house that afternoon, and she would accompany me to the cafeteria instead. With no other choice, I reluctantly returned to assist her. Yet, the moment I grasped her arm, she shrugged me off, insisting that I not take advantage of her situation. Instead, she placed her hand on my shoulder, instructing me to lead the way. Frustration bubbled within me. I felt like I could simply walk away, yet her evident discomfort tugged at my heartstrings. Thus, with her leaning on my shoulder, we made our way outside, her incessant chatter directing my pace, sometimes urging me to speed up, other times to slow down, cautioning me about the stairs beneath us. I felt akin to a guide dog. As we walked, Li Jiao continued to prattle on, asserting that my assistance was a stroke of good fortune for me. Throughout the ordeal, I remained stoic, my expression unchanging. With her hand resting on my shoulder, she was mere inches away, the faint scent of her fragrance wafting around me, her breath brushing against my neck, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. In earlier times, such proximity to Li Jiao would have sent my adolescent heart racing. Yet after enduring so much, I found myself indifferent to her presence. It became evident that while a woman's beauty holds significance, her character holds even greater weight. A flawed character can tarnish the most exquisite appearance, a lesson epitomized by Li Jiao herself. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, it was bustling with people, primarily high school students. We, being locals from middle school, seldom frequented this establishment. Li Jiao quickly found a seat and handed me her meal card, demanding I fetch her food. Her requests were meticulous, insisting on no cilantro or scallions, and then, in an irritating tone, inquired what I would like to eat, encouraging me to use her card without hesitation. While this gesture could have been seen as kind, her condescending tone felt like a patronizing bestowal. I simply scoffed, asserting that I had my own means. As I made my way to the serving area, I could hear her muttering about my finances, suggesting I was merely posing in front of her. Upon my return with her meal, she exclaimed, "Didn't I tell you to avoid the cilantro?" I remarked that if she didn't want to eat, then it was of no concern to me. After saying that, I chose to ignore her, instead directing my gaze around in search of Zhao Song. At last I spotted him. Zhao Song was dining with his sycophants, cigarettes dangling from their lips, a few bottles of beer strewn across the table, exuding an air of arrogance that made even the high school students appear less conspicuous. Upon seeing him, a surge of anger welled up within me, recalling how he had persistently tormented me and the chaos his deranged father had wrought upon my life. It had led to my current miserable state, where I couldn't even face my father at home. The urge to storm over and overturn his table consumed me. Li Jiao was oblivious to my intentions, incessantly chattering away beside me, picking at the cilantro in her bowl while criticizing my lack of thoughtfulness and gentlemanly demeanor, claiming that someone like me could never attract a girlfriend. My frustration boiled over as I retorted, "Why do you care? I'm not marrying you." Li Jiao, puffing up in indignation, shot back, "You think you could marry me? Perhaps in the next life. No, even the next life." Her responses were so utterly disconnected that I found myself exasperated. Communication with her was futile. As I contemplated approaching Zhao Song, a melodious voice suddenly broke through my thoughts. "Wang Wei, are you here for a meal as well?" The moment I heard that voice, my spirits lifted. Turning around, I was greeted by none other than our middle school student council president, Sun Jingyi. With her flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, unadorned by makeup, and dressed in a delicate white floral dress, she resembled an ethereal goddess amidst the chaotic cafeteria, her presence refreshing the very air around her, drawing the attention of several onlookers. To have such a prominent figure in our school speak to me initiated a rush of excitement, leaving me momentarily speechless. I scrambled to stand, nearly toppling my chair, and hurriedly greeted her, "Hello, senior." Sun Jingyi was also part of the review class, hence my use of the term senior. Please excuse my momentary lapse. It's rare for the boys at our school to maintain composure when conversing with her. Sun Jingyi's expression remained unchanged as she turned her gaze towards Li Jiao, who appeared somewhat anxious, timidly addressing her as senior. Sun Jingyi nodded before returning her attention to me, inquiring, "Wang Wei, are you here with your girlfriend?" Li Jiao, alarmed at this assumption, quickly interjected, "Senior, you misunderstand. We're not in a relationship. Someone like him? How could I possibly be interested?" I twisted my ankle, which is why he is here with me. Nothing more. Her hasty clarification, coupled with a veiled insult towards me, ignited a spark of irritation. Had it not been for Sun Jingyi's presence, I might have unleashed my frustration upon her. Unfazed, Sun Jingyi merely nodded slightly before tapping my table, asking, Wang Wei, has anyone been bullying you lately? I was taken aback that she still remembered this matter and quickly assured her, no, not at all. Sun Jingyi nodded in response, expressing relief, and reiterated, if anyone gives you trouble, be sure to come to me, understood? If I had thought her previous visit to our classroom and addressing me in front of the entire class was merely her fulfilling her duties as the student council president, just spouting bureaucratic formalities, and thus paid it no mind, then this second private conversation with Sun Jingyi convinced me utterly of her sincere desire to help. The realization that someone so unattainable still held me in her thoughts left me speechless, capable only of stammering out the same two words over and over. Thank you. Thank you. Sun Jingyi acknowledged my gratitude with a soft hum, bid farewell to Li Jiaojiao, and then departed under the collective gaze of the onlookers. My eyes followed her retreating figure until she vanished into the distance. Honestly, are you done yet? You look like she's stolen your soul. Li Jiaojiao suddenly shoved me hard. Only after Sun Jingyi had left did I remember Li Jiaojiao's presence, and irritation flared within me. What is it to you? If you despise me so much, don't stick around. Find someone else to escort you to meals. You think I enjoy serving a spoiled princess like you? I expected my words to provoke her into a heated argument, but instead, she remained eerily calm. Poking at the rice in her bowl with a spoon, she remarked, Wang Wei, no offense, but you're not exactly unattractive. It's just that your clothes are a bit outdated. Couldn't you buy a couple of decent outfits, fix up your hairstyle, and polish your demeanor? A little refinement wouldn't hurt. I scoffed. Sorry, but my family is broke. Can't afford new clothes. This wasn't false modesty. It was the truth. My family had always struggled financially, and after my father's imprisonment, our situation worsened. My mother barely scraped by on odd jobs, so how could I possibly ask for money to splurge on clothes or a haircut? Wearing the school uniform every day was enough for me. Li Jiaojiao responded coolly, money is not an issue. Come shopping with me later. I'll buy you a couple of outfits. Her offer didn't surprise me. Her family had always carried a sense of guilt toward mine, and her father often sent over money and supplies, even offering to take me shopping, though my mother always refused. She'd repeatedly told me, we may be poor, but we must live with dignity. Never accept charity. If even her father's humble gestures were rejected, how could I possibly accept Li Jiaojiao's imperious, condescending tone? I retorted flatly, thanks but no thanks. I couldn't possibly accept. Only then did Li Jiaojiao grow agitated, accusing me of being as stubborn as a rock in a cesspit. She insisted that even if I refused her clothes, I still had to accompany her shopping because she needed to buy a few things. Sorry, I said, I have other matters to attend to. You're on your own. Her temper flared. What could possibly be so important for someone like you? What could possibly outweigh accompanying me? In all my years, I'd never met anyone as self-absorbed as Li Jiaojiao. Without another word, I pushed my empty bowl aside, wiped my mouth, and walked toward Zhao Song's table. Zhao Song and his rowdy group were still eating, drinking, and making a raucous scene. If the wolves were present, they would likely recite the lyrics of my tumultuous heart. Among the throng, Zhao Song assumed the role of leader, occupying the seat of prominence with an air of arrogance, intermittently flicking the ash from his cigarette and gesturing grandiosely. As I observed him, my eyes nearly ignited with fury. In the past, I would have been content merely wishing he would refrain from involving himself in my affairs. Yet now, I found myself compelled to seek him out. How drastically people can change. The cafeteria was bustling and chaotic, and it was only as I drew near that someone at Zhao Song's table noticed my approach, hastily jabbing him in the arm. As Zhao Song looked up, our gazes locked, and I distinctly perceived a shift in his demeanor. His expression faltered, a flicker of panic glinting in his eyes. Delightful. I relished this sensation. Indeed, there is comfort in leaning against a mighty tree, for even if the wolves do not claim me, the mere association with the Wolf Brotherhood grants me unimpeded passage within the school. Before long, I stood before their table, and the entire group fell silent, regarding me with caution. I smiled and inquired, "What is the matter, Zhao Song? Do you not recognize me?" It was only then that he seemed to comprehend, promptly rising and stammering, "No, no, how could I not recognize you?" He then retrieved a cup, poured a measure of beer, and extended it towards me, saying, "Wang Wei, we've had some misunderstandings in the past. Allow me to apologize. Let's share a drink and erase the past. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall certainly help you. What do you say? Grant me this favor." Observing Zhao Song's demeanor, I found it utterly ludicrous. Many individuals are like this, fawning over those they perceive as superior while trampling on those they deem lesser, exuding an odious essence from top to bottom. I chuckled as I accepted the drink, and Zhao Song, under the impression I had acquiesced, visibly relaxed and raised his glass, saying, "Wang Wei." Before he could finish, I splashed the contents of my cup across his face. Zhao Song stood there, momentarily stunned, the liquid cascading down his cheeks and pooling in the collar of his shirt. "Erase the past?" I sneered. "Do you truly believe that is feasible?" In truth, at the moment I hurled the drink, my heart trembled, my hand quivered. After all, my association with the Wolf Brotherhood was but a fade, a mere pretense of power. Prior to this series of events, Zhao Song loomed over me like a dark lord. The thought of even meeting his gaze filled me with trepidation. When he had previously defended Li Jiaojiao by striking me, I hadn't dared to retaliate. Now, my greatest concern was inciting Zhao Song's wrath, provoking him to unleash a furious assault upon me. Should that occur, I would be irrevocably doomed. As anticipated, his entourage of sycophants erupted into agitation, rising in unison to glare at me with hostility. My anxiety peaked, my palms slick with sweat. Yet I feigned indifference, challenging, "What is this? Are you all planning to gang up on me? Come on then." Truth be told, I was rather audacious in my bravado. If they converged upon me, it would spell the end of my charade. The atmosphere around us fell into a profound silence, with many eyes turned in our direction. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Li Jiaojiao staring wide-eyed, her expression one of disbelief. Although this group of sycophants glared at me, they refrained from acting aggressively, instead looking expectantly at Zhao Song, their leader, awaiting his command. Zhao Song remained motionless, allowing the liquor to trickle down his face, his gaze fixed intently upon me. After a silence that stretched for over a minute, he wiped the alcohol from his face and gestured for those around him to sit down, albeit reluctantly. Then Zhao Song spoke, "Wang Wei, if you have grievances, now is the time to express them. Let's part ways." I must admit, Zhao Song is indeed a remarkable individual. Much like his father, he appears reckless and impulsive, yet possesses a nuanced understanding that allows him to concede. The scene mirrored a past moment when my father had a knife pressed to his father's throat, and his father, acknowledging the tension, suggested that perhaps my father was being a bit hasty and urged him to lower the blade. Like father, like son, the resemblance was uncanny. "No, irraplia firmly. It would be absurd to forgive someone who once dragged you through the streets like a dog simply for dousing them with a drink. Would you?" Aside from the Virgin Mary, I believe no one would. The surrounding sycophants grew even more incensed, their teeth clenched and eyes aflame with rage, as if they yearned to devour me whole. The silence deepened, and more onlookers gathered, with Li Jiaojiao covering her mouth in disbelief, likely unable to fathom that I, who is usually so meek, possessed such a side. Ever since my father had been imprisoned for stabbing someone, my perspective had undergone a dramatic transformation. While my physical form remained frail, my spirit had grown significantly stronger. Those I once feared now seemed rather inconsequential. Indeed, circumstances can profoundly alter one's outlook. At last, I noticed Zhao Song's chest begin to rise and fall, his breathing becoming labored, as if he were on the brink of an explosion. I remained still, my palms growing clammy, knowing that the outcome of this encounter hinged on this very moment. Fortunately, Zhao Song ultimately restrained himself, though he ceased pouring me more drinks. Instead, he asked, "Wang Wei, what must happen for this to be resolved?" Excellent. This was the question I had been awaiting. I set down my glass and replied, "It's not that I let it go. It's that Brother Wolf 1T. You know his temperament." Zhao Song's demeanor shifted clearly anxious. As he disregarded any notion that I was merely posturing and asked, "What does Brother Wolf mean?" "I don't know," I answered, but he instructed me to convey that after dinner, you should meet him on the rooftop of our teaching building. Whatever issues you have, they must be resolved there. He also mentioned that if you fail to show, you should consider the consequences. Zhao Song's face turned ashen as he acknowledged my words, collapsing into a chair. His spirit visibly deflated. Seeing him in such a state nearly brought me to laughter. The fearsome reputation of the wolf truly carried weight. As mere mention of his name was sufficient to terrify Zhao Song. I added nonchalantly, "Also, Brother Wolf hopes you will come alone." Having spoken, I turned away, still able to hear Zhao Song and his sycophantic minion anxiously deliberating on what to do next. Upon returning to my seat, the surrounding commotion had resumed. Li Jiao grasped my arm in astonishment and exclaimed, "Wang Wei, have you suddenly grown a spine?" Due to the distance, she could only perceive my actions, not the words I had uttered. I lowered my gaze to her hand and replied, "Could you refrain from taking advantage of me?" Previously, when I had offered her my arm, she had refused, claiming I was being presumptuous, so I felt justified in reciprocating. Li Jiao released her grip and retorted, "Who cares? It is an honor for you that this young lady is holding your arm." I replied with gratitude, "Thank you, but I do not require such an honor. Furthermore, please return on your own later. I have matters to attend to." With that, I stood and walked away, ignoring Li Jiao's calls. Hastily, I exited the classroom and made my way toward our academic building. That had merely been an appetizer. The main course was yet to come, and my reckoning with Zhao Song had only just begun. A mere drink would not suffice to sweep this matter under the rug. As I traversed the campus and entered the teaching building, it was the lunch break, leaving the place deserted. I quickly ascended to the rooftop, pushing open the door to reveal an expansive view of the azure sky and drifting clouds, invigorating my spirit and widening my perspective. I inhaled deeply the fresh air and then briskly approached the edge of the rooftop, turning to fix my gaze on the iron door, quietly awaiting Zhao Song's arrival. The thought of impending vengeance filled me with a subtle excitement, compelling me to stretch and prepare myself. Before long, the rooftop door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Zhao Song, looking dejected and glancing in my direction. I swiftly turned my head to the outside. "All right, Wolf brother, you may leave first. Should anything arise, I shall summon you." I feigned a farewell gesture, pretending to wave. It was a jest, as I had no intention of actually calling upon a wolf. So this ruse would have to suffice. Noticing my demeanor, Zhao Song immediately approached, inquiring, "What is this? Has Wolf brother left?" As he spoke, he leaned forward to peer outside, but I pushed him back, saying, "What are you looking at?" Wolf brother did not wish to see you. Someone urgently sought him just now, but the details remain unknown. Zhao Song, whether believing my words or not, appeared elated, feeling he had narrowly escaped disaster. "Oh, I see. Since Wolf brother has business, I shall take my leave as well." However, just as he had taken a couple of steps, I called out to him, "Stop." Zhao Song turned back, asking, "What is it?" I crossed my arms and stated, "Zhao Song, you must have an inkling as to why Wolf brother has summoned you. Do you not?" Zhao Song bit his lip and replied, "Wang Wei, to be frank, I truly do not know how you came to be associated with Wolf brother. But since you have become his brother, I shall concede my defeat. Just tell me what you desire." In response, I delivered a sharp slap to Zhao Song's face, declaring, "What I desire, you ought to know, do you not?" With a resounding slap, I unleashed all my pent-up hatred and the humiliations of my past. The force behind it was immense, echoing through the rooftop with a crisp sound that lingered in the air. Zhao Song fared no better. Half his face had swollen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He cupped his face, rummaging through his pockets to produce a handful of cash, his tone dripping with subservience as he implored, "Wang Wei, let us just forget about this." The bills varied from 5 to 10, with the largest being 50, evidently cobbled together by his lackeys as a prearranged means to resolve their troubles. In the world of ruffians, disputes often culminate in monetary reparations and apologies, a commonplace and quintessential resolution. However, I paid him no heed. With a swift motion, I knocked the money from his grasp, the bills cascading to the ground. Then, with a fierce kick, I sent Zhao Song sprawling to the earth, cursing, "Spare me your pathetic attempts." A 1 TB swayed. Following that, I unleashed a torrent of blows upon him. Under my relentless assault, Zhao Song dared not retaliate, merely shielding his head and wailing in agony. I continued my barrage, mirroring the brutality he had once inflicted upon me. The rooftop reverberated with the sounds of my strikes, and Zhao Song's desperate cries for mercy. Memories flooding my mind, his initial attack, my retaliatory strike with a brick, my father's violent confrontation with his, and the relentless torment I endured during my half-year hiatus from school, where he persisted in making my life a living hell, choking me and parading me like a dog, mercilessly beating and insulting me. I could never erase the image of my own despair and the scornful gazes of my classmates from my memory. It remains an everlasting nightmare. I vowed revenge, whether it took 10 or 20 years. I would ensure they paid the price. Yet I did not anticipate that merely a few days later, I would find Zhao Song beneath my foot. Though it was a facade of strength, I had succeeded in brutally thrashing him. I had wished to confront him in a more public setting, relishing the satisfaction of my revenge in front of an audience, allowing them to witness my resurgence. Yet, I feared the potential repercussions of gossip reaching the ears of the wolf, who would learn of my audacity to invoke his name, the consequences of which could be dire. On that rooftop, I pummeled Zhao Song for over 10 minutes before pausing. He lay on the ground, gasping like a defeated dog, a mirror image of my former self. I placed my foot upon his head and declared, "Zhao Song, consider yourself fortunate. Had Brother Wolf been here, it would not have ended so lightly. You are aware of his methods, are you not?" Zhao Song remained silent. I continued, "I have shown you mercy. I did not strike you in front of your lackeys or our classmates. I have spared your dignity. Should you not be grateful?" Still, he offered no reply. I withdrew my foot and stated enough. "From this moment on, our grievances are settled. If you feel aggrieved, I welcome you to seek me out any time." Slowly, Zhao Song rose, bloodied and battered, making his way toward the exit, his demeanor profoundly desolate, resembling a forsaken dog. After Zhao Song departed from the rooftop, I turned around, gazing down upon the entirety of the campus, then lifted my gaze to behold the vast expanse of the sky. My hands were still stained with traces of blood, a testament to the ferocity of my earlier actions, leaving my fingers slightly numb. Yet, I had never felt such exhilaration as I did at this moment. It was utterly liberating. My very blood surged with fervor. Prior to this, my heart had been shrouded in gloom. Ever since Zhao Song and Cheng, who had dragged me through the corridor like a mere dog, I found myself haunted by nightmares of that horrifying ordeal, unable to hold my head high in front of others. Although witnessing the wolf strike Cheng, who had provided some satisfaction, it did little to assuage my lingering resentment. Now, however, Zhao Song lay prostrate beneath my feet. Though my methods were somewhat underhanded and ignoble, my heart felt significantly lighter. I could not suppress the urge to roar, to shout, and so I unleashed a powerful cry, my voice echoing across the campus, resonating far and wide. As my emotions gradually settled, I began to contemplate my next target, Cheng Hu. If I could bring him down as well, my vendetta would be wholly avenged, allowing me to hold my head high in the future. Yet, my mind was in disarray, and I could not conjure any worthy plans. I would have to ponder it further upon my return. As I traversed the rooftop and pushed open the iron gate, I was startled to find someone standing behind it. Wang Wei. The other party called out coldly, 19 Wolf, come here. I was taken aback. Not because there was someone behind the door. After all, this is a public place where anyone can come and go, but rather because the person behind the door was unexpectedly Sun Jingyi. I had just seen her in the cafeteria not long ago, and I could hardly fathom why she would appear here. I stood there momentarily stunned, stammering, "Senior, what are you doing here?" Sun Jingyi's demeanor remained as frigid as ever. "I've always been here. Always been here." Her words left me perplexed, and I couldn't grasp their meaning. Did she mean to imply that she had been present before my arrival? Did that mean she witnessed the entire altercation with Zhao Song? If that were the case, she must know that the wolf never actually came here, and that I was merely brandishing his name for effect. Then just as I was lost in thought, Sun Jingyi's voice broke through once more. "I was worried about you being bullied, always thinking of ways to help you." It seems I was overly concerned. You seem to be managing quite well. Without waiting for my response, she turned on her heel and vanished amidst the winding staircases. I stood in place for a considerable time, reflecting on her words. She mentioned that she had been pondering how to assist me, but now it appeared unnecessary. How curious. Was the president of the student council truly that idle? In our dismal school, countless individuals face bullying daily. If she were to intervene for each one, she would surely be overwhelmed. This suggested she had been paying attention solely to me. But why? Sun Jingyi and I were not related. To me, she was an unattainable figure, a celestial being far removed from my mundane existence. The notion that she would take an interest in me, repeatedly urging me to seek her out in times of trouble, and now following me to the rooftop only to find me well cared for was utterly baffling. Did she harbor feelings for me? Nonsense. Even if a mere dog were to express affection for me, I could never conceive that someone of her divine caliber would feel the same. So why was she so fixated on me? This enigma perplexed me immensely. Throughout the afternoon classes, I continued to ponder this question, unable to decipher Sun Jingyi's intentions. Yet, I dared not inquire directly, so I relegated this conundrum to the recesses of my mind. Li Jiao incessantly nagged beside me, claiming I was hardly a man, devoid of any gentlemanly grace for leaving her alone in the cafeteria, ultimately returning with the aid of the wall. I could no longer contain myself. Miss Li, with your charm, couldn't you simply beckon any boy in the cafeteria to assist you? There would be countless eager suitors at your service. Li Jiao glared at me with her almond-shaped eyes. Go away. Do you think just anyone can assist me? In truth, several boys had offered their hands on my way back, but I had declined them all. Now you understand how fortunate you are, don't you? I replied, thank you, but it's truly unnecessary. Please, in the future, seek assistance from others. Li Jiao was so furious that her nose seemed askew. She accused me of being ungrateful and reminded me that since I dared to splash Zhao Song's drink this morning, I would surely meet my demise at his hands. I scoffed, retorting that it was uncertain who would strike home. After much ado, she finally murmured, but to be fair, you were rather dashing at that moment. I never anticipated you had such a side to you. I shivered slightly and asked, Miss Li, what exactly do you intend? Is it too much to request you to be forthright? Hearing sweet words from your lips feels more terrifying than encountering a ghost. With a dismissive sound, she proclaimed today, I am in a good mood, and I graciously permit you to escort me home. Had she made such a statement in the past, it would have filled me with joy beyond measure. However, circumstances had changed. I aimed to distance myself from her as much as possible. Thus, I promptly declined her suggestion, citing a lack of time. Ultimately, I could not withstand her relentless persuasion. One moment she feigned injury, claiming her foot was exceedingly swollen, and the next, she challenged my masculinity, leaving me with no choice but to acquiesce. Li Jiao insisted that I walk ahead while she leaned on my shoulder. Previously, her father had driven her to and from school, but being a busy businessman, he gradually ceased to do so, deeming the surroundings safe enough. That day, as we made our way home, I noticed her cheerful demeanor. She played with stray cats and petted neighborhood dogs, her already slow pace further hindered by her distractions, making her progress almost torturously slow. Unable to contain myself, I remarked, Miss Li, with your leg injured, could you not be a bit quicker? Do you not wish to return home sooner? Li Jiao retorted that I lacked romantic sensibility, insisting that my time with her should be cherished and prolonged. I replied with gratitude, stating that I needed to return home early to prepare dinner for my mother, who would be back from work expecting a meal. She sighed, commenting on the burdens of poverty children of the less fortunate mature early. Wang Wei, you must marry a wealthy wife in the future. It would significantly improve your family's circumstances. I countered, there is no need for that. I have no desire to live off another. After much delay, we finally arrived at her home, only to find the elevator out of service. With her foot swollen and unable to ascend the stairs, I was driven to despair and had no choice but to carry her up. After shedding a considerable amount of sweat, I successfully delivered her to her doorstep. However, upon opening the door, her mother's expression soured at the sight of me. Her face contorted with displeasure as she forcefully pulled her daughter away, exclaiming, "Who permitted you to come to our home? Her mother's words incensed me. The two of them shared an alarming lack of regard for how their words affected others. Li Jiaojiao, feeling the awkwardness, quickly explained that she had twisted her ankle and I had helped her home. Her mother gasped, rushing to examine Li Jiaojiao's foot, oscillating between concern and anxiety. After a lengthy period of maternal inquiries, she quietly remarked, "Even so, you should seek someone else to escort you home, not him." Though her tone was hushed, I heard every word clearly. I was left incredulous. Did this mother-daughter duo ever consider the feelings of others when they spoke? I wondered how Li Jiaojiao could behave in such a manner. It seemed she had learned it from her mother. If it weren't for the fact that her mother was an elder, I would have scolded her long ago. Suppressing the anger within me, I addressed her mother, stating that I, too, was not particularly fond of visiting their home. With that, I turned to leave. Although Li Jiaojiao called out to me twice from behind, I chose not to respond. The following day in class, Li Jiaojiao approached me with a bottle of milk, offering her apologies and imploring me not to hold her mother's behavior against her. "Here, have my milk," she said. Upon uttering those words, she realized the implications of her statement, and her face flushed crimson. Had this occurred just a few days prior, I would have relished the opportunity to tease her mercilessly. However, at that moment, I was disinclined to engage with her, choosing instead to immerse myself in my book, not even lifting my eyelids. Finding herself at a loss, Li Jiaojiao reclaimed the milk, muttering something about my pettiness. I remained unresponsive, resolutely deciding not to interact with her until she learned how to communicate properly. After successfully dealing with Zhao Song the previous day, I felt emboldened to confront Cheng Hu, so I promptly began to devise my plan. Having spent a few days in the company of Cheng Hu, I was fairly acquainted with his usual whereabouts. After much contemplation, I resolved to act after the second period of afternoon classes. I was uncertain whether the term after the second period still held relevance, but in my time, it was the most cherished break, lasting a full hour, ample for any endeavor. Throughout the day, Li Jiaojiao attempted to initiate conversation with me countless times, but I ignored her, provoking her to insult me repeatedly. Nevertheless, I remained steadfast in my determination to correct her behavior. After the second period, I exited the classroom, heading toward the restroom, aware that Cheng Hu would likely be smoking there at that hour. Now, I had gained a certain notoriety, and as I walked through the corridor, many students cast glances in my direction. Their expressions were complex. On one hand, they looked down upon me due to my stature, yet on the other, they refrained from provoking me because of my association with the wolf. However, though others might scorn me, I would not allow myself to feel inferior. I held my head high and strode forward, as if commanding the world around me. Upon pushing open the restroom door, I was met with a haze of smoke, revealing Cheng Hu and his sycophants indulging in their habit. Ever since Cheng Hu had been publicly humiliated by the wolf, he had adopted a much more subdued demeanor, no longer exuding the arrogance he once did. Yet, his power and influence remained intact, manifesting in a subtle bravado, such as monopolizing the restroom during breaks, forcing other students to venture downstairs for their needs. As I suddenly entered, a voice shouted, "Who the hell are you? Get the hell out." Someone else chimed in, "Do you want to get beaten up?" Scram. I chose to ignore the taunts, navigating through the thick smoke until I reached the urinal. One of Cheng Hu's lackeys approached, seemingly intent on confronting me. But as soon as he recognized my identity, astonishment washed over his face, and he retreated, whispering something into Cheng Hu's ear. Through the dense haze, the crowd in the restroom finally discerned my presence. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, as myriad gazes converged upon me. Apart from the sound of my urination, no other noise could be heard. The steady flow continued, a rhythmic sound echoing in the stillness. Once I finished, I began to leisurely adjust my trousers. I was acutely aware that if I chose to leave at that moment, nothing would transpire, and Cheng Hu would undoubtedly refrain from causing me any trouble. Yet, contrary to this notion, after securing my trousers, I made my way toward Cheng Hu, who stood in the corner. The individuals in the restroom instantly braced themselves, their expressions betraying a sense of vigilance, while only Cheng Hu maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded me. As I approached him, he finally inquired, "Wang Wei, what do you intend to do?" I crossed my arms and playfully replied, "What do you think?" I spoke with a smirk, casting a condescending gaze upon Chung-Hu. Having endured the ordeal with Zhao Song, my acting skills had matured and boldened, as if I were truly a brother to a wolf. Typically, individuals like Chung-Hu, with their imposing stature, tend not to ponder too deeply, as violence often suffices, resulting in a somewhat diminished intellect. In contrast, Zhao Song was far more meticulous than Chung-Hu. Yet even he had fallen victim to my ruse, instilling in me the confidence to deceive Chung-Hu as well. Beneath my calm, yet audacious facade, Chung-Hu ultimately conceded, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to me. "Wang Wei, I acknowledge my past wrongs. You've avenged yourself. Let us put this matter behind us. If possible, we could still be brothers, and this time, I would treat you as a true kin." I accepted the cigarette, but with a flick of my wrist, I sent it tumbling onto Chung-Hu's nose, which then bounced to the floor, instantly becoming dampened by the urine. "Not happening," I sneered. Chung-Hu's expression was one of astonishment, clearly taken aback by my audacity, while his sycophants around him bared their teeth, seething with rage. Chung-Hu had every reason to be surprised. In his eyes, I was a trivial figure, previously obediently scurrying around him, never once considered a threat. Although I had allied myself with the wolf, he still perceived me as a spineless fool, incapable of such brazen actions. For me, this was akin to dousing Zhao Song with alcohol, merely a test of boundaries. Should the other party retaliate, I would retreat and declare the matter closed, swiftly departing. If they remained patient, I would proceed with my next move. An air of tension enveloped the restroom, and my palms began to perspire slightly. The pressure far more oppressive than when I faced Zhao Song. Nevertheless, recalling the humiliations I had endured, I steeled myself and fixed my gaze on Chung-Hu. Ultimately, he capitulated, perhaps overwhelmed by the wolf's reputation. He lowered his head and asked, "Wang Wei, how do you propose we resolve this matter? Let us be straightforward." I chuckled, patting Chung-Hu's shoulder, and echoed, "It's not that I 1T let you off. It's that Brother Wolf 1T. He wants you to come up to the rooftop shortly to discuss something with you. Additionally, Brother Wolf specifically requested that you arrive alone." Having spoken, I turned and exited the restroom, once again ascending the stairs. As I pushed open the door to the rooftop, I inhaled the fresh air, gazing up at the boundless blue sky adorned with white clouds, letting out a resounding shout. Swiftly, I dashed to the edge of the rooftop, preparing to execute the same act as before. The thought of settling the score with Chung-Hu, thus enabling me to devote myself to preparing for the impending high school entrance examination, stirred an exhilarating thrill within me, causing my hands to tremble slightly. Standing at the precipice, a cool breeze swept through my attire, and I genuinely felt a sense of triumph, as if I were the victor of life itself. Though this situation unfolded with inexplicable suddenness, it had ultimately arrived. Reflecting on past events, I recalled my unwavering loyalty to Chung-Hu, my sincere admiration and reverence for him, and how I had devoted myself to his service, willing to brave any danger for him. Yet, he had exploited me from the very beginning. When I finally refused his unreasonable demands, he turned against me, not only assaulting me, but also alongside Zhao Song, dragging me along the ground by my neck like a dog. As if that were not enough, Chung-Hu continued to torment me, viciously accusing me, in front of others, of being the despicable character who had drugged Li Jiao. Had it not been for the assistance of the wolf pack in clearing my name, I would have borne that ignoble accusation for life, leading to the utter ruin of my existence. Memories of one grievance after another flashed through my mind, igniting a fury within me that reached its zenith. In contrast to the deceitful Zhao Song, I harbored a deeper hatred for the hypocritical Chung-Hu. I vowed to show no mercy, intending to be far more ruthless than I had been with Zhao Song. Just as tumultuous thoughts swirled within me, the rooftop door was suddenly pushed open, and Chung-Hu finally entered. My eyes widened, and my heart raced. For Chung-Hu was not alone. Following him was a larger, more robust student. Chung-Hu, already a formidable figure, appeared almost diminutive in the presence of this towering individual. I recognized this student instantly. He was well known at our school. Another tyrant from the review class, reputed to be the only one capable of standing toe-to-toe with the wolf pack, the closest thing to a legend in our junior high. My heavens, Chung, who had actually summoned him? My mind buzzed with memories of that fateful day on the basketball court when the wolf had mercilessly beaten Chung Hu, during which Chung Hu had invoked this very name, hoping it would spare him from further wrath. Ironically, this had only incited greater fury from the wolf, resulting in an even more brutal thrashing. Setting aside Chung Hu's unfortunate plight at that moment, the mere fact that he could invoke this student's name indicated a certain camaraderie between them. However, I had never anticipated that Chung Hu would actually bring him along. It was evident that Chung Hu had summoned this student as a mediator, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that I was merely posturing. Wielding an illusion of power, there was no wolf to fear at all. As Chung Hu and Xiongzi stepped onto the rooftop, Xiongzi began to survey the surroundings and shouted, "Where the hell are you, coyote?" At that moment, I suddenly regained my composure, desperately suppressing my racing heart, and turned to call down from the rooftop, "All right, wolf brother, you go ahead. I will summon you when I have matters to discuss." Before I could finish my sentence, a series of thunderous footsteps echoed, as if the entire rooftop trembled. The imposing figure of Xiongzi charged towards me, also shouting down, "Coyote, are you running away? Get up here. Wait, I'm coming to find a coyote." Upon seeing Xiongzi, I was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Thankfully, I quickly thought on my feet and shouted an old saying down to the floor below. However, I hadn't anticipated that Xiongzi would follow me. If it had been Chung Hu, I might have dared to push him away and assert, "Wolf brother does not wish to see you." Yet, with Xiongzi, I could not summon the courage. It would only provoke his wrath further. As soon as Xiongzi arrived, he began hurling obscenities, clearly dismissive of the coyote, which explained why the coyote reacted explosively upon hearing his name. Following Xiongzi's furious roar, my eardrums buzzed, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. By now, after 2 periods of class, a multitude of students had gathered below, all craning their necks to glimpse the rooftop, many having heard Xiongzi's tirade against the coyote. But where was the coyote? Xiongzi glanced left and right, failing to spot the coyote, and seized my collar with ferocity, demanding, "Where is the coyote?" In our school, Xiongzi was nearly on par with the coyote in terms of reputation. I had heard numerous accounts of his brutal exploits, knowing he was a pure embodiment of violence, a formidable opponent in one-on-one confrontations, reputedly bold enough to even confront teachers. At that moment, with the burly Xiongzi gripping my collar and his face twisted in a fierce snarl, I trembled in fear. If he discovered that I was merely bluffing and that the coyote was nowhere to be found, I feared I would suffer a severe beating. Thus, I could only stubbornly fabricate a lie. "He's gone far away. To hell with you." Xiongzi suddenly swung a powerful punch at my nose. Instantly, my vision darkened, and I felt as though my entire face had gone numb. A viscous liquid streamed from my nose, and with a resounding thud, my body collapsed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a halt. As I touched my nose, I found my palm stained with bright red blood. I recalled a lesson I had once studied titled Lu Tixiao's Fist Strike Jin Guanxi, which described how Lu Tixiao's punch made Jin Guanxi feel as though his nose had opened a sauce shop, with sensations both salty, sour, and spicy. At the time, I thought the textbook exaggerated. Now, I realized it was a truthful depiction, for my nose bore the same sensations, sharp and spicy, forcing tears from my eyes. The author of Water Margin must have experienced a similar blow to the nose. Although Xiongzi may not be as towering as Lu Zhishan, he was certainly comparable in stature. He hardly resembled a middle school student. Rather, he was akin to a hulking beast, leaving me to wonder what he had consumed to grow so large. Yet this was not the end. The colossal figure of Xiongzi surged towards me like a tempest, delivering a brutal kick to my abdomen. I let out a gasp, my body rolling several meters away, engulfed in a searing pain that coursed through me, my internal organs protesting violently, and the contents of my stomach threatening to escape. This was undoubtedly the most excruciating blow I had ever endured in my life. Previously, when Zhao Song and Chung, who had assaulted me, tossing me around mercilessly, I thought their cruelty was unparalleled. Now I realized that their methods paled in comparison to Xiongzi's ferocity. His terrifying physique and astonishing strength transcended ordinary comprehension. Xiongzi continued to pummel me with relentless kicks, cursing as he did so. Damn it, that bastard Chai Lang. Last time he laid a beating on Huzi, I let it slide. But now he dares to come at me again? Does he think so little of me? What nonsense is this middle school nonsense? As Xiongzi rained blows upon me, Cheng-Hu feigned concern from the sidelines, urging Xiongzi to relent, citing that I was, after all, Chai Lang's brother, and that excessive force was unwarranted. However, this only ignited Xiongzi's wrath further, prompting him to kick my abdomen with even greater ferocity, bellowing, "Let me tell you, even if Chai Lang himself were here, I would not hold back. I dare him to show his face." Xiongzi was indeed an embodiment of arrogance, a reason why he was deemed the closest to the heavens of our middle school. It was no wonder that the mere mention of his name sent Chai Lang into a frenzy. The same could be said for Xiongzi, who erupted at the mention of Chai Lang's name, indicating that Cheng-Hu's words were deliberately provocative. I had a stick concealed in my sleeve, but I found myself without the opportunity to retrieve it, or rather, I was too terrified to do so, for Xiongzi was nothing short of terrifying. After delivering over 10 punishing kicks, Xiongzi hoisted me up like a chick, glaring menacingly at my face. "Kid, here's your chance. Call Chai Lang back to me." Each of Xiongzi's kicks had left me feeling as if my insides were being shattered, my body devoid of strength, allowing me only to weakly utter, "He has gone, go get him back." Xiongzi roared at me, his voice reverberating through my skull, leaving me dizzy and on the brink of unconsciousness. "Fine. You want to call him? I will." He tossed me to the ground and produced a mobile phone. It was a simple black and white model that, by today's standards, seemed rather outdated. Yet in that era, it was a status symbol, a luxury reserved for those of considerable standing. Even Li Jiaojiao, whose family was affluent, did not possess a phone. Xiongzi was poised to dial, evidently intending to contact Chai Lang. Panic surged within me. I had been masquerading under Chai Lang's name to summon Cheng-Hu. In truth, I was not Chai Lang's brother at all. If Xiongzi made that call, my ruse would be utterly exposed, and it would not only be Xiongzi who would strike me. I could expect Chai Lang to join in as well. At this school, I had barely managed to survive the ire of Zhao Song and Cheng-Hu. Facing the wrath of both these demonic figures simultaneously was unthinkable. Thus, in a state of frantic desperation, I clung to Xiongzi's leg, summoning every ounce of strength to plead, "Please don't." At this very moment, I find myself in a state of utter humility and despair, fervently wishing that Xiongzi would refrain from making that fateful call. My tone was imbued with a level of supplication that felt almost beneath the dust. "I implore you, please do not make that call." My peculiar demeanor finally piqued Xiongzi's curiosity, prompting him to crouch down and gaze at me intently. "How strange," he remarked. "Are you not a brother of the wolf? Given the wolf's nature, knowing I am here to confront you, he would surely come to your aid. Why do you not summon him? His presence would undoubtedly benefit you." Realizing that withholding the truth would lead to my inevitable doom today, I could only utter in despair, "I'm not at all a brother of the wolf." Xiongzi was momentarily taken aback, as was Cheng-Hu, who then turned to Xiongzi, bewildered, and asked, "What is going on?" Cheng-Hu, equally perplexed, replied that he had just been to the restroom searching for me and had heard that the wolf was waiting for me on the rooftop, insisting that I come alone. Before he could finish his explanation, a look of sudden comprehension crossed his face. "I see now. This fellow is not a brother of the wolf at all. He merely seeks to leverage the wolf's name to settle scores with me." Both Cheng-Hu and Xiongzi grasped the situation. Rather than expressing anger, Xiongzi erupted into laughter, chuckling heartily while playfully slapping my face. "My friend, you truly possess a remarkable talent, even daring to impersonate the wolf. If he were to discover this, you would be finished. You are quite impressive. I find myself beginning to admire you." Faced with Xiongzi's mockery, I felt utterly powerless, continuing to beseech him, "I beg you, please do not inform him." Ignoring my pleas, Xiongzi erupted with laughter, standing up and exclaiming, "Damn it, to waste my time on such a minor character. Huzi, I am leaving. Contact me if you need anything." With that, Xiongzi strode purposefully towards a rooftop exit, leaving Chenghu behind. Once Xiongzi had completely departed, Chenghu turned to me with a sinister glint in his eyes, saying, "Playing games with me?" He rolled up his sleeves and unleashed a fierce punch aimed squarely at me. Chenghu, of course, showed no mercy, seemingly taking deliberate pleasure in venting his frustrations upon me. He struck me for a solid 10 minutes before finally departing the rooftop, satisfied. Lying on the ground, my body ached all over, each part radiating pain, rendering me as immobile as a lifeless dog. I gazed upwards at the sky, allowing the blood to flow slowly from my cheek. My heart was heavy with bitterness. I was plunged in a profound sorrow, embodying the very essence of the saying, "The pretender suffers the consequences," which seemed to encapsulate my predicament perfectly. Despite my desperate pleas to Xiongzi to keep my secret from the wolf, I had overlooked one crucial detail. Even if Xiongzi remained silent, Chenghu would undoubtedly divulge the truth, leading to yet another tempestuous beating. The thought of the wolf's terror made me involuntarily chuckle bitterly. This time, I had truly misstepped. Not only had I failed to avenge my grievances, but I had also attracted an even more terrifying dilemma. It was evident that my time at this institution was now rendered futile. I lost track of how long I lay there before finally finding the strength to rise unsteadily, my body adorned with wounds and stains. As I made my way towards the exit, pain envelopes me. Every inch of my body aches, and with each step I take, the agony intensifies. Yet what choice do I have? I must persevere. Lacking brothers or friends, I find myself longing for companionship. How wonderful it would be if I were a leader, surrounded by loyal allies. Grasping the railing, I descend slowly. Upon reaching the ground floor, I realize that class has yet to commence. An hour-long intermission is indeed ample time. Many students notice my disheveled state, their expressions filled with shock as they gaze upon me. Is that Wang Wei? What has happened to him? They murmur, clearly astonished. He appears to have been beaten. But isn't he a member of the wolf pack? Who could have dared to strike him? It is disheartening to see that just when he thought he had found some peace, he suffers again. Alas, the pitiful often harbor their own faults. If he has been assaulted, there must be a reason. Let us merely observe the spectacle. I pay no heed to their whispers and derision, resolutely making my way towards the classroom, leaning against the wall for support. I have resolved not to continue my studies. Persisting seems futile, so I intend to retrieve my books. However, halfway there, a bitter smile crosses my lips. Given my current state, why bother with the books? What purpose do they serve? Perhaps the blows to my head have rendered me foolish. I turn back towards the stairwell, but after taking just a couple of steps, a voice calls out from behind. "Oh my, Wang Wei, what has happened to you?" It is Li Jiao. One reason I dread returning to the classroom is the thought of her witnessing my pitiful condition. With her personality, I can only imagine the mockery that would ensue. I hasten my pace, eager to escape this place, yet my body fails to comply, and I collapse to the ground with a thud. "Wang Wei!" Li Jiao rushes over, trembling as she grasps my arm, imploring to know what transpired to leave me in such a state. To my surprise, her expression is filled with concern, devoid of any trace of ridicule. Could it be that the proud Li Jiao genuinely cares for me? I shake my head, convinced I am hallucinating. Struggling to steady myself against the wall, I attempt to rise, but my legs betray me once more, and I fall again. The image of Chenghu mercilessly beating me lingers in my mind, his excitement palpable as he discovered the wooden stick concealed in my sleeve, bringing it down upon my legs with force. My feeble condition seems to frighten Li Jiao. She incessantly queries about my plight, attempting to lift me, but lacking the strength to do so, ultimately seeking assistance from those nearby. Yet, no one responds. All stand by apathetic, their eyes fixed upon me. Not a single soul extending a hand. "Please, someone help him to the infirmary. Just a couple of you, please." Li Jiao cries out, her voice tinged with desperation. Li Jiao was truly crying, her eyes a vivid crimson, tears cascading down her cheeks. Perhaps she was startled by my current state, drenched in blood from head to toe. I thought I might be mistaken and shook my head vigorously, for my mind was utterly dazed, everything appearing slightly blurred, leading me to suspect that Xiongzi's punch had rendered me concussed. While grasping my arm, Li Jiao desperately pleaded with the students in the corridor. Yet one by one, they passed by with indifference. A few, drawn by her beauty, hesitated, but ultimately, none dared to lend a hand, clearly unwilling to invite trouble. As no one understood the situation at hand, with no alternative, Li Jiao attempted to assist me herself. However, her own feet were swollen, making it impossible for her to lift me. Time and again, I collapsed to the ground, once even landing on her ankle, causing her to cry out in pain. We lay in the corridor like two helpless castaways adrift in the ocean, surrounded by ships, yet receiving no assistance. Crying, Li Jiao held me tightly, repeatedly asking how I was, while my consciousness faded further into obscurity. Just then, a male voice suddenly broke through the haze. It was Brother Lu, the security guard. Although I had not called my uncle, I had managed to resolve all troubles with the help of the wolf, which had pleased Brother Lu, who had sought me out several times, assuring me that as long as I remained safe, all would be well. Seeing me in this condition startled him, and he hurried over to help me. With Brother Lu's assistance, we finally made our way to the infirmary. The doctor conducted a physical examination, stating that I had no serious injuries, only some external wounds that would heal with proper care. After administering basic treatment and an anti-inflammatory everything settled down, and only then did Brother Lu inquire about what had transpired and who had inflicted such harm upon me. I hesitated to mention Xiongzi, instead attributing it to Cheng Hu. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao erupted in anger, exclaiming, "How dare Cheng Hu strike you? Does he possess the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard, unaware that you are a brother of the wolf? Just wait, I shall confront the wolf." With that, she dashed out of the infirmary. I quickly urged Brother Lu to call Li Jiao back, imploring him not to let her seek out the wolf. Though her temper was fierce, she was currently limping, and Brother Lu swiftly brought her back. Li Jiao demanded to know why I had prevented her from confronting the wolf, while Brother Lu regarded me with equal confusion. At that moment, I could no longer conceal the truth and had no choice but to recount the entire story. I confessed that I was not truly a brother of the wolf, merely using his name to navigate the outside world, even taking advantage of it to violently confront Zhao Song. When I had intended to repeat this with Cheng Hu, he had summoned Xiongzi, exposing my deceit, resulting in my current predicament. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao was furious, chastising me for pretending to be a brother of the wolf, concluding that being beaten was well-deserved. He said, "Wang Wei, you truly have not made any progress. I am utterly disappointed in you. If you possess any abilities, rely on yourself instead of resorting to deceitful tactics. However, I perceive that you will remain this way for your entire life. Truly, I hold you in disdain." Previously, Li Jiao had been supportive of me, sometimes crying or causing a scene, humbly pleading with others, which genuinely moved me. Yet now, in my current predicament, she still taunts me with her words, inciting a strong aversion within me. And I retorted sharply, "What business is it of yours? Leave me be." Li Jiao said nothing and limped away. After she departed, only Lu Gu remained by my side, and the ward was enveloped in a profound silence. Both of us remained mute, not uttering a word. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Gu finally spoke, "In truth, your strategy is not flawed. If you seek vengeance but lack the strength or influence, what alternative do you have other than to take such desperate measures?" Of course, it ultimately went awry, but such outcomes are unpredictable. It was always a gamble, with equal chances of victory and defeat. Moreover, you did win once, which is commendable. That girl failed to consider your situation, which is indeed her fault. But her essence is still one of concern for you, so do not hold it against her. I scoffed, retorting, "Concern for me? Spare me." She would relish seeing me beaten daily. Lu Gu countered, "That is not the case. Just look at how she wept when you fell to the ground. She does care for you." I fell into silence, reflecting on the scene. Did Li Jiao genuinely care for me? Certainly, given my current battered state. I had little inclination to delve into that inquiry. Even if she did care, it was only right, considering how many times I had assisted her, and my father's imprisonment was due to her actions. Lu Gu, who was quite familiar with the doctors in the infirmary, brought me an apple and inquired, "It seems you may offend the wolf again. What do you plan to do?" I offered a bitter smile, replying, I plan to do nothing, just to quit and return home. Luga paused before suggesting, I recommend you try reaching out to your uncle. After all, he is your blood relative and cannot simply disregard you. Perhaps last time he was in a bad mood because he had just come out. I scoffed at the notion, in a bad mood? Spare me. He was enjoying drinks with that crowd. He is nothing but scum. Let us not speak of him. The last time we parted, I vowed never to seek him out, and now that I'm still alive, it is even less likely I would approach him. It would be a humiliation. However, that bald man. Perhaps I could seek him out? The wolf had aided me last time solely because of the bald man's involvement. Although it was only once, it indicated that he heeded the bald man's words. If I could find a bald man and explain my situation, surely he would not turn a blind eye. But therein lies a dilemma. I had no knowledge of the bald man's name, his residence, or his contact number. I was utterly unfamiliar with the city, completely in the dark about everything. How could I locate him? At that moment, another name surfaced in my mind, Sun Jingyi. Although I am uncertain as to why Sun Jingyi has repeatedly sought me out, insisting that I speak to her regarding my troubles, I can sense her sincerity. Should I approach her, she would undoubtedly extend her assistance, given her standing in school. It should not be a formidable task for her to intervene with the wolves on my behalf. However, recalling her words from our last encounter, when she expressed confidence in my ability to fend for myself, I feel a profound sense of embarrassment after enduring such a humiliating defeat. The thought of seeking her help is rather daunting, particularly as a man, for who among us would willingly sacrifice their pride by turning to a woman for aid? Thus, I dismissed the notion, reasoning that it would be best not to trouble Sun Jingyi further. Perhaps it would be simpler to withdraw from school entirely, thus resolving my predicament. I could then navigate the world on my own, and once I have established myself, I would return to confront those scoundrels. As I contemplated my course of action, a sudden cacophony of angry voices and the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from outside the infirmary. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, a throng of furious individuals burst into the room, led by none other than Zhao Song. Wang Wei, how dare you deceive me? Brothers, let us make short work of him. My mind reeled as I realized that Cheng, who had informed Zhao Song of the events, prompting this immediate act of vengeance. The group surged towards me, hurling insults, and I hastily yanked out my four and attempted to flee. Yet it was too late. Zhao Song kicked me back onto the bed, and in an instant I was besieged by a flurry of fists and feet. Lu Gu desperately tried to intervene, threatening and shouting, while the doctors rushed in to break up the chaos, but they were powerless against the wrathful youths. Ultimately, Lu Gu resorted to his walkie-talkie, calling for security to address the brawl. Upon seeing this, Zhao Song and his gang retreated, leaving behind a trail of curses, vowing to strike me again whenever they encountered me. The infirmary was left in disarray. Numerous bottles lay shattered, and the bed linens were soiled. The most unfortunate of all was, of course, me. Having already sustained severe injuries, I now lay on the floor, dazed and motionless after the brutal beating. Lu Gu rushed over, inquiring about my condition and attempting to help me up, but I pushed him away. Wang Wei, I slowly rose to my feet, avoiding eye contact and silent as I made my way outside. Lu Gu trailed after me, asking where I was headed, to which I weakly replied, Lu Gu, I want to go home. Please don't follow me. Reluctantly, he halted his pursuit. I dragged my battered body through the campus, every inch of me aching and bruised. My clothes and face marked with footprints, mingled with blood. The students around me gaped in astonishment, likely having never witnessed such a peculiar sight before, their hushed whispers filling the air. Who is that? How could he be beaten so badly? You don't know? He asked Wang Wei, infamous in our middle school, dragged around like a dog by Cheng, Hu, and Zhao Song. Later, the wolf came to his aid, helping him out of trouble, but just 2 days later. How did it come to this? Hey, are you not aware? I just heard someone say that he is not actually the wolf's brother. He was merely deceiving everyone. That is why he received another beating from Cheng Hu. Huh? So he is not the wolf's brother? Then what was he pretending for every day? I thought he was truly fitting in. Haha, with his demeanor, do you really think he could blend in? In the face of relentless insults and mockery, I felt as though I had become deaf to their taunts, perhaps having grown numb to it all. With an expressionless face, I dragged my weary feet, step by step, away from the campus that had inflicted upon me so much torment and humiliation. "Look, he resembles a dog," someone remarked behind me as I walked down the street. The incessant buzzing of voices, reminiscent of flies, finally faded away. However, my appearance was so disheveled that it attracted the attention of several passers-by. Yet they remained ignorant of the events that had transpired, merely casting me astonished glances without offering any judgment. I continued my weary march, seemingly impervious to fatigue, unsure of my destination, simply striving to escape this place, even this world. I did not return home. I could not bear to have my mother see me in such a state. Passing by a public restroom, I entered to wash my face and straighten my clothes. Yet when I gazed into the mirror, the reflection still bore the marks of despair. The clean water could wash away dirt and footprints, but how could it erase the bruises, the scars, the desolation, and the hatred that lingered within? Exiting the restroom, I resumed my aimless wandering, traversing from the east to the west, then south and north. Gradually, darkness enveloped the sky. Although it was summer, the night breeze was chilling, perhaps reflective of the coldness within my heart, compounded by the pain that surged through my battered body. The streetlights flickered on, and many people emerged for a stroll. I sought refuge in the smaller paths, my shadow elongated beneath the lamplight, evoking a profound sense of solitude and desolation. Upon reaching the entrance of a park, I contemplated spending the night inside, but the main gate was already locked. Resigned, I sat on the stone steps at the entrance, burying my head between my legs. A few tears began to trickle down my cheeks. I was indignant, filled with an unyielding fury. My veins still pulsed with heated blood. But what could I do? Why was I not a leader? Why did I lack a band of brothers? Why Z? Why Z? At that moment, a distant voice called out, startling me. I quickly lifted my head and turned toward the source of the sound, where under the dim glow of the streetlight, I saw my mother slowly approaching, calling my name. Clearly, she had come looking for me since I had not returned home after school. How could I let her see me in this wretched state? In a panic, I dashed into the park, although the gate was secured. I scaled the wall and jumped down. With a thud, I landed on the ground, and my already fragile body ached even more. I hastily covered my mouth, stifling any sound that might escape. Beneath the wall, the darkness enveloped the surroundings, overrun with patches of grass and trees. I heard my mother gradually approach, only to recede once more. Lying amidst the foliage, tears streamed down my face once again. However, it was but a fleeting moment. I swiftly dried my eyes and made my way towards the park, intending to find a bench to rest upon, as waves of pain coursed through my body. Having gone an entire day without nourishment, dizziness clouded my mind, and my frail body felt utterly broken. I needed to seek refuge before losing consciousness. The park at night was eerily tranquil, save for the distant chirping of insects. As I strolled along the winding paths, convinced that I was the sole occupant of the vast expanse, a sudden clamor reached my ears. Intrigued, I followed the sound. Approaching ever closer, I discovered a group of merrymakers hidden within the bushes, their laughter and cheers resonating through the air. How delightful they seemed! Why did their lives brim with joy while I languished in despair? "Kulme," a voice suddenly rang out, startling me. It was surprisingly familiar. "Kulme." It beckoned once more. My heart raced with excitement as I trembled towards the thicket. Parting the tangled leaves, I finally recognized the familiar faces before me. Overcome with emotion, I felt darkness envelop me once again. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, I heard a faint voice. Come, let us rendezvous at 9-8. "Who?" I mumbled. "Your father." When I awoke, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. It was the scent of barbecued chicken that roused me from my slumber. I remained where I had collapsed, while the group sat a few meters away, gathered around a fire, with a golden brown chicken sizzling atop the flames, dripping with juices. After a night without food, my eyes glimmered with hunger as I fixated on the chicken. One of the group noticed my gaze, tore off a chicken leg, and tossed it my way. I hastily caught it and devoured it ravenously. The others continued their revelry, engrossed in their merriment, oblivious to my presence. Once I had finished the chicken leg, my spirits lifted slightly. Wiping the grease from my lips, I summoned the courage to approach them. The leader of the group, known as Wolf, narrowed his eyes at me and stood to shield the chicken. "One leg is sufficient. What more do you want?" he growled. I clenched my teeth and said, "Brother Wolf, I apologize." Wolf looked perplexed, inquiring about my predicament. His question left me bewildered. Did he truly remain unaware of the incident? That seemed implausible. Such news had spread throughout the entire school. Hesitating, I recounted the events in their entirety, detailing how I had borrowed his name to confront Zhao Song, and how I had intended to employ the same tactic against Cheng Hu, only for Cheng Hu to summon Xiongzi, resulting in my own beating. As I reached this point in my tale, a cunning idea struck me. I emphasized Xiongzi's brazen insults directed at Wolf, portraying him as someone who looked down upon Wolf, hoping to shift the focus and incite Wolf to take action against Xiongzi. The Wolf discerned my intentions and directly stated, "Enough of your provocation. My relationship with Xiongzi is already quite dismal, and I am well aware of the venomous words he can utter." Instantly, I felt a rush of embarrassment, rooted in place, hesitant to utter another word. The Wolf turned to his sworn brother and inquired, "What do you think?" A student with notably dark skin remarked, "Not bad, quite astute, really. I certainly couldn't conceive such a plan." Another student, whose eyes were slightly askew, added, "Clever indeed, sharp-minded, bold, and meticulous, certainly possesses great potential with proper cultivation." The Wolf then turned to a gangly, slender student, saying, "Erganzai, what is your opinion?" The latter replied, "I echo their sentiments. This fellow lacks both power and influence. Having only acted twice, succeeding once and failing once, the latter due to unforeseen circumstances. Had it not been for that bastard Xiongzi, Cheng Hu might have also been dealt with. His composure during action is commendable. He has the makings of someone who can achieve great things. Also, I go by Ganzi, not Erganzai. Could you refrain from calling me that, Wolf brother?" "Very well, Ganzi," the Wolf replied. The others chimed in with their praises, and the only dissenting voice pointed out my lack of prior investigation and failure to consider potential variables, yet still acknowledged my commendable performance, an impressive feat for a first attempt. Listening to their accolades, my heart raced with exhilaration. It appeared they were not only unperturbed, but were lauding my actions. What could this mean? The Wolf nodded and turned to me, asking, "Do you wish for revenge?" Regardless of the Wolf's underlying motives, I immediately responded with fervor, "Yes. Naturally. How could I not desire revenge?" The enmity between Zhao Song, Cheng Hu, and myself had deepened considerably. As for Xiongzi, I hesitated to harbor vengeful thoughts toward him. I merely hoped for another opportunity to, "All right, let us pursue vengeance," the Wolf exclaimed, slapping my shoulder with enthusiasm. "We shall first deal with those two scoundrels, Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, and then take down that big bastard Xiongzi." I was aflame with excitement. This was the fulfillment of a long-held desire. The prospect of the Wolf's assistance meant that Zhao Song and Cheng Hu could only submit to defeat. As for Xiongzi, I was uncertain of the Wolf's confidence, yet his assured demeanor suggested all would be well. However, had the Wolf not stated he would only assist me once? Why was he now willing to aid me a second time? When I posed this question, the Wolf chuckled. "What if I said you were the one assisting us? Would you believe it? Me assisting them?" I widened my eyes, initially thinking the Wolf had lost his senses, but his earnest expression suggested he was not jesting. I remained perplexed. The Wolf turned to Ganzi, saying, "You explain it to him." The previously mentioned gangly student reiterated, "Once more I am Ganzi, not Erganzai." Then he began to explain, saying that although they currently held the nominal title of Heaven at school, Xiongzi had always been somewhat unconvinced of their authority, leading to frequent skirmishes between the two sides. Thus, this day felt somewhat unjustifiable. With graduation approaching, they aimed to take down Xiongzi and truly assume the role of Heaven. However, both sides were evenly matched, and in a real confrontation, it was uncertain who would emerge victorious. Consequently, they sought my assistance to defeat Xiongzi. In essence, I would be aiding them. With my help, I was once again bewildered. What abilities did I possess that could aid them in overcoming Xiongzi? If I were that capable, I wouldn't have been in such a pitiful state by the afternoon. Observing my confusion, Ganzi chuckled and said, "Wang Wei, you may lack both strength and influence, yet you still contemplate strategies to deal with Zhao Song and Cheng Hu. How can you claim to be without capability? In my eyes, you possess considerable potential. He continued, now, I ask you, if you were in our position, how would you eliminate Xiongzi? Realizing this was a test from Ganzi, I began to ponder earnestly. As they had stated, both sides were nearly equal in power and influence. Thus, to defeat Xiongzi, there was but one solution: to enhance our own strength and influence. Yet, with graduation just days away and the others already in review classes, how could such an enhancement be achieved? That's where you come in. Ganzi smiled again. Me? I questioned. Indeed, Ganzi replied. If you were to become the leader of the third year, possessing your own power, wouldn't that enable you to help us take down Xiongzi? The notion of becoming the leader of the third year was daunting. I shook my head vigorously, asserting that I lacked such capability. I was merely a minor character, devoid of fighting skills or charisma, with no prestige whatsoever. Moreover, with Zhao Song and Cheng Hu around, how could I possibly take the lead? While I had occasionally daydreamed about being a leader with my own group of brothers, imagining the reverence with which others would regard me, I understood such a destiny was unattainable. However, Ganzi casually remarked, it's not as difficult as it seems. Prestige is partly derived from one's own abilities and partly from the support of others. You have some notoriety, albeit not particularly favorable, but with our backing, it could be elevated swiftly. As for Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, we can assist you in dealing with them, and without those obstacles, you could rally a group of your own. Together, taking down Xiongzi would be quite feasible. Listening to Ganzi's nonchalant tone, it seemed as though the task was indeed manageable. My spirits were quickly lifted. A true man should strive for greatness. If an opportunity to make a name for myself truly existed, why should I let it slip by? Regardless of the outcome, I yearned to attempt it. Thus, I promptly agreed. All right. Upon hearing my response, the wolf grinned and handed me a phone, instructing me to call my mother to prevent her from worrying too much. He added, prepare yourself. Tomorrow we will confront Zhao Song and Cheng Hu. I made a call home, relieved to find that my mother had already returned. Previously, my mother indeed sought me out, even visiting the school upon hearing rumors of my involvement in a brawl. She was understandably anxious. I reassured her that it was nothing out of the ordinary, as I had grown accustomed to such altercations, and that I was currently in the company of friends. My mother could hear the raucous laughter and chatter of my companions, which eased her worries. She reminded me to take care of my safety and mentioned the prospect of us moving to another city for high school in a few days. She assumed my conflict was solely with Zhao Song, unaware that I had entangled myself in far greater troubles. After our call, I joined the revelry with my friends, indulging in drinks for the first time among this little collective. The experience felt surreal. Surrounded by laughter, conversation, and playful banter, I sensed a diminishment of my solitude. Yet, uncertainty lingered. Did the wolves truly regard me as a brother, or was it merely a matter of mutual exploitation? Perhaps I ought not to yearn for too much. Avenging my grievances was already a considerable achievement. That night, our merriment stretched late into the evening before we returned home. The following morning, despite my body being marred with bruises, my spirit had transformed. Gone was the despondency that had clouded my departure from school the day before. I stepped out with renewed vigor, striding confidently towards the school gates. I knew my time was approaching. Upon arriving at school, it was evident that the others regarded me as a curiosity, their gazes akin to that of spectators observing a peculiar creature. After all, I had left in such a disheveled state, seemingly forsaken. Yet here I was, like an indomitable cockroach returning from the brink of annihilation. Look, Wang Wei is back, they exclaimed. Goodness, is it truly him? What is he thinking? Is he not yet satiated by the beatings? Their astonishment was palpable. I had never encountered such audacity in anyone before, nor such shamelessness. Did he truly believe himself to be a brother of the wolves? As usual, I dismissed their whispers, entering our classroom and taking my seat. Li Jiaojiao was present, yet she did not acknowledge me. I, in turn, was indifferent to her presence, choosing instead to immerse myself in my studies. The morning classes passed quietly, with not a word exchanged between us. Once the bell rang, I promptly rose to leave, only for Li Jiaojiao to call out, "Where do you think you're going?" I replied curtly, "That's none of your concern." Her impatience flared. "Can't you just sit quietly in the classroom for once? Do you wish to go outside and get beaten by Cheng Hu?" Have you forgotten the lesson? The entire school is aware that you're no longer a brother of the wolves. Everyone is reveling in your misfortune. Don't you feel embarrassed? I ignored her and continued my way outside. As I reached the classroom door, a sudden fragrance enveloped me. An exceptionally beautiful girl blocked my path. It was Sun Jingyi, the student council president and the school's belle. Upon seeing me, she inquired, "Wang Wei, did Xiongzi and the others trouble you yesterday? Gulme, let me take you to confront them." Sun Jingyi's concern was unmistakable. Her initiative to seek me out moved me deeply, even if the reason remained a mystery. I simply replied, "Thank you, senior, but please rest assured I can handle this matter myself." Having spoken, I feigned nonchalance and turned away under the astonished gaze of Sun Jingyi, leaving her with what appeared to be a formidable silhouette. Once I exited the classroom, a throng of students, having just finished their classes, turned their attention towards me, their whispers laced with derision and mockery echoing in the air. Yet, as if impervious to their taunts, I quietly retrieved a cigarette and lit it, strolling leisurely towards the restroom. That place was the domain of Cheng Hu. My goodness, he still intended to confront Cheng Hu. What kind of mischief was he planning this time? Could he possibly be considering using a knife against him again? It was conceivable. Where there was one incident, a second might surely follow. It appeared that another spectacle was about to unfold. Look at how he smoked that cigarette, and the swagger in his stride. Did he truly believe himself to be a kingpin? Let us see how badly he gets beaten. Without needing to rally support, a multitude of onlookers trailed behind me, clearly signifying my burgeoning reputation. By the time I reached the restroom door, an overwhelming crowd had gathered behind me. At least 100 classmates, some even relaying messages to summon others for the spectacle. I noticed that Sun Jingyi had followed as well. Perhaps eager to demonstrate her boldness, I clutched the cigarette and decisively kicked the door open. Inside, a dense cloud of smoke obscured all visibility. "Who the hell?" Cheng Hu's voice boomed. "Your father." I bellowed back, my voice resonating with authority, shattering the tension in the air. This shout unleashed all my pent-up vigor, resentment, and fury, leaving me feeling remarkably liberated. The previously cacophonous restroom fell abruptly silent, and the once bustling corridor quieted as well. After all, throughout the entirety of the third year, no one had dared to declare themselves as Cheng Hu's father. All eyes were fixed on me in disbelief. Among the crowd, Sun Jingyi wore an expression of astonishment, and even Li Jiaojiao had arrived, equally wide-eyed in trepidation. Time seemed to freeze, the air thickened, and only the smoke from my cigarette continued to rise languidly. I squinted, straining to discern Cheng Hu's movements through the haze. Looking for death, he roared in fury, his imposing figure charging through the smoke with unparalleled rage. The floor reverberating beneath his thunderous footsteps, a testament to his wrath. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted in the corridor, as onlookers believed I was courting disaster with my bold provocation of Cheng Hu. Yet, I stood my ground, resolute as a monarch, as Cheng Hu approached me, his fist, large as a cauldron, raised to strike my nose. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from behind me, delivering a powerful kick to Cheng Hu's abdomen. The force of the blow sent him hurtling across the restroom, his body crashing against the interior with a thunderous impact akin to an earthquake. However, Cheng Hu was resilient. He was not one to stay down after a mere kick. He swiftly regained his footing, roaring, "Who?" "Your father," came the reply. A voice casually emerged, and then a figure gradually stepped out from behind me. It was the wolf, who also held a cigarette between his lips. Following him one by one appeared his comrades from the review class, the dusky-skinned Wei Zi, the sidelong-glancing Zhou Liang, and the tall, lanky Ganzi. All of them regarded Cheng Hu with a smile that was neither entirely amused nor entirely menacing. Cheng Hu, who had been so audacious moments before, was rendered utterly speechless. Disbelief etched across his face. Trembling, he managed to stand up. "Wolf, Brother Wolf." "Do not call me Brother Wolf." The wolf shook his head. "From this day forth, we are all your fathers. When you see us, you shall call us father. Understood?" Once again, silence enveloped the restroom, as well as the corridor. It was as if divine warriors had descended, for when the wolf and his entourage appeared behind me, everyone was left in stunned silence. After all, just yesterday, Rumors had circulated that I was not truly one of the wolf's brothers, merely riding on his coattails. Now, with the wolf's crew defending me, what was truly happening? No one could fathom the answer and could only exchange bewildered glances. I noticed that Sun Jingyi was no longer among the crowd. Perhaps she had left, thinking I was safe. However, Li Jiao remained, her large eyes wide with curiosity, fixated on the scene like an inquisitive little rabbit, while others were dazed. Cheng Hu appeared even more bewildered, staring blankly at us. The wolf, growing impatient, waved his hand and declared, "Enough talk. Let us go. Take them down." Upon his command, the wolf's brothers surged forward, storming into the restroom, launching both kicks and punches at Cheng Hu and his entourage. Cheng Hu's group, too frightened to retaliate, could only endure the blows in silence. Soon, the restroom was filled with the sounds of anguished cries and pleas for mercy. It was evident that the wolf's companions were skilled fighters, capable of bringing down an opponent with just a few well-placed strikes. More importantly, the wolf himself remained uninvolved, leaning casually against the doorframe while leisurely smoking, as if everything unfolding was of no concern to him. Such was the display of dominance. Observing the wolf in this light, I felt a mix of admiration and envy, wondering when I might attain such stature. "Look," the wolf suddenly said. "What?" I replied, bewildered. "Look, huh?" I still failed to grasp what the wolf wanted me to see. He abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze toward a certain spot outside the restroom. "The girl over there, look over here, look over here. The show is quite spectacular." I followed the direction of the wolf's gaze and realized he was referring to Li Jiao. Although she did not possess the striking beauty of Sun Jingyi, she was nonetheless among the most attractive in our class, making her stand out in the crowd. Thus, it was not surprising that the wolf had noticed her. Suddenly, the wolf began reciting song lyrics to her, causing Li Jiao's face to flush crimson. She immediately turned to leave, albeit with a slight limp. The wolf sighed. Such a beautiful girl, but unfortunately, she's a cripple. I was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain this to him. The wolf straightened up and asked why I was still standing there, why I had not yet joined the fray. I turned back to glance at the chaotic restroom, expressing my belief that I was utterly incapable of intervening. The wolf replied that even if I felt incapable, I must still engage, my skills were lacking, and I ought to practice more to gain practical experience. With a determined nod, I plunged into the battlefield within the restroom. Inside, the air was thick with lingering smoke. Cheng Hu's companions had already been defeated, sprawled on the floor, clutching their heads and wailing. In a corner, I finally located Cheng Hu, who was also pleading for mercy. I delivered a fierce kick to him. The one assaulting Cheng Hu was a Pole, who, upon seeing my arrival, stepped aside to target others. I kicked Cheng Hu several times, and he, still unaware it was me, cried out, "Master Pole, spare me." I bent down, grasped Cheng Hu's hair, and asked, "Cheng Hu, do you see who I am?" He lifted his head, recognized me, and his eyes blazed with fury. Without hesitation, I delivered a resounding slap, retorting, "What are you staring at? Never seen your father before?" This was my first strike against Cheng Hu, and the exhilaration coursing through me was indescribable. However, while he submitted to the wolf, to the pole, and to everyone present, he alone refused to yield to me. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Wang Wei, you have a trick up your sleeve. Fine, let's see who laughs last." Despite his predicament, Cheng Hu dared to threaten me, infuriating me further. I retaliated with a powerful punch, followed by a relentless series of blows. With the wolf present, Cheng Hu dared not retaliate, merely shielding his head and enduring in silence. I paid no heed to whether he accepted his fate. I simply sought satisfaction, delivering a frenzied beating for 7 or 8 minutes, even as others ceased their attacks. I continued. It was within this very restroom that Cheng Hu and I once shared brotherhood, smoking together and brawling side by side, reveling in countless joyful moments. Truly, those were the most splendid days of my life, leading me to believe I had found brothers and a sense of home. Yet later on, it was Cheng Hu himself who cast me into the abyss, leaving me desolate and despairing, shattering all my dreams of camaraderie and loyalty. I cannot recall how many punches and kicks I had unleashed upon him. I only knew that the pain he had inflicted upon me warranted every strike I delivered. As I continued to assault him, Even Chung-Hu lay motionless, yet I persisted, kicking him with fervor until the pole intervened, saying, "Enough, that's enough." Breathless, I gazed at Chung-Hu, crumpled at my feet. Countless times, I had envisioned this very moment, and now it had finally come to fruition. I had succeeded in trampling this scoundrel beneath my foot. In that instant, my heart surged with pride, and the world around me seemed to brighten. It was exhilarating to have my enemy beneath me, banishing all past shadows. Who could have imagined that just yesterday I had left the school in a wretched and desolate state, like a stray dog? As the saying goes, fortunes change. Yet for me, it took merely a night for everything to shift. Nevertheless, I understood this was only the beginning. Countless challenges awaited us ahead. The Pole lowered his head to assess Chung-Hu's injuries, then turned to me and remarked that it was quite serious. Enough for him to rest in a hospital for a few days. "Let's go," he urged. I nodded, leaving behind the battered Chung-Hu with the pole and others as we made our way outside. Upon reaching the restroom, we found the corridor still teeming with people. After all, Chung-Hu was quite the renowned figure. It was rather uncommon for him to be assaulted, so even after the commotion, the crowd was reluctant to disperse. Standing at the entrance, the Pole scratched his head and asked, "Where's Wolf Brother?" It was at that moment I noticed that the wolf, who had been at the door moments earlier, was nowhere to be seen. I glanced around, searching for him, and suggested, could he have gone back? The Pole dismissed the idea, stating Wolf Brother would never do such a thing, unless... He paused, pondering, was there a beautiful girl around just now? As we approached the entrance to our classroom, we indeed found the wolf standing by Li Jiao's desk, ardently proclaiming, "Listen." Li Jiao looked utterly perplexed. The wolf continued, "Listen." The sound of the sea weeping, lamenting who has been hurt. Li Jiao responded, "What are you talking about, Wolf Brother?" The wolf perched himself on Li Jiao's desk, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Beautiful lady, do you believe in fate?" "I do. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell in love. Would you date me? I wish to be your crutch, accompanying you as we explore this world together." My heavens, the wolf was indeed attempting to woo Li Jiao. I was astounded by the scene, especially given the overly sentimental words he spoke. Such exaggerated sentiments on a first encounter were quite audacious. Li Jiao, predictably, turned crimson and urged, "Wolf Brother, please stop joking around and just leave." The wolf, taken aback, replied, "Why would you think I'm joking? I'm entirely serious. If you don't believe me, feel my heart. It beats vigorously for you." With that, he took Li Jiao's hand, attempting to place it on his chest. Li Jiao's face reddened further as she swiftly withdrew her hand and pushed him away, insisting, "You really should go, please." The wolf, seemingly dejected, walked towards the door, and upon reaching us, lamented, "Brothers, I've experienced heartbreak." The others offered him words of consolation, assuring him that there were plenty of fish in the sea and that he deserved better, as if they were accustomed to such occurrences. The wolf, however, gritted his teeth, declaring that this was his first encounter with true love and that he could not afford to give up easily. Amidst this, the wolf suddenly glanced toward another direction in the corridor, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, "That girl looks promising. Go ask for her contact details." Yet, the Pole resolutely refused to comply. I stood there, utterly speechless, pondering what on earth was happening. After some commotion, the wolf inquired about her situation, and the Pole related everything in detail, adding that I had been quite ruthless, ensuring that Chung-Hu would be resting for several days. The wolf remarked, "Well then, let us deal with Zhao Song next." No sooner had the last word escaped his lips than a student hurriedly rushed over, calling out, Brother Wolf, until he reached us and came to a halt, grinning broadly as he said, "Brother Wolf, you were looking for me?" It was none other than Zhao Song. The wolf scrutinized Zhao Song from head to toe and commented, "You seem to be quite well informed, huh?" Zhao Song continued to smile amiably, as if he were intimately familiar with the wolf, replying, "Of course, as soon as I heard Brother Wolf had arrived at the 3rd year, I hurried out to welcome you. I hope I'm not too late." While speaking, he glanced at me, grasped my hand, and said, "Wang Wei, are you all right? I acted impulsively again yesterday. You must forgive me. This is my compensation for your medical expenses. You must accept it." At that moment, I felt something being thrust into my hand. Looking down, I discovered a stack of colorful banknotes, certainly amounting to hundreds of yuan, a significant sum for a middle school student. As if that weren't enough, Zhao Song then produced a box of Chunghua cigarettes with deftness, distributing them to his companions, before retrieving 2 more full boxes to stuff into the wolf's pocket, saying, "Brother Wolf, it's a rare occasion to see you. This is a token of my respect. You must accept it." I must admit, Zhao Song was exceptionally adept at navigating social dynamics. Although merely in the 3rd year, he exhibited a level of sophistication that suggested he had been mingling in society for quite some time. Furthermore, he possessed an astute awareness, always able to sense impending danger, deftly adjusting his approach as circumstances changed. Far more clever than Cheng, who was singularly focused. Indeed, under Zhao Song's barrage of flattery, the wolf and his companions wore expressions of delight, with the wolf himself beaming as he said, "Not bad, not bad. You certainly know how to handle things. I appreciate you." Zhao Song, still grinning, replied, "Brother Wolf, this is just the beginning. There will be many more occasions for me to show my respect." As he spoke, he cast a glance in my direction that felt almost like a provocation, implying that despite his closeness to the wolf, he was just as well connected, suggesting that any attempt to use the wolf against him was a futile endeavor. Watching the playful banter between the wolf and Zhao Song, it was as if they were brothers, and a shadow of unease washed over me. Indeed, to the wolf, I was merely a tool to confront Cheng, who, aiding me, was merely a side task. What would it matter if he chose not to assist me? Well then, Brother Wolf, I shall take my leave now. I'll treat you to a meal another time, Zhao Song said cheerfully, preparing to depart after his apparent success. Stop. The wolf's tone suddenly shifted. What's wrong, Brother Wolf? Zhao Song queried, turning back in confusion. At that moment, the corridor remained bustling with people, all aware that it was not only Cheng who had attacked me yesterday, but also Zhao Song. Now that Cheng had been dealt with, everyone was eager to see if Zhao Song would face retribution, lingering in anticipation. The wolf spoke slowly. I accept the cigarettes. I acknowledge your goodwill. However, this is insufficient. You must ask Wang Wei if he consents. A surge of joy erupted within me. It appeared that the wolf had not forgotten me. Zhao Song, evidently taken aback by the wolf's unexpected return, wore a rather displeased expression, clearly feeling somewhat duped. Yet, the fox was indeed a fox. In an instant, his demeanor reverted to its usual calm, and he regarded me with the warmth of an old friend, gently inquiring, Wang Wei, is that sum sufficient for you? If not, I can certainly assist further. I chuckled, genuinely delighted, and replied, not enough. He then asked, how much more do you require? A good thrashing, I retorted, and with that, I hurled the money in my hand forcefully at Zhao Song's face, following it up with a vigorous kick to his abdomen. I can never forget that corridor, bustling with people, where Zhao Song had once seized me by the nape and dragged me along the ground like a dog. He hurled insults, belittled me, and mocked me, enveloping me in an endless abyss of darkness and despair. Now, in the very same corridor, surrounded by the same crowd, I delivered kick after kick to Zhao Song. With each strike, he staggered back 2 or 3 steps, uttering, Wang Wei, I was wrong. I advanced from one end to the other, mirroring how he had once dragged me, the air filled with the same buzzing noise, but this time the object of ridicule was Zhao Song. Throughout this ordeal, the wolves remained passive observers. After all, they were honorable beings. Having accepted Zhao Song's cigarettes, they adhered to the adage that one who has received a favor ought not to act against the benefactor. Thus, they could only smoke his cigarettes while following behind, laughing at Zhao Song's misfortune. In that moment, I felt a profound sense of vindication. Previously, when I had assaulted Zhao Song on the rooftop, it had been a covert act shrouded in deception. Yet now, I was openly confronting him before the entire grade. Moreover, not long ago, I had just decisively beaten Cheng Hu. I stood triumphant, invigorated, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, embodying the essence of a victor in life. Although my victories over those two had been facilitated by the wolves, I too held value for them. We were in a mutually beneficial relationship, and thus, I felt justified and at ease in my reliance on them. I relentlessly kicked Zhao Song to the far end, and then employing both hands and feet. I thoroughly dealt with him, ensuring he would need several days of recuperation at home, marking a temporary conclusion to this confrontation as the onlookers dispersed. However, one question lingered in my mind. Despite the considerable commotion we had created in the corridor, surely the review class must have heard us. Why had Xiongzi not appeared? Even if he hadn't heard, surely Cheng, who would have reported the incident? Ganzi provided the answer, stating that Xiongzi was currently absent from school, attending to his father, who was undergoing surgery in the hospital and would not return for at least 3 days. Hence, I had seized this opportunity to confront Zhao Song and Cheng Hu. When Cheng Hu returned in 3 days and heard of the events, he would undoubtedly seek us out. Therefore, Ganzi said with earnest gravity, "Wang Wei, you must rise to the occasion and become the leader of the 3rd year within these 3 days. Do you have the confidence to do so? To become the leader of the 3rd year in just 3 days? Oh my goodness, in just 3 days. I cannot even claim the title of leader among my classmates, let alone that of the entire grade. Is this not a jest? Although the entire school now knows that I am a brother of the wolf, my status has indeed been elevated considerably, especially after I managed to subdue the 2 formidable figures, Zhao Song and Cheng Hu. Nevertheless, I can assure you that there remain numerous individuals who are not convinced of my authority, many indeed. Zhao Song and Cheng Hu achieved their current standing through sheer force, earning the respect of their peers. Yet, I, merely relying on the wolf's strength, managed to best them, and that alone grants me the title of leader? How absurd. However, Ganzi, with a cheerful demeanor, reassured me that after today's battle, my reputation would soar. Even if my own prowess is lacking, many would undoubtedly flock to my side. I remain skeptical, yet resolved to see it through. But truly, is it feasible to ascend to the position of leader among the 9th graders in just 3 days? Especially with the high school entrance examination looming just half a month away. Who would willingly align themselves with me then? To my astonishment, the following 3 days unfolded just as Ganzi had predicted. Many indeed gravitated towards me. In the corridors, individuals would approach me to converse and greet me. In the restroom, some would offer me cigarettes with utmost courtesy. Even those who had faced adversity sought me out, discreetly offering me cigarettes or money, pleading for my assistance in avenging them. The most striking change came from my classmates, who previously had not spared me a glance. They had only laughed at my misfortunes when Zhao Song and Cheng Hu had laid me low. Now, however, they circled around me, addressing me as Brother Wei. Yet, I found the moniker rather unappealing, reminiscent of some dubious tonic, so I insisted they refrain from calling me that. How can we reflect your status if we do not address you as brother? One classmate flattered. I found such sycophancy irksome and retorted, "Why not call me Lord Wei instead?" To my astonishment, he readily complied. I nearly fainted. Truthfully, I had never experienced such treatment in my life. I had grown accustomed to being looked down upon and occasionally mocked. Suddenly, everyone treated me with courtesy and respect, which felt surreal, as if I had soared to great heights. Fearing that I might awaken from this dream, I inquired of Ganzi, "What is the reason behind this?" He explained that it was an instinctual behavior. Most creatures possess a tendency to gravitate towards the strong, instinctively seeking the protection of those they perceive as powerful. This is evident in groups of monkeys and lions, and humans exhibit similar behaviors, irrespective of the impending graduation. Thus, it became clear, with Zhao Song and Cheng Hu absent from school, I had emerged as the sole prominent figure among the 9th graders. Gradually, I became accustomed to the flattery and adulation from my classmates, and a small entourage of about 10 individuals began to gather around me, following me closely. However, to my disappointment, these companions were not particularly capable. They merely sought my protection, and while they adeptly flattered me, I doubted their fighting abilities should a confrontation arise. Indeed, there are those within our grade who are prone to brawling, yet none have sought my allegiance. While it is human nature to gravitate towards the formidable, I am merely a pseudo-strongman, capable of attracting a few misfits, but luring genuine talent evidently poses a challenge. What then is to be done? I sought counsel from my acquaintance, who reassured me that it was of little consequence. Their strength was already comparable to that of Xiongzi. Even the assistance of some inconsequential allies would suffice, and the more, the merrier, as it would enhance our morale. With that assurance, I felt a sense of relief. Since my friend claimed that an abundance of lesser allies was advantageous, I resolved to leave no stone unturned in my quest for companionship. I had presumed that those who had never engaged in combat would be deterred by the mere mention of Xiongzi's name. To my astonishment, many were eager to join, particularly when they learned they would be aiding the wolves in battle, each one brimming with enthusiasm. Curious about this phenomenon, I inquired with my friend, who succinctly explained that their primary motivation was simply to witness the spectacle. This was a piercingly accurate observation. Thus, within a mere 3 days, I discreetly reached out to 40 or 50 students. Although none were particularly skilled in combat, my friend expressed satisfaction, asserting that they would be sufficient to confront Xiongzi. 3 days later, Xiongzi indeed returned, infuriated upon hearing that Cheng had been assaulted yet again. He promptly issued a challenge to the wolves, declaring his intent to settle matters in a secluded grove outside the school. The day we had anticipated was finally upon us. This outcome was something the wolves had foreseen and awaited with bated breath. They longed for this confrontation, as did I, for I had already dealt with Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, leaving only the score with Xiongzi unsettled. Recalling the brutal beating I endured on the rooftop, coupled with his disdainful demeanor, my blood began to simmer with anticipation. Never before had I imagined that I would one day seek vengeance against the terrifying Xiongzi. Yet this day had miraculously arrived. The duel was scheduled for noon, right after school. I had successfully rallied my companions, numbering around 40 or 50, and instructed them to bring along makeshift weapons, anything from wooden sticks to the legs of chairs. Arriving at school that morning, I was imbued with an air of confidence and vitality, flanked by a group of followers who lingered around my desk, engaging in animated discussions about the impending clash. In the midst of our spirited exchange, Li Jiaojiao suddenly interjected, her voice dripping with annoyance. "Can you be any more bothersome? Class is about to start. Can we have some quiet?" From 3 days prior to this moment, she had witnessed my transformation from a state of despair to one of resurgence. Now surrounded by admirers who affectionately called me Wei Yi. In the past, she might have felt joy for my ascent. However, since our fallout in the infirmary, we had yet to reconcile, and her remarks were tinged with sarcasm. To her, I was merely a person who had thrived on the coattails of the wolves. Little did she know that my relationship with the wolves was one of mutual support and collaboration. At her outburst, an atmosphere of awkwardness enveloped the group, and some prepared to depart. Yet, I calmly responded, "What is the rush? Let us continue our conversation for a while longer." Li Jiaojiao slammed her hand on the table, insisting that we should go outside to chat, lest it disrupt her studies. I couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Miss Li, after 3 years of sitting next to you, I had no idea you were so dedicated to your studies." This was indeed true. Li Jiaojiao often prioritized her attire over academics, and her grades languished at the bottom of our class. I thought I was merely teasing her, but to my astonishment, Li Jiaojiao erupted in fury, abruptly overturning my desk and admonishing me not to go too far. I was at a loss, genuinely perplexed as to how I had crossed a line when it was she who had been provoking me. My temper flared, and I was ready to engage in a heated argument with her, but those around us intervened, urging me to let it go. They helped me write my desk and gather my books before exiting the classroom. Observing Li Jiaojiao's still fuming demeanor, I was baffled by her sudden outburst. Just as I was about to inquire about her peculiar behavior, when a cacophony of footsteps erupted from the doorway. To my shock, the imposing figure of Xiongzi entered, accompanied by a cadre of equally towering classmates. I was rendered speechless. I had not anticipated that Xiongzi, who had already issued a challenge to the wolf pack, would come seeking me first. Just then, Li Jiaojiao shoved me, urging run. She intended for me to escape through the back door, but it was too late. Xiongzi and his gang had encircled me. This was my first full glimpse of Xiongzi's crew, each one robust and towering, their average height and physique far surpassing that of the wolf pack. I began to doubt whether our respective strengths were truly comparable. As Xiongzi approached, I felt a surge of panic. However, I reminded myself that my status had changed. I was now nominally the leader of the 3rd year. I say nominally because many still did not recognize my authority. I could not afford to appear weak, so I steeled myself to confront Xiongzi. Yet, Xiongzi dismissed my supposed authority with contempt. To him, I was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, and indeed, that was precisely how I felt. He strode over, seized my collar, and lifted me effortlessly, growling, "So, you think you're quite the big shot now? I must admit, I underestimated you before." Xiongzi seemed to have been drinking, as a potent stench of alcohol wafted from him. Combined with his fiercely intimidating countenance, it was enough to instill fear. My classmates, who typically fawned over me, suddenly found themselves unable to rise to my defense, all nervously averting their gazes. At that critical moment, it was Li Jiaojiao who stood up, shouting, "Xiongzi, if you have the guts, go after the wolf. What is the point of targeting Wang Wei?" Xiongzi chuckled derisively, finally releasing my collar, and remarked, "The wolf? Of course, I'm going after him. I plan to take him down this afternoon. I'm here to inform Wang Wei that once I've dealt with the wolf, he'll be next." With that, he patted the back of my head and added, "Get ready, kid. This time, let us see how I toy with you. If I don't make you call me daddy, it'll be as if I never lived." After saying this, he turned and left, his entourage trailing behind, revealing that their intention was not to physically assault me, but rather to humiliate me publicly. My face burned crimson with humiliation, the scorching heat of shame searing through my veins. Here I stood, the undisputed leader of the 9th grade, yet humiliated so brazenly by Bear in my own territory. The weight of my wounded pride pressed upon me like an unbearable yoke. I knew with crystalline clarity that if I didn't act now, even if I helped Jackal take down Bear at noon, I'd forever be branded as an incompetent coward riding on others' coattails. Watching Bear and his gang saunter away with mocking laughter, I felt my blood simmer then boil. Perhaps it was sheer desperation to salvage my tattered dignity that propelled me, with sudden, reckless courage. I seized the wooden stool beneath me and hurled it with all my might at Bear's retreating back. "Go to hell," I roared. Sometimes, one station dictates one's actions. A police officer or soldier, even in plain clothes, would instinctively intervene against pickpockets or muggers, such as the call of duty. Similarly, before ascending to my current position, I'd never have dared raise a hand against the intimidating Bear. But now, this mantle of leadership demanded I guard my honor at all costs. Even at the risk of brutal retaliation, I had to strike, or forever lose face. The stool flew from my grasp like a missile, crashing into Bear's back with a resounding thud. The suddenness stunned everyone. Even Li Jiaojiao beside me froze in shock. Though built like an ox, Bear remained flesh and blood. His pained howl pierced the air as he whirled around, eyes blazing crimson with murderous rage. With a bestial roar, Bear charged at me like a raging bull, his gang surging forward in his wake. The very classroom seemed to tremble under their onslaught. I harbored no illusions. These thugs, Jackal's equals in notoriety, could tear me limb from limb. Survival instincts kicked in. I turned and fled without hesitation. Only a fool would stand against such overwhelming odds. That single thrown stool had already redeemed my honor, proving my courage worthy of my title. Now, retreat became the wisest stratagem, the superior tactic of the 36 ancient stratagems. Darting to the classroom's rear, I burst through the back door into the deserted corridor. No ambush awaited. Bear clearly hadn't anticipated my defiance. The pounding footsteps and torrent of curses behind me fueled my desperate sprint. Wind whipped past my ears as I pushed my body beyond its limits, knowing any hesitation meant certain doom. In my place, anyone would have run just as fast. I traversed the corridor, dashed down the staircase, and sprinted along the pathways of the campus, my momentum unyielding. Before I knew it, I had leaped over the wall, exited the school grounds, and found myself racing along the street outside, the sounds of footsteps and curses fading into the distance. I entered a park, weaving through its path for what felt like an eternity. Once I was certain that Xiongzi and his companions had not pursued me further, I halted in front of a grand locust tree, bending over to rest my hands on my knees, gasping for breath. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon me. My body was drenched in sweat, exhaustion nearly overwhelming me, yet I had never felt such exhilaration in my life. What a thrilling relief. It turned out that even someone as formidable as Xiongzi was not completely invulnerable. That successful strike had instilled in me a profound sense of confidence. Akin to a character in an online game, my experience points significantly increased. After resting for an extended period, I gradually made my way out of the park and sought out a small shop to call Wolf. He had heard about my ambush on Xiongzi and praised my audacity, exclaiming that Xiongzi was already furious back at school, having never witnessed him suffer such a defeat. After showering me with compliments, Wolf instructed me to prepare, insisting that we would utterly crush Xiongzi at noon. Gripping the phone tightly, I responded emphatically, "All right." I strolled around for quite some time, waiting until the final class commenced before leisurely returning to school. With just 40 minutes remaining until the ultimate showdown between Wolf and Xiongzi, I felt assured that Xiongzi would have no inclination to seek me out. I was now in absolute safety. Amidst the astonished and somewhat admiring gazes of my classmates, I nonchalantly resumed my seat. Li Jiaojiao scrutinized me closely, seemingly assessing whether I had sustained any injuries. I chuckled and reassured her, "Don't worry. Xiongzi didn't catch me." Li Jiaojiao scoffed, expressing her wish that I had been beaten to a pulp, calling me a reckless fool for daring to ambush Xiongzi. Predicting my inevitable downfall, I had previously been grateful for her intervention with Xiongzi, yet her harsh words ignited my frustration, prompting me to dismiss her. Soon, class ended, and I promptly went outside to gather my companions. The students I had contacted earlier arrived, and, as per my instructions, they had come prepared with various implements. Their assortment was eclectic. Some wielded sticks and chair legs, while others carried mops, and a few brought peculiar items such as teaching pointers, set squares, and even blackboard erasers. I kicked the leg of the student holding the eraser, questioning the utility of such an object. He retorted with surprising logic, explaining that the chalk dust on the eraser could be smeared in an opponent's eyes, rendering them blind to our actions. His reasoning struck me as quite sensible, and I committed his name to memory, Yang Fan. Once I had assembled my group, I promptly led them toward the small woods behind the school. Our classes ended at 11:40, yet Wolf had insisted that we arrive ahead of schedule. I lead my motley crew with unwavering determination through the campus, setting forth towards our ultimate destination. The sunlight cascades upon us, invigorating my spirit. For this time, I shall etch my name into the annals of the school. The Battle of the Grove. The clash between the wolf and the bear is a spectacle open to all, particularly as it is a duel under the heavens, drawing considerable attention. Many students forego their midday meals, rushing to the thicket the moment classes conclude, resulting in a throng of onlookers, amongst whom my entourage blends inconspicuously. Upon arriving at the grove, we find ourselves amidst a sea of spectators. Yet everyone remains orderly, refraining from stepping into the thicket, choosing instead to observe the impending clash from the periphery. It is summer, and the grove is lush and verdant, with ample space between the trees, allowing for an unobstructed view. I do not hasten to lead my group inside. Instead, I instruct them to remain concealed within the crowd, suggesting we bide our time and enjoy the spectacle. Within the grove, the two factions stand poised for confrontation. The bear side boasts a towering presence, exuding an aura of dominance, while the wolf side comprises an assortment of ordinary students, tall, stout, and slender, creating a rather chaotic appearance. At present, it is the pole who leads, for the wolf has yet to arrive. Consequently, a murmur of speculation arises amongst the crowd. Why has the wolf not yet appeared? Could it be that he has lost his nerve? Impossible. The wolf has been a stalwart of our school for 4 years. I have never witnessed him shy away from a challenge. Yet the bear is formidable too, and the wolf's stature pales in comparison. Surely, one must have faith in the wolf. He is our champion and would not tarnish his reputation in such a manner. Despite the cacophony of voices, a majority express their unwavering support for the wolf, indicating his popularity within the school. A few, however, harbor concerns about whether the wolf can best the bear, yet none doubt his courage to face the challenge. Strangely, the wolf remains conspicuously absent. As the clock strikes noon, the murmurs grow louder, yet the wolf's presence is still unaccounted for. At last, the bear speaks up. Where is the wolf? Could that scoundrel be hiding? Bring him forth. You are no match for me. The pole responds, the wolf will arrive shortly. Just be patient. The bear, perplexed, inquires about the wolf's whereabouts. The pole, with a hint of exasperation, explains on his way here he spotted a beautiful girl and decided to flirt with her, claiming he would treat her to a meal. Remarkably, she actually agreed. The bear's eyes widen in disbelief. So he's gonna dine? The pole confirms. Indeed, let us wait a moment longer. The bear unleashes a furious roar. What manner of time is this? He is off courting a girl while I stand here. Does he not value my presence? The crowd, taken aback, is astonished that even at this critical juncture, the wolf has chosen to pursue romantic interests. I too was baffled. In my recollection, the wolf had placed considerable importance on this confrontation, expressing that he had long anticipated it and wished to conclude his middle school journey on a perfect note. Yet, midway through, he had wandered off to pursue romantic interests. It was utterly exasperating. In the face of Bear's furious roar, the pole expressed his helplessness, remarking that Wolf had never succeeded in wooing anyone before and was perplexed as to why today, as fortune seemed to favor him. It's rather unusual. Let's wait a little longer, he suggested. Bear, however, was unconcerned with such excuses, unleashing a torrent of curses, demanding to know if that scoundrel Wolf was too cowardly to show up. He further insisted that the pole bow 3 times, and he would graciously spare Wolf. The pole glanced at his watch and proposed they wait for 10 more minutes. Should Wolf fail to arrive by then, they would accompany Bear in the bout. Bear consented, stating, "Very well, I shall grant you 10 more minutes of life." Though the pole mentioned 10 minutes, the crowd was skeptical that Wolf could arrive in such a short span. A mere meal would hardly suffice. Yet, the pole and his companions appeared confident, leisurely smoking and chatting while casting glances towards the school. Time ticked away, and soon the 10-minute mark approached. Bear, who had been waiting impatiently, grew increasingly agitated, urging the pole to hasten, insisting he stop stalling. The pole sighed, extinguishing his cigarette on the ground, mumbling, "Strange, could it be that today he truly succeeded?" Just then, a voice erupted from the crowd in excitement. "He.S. coming! He.S. coming!" Everyone turned their attention to the end of the path, where indeed a slender figure emerged. It was Wolf. Although Wolf had a decent build, his shorter stature made him appear somewhat frail from a distance, and he bore no weapon. The long-awaited Wolf finally appeared, eliciting renewed excitement among the crowd, as witnessing the ultimate showdown between Wolf and Bear was the highlight of their day. Now that the other protagonist had arrived, how could they contain their exhilaration? Like a radiant star, all eyes were transfixed upon Wolf as he ambled over, his expression seemingly troubled. He approached the small grove, joining the pole and the others. The pole inquired about his situation. Wolf shook his head and lamented, "How can I eat the $6 noodles when I must settle for the $7 spicy skewers? This girl is after my money." The pole sighed, replying, "There are too few girls in this world who don't seek material gain. Wolf, you must try harder." The others consoled Wolf with the usual platitudes. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why cling to a single flower? And similar reassurances. 5 more minutes passed as Wolf engaged with the group, but Bear's fury reached its peak. With a thunderous voice, he bellowed, "What's your game, Wolf? If you're too scared to fight me, just bow 3 times and leave this school." Only then did Wolf lift his gaze towards Bear and stride over, muttering, "Hurry." Bear paused, bewildered, and asked, "Hurry for what?" Wolf replied again, "Hurry." Bear remained perplexed. "Hurry and use the nunchaku." As the wolf approached the bear, it suddenly let out a fierce roar and retrieved a pair of nunchaku from its clothing, striking the bear's head with considerable force. When the wolf appeared, onlookers assumed that both sides would exchange insults before launching into battle, as is the customary narrative often depicted in television dramas. No one anticipated that the wolf would bypass any preliminary banter and directly assault the bear. The impact of the blow was staggering. Blood erupted from the bear's head, glistening under the sunlight, while he staggered several steps back. Despite the bear's imposing stature, the wolf, who was of similar height to myself, managed to draw blood from the bear with a single strike, a sight that left the crowd utterly astonished. However, rather than being subdued, the bear's fury intensified, transforming him into a frenzied force as he lunged towards the wolf, roaring, "I will take your life." Simultaneously, allies of the bear surged forward, while the wolf's companions rushed to his aid, igniting a fierce clash. The air was filled with thunderous roars and vehement curses, stirring the spectators' blood to a fervent boil. As the battle erupted, those on our side urgently inquired if I intended to join the fray. I advised them to remain patient and observe for the moment. In the thicket, the confrontation raged with fervor. Although the wolf had landed the initial blow against the bear, the ensuing melee revealed that neither side held a definitive advantage. This was commendable, given that the bear's faction consisted of notably taller and more robust individuals, their average height and weight significantly surpassing those of the wolf's group. The wolf's team relied on their extensive fighting experience to maintain equilibrium in the conflict. Previously, the poll had mentioned that both sides were evenly matched in strength and influence, and this assertion proved accurate. After approximately 10 minutes, both factions had sustained injuries, with individuals falling one after another. To my surprise, the seemingly shorter wolf was able to hold its own against the bear, whose strength was akin to a mountain. The wolf wielded its nunchaku, while the bear brandished a steel pipe, both combatants striking with no mercy. After several punishing exchanges, both sustained injuries, their movements gradually slowing, each blow requiring their utmost effort. Others in the forest mirrored their tenacity. Despite their own considerable injuries and waning strength, they fought with relentless determination, their roars and insults unwavering. This was the highest echelon of combat witnessed at our school. Never had anyone seen such ferocity in a brawl. The onlookers were left in awe, recognizing that regardless of the battle's outcome, neither side would suffer disgrace, as each participant had poured their heart and soul into the struggle. As both factions became locked in a stalemate, despite the considerable wounds they had endured, the victor remained undetermined. The wolf and the bear continued to unleash their fury upon one another. Their movements grew increasingly sluggish. Blood flowed more freely, yet neither seemed willing to concede defeat. With a resounding thud, the wolf struck the chest of the bear with his nunchaku, while the bear retaliated by smashing a steel pipe against the wolf's waist. Both combatants collapsed simultaneously, yet their unwavering gaze remained locked upon one another. Wolf, I shall not allow you to fulfill your desires. As long as I am here, you will not enjoy a moment of peace. The bear's eyes ignited with fervor. Is that so? Yet you have already lost, the wolf retorted, suddenly placing his fingers to his lips and emitting a piercing whistle that echoed through the woods. In that moment, my own blood surged with excitement. At last, it was my turn to take the stage. Brothers, charge! With my thunderous call, I led my motley crew into the woods, drawing astonished gazes from the onlookers beyond the trees. This plan had been meticulously discussed the previous day. The poll had advised that if my ragtag army had engaged from the outset, we would likely be intimidated by the bear's formidable combat prowess. Even with our numbers, we could have been overwhelmed by a single blow. Instead, we decided to wait until they had exhausted themselves, rendering them incapable of further resistance, at which point we would join the fray, free from fear, ensuring our victory. However, this strategy came at a cost. The wolf and his comrades would sustain severe injuries. When I inquired if this was truly feasible, the wolf assured me it was no trouble at all. Later, I learned that the wolf was quite capable academically, able to secure admission to a respectable high school, yet he chose to repeat a year in order to genuinely ascend as a leader in our school, rather than merely maintaining an FA. Much like myself, he was a superficial figure masquerading as the leader of the third year. However, starting today, I was determined to transform this facade into a true reality, with both the wolf and the bear commanding only a handful of followers. My appearance with over 50 allies in the thicket was nothing short of spectacular. In the midst of the bear's astonished gaze, the wolf erupted in laughter. Surprised, aren't you? The long way you scorn can indeed become the very force that brings about your demise. The members of my ragtag army were notably weak, lacking in combat experience. If they had stood alone, they would have been dismissed without a second thought. Even a single roar from the bear could have shattered their resolve. Yet now, the tides had turned. Both the wolf and the bear were gravely injured, barely able to stand, while we remained unscathed, instantly elevating our status to that of invincible warriors, capturing the attention of all the students in the school. Take them down. With my rallying cry, my eager recruits brandished their makeshift weapons and charged towards the bear's group. Though their combat abilities were lacking and they had little experience in fighting, the very fact that they had chosen to participate spoke volumes. beyond mere curiosity. They harbored a desire to escape the dullness of mediocrity. They too yearned to achieve fame in this battle, for even after graduating and attending different high schools, they would possess the capital to boast among their peers. Under my leadership, my motley crew surged forward with exhilaration, eager to etch their mark upon this battle destined to be immortalized in the annals of our school's history. Yet at that moment, the battered Xiongzi shakily rose to his feet, baring his teeth with a fierce gaze, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Standing before us like an immovable mountain, "I dare you. Come at me." Behind me, my comrades froze as if ensnared by an invisible spell, each casting hesitant glances in my direction. I, too, was taken aback. I had presumed that Xiongzi and his men, having sustained such grievous injuries, would embolden my crew to strike back. Alas, I was mistaken. Even in his battered state, Xiongzi's mere words instilled fear in every one of them. It was no wonder, for Xiongzi's ferocity was notorious throughout our school. Despite his injuries and exhaustion, he stood tall, bloodied, yet imposing, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Especially when he smirked, it was as if he still possessed the power to crush us all. Even I felt a pang of trepidation at his fearsome visage, let alone Yang Fan and the others. The saying, "A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow," held true in this moment. A fierce tiger, though wounded, does not become prey for mere wild dogs. Realizing our hesitation, Lang, visibly anxious, also rose unsteadily, and I rushed to support him. Grasping my hand, Lang urged, "Wang Wei, what are you waiting for? Go take it down." Before I could respond, Xiongzi erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Lang, entrusting the decisive task to him is a grave mistake. Look at him, so pitiful. With just a flick of my pinky, I could bring him down. To me, he is but an ant. Do you truly believe an ant can stir up a tempest?" Xiongzi's arrogance was astonishing. Despite his injuries, he continued to boast. Yet his strategy bore fruit, for my motley crew showed signs of trepidation, some even beginning to retreat, contemplating a withdrawal. Perhaps this was not merely his strategy. In his eyes, we were nothing more than a swarm of ants. As the prospect of victory slipped away, Lang grew desperate, his body swaying as he tightened his grip on the steel pipe, preparing to confront Xiongzi himself. I intervened, saying, "Brother Lang, hold on. Let me handle this." Lang regarded me with uncertainty. "Can you?" "All right," I affirmed with determination and turned my gaze toward Xiongzi. I must admit, even in his weakened state, Xiongzi exuded an air of intimidation. I recalled our first encounter on the rooftop, where his overwhelming presence enveloped me, rendering me unable to meet his gaze. With a single punch, he had sent me sprawling. With one kick, he had inflicted unbearable pain. I was no match for him, utterly outclassed, which made his disdain for me entirely justified. Even among the pack of wolves, only one could truly capture his attention, the wolf itself. I turned to the scornful bear beside me and inquired, "Does your back still ache?" The bear paused, momentarily bewildered. "What did you say?" I reiterated, "Does your back still ache?" Grasping a wooden stick, I approached him, recalling the very spot on his back where I had struck him with a chair earlier that morning. "Does it still hurt?" The bear burst into laughter. "Ah, so it's that. Your grip is so feeble, it felt merely like a scratch, not painful at all. I've completely forgotten about it." I shook my head, clarifying, "You still do not grasp my intent. My inquiry about your pain is not out of concern for your injuries, but rather a reminder that you cannot intimidate me. If I dare to strike once, I would not hesitate to do so again." The bear's laughter faltered, his cheeks quivering slightly. "Wang Wei, think carefully. My wounds will eventually heal, but the wolf will not always shield you." "We shall discuss this another time," I replied, stepping in front of the bear and swinging the stick down forcefully. With a crack, the stick splintered, inflicting yet another grievous wound upon the bear's head. Having endured a life-and-death struggle with the wolf, the bear was already at his weakest. It was a miracle he could still stand. Thus, he had no strength left to resist. After my blow, he finally collapsed, the sound reverberating as if the earth itself had trembled. Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes fixed upon me. I turned to my motley crew and declared, "You see, this so-called bear is not as fearsome as you might have imagined. Should you choose to retreat today, I will not hold it against you. However, I assure you that many years from now, when you reflect upon today's events, you will be filled with regret. For in your youth, when you should have fought with fervor, you chose to be a timid turtle. With that, I resolved to press onward. Those willing to follow, come with me. Those unwilling may depart. After delivering this proclamation, I disregarded them and charged towards another brother of the bear, who too was on the brink of collapse. In an instant, a cacophony of fervent shouts erupted behind me, a multitude of footsteps thundering in unison. I understood that my motley crew had chosen to follow. More than 50 of us mercilessly overwhelmed the mere 10 who stood defenseless, a victory that was never in doubt. During the skirmish, I refrained from striking, instead mirroring the wolf's poised demeanor as I leisurely lit a cigarette, observing my crew unleash their formidable fighting spirit. Just days prior, I had fantasized about becoming a leader with a band of brothers. Now, that dream had manifested into reality. Watch out! A thunderous shout jolted me back to attention, and I turned to find one of the bear's comrades had somehow snuck up behind me, brandishing a steel pipe poised to strike. Just then, a small figure lunged forward, obscuring the assailant's eyes with an unknown substance. The attacker howled, clutching his eyes, which provided me the perfect opportunity to deliver a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Upon reflection, it was Yang Fan who came to my rescue, wielding the very blackboard eraser that had been in his possession. At that moment, I couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Well done, my friend." This fierce battle raged on for over 10 minutes, ultimately leading to the complete collapse of the gang led by Xiongzi. The little grove erupted with jubilant cheers, and though we triumphed with relative ease, they had surmounted one of life's most formidable challenges. I, too, felt a renewed sense of strength, gripping a half-broken wooden stick. The battle-scarred wolf, supported by the crowd, approached me and said, "Wang Wei, you did well." Following that, matters unfolded simply. The defeated were taken to the hospital, while the victors celebrated with a feast. A throng of individuals surrounded me and the wolf as we exited in high spirits. However, amidst the crowd, my gaze suddenly caught sight of a girl, Sun Jingyi. The renowned student council president and campus beauty, notorious for her icy demeanor, was also present. To my astonishment, upon meeting her gaze, she bestowed upon me a faint smile, which seemed to convey both encouragement and admiration. That simple smile nearly captivated my very soul, leaving my mind in a delightful disarray. Yet, reality soon intruded with a sharp voice. "She is not yours. Do not entertain dreams beyond your reach." I turned to find Li Jiao, her expression filled with disdain. "What brings you here? Have you been beaten to a pulp?" She quipped. "Regrettably, I have not only survived, but have also vanquished Xiongzi." "Ah, my dear beauty, is it truly you? Were you here to witness my prowess in battle? I knew we were destined to cross paths." Even the injured wolf, who moments ago seemed on the brink of death, now gleamed with excitement upon noticing Li Jiao, eagerly engaging her in conversation. As I turned back, I realized Sun Jingyi had begun to drift away. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I followed her, my curiosity about her growing insatiable. Seizing the moment while the others were engaged in their chatter, and Li Jiao was entangled with the wolf, I swiftly maneuvered through the crowd in pursuit of Sun Jingyi. She was immensely popular at our school, and, as I trailed her, numerous students could not help but steal glances in her direction. Thus she remained blissfully unaware of my presence. I continued to follow her into the academic building and up to the rooftop, where I found her standing at the edge, seemingly lost in thought. The gentle breeze danced through her cascading hair, and the sunlight illuminated her graceful form, rendering her akin to a celestial goddess descended from the heavens. She exuded an aura of unassailable nobility, her beauty both refreshing and ethereal. I stood transfixed, devoid of the courage to approach her, feeling as though she were a lofty angel while I was but the humblest speck of dust. Initially, I had intended to inquire about her lingering gaze upon me. Yet now, all courage had evaporated, and I could only sigh softly, preparing to turn away. "Why leave when you have just arrived?" Suddenly, Sun Jingyi's voice broke the silence behind me. I hurriedly turned around and found Sun Jingyi already facing me, her gaze fixed intently upon me. Under her scrutiny, my face flushed with embarrassment. It became evident that she was aware of my presence, despite my belief that I had been discreet. "Come over," she beckoned, her voice akin to the most exquisite strains of string music. In that moment, I felt as though my very soul had been siphoned away, and my feet moved of their own accord, drawing me closer to her. As I approached Sun Jingyi, our eyes met, and a gentle breeze caressed our bodies, enhancing the delicate ambience that enveloped us. My heart raced uncontrollably, and I could hardly believe I was in such close proximity to the illustrious school beauty. Though her expression remained frosty, an indescribable tenderness gleamed in her eyes, warming my heart profoundly. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Sun Jingyi inquired suddenly. "I believe, given your current abilities, you no longer require my assistance." I nodded earnestly, affirming that I could manage on my own. As I uttered those words, a swell of pride surged within me. As a man, I felt I had not lost face in front of Sun Jingyi. Gathering my courage, I ventured, "I have always wondered why you chose to help me." In response to my question, Sun Jingyi's demeanor did not shift significantly. She merely tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear before replying, "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply remember, when troubles arise, seek me out, and I shall assist you." The response I received, though lacking in depth, left me feeling disheartened. Yet, I could not press her further and settled for a simple, "Thank you. However, I believe I won't need it." After saying this, I straightened my posture, for Sun Jingyi had witnessed my earlier encounter with Xiongzi, who would not wish to present their masculine side before such a captivating school beauty. Sun Jingyi nodded, saying, "That is good to hear. However, I am curious. How did you end up associating with the wolves?" Although she had chosen not to answer my previous question, I promptly recounted how I had feigned the identity of a wolf to deceive others, and after confronting Zhao Song, I had intended to challenge Cheng Hu, only to be interrupted by Xiongzi. Surprisingly, upon learning of my exploits, the wolves did not express anger. Rather, they praised my cunning and sought to elevate me among the trio of leaders, uniting to confront Xiongzi together. Upon hearing my story, Sun Jingyi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So that is how it is. How amusing. But truly, how did you conceive such a clever idea?" The once frosty school beauty, renowned for her cold demeanor, revealed a radiant smile before me, warm and enchanting, reminiscent of the gentle spring breeze in April. I found myself utterly captivated by her charm. I can assure you that very few at our school have witnessed such a scene. In everyone's mind, she has forever remained the stern-faced president of the student council, known for her serious demeanor. Reflecting on this, I felt immensely privileged and found myself smiling, saying I was just daydreaming. I'm not skilled in fighting, nor do I have any brothers, and I possess not an ounce of talent, so I can only concoct some underhanded schemes for revenge. Sun Jingyi laughed again, remarking that it was quite impressive that I could come up with such an idea. Her praise made me feel as if I were walking on air, elated beyond belief, a joy I had never experienced before. I wished to converse with Sun Jingyi a bit longer, but she suddenly glanced at her watch, stating that it was getting late and she needed to head home. "Let us meet again." She waved goodbye as she departed from the rooftop. This time, she did not say that I could seek her out if I encountered any troubles, perhaps believing that I no longer needed her assistance. Indeed, I was now the top student in the third year, and we had already vanquished the troublemaker, Xiongzi. Who else would dare to trouble me? The air still lingered with the fragrance that seemed to emanate from Sun Jingyi. The thought of having spent over 10 minutes alone with this beautiful campus belle, during which she had bestowed upon me the most enchanting smile in the world and promised to meet again, made my heart soar with the possibility of further developments between us. Overwhelmed with joy, I found myself spinning in place. It was simply marvelous. Could it be that my life was finally about to take a turn for the better? A few minutes later, I descended the stairs with a light-hearted step, humming a cheerful tune. As school was out and the battle had concluded, the area below was deserted. I knew that the wolves had gone to celebrate their victory. Just as I was about to make my way to the restaurant we had agreed upon, a rude voice called out from behind me, "Hey, stop right there." In our school, no one in the entire middle school dared to speak to me in such a manner. Fuming, I turned around to see a tall, slender boy standing at the entrance of the teaching building. He was not unattractive, wearing glasses that gave him a scholarly appearance. Yet his abrupt manner was irksome. As I prepared to retort, my gaze fell upon his school uniform, and I realized he was a high school student. Our school operates as a unified middle and high school, though the campuses are separate, one to the south and the other to the north, and students rarely cross paths. I wondered what business he had in our middle school. Before I could ponder further, the bespectacled high school student approached me, his tone still quite brusque. What were you discussing with Sun Jingyi on the rooftop? It dawned on me where his rudeness stemmed from. He was evidently a suitor of Sun Jingyi, hence his hostility towards me. Although middle school, students naturally feel inferior in the presence of high schoolers in the past. I would never have dared to act defiantly before one, especially since this person appeared rather formidable. However, as I have reiterated, since our statuses have diverged, I can no longer afford to be complacent. Thus, I replied without reservation, I believe this matter is none of your concern. In response to my assertive retort, the high school student merely sneered, "Kid, relax. With your pitiful demeanor, I would never regard you as a rival, for you are simply unworthy. Nevertheless, I have little tolerance for other boys approaching Sun Jingyi so casually. Should I discover you in her company again, do not expect me to be courteous." Having delivered this harsh warning, the high school student turned on his heel and departed, swiftly vanishing into the campus. At that moment, I was nearly consumed by rage, contemplating calling someone to confront that boy. However, upon glancing down at my unrefined attire and worn sandals, a wave of melancholy washed over me. Indeed, I was not deserving of the ethereal beauty that is Sun Jingyi. The very thought that I had dared to entertain fantasies about her struck me as utterly ludicrous. It was this discourteous high school student who had jolted me back to reality, liberating me from my unrealistic daydreams. Perhaps it was best to simply live my life and cease these futile musings. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I found that everyone had already begun their feast. My motley crew, along with Wolf and others, were present. Wolf and his companions bore injuries, but they had tended to them sufficiently, undeterred by their wounds as they raised their beers in celebration, a sight both admirable and inspiring. My entrance ignited a surge of excitement. Everyone applauded my arrival. Wolf proclaimed me the greatest contributor of the day and urged me to share a few words. Without hesitation, I lifted my glass and toasted to Wolf, wishing him the title of our school's true champion. I expressed my hope that as graduation approached, we would cherish these moments, for we had once been brothers. One call of brotherhood, a lifetime of camaraderie. As I concluded my speech, the room erupted into applause and cheers, with everyone echoing, "One call of brotherhood, a lifetime of camaraderie." The gathering reached a crescendo. From there, the drinking commenced, with many coming forth to offer me toasts. Having rarely indulged in alcohol before, my tolerance was limited, and it wasn't long before I succumbed to inebriation. Though my tenure as the leader of the third year would soon come to an end, I felt an immense joy. Even if such days would not return, I would forever treasure this experience, vibrant and exhilarating. After countless toasts had been made in my honor, I finally succumbed and stumbled outside the private room to vomit. While I was in the midst of this ordeal, someone patted my back, chastising me for my excess, questioning why I had overindulged if I could not handle it. To my surprise, it was Li Jiaojiao's voice. I was taken aback and asked when she had arrived. Li Jiaojiao scoffed, asserting that she had been there all along, and it was my own high standards that had prevented me from noticing her. I was astonished and inquired how she had come to the celebration. She revealed that it was Wolf who had invited her. Suddenly enlightened, I remarked, "Well, it seems Brother Wolf has taken a liking to you. You should seize this opportunity." Li Jiaojiao dismissed me with a scoff, retorting, "Nonsense. Just take a look at Brother Wolf." As I lifted my gaze, I beheld a wolf, fervently grasping the hand of a waitress, clamoring to reveal her fortune through palmistry, claiming an inevitable bond between them. I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. It seemed the wolf was indeed a man of sentiment. At that moment, I heard Li Jiaojiao inquire, "Wang Wei, where have you been before?" I paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied that I had done nothing of note. Li Jiaojiao let out a scoff, clearly having witnessed my earlier dalliance with Sun Jingyi. Her words left me speechless, and I jested about her keen observation skills, asking if she was somehow a mouse, capable of seeing even the minutiae. To my surprise, she took offense, accusing me of being the true mouse, sneaky and furtive. Having eavesdropped on the girl's stationery, and now transformed into a stalker. The lewd antics of our past, when we were desk partners, haunted me. I had long considered them my darkest secret, hoping never to repeat such behavior. Yet Li Jiaojiao repeatedly brought them up, showing me no mercy. My temper flared, and I retorted, "If you have nothing better to do, why not take your leave? We're just a bunch of men drinking. What business do you have here? Aren't you worried about being seen as promiscuous? You are the one who is promiscuous." She shot back, abruptly shoving me and bolting away. In my drunken state, her push sent me sprawling, landing amidst a pile of vomit, much to my chagrin. I realized that Li Jiaojiao and I were simply incompatible. We bickered incessantly upon meeting, and it would be prudent to maintain our distance in the future. Eventually, Yang Fan came to my aid, helping me to the restroom to clean up. Our drinking escapade consumed the entirety of the afternoon, and by the time I attended class, I was slumped over my desk, oblivious to my surroundings. Li Jiaojiao offered no assistance, merely placing a bottle of green tea on my desk. Xiongzi was hospitalized and had yet to return to class. Even if he recovered, I doubted he would show his face again after that debacle, which had shattered his reputation. Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, however, had returned, though they now walked with their tails tucked between their legs, no longer daring to act as brazenly as before. The wolf had risen to become the true sovereign of our school, with no one left to contest his reign, and the notion of the closest to the heavens was rendered obsolete. In the wake of my triumph over Xiongzi, I had unwittingly ascended to the status of the recognized leader among the 8th graders. Although my influence may not have been overwhelmingly strong, those who once looked down upon me began to regard me with newfound respect. It appeared that during my entire middle school tenure, troubles would no longer seek me out. I could focus on my upcoming high school entrance examination with peace of mind. The only lingering regret was my ongoing discord with Li Jiaojiao, as we rarely exchanged words. Like other parents, my mother commenced preparing nutritious meals for me a month prior to the examination. I was unaware of the source of her recipes, but each meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner was varied, presented with creativity, and accompanied by an unending supply of fruit. Yet, I felt a pang of guilt towards my mother, for my academic performance had always been lackluster, exacerbated by a period of absence from school, making it improbable for me to gain admission to a prestigious high school. However, my mother reassured me that it was of no consequence, as long as I did my utmost. She also advised me to consider attending a high school in another city instead of one locally. I understood her apprehension about potential conflicts with Zhao Song. Her philosophy was to avoid trouble when possible. Yet, unbeknownst to her, it was now Zhao Song who should be wary of me. That evening, upon returning home from school, I found my mother preparing a nutritious dinner, but I noticed that the portions seemed significantly larger than usual. When I inquired about this, she informed me that a family friend was coming over, whose child was also preparing for the upcoming entrance examination. We were to share insights and experiences. I was at a loss for words. Given my dismal academic performance, what could I possibly contribute to such a discussion? Before long, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a middle-aged man, dressed modestly yet exuding an air of refinement, evidently my mother-esque friend. Following closely behind him was a striking young woman. To my astonishment, it was none other than the icy school beauty, Sun Jingyi. Upon seeing her, I stood frozen in disbelief, momentarily lost in a dreamlike state, until my mother emerged. The middle-aged man called her sister, and Sun Jingyi followed suit with a respectful auntie. It finally dawned on me that this was indeed real. This unattainable school beauty, Sun Jingyi, was standing right before me, undeniably present. My mother welcomed them warmly, taking Sun Jingyi's hand and exclaiming, "Xiao Jing, it's been so long. You become even more beautiful." Sun Jingyi smiled, her eyes radiating warmth, completely shedding her previously frosty demeanor. "Auntie, I still have a long way to go compared to how you looked when you were young," she replied. My mother chuckled, complimenting Sun Jingyi's eloquence, and urged me not to just stand there like a fool, but to fetch some water. The refined middle-aged man, who was clearly Sun Jingyi's father, carried in a roast chicken and a watermelon, which he handed over to my mother. Sun Jingyi and her father took a seat, and she turned to me, asking, "Wei Zi, have you visited your dad?" Her familiarity with my family struck me as odd, as I had never met them before. I quickly shook my head, informing her that my mother had discouraged me from visiting. Sun's father nodded in understanding. After serving them water, I hurried to the kitchen to inquire with my mother about this unexpected visit. I had no recollection of our family having such friends. She explained that they were old acquaintances who had lost touch over a decade ago, but had recently rekindled their relationship. She urged me not to linger in the kitchen, but to spend time with our guests. I returned to the living room to join Sun Jingyi and her father. Sun's father seemed like an ordinary man, with simple attire and an unremarkable appearance, yet he exuded an air of scholarly grace, reminiscent of an intellectual. Sun Jingyi, though dressed modestly, radiated brilliance, illuminating even my dimly lit home. The fact that the unattainable school beauty was in my house left me somewhat dazed, and I began to grasp the reason behind Sun Jingyi's willingness to assist me. After a brief conversation, my mother announced that dinner was ready, and the four of us took our seats at the table. Father-son also brought a bottle of red wine, suggesting we share a toast. Initially, my mother expressed concerns about children consuming alcohol, yet father-son reassured her that a small sip would be fine. The meal unfolded in a delightful atmosphere, warm and harmonious as if we were one family. It had been ages since my home was this lively. My mother and father-son engaged in conversation, reminiscing about their era, discussing various acquaintances, while Sun Jingyi and I could not comprehend a single word. After dinner, my mother directed Sun Jingyi and me to the bedroom to review our studies, mentioning that Sun Jingyi was an excellent student, encouraging me to seek her guidance. Meanwhile, she and father-son continued their chat in the living room. The fact that the most popular girl in our school, Sun Jingyi, was in my home already felt surreal. Now, the prospect of studying together under the same roof, at the same desk, left me questioning whether I was dreaming. I hoped this dream would linger a little longer, allowing me to spend more time with the school bell. Of course, the true hero of this moment was my mother, who knew me best and orchestrated such a splendid opportunity for me. Truly the world's best mother. Once in the bedroom, Sun Jingyi asked me to take out my books and gently inquired which subjects I struggled with, offering her assistance. In that moment, she seemed to shed her aloof school persona, appearing instead as a warm and approachable older sister. When I revealed that I struggled in all subjects, she was taken aback and asked what I'd been doing throughout my 3 years in middle school. I explained that while I had initially performed reasonably well, things deteriorated after my father's incident, leading to a hiatus from school and a subsequent decline in my studies. I had resigned myself to the idea of merely attending a high school without much expectation. Sun Jingyi pondered for a moment before requesting paper and a pen, swiftly jotting down exercises. After approximately 20 minutes, she handed me the paper, instructing me to complete the problems. To my surprise, the questions encompassed nearly all subjects and knowledge points, ranging from the simple to the complex. I steeled myself to tackle them. Upon completion, I submitted my work to her. After reviewing it, she remarked that my performance in Chinese and English was satisfactory and could benefit from focused tutoring, while the rest seemed hopeless. Thus, Sun Jingyi began to tutor me in Chinese and English. She explained concepts with great patience and clarity, even better than our teachers. The key was her beauty and the gentle timbre of her voice. I found myself captivated, often drifting into a daydream, mesmerized by her exquisite features, contemplating how wonderful it would be to marry someone like her. Given the current circumstances, it seemed our families maintained a good relationship. Had we been in constant contact in the past, we might have been childhood sweethearts with genuine potential. Of course, such thoughts were mere fantasies, as I understood my humble and impoverished self was utterly unworthy of Sun Jingyi. While she imparted knowledge, my mind wandered far beyond. Suddenly, she paused in her explanations, leading me to believe she was upset. I quickly apologized, assuring her that I would pay closer attention. Sun Jingyi shook her head and said, "Wang Wei, can't you hear? Your mother is crying." I was taken aback and quickly strained to listen, indeed hearing the faint sound of my mother's sobs from the living room. A wave of panic surged within me, I wanted to rush out to see what had happened, but Sun Jingyi held me back, suggesting that we simply listen from behind the door. So, we hurried to the bedroom door and pressed our ears against it to catch the murmurs outside. I heard Sun's father say, "Sister-in-law, please don't cry. It's only been 7 years. Elder brother will be out soon." My mother replied, "I'm not crying over his imprisonment. Frankly, whatever sins he has committed deserve far more than this. It feels as though he did this deliberately, seeking atonement for his past deeds. What angers me is why he didn't consult me beforehand." Sun's father sighed. "Elder brother must have his own considerations. It may not be as you think. I've heard that Zhao the madman has been particularly aggressive, which could be detrimental to Wei." Elder brother acted out of necessity. After sobbing for a while, my mother said, "Regardless, I must thank Xiao Jing for looking after Wei at school. Otherwise, I would truly worry that he might not continue his studies." Sun's father responded, "It was my duty. If not for this situation, you wouldn't have reached out to me. However, I've heard from Xiao Jing that Wei is quite formidable at school. No one can bully him. After all, he is the son of elder brother. Though he may face temporary bullying, he won't be oppressed for life." My mother continued, "I now hope he can safely complete his midterm exams and attend an ordinary high school, leading a simple life, unlike his father, who never found peace even in old age, unable to escape his past." My mother and Sun's father exchanged words, discussing my father's affairs, and their tones suggested that my father had been quite impressive in his youth. But how could that be? The impression my father left on me was that of a lifetime doorman, a man both meek and cowardly, who only acted in a moment of desperation, stabbing Zhao Song's father, a moment that must have been his wildest. Yet, during my father's imprisonment, my mother seemed rather composed. I had always thought she had come to terms with it. Now, I realized she was still deeply troubled, only now releasing her emotions in front of Sun's father. As they conversed, Sun's father suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, have you heard? Little Yan Wang has been released from prison and is involved with Lao Song. Don't mention him." My mother interrupted sharply, her voice tinged with a chilling hatred I had never before heard from her. It sent shivers down my spine. Sun's father quickly acquiesced, All right. We won't speak of him." My mother, usually gentle and harmonious with our neighbors, always spoke with profound disdain whenever my uncle was mentioned. Thinking of my uncle's despicable demeanor, I could understand my mother's feelings. He truly was a detestable person. I regretted seeking him out, having endured an unwarranted humiliation, even more disgraceful than that bald man. Beside me, Sun Jingyi whispered, "Who is the little Yama?" I replied, "My uncle." At that moment, Sun Jingyi and I were pressed against the door, our bodies close together, and I could distinctly smell her subtle fragrance. Unlike the overly extravagant and sweet perfume of Li Jiaojiao, Sun Jingyi's scent was a delicate and refreshing aroma that enveloped me, making my heart flutter with delight. Afterward, my mother and Mr. Sun began discussing other matters, leaving Sun Jingyi and me bewildered, prompting us to return to our desks to review our studies. I inquired if she knew what my father did for a living, to which she confessed she did not, but since her father held my father in high regard, as he immediately instructed her to look after me upon receiving my mother's call. As I pondered this, Sun Jingyi suddenly tapped my forehead with her pencil and said, "Wang Wei, regardless of your father's current situation, you have witnessed his fate. Do not follow in his footsteps. Concentrate on your studies and lead an earnest life. Do you understand?" I looked up at her earnest, yet slightly mischievous expression, feeling a warmth in my heart that nearly melted me. We resumed our studies, and I observed that Sun Jingyi excelled academically, possessing knowledge that seemed boundless. Such mastery could not have been achieved by merely repeating a year. So I asked her why she was repeating her studies if she was so capable. Sun Jingyi blinked at me as if I were an alien and replied, "You don't know?" Perplexed, I asked why I would know. It was then that she revealed that during last year's high school entrance exam, she had suffered from low blood sugar and fainted in the examination hall, resulting in the invalidation of 2 subjects, leaving her with no choice but to repeat the year. She added that the entire school was aware of this incident, wondering why I was oblivious. I felt quite embarrassed and explained that I generally had no friends, often navigating school alone and rarely engaged in conversations about such matters. Even my desk mate hardly spoke to me, looking down on me instead. Recently, I had only learned about certain rough characters, such as Wolf and Bear, due to being bullied frequently. Sun Jingyi asked, your desk mate? Is it that girl named Li Jiao? How could she look down on you? I feel she quite likes you. I dismissed her notion, insisting she had no idea how disdainful Li Jiao was towards me, and I went on to recount a litany of grievances against her, which were almost too numerous to detail. Sun Jingyi simply smiled at me and finally said, it's all right. If you ever have any doubts, just come to me. There is nothing in this school I don't know. I believed her. Sun Jingyi was undoubtedly a prominent figure at our school, possessing a charisma that even Wolf couldn't rival. If she were part of that world, there would be no room for Wolf. That night, we studied late into the evening, primarily because my mother and Mr. Sun were engrossed in conversation. It was only past midnight that they concluded their discussion, and Mr. Sun called for Sun Jingyi to leave. My mother and I walked to the door to see them off. At the entrance, my mother earnestly expressed her gratitude towards Sun Jingyi and mentioned her hopes that Sun Jingyi could provide me with additional tutoring, enabling me to attend the same high school as her. To this, Sun Jingyi chuckled, saying that while it was impossible for us to attend the same high school, if Wang Wei put in some effort, gaining admission to the same university should be feasible, as he is quite intelligent. After Sun Jingyi and her father departed, my mother urged me to strive for the future, aiming for admission to the same university as Sun Jingyi. I asked my mother why I should attend the same university as her, playfully suggesting that she had developed a fondness for her and wished for her to become my daughter-in-law. My mother paused momentarily before replying that perhaps that would have been possible in the past, but now it was best to let it go. Quite baffling. The following morning, as I arrived for class, Li Jiao and I continued our silent treatment towards each other. However, as soon as I sat down, Li Jiao sniffed twice, as if detecting something, and gradually leaned closer to me. Startled, I asked her what she was doing. Li Jiao looked at me in confusion and said, Wang Wei, why do you smell like Sun Jingyi? Astounded, I was taken aback by her keen observation. She seemed to possess a dog-like sense of smell. Li Jiao frowned at me, questioning whether I had engaged in some peculiar behavior, perhaps sneaking into Sun Jingyi's home or stealing something from her. Infuriated by her insinuation, I firmly told her to stop spouting nonsense, clarifying that Sun Jingyi had come to my house to help me study, which was why I carried her scent. Li Jiao scoffed, expressing disbelief, stating that she would sooner believe pigs could fly than accept that Sun Jingyi would visit my home for studying. I dismissed her skepticism and chose to ignore her. Consequently, after class, Li Jiao shared this incident as a joke with a few other girls, who also expressed disbelief and laughed heartily, which greatly annoyed me. I instructed them to wait and see. I made a point to seek out Sun Jingyi, asking her to assist me with my studies during the break. Upon returning, I told Li Jiao, just wait and see. The next class will be a revelation. Li Jiao retorted, you're all talk, keep on boasting. During the break, Li Jiao contemplated going to the restroom, but I prevented her, claiming I feared she would miss the most exciting moment. She agreed to stay, eager to witness how I would conjure Sun Jingyi, adding that if I produced someone with the same name to play a word game, I would be in serious trouble. I assured her to just wait and see. Before long, a commotion erupted in the hallway, as if many were gathered around something intriguing. I realized Sun Jingyi had arrived, as her presence alone could incite such excitement. Sure enough, moments later, our school's student council president, Sun Jingyi, entered. Though clad in a simple uniform, her brilliance was undeniable, drawing numerous students to our classroom door, creating a bottleneck. Upon her entrance, Li Jiao was utterly stunned, her face a picture of disbelief. I cast a triumphant glance her way, stood up, and waved at Sun Jingyi, calling out, Senior, over here. Sun Jingyi smiled and approached me, prompting me to quickly move a chair for her to sit down. She had brought her own book and said, let us continue from where we left off last night. Meanwhile, Li Jiao was utterly stunned, her face contorted in displeasure. I felt an overwhelming sense of pride, reveling in the moment. How could Li Jiao still look down on me now? I longed to flaunt my situation before her. But to my surprise, Li Jiao stood up and left, seemingly agitated. Unbeknownst to Sun Jingyi, who assumed I was solely focused on studying, she explained the material with great seriousness. Onlookers gathered outside, speculating about how we had come together, with some remarking on the perks of being the leader, even having the school bell personally tutoring me. Sun Jingyi only departed when class began. As soon as she left, Li Jiaojiao returned, and I teasingly asked her why she had taken so long in the restroom, suggesting that Sun Jingyi could help her with her studies because her academic performance was lacking. Li Jiaojiao ignored me, her face dark with displeasure. Seeing her unhappy state filled me with delight. I felt as if I had completely turned the tables. Thus, I arranged for Sun Jingyi to tutor me during the long breaks, once in the morning and again in the afternoon, which undoubtedly vexed Li Jiaojiao. She would vanish as soon as class ended, only to return when it was time for the next lesson. For several days, Sun Jingyi continued to tutor me, and my relationship with Li Jiaojiao reached a new low. We no longer exchanged even a word, whereas before we would bicker occasionally. However, without Li Jiaojiao's interference, life felt considerably more pleasant, and I relished the newfound tranquility, free from her caustic remarks. One day after class, Sun Jingyi was, as usual, on her way over. But inexplicably, Li Jiaojiao remained behind, fiddling with her pencil case. My curiosity got the better of me, and I asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" This was the first time we had spoken in days. Meant as a jest, yet Li Jiaojiao exploded like a powder keg, glaring at me with fierce eyes and retorting, "Why do you care?" Realizing her anger was genuine, I promptly fell silent and focused on my book. Yet, Li Jiaojiao was relentless, gritting her teeth and accusing. "So you think just because you become a leader and Sun Jingyi has tutored you for a few days, you've somehow made a comeback? Give me a break. Wang Wei, with a guy like you, no girl will ever take notice. Go take a look at yourself in the mirror. Are you handsome? Is your family wealthy? What girl would be foolish enough to be interested in you?" Her voice rang out loudly, drawing the attention of the entire class. I trembled in anger, but knowing she held the upper hand, I chose not to engage further and prepared to leave. The classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence, with every gaze fixed upon me and Li Jiaojiao. My anger had reached a boiling point, and I was tempted to deliver a couple of stinging slaps to silence her incessant chatter. Yet, as I regained my composure, I reluctantly acknowledged the truth in her words. What chance did a boy like me have of attracting the attention of any girl? Although her words were harsh, they were undeniably accurate. Just look at myself. I lacked even a decent outfit, and despite being the nominal leader of the third year, I found myself bumming cigarettes off others. A truly pitiful state of existence. The crux of the matter was that I had harbored fantasies about Sun Jingyi, convinced that perhaps we might develop something meaningful. I had spent countless days lost in unrealistic daydreams, and it was Li Jiaojiao's seemingly cruel yet painfully honest remarks that jolted me back to reality. In my life, the only thing I had to boast about was my title as the nominal leader of the third year. But what good was that? It was of no sustenance. And with graduation looming just days away, it seemed I was the only one taking it seriously. I lowered my head, a profound sense of inferiority washing over me once more, a feeling that had not just recently emerged, but rather had been an intrinsic part of my existence. My father was merely a gatekeeper, earning a meager salary and appearing particularly aged, which had made me the target of ridicule. I had grown accustomed to being mocked and scorned, but when had I begun to harbor any confidence in my life? It was utterly ludicrous, simply absurd. Li Jiaojiao was right. A boy like me stood no chance of winning a girl's affection. Who would ever consider being my girlfriend? She had ruthlessly exposed my true nature and shattered all my illusions. I forced a bitter smile, glancing at the unified astonishment reflected in my classmates' eyes, and felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee this place that filled me with such shame. However, as I turned, I was taken aback to find Sun Jingyi standing before me. "Wang Wei." Sun Jingyi looked at me earnestly and declared, "I like you, be my boyfriend." Sun Jingyi stood there, clutching her books, evidently having come to help me study. As was customary, a throng of onlookers gathered at the classroom entrance, and upon her confession, a profound silence enveloped the room, astonishment etched upon every face. Our class was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. With my back turned to Li Jiaojiao, I could not discern her expression, but I surmised she was equally astonished, having just asserted that no girl would ever be interested in me. Yet, in an instant, the most popular girl in school was professing her feelings and requesting that I be her boyfriend. The situation was almost theatrical, bordering on the melodramatic. Yet, deep down, I understood that Sun Jingyi's declaration was a means to spare me from embarrassment, a selfless act to restore a modicum of dignity. She was truly a kind-hearted and innocent girl. My eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed by a tide of emotion. Sun Jingyi reached out, gently taking my hand, and said, "Let's go." I nodded, holding her warm and tender little hand, following her step by step as we departed from the classroom. Hand in hand, we navigated through the crowd, traversing the corridor amidst countless astonished glances, making our way upstairs until we reached the rooftop. The breeze on the rooftop was refreshing, while the sun blazed down, mirroring the turmoil within my heart, ensnared in a paradox of icy despair and fiery fervor. Moments ago, I had been humiliated by Li Jiaojiao, as if stepping into an abyss of darkness. Yet now, with Sun Jingyi's hand clasped in mine, it felt akin to entering a realm of bliss. However, I was acutely aware of the facade, and as soon as we arrived on the rooftop, I deliberately released Sun Jingyi's hand and softly expressed my gratitude. She smiled gently, replying with a "You're welcome," before inquiring, "Are you feeling better?" I nodded and continued to the edge of the rooftop, gazing down upon the entire campus. Sun Jingyi followed me, softly commenting, "I always thought you two had a good relationship. Even your banter seemed like mere jest. I never imagined." I shook my head, explaining that she had always looked down on me, and it was only after I had assisted her a few times that she began to regard me with a modicum of respect, willing to consider me a friend. Yet fundamentally, she still held me in disdain, particularly disapproving of my newfound resilience. This confrontation was merely the culmination of previous tensions. Sun Jingyi sighed softly and asked what I intended to do now. After some contemplation, I replied that we should change our seating arrangement, as we were ill-suited to sit at the same desk. Continuing this way would inevitably lead to conflict. I then mustered the courage to add, "Senior, could you please continue to pretend to be my girlfriend for a few more days, until the midterms are over? I realize my request is quite unreasonable, but I truly wish to preserve my dignity." Before I could finish, Sun Jingyi nodded gently, agreeing to my plea. Her innocence, kindness, beauty, and generosity deeply moved me. How could such a perfect girl exist in this world? If circumstances permitted, I would ardently pursue her, openly courting her. Yet I knew this was an impossibility. I was unworthy of her affections, and she would never glance my way. Sun Jingyi's willingness to assist me stemmed from our family's connection, and I was immensely grateful, daring not to harbor any further illusions. After descending from the rooftop, I approached the homeroom teacher to request a change of seats. No longer sharing a desk with Li Jiaojiao. The reason was straightforward. Our personalities clashed, leading to constant quarrels. The teacher acquiesced. I had sat beside Li Jiaojiao for several years, and she had expressed her desire for me to change seats more than once. She had even approached the teacher herself. But to no avail, yet I had always stubbornly remained. This time, my decision finally aligned with her wishes. Upon returning to the classroom, I quietly moved my desk, swapping places with a boy who had longed to sit beside Li Jiaojiao. Throughout the process, I avoided looking at her face and found no need for farewells. After all, our relationship had irrevocably soured. Given her disdain for me, it was unnecessary to maintain any semblance of friendship. Meanwhile, the classmates around us whispered amongst themselves, discussing the unfolding drama between us. After changing my seat, my new desk mate turned out to be an unassuming girl, and I chose not to engage her in conversation, instead focusing on my own studies. Although I was certain my performance in the upcoming entrance examination would be subpar, I still felt the need to exert effort. During class, my desk mate suddenly nudged my arm and remarked that Li Jiaojiao was crying. I glanced up and indeed saw Li Jiaojiao hunched over her desk, her shoulders shaking as tears flowed. I was taken aback. Wasn't it her fervent wish for me to change seats? She should be overjoyed, yet here she was, in tears. Upon reflection, I considered that her sorrow might stem from other issues, and besides, her emotional state was not my concern. Why should I trouble myself with it? After class, the boy who had swapped seats with me approached and urged, "Yi, you ought to comfort Li Jiaojiao. She has been crying for an entire class, and it shows no sign of stopping." I replied dismissively, "No way. I'm not the one to console her. I lack such capability. He persisted, insisting I go comfort her, claiming the entire class was aware of our good rapport and that it was imperative for me to intervene. A few other girls, who were on friendly terms with Li Jiaojiao, echoed his plea, suggesting that while she could be a bit sharp-tongued, she was fundamentally a decent person. Left with no alternative, reluctantly approcha Li Jiaojiao. She remained slumped over her desk, sobbing. I gently patted her shoulder and called her name, but she erupted in fury, hurling a book at me, shouting for me to leave and go as far away as possible. This infuriated me, and I turned on my heel, telling the others, "You see, it's not that I refuse to comfort her. She insists on this." My classmates, unable to do anything further, relented. Li Jiaojiao cried for the entire morning, impervious to any attempts at consolation, which was quite perplexing. After school, I fulfilled my responsibilities as a boyfriend and went to pick up Sun Jingyi from a review class. By then, word of our relationship had spread. Our school was not particularly large, and even the slightest events quickly became gossip, especially since both Sun Jingyi and I were considered prominent figures. Any stir around us was bound to be widely known. While waiting at the entrance of the review class for Sun Jingyi, a boy known as Wolf emerged from another class, praising my prowess in winning over Sun Jingyi and requesting that I share some dating tips, lamenting his own string of failures in the romantic arena, leaving him reliant solely on his own hand. I paused, then replied, "Wolf, it primarily comes down to looks." He scrutinized my face and retorted, "YZ, that is not funny." Just then, Sun Jingyi appeared, radiant as always. She greeted Wolf before turning to me, saying, "Wang Wei, let us go." I hurried to match her pace, glancing back at the bewildered Wolf and quipped, "There's nothing I can do, Wolf. The senior just prefers my type." Walking through the campus alongside a goddess like Sun Jingyi, we attracted countless gazes, particularly due to our unlikely pairing. One appeared as if descended from the heavens, while the other resembled a muddy toad. Yet, despite the incongruity, we were indeed a couple. Even Sun Jingyi took the initiative to grasp my hand, suggesting that this would render our performance more authentic and enhance my reputation. Her gentle consideration and profound understanding truly moved me to the point of speechlessness. Holding Sun Jingyi's warm and soft hand, I felt as though I were treading upon clouds, my entire being buoyant with an unparalleled happiness. Though this was but a facade, it would surely linger in my memories for a lifetime. Upon leaving the school, Sun Jingyi expressed her reluctance to return home, opting instead to dine out, to which I readily acquiesced. After our meal, with time still on our side, she invited me to accompany her on a shopping excursion, and I gladly accepted. Sun Jingyi purchased an outfit for herself and insisted on buying one for me as well. I was taken aback and quickly declined, but she insisted that, as her boyfriend, I ought to dress handsomely. Otherwise, I would bring her shame. Realizing the validity of her point, I reluctantly agreed, promising to repay her once I had the means. Sun Jingyi procured an Adidas outfit for me, which was considered quite extravagant in our era, typically only affordable for those like Li Jiaojiao, who hailed from affluent families. Upon trying on the clothes and gazing into the mirror, I felt remarkably revitalized. Indeed, the adage holds true. A person is defined by their attire, and much to my surprise, I too had a day of looking handsome. Following our shopping, Sun Jingyi led me to a hair salon, where my previously disheveled hairstyle was transformed. As I beheld my reflection, I could scarcely believe the handsome figure staring back at me. "Quite dashing," Sun Jingyi remarked with a smile. Suddenly, thoughts of Li Jiaojiao crossed my mind. She had also offered to buy me clothes, claiming that I was not unattractive and that with a little grooming, I would undoubtedly appear different. Although Li Jiaojiao's intentions remained unfulfilled, Sun Jingyi had succeeded in this endeavor. When I entered the classroom that afternoon, sporting my new hairstyle and attire, I indeed garnered quite a stir. A few students adept at flattery unabashedly exclaimed, "Wei Yi, you look incredibly handsome." I deliberately cast a glance towards Li Jiaojiao, wishing to demonstrate that Wang Wei too had his moment of glory. Yet she seemed oblivious to my presence, her expression vacant and devoid of her usual vivacity, appearing considerably dimmed. I was taken aback, never expecting that my mere change of seating could elicit such a transformation in her demeanor. I couldn't help but wonder if my presence truly affected her so profoundly. Was it possible that she felt so diminished due to me? Or was it merely her own sense of pride that had been wounded? Nevertheless, I chose not to engage with her and returned directly to my seat. During the afternoon break, Sun Jingyi came to tutor me once more. Now, the entire class was aware of our relationship, and envious glances were frequently cast our way, a sensation that thoroughly enchanted me. Though this was a ruse, it would not last long, so I allowed myself to revel in the experience a little longer. Later that evening, after our study session, I escorted Sun Jingyi home. She resided in a mid-range community with a relatively affluent background, and I learned that her father worked in a government office. While he held the modest title of section chief, he seemed to wield considerable influence, undoubtedly superior to my own father's standing. I found it perplexing that her father would hold my father in high regard. Father-son was quite pleased to see me escorting Sun Jingyi back home and invited me to sit in their house. I politely declined, stating it was too late and that I would visit another day. After bidding farewell to Sun Jingyi and her father, I wandered alone towards home. The night was enchanting, the moonlight bright, and the chorus of unknown insects chirped from the grass by the roadside. My spirits soared with delight, a joy I felt I had never experienced before in my life. Reflecting on the past 2 weeks, it was astonishing how dramatically my life had transformed, from an inconspicuous underachiever to a semi-recognized leader in the 3rd year of junior high, accompanied by a girl of remarkable beauty, as if I were living in a dream. As I strolled along, I walked under the moonlight, unable to suppress a cheerful tune. However, upon approaching a narrow alley, I suddenly noticed several indistinct figures within. I was puzzled as to who would be there at such a late hour. Just then, I distinctly saw a glint from a pair of glasses, followed by a voice exclaiming, "It's him!" A cacophony of footsteps echoed, accompanied by curses, as those figures rushed towards me. Startled, I initially thought it might be Zhao Song, Cheng Hu, or Xiongzi seeking revenge, but upon recognizing the leader, I was taken aback. It was the high school boy who had threatened me days earlier, warning me to keep my distance from Sun Jingyi, his small glasses gleaming ominously. The situation escalated quickly. Upon seeing the boy with the glasses, I realized I was in trouble. I had previously thought he was merely trying to intimidate me, but he was evidently serious about enacting revenge for my growing closeness with Sun Jingyi. The boy was clearly prepared, having brought along 4 or 5 companions and stationed himself on the path I would take home. The season approached. Although I had gained some courage, I was still inexperienced in fights, prompting me to flee immediately. This area was close to my home, and I was familiar with the terrain, hoping to use my knowledge to shake them off. However, they pursued me swiftly, the shouts growing louder, making it clear that escape was unlikely. In my desperation, I lunged towards a nearby flower bed, grabbed a brick, and hurled it at the bespectacled boy. He raised his hand to block it, the brick striking his arm and eliciting a pained yelp, followed by a furious command. "Get him!" The group of 4 or 5 descended upon me. Initially, I attempted to resist, but within moments, I was overwhelmed and brought down. I curled up, shielding my head as they kicked at me. Having endured beatings before, I had developed some experience, focusing all my energy on protecting my head and stomach, using my sturdy back and thighs to absorb the blows. However, one of my assailants, unsatisfied with merely kicking, attempted to pull my arms back to strike my face. The boy with glasses intervened, stopping him and cautioning against hitting my face for fear that Sun Jingyi might witness it. The first part of his reasoning seemed considerate, adhering to an unspoken code of not striking the face, but the latter part incited a mix of anger and amusement in me. Did he truly believe I wouldn't inform Sun Jingyi? These individuals possess considerable prowess in combat. They relentlessly assaulted me for 5 or 6 minutes before finally relenting. My entire body ached, and I lacked the strength to even stand. The bespectacled boy dragged me to the roadside, delivered a stinging slap, and remarked, "Hey, do you remember me?" I remained silent, my gaze fixed intently upon him. He struck me again, stating, "Wang Wei, right? Do you think that just because you've become a so-called leader in the 9th grade, you can forget your surname? You're addressed as Wei Yi. Do you even deserve that title?" Sensing my defiance in his eyes, he seized my hair and yanked it backward, saying, "Don't think you're tough. I know exactly what you're plotting, planning to bring others to seek revenge on me. Aren't you? Well, let me enlighten you. I am Luo Bin from the first year of high school, and you're welcome to come anytime. I'm aware that Wolf is your leader, so feel free to summon him. I can take him on as well. The name Luo Bin struck a chord of familiarity, as it seemed he attended our school in middle school, but I could not recall any specifics. As I had previously mentioned, I lacked friends and often kept to myself. So I was rather oblivious to the happenings at our school until I heard about individuals like Wolf and Xiongzi through my altercations with Zhao Song. This boy spoke with an air of arrogance, clearly dismissing Wolf. If we were to consider the timeline, it appeared he and Wolf were contemporaries. Could it be that even Wolf could not contend with him? This thought sent a wave of anxiety through me. If Wolf could not stand up to him, then my chances of exacting revenge were even slimmer. Having said his piece, Luo Bin kicked me once more, declaring this time, consider it a lesson. Stay away from Sun Jingyi. Otherwise, next time will be far worse. With that, he departed with his entourage. Due to the pain coursing through my body, I lay on the ground for a while before gritting my teeth and slowly rising to my feet. Although it was quite late, there were still a few passers-by on the street, all casting astonished glances in my direction, yet no one approached to inquire about my well-being. In our small town, brawls were commonplace, a reflection of the adage that impoverished regions breed ruffians. Upon returning home, I was fortunate that my mother was already asleep. I quietly entered the bathroom to clean myself up before slipping into bed. Lying there, the pain still lingered. Initially, I felt a sense of accomplishment after defeating Xiongzi and becoming the semi-official leader of the 9th grade, with Wolf's protection ensuring I would encounter no further troubles. Yet, the emergence of Luo Bin, particularly due to Sun Jingyi, was a source of immense frustration. In middle school, we generally refrained from provoking high schoolers, and Luo Bin appeared particularly formidable. I pondered whether I could withstand a confrontation if it escalated. The more I contemplated, the more vexed I became, deciding to gather information about Luo Bin at school the following day. I hardly slept that night, and by the next morning as I attended class, I noticed my injuries had improved slightly. Fortunately, no one had noticed my bruised face. A couple of slaps weren't significant enough to raise suspicion, and everyone greeted me as usual. However, while others remained unaware, I was all too conscious of my plight, leaving me feeling exceptionally constrained. I sat alone at my desk, discontented and contemplating whether to seek out Wolf and confront Luo Bin together. After class, several of my brothers came to find me, as usual, urging me to accompany them to the restroom for a smoke. The restroom had once been under the dominion of Cheng Hu, but after we dealt with him, it became our territory. Inside, I inquired of Yang Fan whether he knew of Luo Bin. Upon mentioning Luo Bin, those with me appeared quite astonished, questioning why I brought him up. Their reactions confirmed that Luo Bin was indeed quite a notable figure. I casually remarked that I was merely asking out of curiosity. They expressed surprise that I was unaware of Luo Bin, stating that he hailed from a prominent family and had once been the pinnacle of our school. Yang Fan further divulged that the notorious Chai Lang had once been suppressed by Luo Bin, which compelled him to repeat a year in order to reclaim his status. Hearing this, my heart sank. It became clear that Luo Bin was not merely boasting. He genuinely commanded respect, explaining his audacity. In that moment, I felt a sense of inevitability regarding my inability to avenge myself. What are you pondering about, Wei Yi? Yang Fen suddenly inquired. I promptly shook my head, asserting that all was well. There was no way I could divulge to them that I had been beaten by Luo Bin the previous night. Such a revelation would serve no purpose and only bring me embarrassment. I then added, from now on, do not call me Wei Yi. What shall we call you then? Yang Fan asked, somewhat bewildered. I sighed and responded, just call me by my name, Wang Wei. Previously, after eliminating Zhao Song, Cheng Hu, and Xiongzi, and having ascended to the status of the leader of the 3rd year, I felt quite formidable and accepted the title of Wei Yi with grace. Now, however, I realized that there were indeed greater challenges beyond my own, and individuals even Chai Lang could not contend with. How could I possibly continue to call myself Wei Yi? Yet Yang Fan and the others were oblivious to my thoughts, continuing to jest, insisting on calling me Wei Yi as it sounded pleasing. I felt a surge of irritation and retorted, you all chatter too much. I told you not to call me that, so from now on, just use my name. With that, I exited the restroom, leaving them in stunned silence. Initially, I had intended to confront Jai Lang, but reconsidering, I thought it unwise to seek unnecessary conflict. After enduring 2 claustrophobic periods during the break, Sun Jingyi came to tutor me again. In the past, I eagerly anticipated such moments, yet now I felt somewhat distracted. Sun Jingyi noticed my demeanor and asked what was amiss, to which I quickly replied that nothing was wrong. Unaware of my turmoil, she lightheartedly teased me about being an incompetent boyfriend, recalling our agreement for me to pick her up for school that morning, which I had failed to do. It dawned on me that indeed, I had made such a promise, but the unexpected arrival of Luo Bin had derailed my plans. Noticing my lingering discontent, Sun Jingyi suggested a walk outside. Contemplating the pressure from Luo Bin, I felt inclined to decline her offer, but upon glancing up and seeing her stunningly beautiful face, I was reminded of my role as a man, unable to even protect my own girlfriend. A surge of defiance welled up within me. Reflecting on the events of the past half-month, I had initially felt daunted by Zhao Song, Cheng Hu, and thought of Xiong Zi as an unattainable figure. Yet they had all fallen one by one. They both possessed 2 eyes and a mouth. Why is it that Luo Bin is so formidable that I must cower before him? After all, I have labored to attain this beautiful life, and I cannot bear to distance myself from the enchanting Sun Jingyi. In any case, should Luo Bin come seeking trouble again, I shall confront him. Thus, I instructed Sun Jingyi to wait for me outside, assuring her that I would join her shortly. I dashed to the sanitation corner at the back of the classroom, broke a mop in half, and concealed the shorter piece within my sleeve before heading out to find Sun Jingyi. In the past, during my conflicts with Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, I always kept a piece of wood on me for emergencies. Once those issues were resolved, I had abandoned such precautions, but now I found myself reverting to old habits. As I strolled through the campus with Sun Jingyi, we attracted many envious glances, and gradually my spirits lifted, adorned with a smile. Initially, Sun Jingyi inquired about the situation, yet I reassured her repeatedly that all was well, prompting her to refrain from further questioning. Our middle and high school campuses were separate, but I suspected that Luo Bin was aware of my whereabouts, likely having arranged for someone to observe me discreetly. While with Sun Jingyi, I remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, and indeed, I spotted a high school student in uniform stealthily trailing me, one of those who had assaulted me yesterday. Fueled by indignation, I feigned the need to visit the restroom and urged Sun Jingyi to return to the classroom. Oblivious to my ruse, she complied, and I swiftly headed towards the restroom, only to veer behind it instead. Shortly thereafter, I noticed the high school student approaching, and as he prepared to enter, I lunged out, brandishing my makeshift weapon and striking him while shouting, "You scoundrel!" I continued to rain down blows until the stick splintered, leaving the student sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. I delivered one last kick before fleeing the scene. As I made my way back, a sense of satisfaction coursed through me. Although I had not fully avenged myself, I had at least vented some frustration. However, I understood that this confrontation would irrevocably sever ties with Luo Bin, who would undoubtedly seek retribution. Still, I reassured myself that this was middle school, my territory, and he was unlikely to confront me directly. Perhaps he would wait until I was on my way home. The day passed without incident, and when I escorted Sun Jingyi home that evening, I casually inquired about Luo Bin. Upon hearing his name, Sun Jingyi became visibly anxious, questioning whether he had been bothering me. I hastily denied it, claiming I had merely mentioned him during a conversation with Yang Fan. To my surprise, Sun Jingyi expressed her own disdain for Luo Bin, describing him as particularly odious. She recounted how he had once wielded his family's influence to dominate the school and had relentlessly pursued her, scaring off any boy who dared approach. However, once Luo Bin entered high school and she chose to repeat a year, their paths diverged and they gradually lost contact. Regarding this matter, Sun Jingyi felt quite gratified, expressing relief that she would no longer have to endure the presence of the bothersome Luo Bin. She declared her intention to attend a prestigious high school in the city, resolutely refusing to share an educational institution with someone as despicable as Luo Bin. At that moment, I understood that Luo Bin was not disinterested in pursuing Sun Jingyi. Rather, He had simply shifted his approach from overt to covert, persistently playing the role of her protector. Naturally, I chose not to disclose this to Sun Jingyi, sparing her the burden of such knowledge. After escorting Sun Jingyi home, I contemplated my route, fully aware that Luo Bin was likely waiting for me along the way. I discreetly tightened my grip on a newly acquired stick concealed within my sleeve before proceeding. The night was deep. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and a cool breeze brushed against my face, evoking a sense of melancholy reminiscent of the phrase, "The winds howl and the waters grow cold. A brave warrior departs, never to return." I resolved that tonight I would confront Luo Bin, determined to fight with all my strength, even if I were to be outmatched. I could not allow him to underestimate me. If I could not defeat him, I would at least draw blood. With a makeshift weapon in hand, I made my way home, and as I approached the spot where I had been attacked the previous day, I indeed spotted several shadowy figures lingering in the alley. I had to admit, Luo Bin was cunning enough to wait for me on my path home, knowing I could not avoid that alley. As I drew near, Luo Bin, wearing his small glasses, stepped forward, flanked by 7 or 8 companions, double the number from yesterday, each brandishing wooden sticks. Among them was the individual I had injured earlier that day, now sporting a bandage around his head and glaring at me with a vengeful intensity. Facing a group of 7 or 8 armed individuals left me with scant hope for victory. Nevertheless, I tightened my grip on the stick, gritted my teeth, and glared defiantly at them. Luo Bin, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, appeared both relaxed and arrogant. He exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "Wang Wei, I underestimated you. I didn't think you would dare to touch my people. Initially, I intended to give you a simple lesson, but it seems you are forcing my hand for something more severe. Come on, brothers, let us have some fun with him tonight. If anyone gets hurt, I'll take responsibility." With Luo Bin's command, the group of high school students charged forward, and I readied myself for the confrontation. Just then, the screech of tires pierced the air as a black sedan abruptly halted in front of me. Clearly, the car had a specific purpose for stopping, causing Luo Bin and his gang to pause and look toward us in confusion. I was equally astonished and turned to glance at the vehicle. As the window of the black car rolled down, the head of Li Jiaojiao's father emerged. "Wei Zi, what is going on? Get in the car. I'll give you a ride home." I was taken aback to encounter Li Jiaojiao's father there, and without further ado, I swiftly opened the passenger door and took my seat. Li Jiaojiao's father pressed the accelerator and drove away from the scene. Even Luo Bin, despite his arrogance, dared not obstruct an adult's vehicle, standing by the roadside with a face twisted in displeasure, as if he had just consumed something vile. In the rearview mirror, Luo Bin and the others grew increasingly distant. It was only then that Li Jiaojiao's father inquired about the situation. I replied, "It's nothing, just a group of rascals causing trouble." Although I held a favorable impression of Li Jiaojiao's father, I refrained from elaborating and merely asked how he came to be here. He informed me that he had just returned from a late-night meal with Li Jiaojiao and her mother. I was taken aback and quickly turned around, only to discover that Li Jiaojiao and her mother were seated in the back row, a fact I had failed to notice until now. The awkwardness was palpable. I greeted her mother and nodded at Li Jiaojiao, but she turned her head away, ignoring me. Despite my silence, Li Jiaojiao's father seemed uneasy and insisted that he would pick me up from school in the future. I politely declined his generous offer, but he remained steadfast in his decision, asserting that he must escort me. At that moment, Li Jiaojiao finally interjected, "Dad, he has a girlfriend now. He spends all his time with her after school. Are you planning to pick up both of us?" Her father paused, contemplating her words, and replied, "Well, that's not entirely out of the question." He then turned to me and asked, "Wei Zi, you have a girlfriend?" I softly affirmed with a quiet Upon hearing my response, Li Jiaojiao erupted, "Dad, did you hear that? You really should stop meddling. His girlfriend's father is far more formidable than you. He's an official. He doesn't need you to pick him up. Now, Wang Wei is quite capable. Just look at his clothes, all designer brands. He's managed to attach himself to a wealthy girl, earning him the title of our school's #1 soft rice king." Li Jiaojiao's words were exceedingly harsh, prompting even her father to scold her sternly. My heart brimmed with indignation, yet out of respect for the 2 adults present, I chose to remain silent and simply requested that Li Jiao's father stop the car. He responded, "We're almost there, just a bit further," before turning back to reprimand Li Jiao. "Be quiet for a moment." Li Jiao's mother, however, interjected, "The girl hasn't said anything wrong. Why are you scolding her?" Upon arriving at my doorstep, Li Jiao's father parked the car. As I opened the door to exit, I heard hurried footsteps behind me. It was Li Jiao's father catching up, grasping my arm, and saying, "Wei Zi, don't take Jiao's words to heart. She's just like that. You two should remain good friends." Li Jiao's father was genuinely a good man, were it not for his presence. I would have preferred to distance myself from their family. I couldn't help but wonder how he tolerates both Li Jiao and her mother. Indeed, men of great ambition possess remarkable patience. I smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After a brief silence, Li Jiao's father added, "Wei Zi, I actually hold you in high regard. You remind me of my younger self. I even thought about having Jiao betrothed to you, but since you already have a girlfriend, I suppose it's best to let that go." I had initially assumed he was merely caught up in youthful enthusiasm when he mentioned a betrothal, or perhaps trying to mend ties between our families. But I never anticipated this deeper motivation. I nodded in acknowledgement, expressing my gratitude for my uncle's kindness, before bidding farewell to Li Jiao's father and turning back home. The stick was still tucked away on my person, and I couldn't help but reflect on the earlier altercation that had nearly escalated into a fight. It was indeed a heart-stopping experience. Had a brawl truly ensued, I would likely be hospitalized by now. Yet, as the saying goes, one may evade the initial confrontation, but cannot escape the inevitable. I surmised that upon returning home tomorrow, I would undoubtedly encounter resistance again. Thus, I needed to contemplate alternative strategies. However, the disparity in strength was glaring. Even the wolves trembled before Luo Bin, leaving me at a loss for solutions. After much contemplation, I found myself devoid of viable options. I certainly could not resort to the same tactics I employed against Chang Hu. Brandishing a knife anew seemed unnecessary at this juncture. When I arrived at school the following morning, my mind was a tumultuous mess, lacking any semblance of clarity. During the morning class, I slumped over my desk, pondering how to deal with Luo Bin. With the impending high school entrance examination, I had intended to make the most of the final days to study diligently. However, Luo Bin's antics had thrown everything into disarray, causing me considerable distress. As I sat there, lost in thought, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the classroom. Just as I lifted my head, our classroom door was forcefully kicked open, and a dozen high school students stormed in, led by none other than the bespectacled Luo Bin, who wielded a wooden stick. As he advanced, he shouted, "Come here, you little brat. Let's see how you escape this time." He pointed his stick menacingly at our classmates, barking, "Stay put. Recognize me. I am Luo Bin, the king of the last graduating class of this school. Anyone who dares to move will face my wrath." I was utterly taken aback. I had never anticipated that Luo Bin would audaciously invade our middle school building. In that moment, Li Jiao suddenly rose and shouted, "Wang Wei, run! Wang Wei, run!" This was the second time she had uttered those words. The first instance was when Xiongzi had come, back when we were still on friendly terms. So her concern was understandable. Now, however, we had completely fallen out, having not spoken for several days, and even our exchanges had turned into arguments. Yet, she still instinctively called out for me. Luo Bin, the formidable presence in our school, exuded an intimidation that surpassed even Xiongzi. After his tirade, none of my classmates dared to utter a word. Those who typically surrounded me, calling me Wei Yi, had shrunk back in fear, except for Li Jiao, who stood defiantly by my side. Oh, this girl, what a conundrum she presented. Though her concern was evident, how could I flee? I was the leader of the 8th grade. This was my domain. If I ran now, what face would I have left to show? The last time I escaped, I had at least managed to strike Xiongzi before retreating, which allowed me to leave with some semblance of dignity. But this time, if I were to flee, I would at least need to make a grand exit. Thus, I swiftly seized the desk before me and hurled it with all my might towards the advancing Luo Bin. 30 who among us is the king? The desk soared through the air, crashing squarely into Luo Bin, toppling him over and scattering his books across the floor. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly turned and dashed towards the back door. Behind me, I heard Luo Bin's frantic shout, "Kill him!" The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as those high school students pursued me. I paid no heed to them, propelling myself forward, determined to escape the school like I had done previously. However, as I flung open the back door, a foot came crashing towards me, sending me sprawling outside. To my astonishment, several high school students were stationed there. Luo Bin had set a trap. Upon landing, I attempted to rise, but Luo Bin rushed over and delivered a brutal kick to my abdomen. Grabbing my hair, he snarled, "This time, I'll see where you can run." Without hesitation, I retrieved a stick hidden in my sleeve and struck him fiercely. He was caught off guard by my retaliation, and I hit him squarely on the shoulder, prompting a yelp as he staggered back. I tried to get up, but the high school students had already surged forward, pinning me down while Luo Bin approached, delivering another vicious blow to my stomach. "FKU," Luo Bin bellowed. Then a flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon me, as a dozen high school students encircled me, mercilessly attacking. My stick was snatched away, leaving me unable to rise, forced to shield my head to protect myself. Amidst the chaos, I heard Li Jiao Jiao charging in, angrily berating the high school students for bullying a middle schooler. Luo Bin barked at her to get lost, threatening to beat her as well if she didn't comply. Li Jiao Jiao's voice faded, which was perhaps a mercy, for the other students dared not utter a word. The mere mention of the previous year seniors was enough to terrify them. After a while of this assault, Luo Bin finally called for a pause. As the others ceased their attacks, he approached me, yanking my hair and slapping my face, saying, "Kid, still think you're tough?" My face burned crimson, a mix of fury and humiliation. I was the leader of the 8th grade. This was my territory. While I couldn't claim to have many loyal followers, there were certainly dozens of them. Yet here I was being beaten by a group of high school students, leaving me utterly ashamed. Despite being at a disadvantage, I refused to back down. I spat defiantly at Luo Bin's face and retorted, "You think you're tough? Go ahead and kill your old man today." My defiance stemmed from both stubbornness and pride. Luo Bin, incensed, raised his hand to slap me again, but just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside. Judging by the sound, a substantial number of people were approaching. The sheer volume compelled Luo Bin to glance back. 2 or 3 dozen students burst in, wielding various items, teaching rods, triangular rulers, and mops. It was Yang Fan and his friends. As they entered, they shouted, Wang Wei," and quickly surrounded me. Ever since I had instructed them not to call me Wei Yi and to address me by my name, they had complied without question, thus calling me directly. A group of individuals hurriedly approached, and Luo Bin raised a stick in his hand, declaring, "Take a good look. I am Luo Bin, the reigning champion of this school from the previous year. If you do not wish to invite trouble upon yourselves, you should all leave at once." Indeed, Yang Fan and his companions halted, momentarily taken aback by Luo Bin's audacity. They had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, unaware that it was Luo Bin they were confronting. Now, having recognized him, they stood frozen, hesitant to make a move. I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Luo Bin had graduated a year ago, yet still wielded such influence at our school. It left me at a loss for words. Luo Bin, however, seemed quite pleased with the situation, boasting, "Now that you're frightened, hurry up and get out of my way. I'll deal with you soon enough." Yang Fan and his group glanced around, their eyes betraying uncertainty, yet they did not retreat. Enraged, Luo Bin advanced towards them, stick in hand, taunting, "What's the matter? Feeling brave, are we?" Once a prominent figure, Luo Bin's reputation was not to be underestimated. He held a near-mythical status among the students. As he approached, the group visibly recoiled, except for Yang Fan, who approached with a smile, extending his hand in greeting, saying, "Brother Bin, Wang Wei is our leader in the 3rd year. We're not sure what we did to offend you. Could you please show us some leniency?" But Luo Bin showed no mercy. He ignored Yang Fan's hand and slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "Who do you think you are to demand respect from me?" Yang Fan staggered back, clutching his face, rendered speechless. Luo Bin then pointed his stick at the group, asking, "Are you all going to leave or not?" The group exchanged glances, neither affirming nor denying their departure. Since their previous encounter with Xiongzi, they had gained a bit of courage, although they dared not confront Luo Bin directly. They were not easily intimidated into retreating. Luo Bin's fury intensified, feeling his authority was being challenged. He cursed loudly and charged forward. At that moment, the group hastily retreated, but Yang Fan boldly surged forward, brandishing a dark object, aiming for Luo Bin's eyes. A cry escaped Luo Bin as he instinctively shielded his eyes, his glasses flying off, and the stick clattering to the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, "What is this? What is this?" The high school students were thrown into a panic, rushing towards him. Some attempted to strike Yang Fan, while others hurried to check on Luo Bin's eyes. One person reassured, "It's okay, Brother Bin, it's just chalk dust." A few high schoolers swiftly subdued Yang Fan, while someone quickly fetched a bottle for Luo Bin to rinse his eyes. However, as he washed, he cried out in distress, slapping the person who handed him the bottle, shouting, "What the hell? Can soda clean eyes?" The individual scrambled to provide him with mineral water. In the chaos, everyone focused on aiding Luo Bin or retaliating against Yang Fan, leaving me unnoticed on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, I sprang up, grabbing a nearby stool, and charged at the group, swinging wildly. Yang Fan, still on the ground, shouted, "Get up and help Wang Wei. What are you waiting for?" Our group of individuals finally reacted, rushing in unison to confront the high school students, resulting in utter chaos. Following the battle with Xiongzi, my ragtag army had considerably evolved, exhibiting a newfound audacity to confront Luo Bin's faction. However, once the skirmish commenced, it starkly illuminated the inadequacies in our combat prowess. Although Luo Bin had only brought a mere dozen of his associates, our numbers swelled to 20 or 30, averaging 2 of us against 1 of them. Yet, we found ourselves thoroughly outmatched, scurrying around the classroom as they mercilessly pummeled us. In a fit of desperation, I swung a chair wildly, seeking out Luo Bin to eliminate him first. But as I glanced around, a baton hurtled towards me, compelling me to lift the chair in defense. The rod struck my hand, eliciting a yelp of pain, causing me to lose grip on the chair. Another blow landed squarely on my arm, and to my dismay, I recognized Luo Bin, who had evidently recovered and donned his glasses once more, appearing reinvigorated. Luo Bin was clearly incensed, his face contorted with rage, likely astonished to find himself at such a disadvantage against a middle schooler. All his pent-up frustration was unleashed upon me as he swung the baton relentlessly. With no means to shield myself, I could only use my arms, which proved futile against his onslaught. Pain coursed through me, and I stumbled backward. Having already endured a severe beating prior, I was unable to withstand Luo Bin's relentless strikes and soon found myself collapsing onto the ground. Luo Bin placed a foot upon my chest, panting heavily as he spat, "You little rascal, today I shall ensure your demise." Glancing around the classroom, I observed my comrades. Some injured, others fleeing. Our forces were decimated. Yet, I bore no resentment towards them for their lack of fighting ability, considering my own inadequacies. Merely mustering the courage to face the previous year's champions was an achievement in itself, fueled by an intense hatred towards me. Luo Bin wasted no time in delivering another strike aimed at my head. Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway. "Binzi, what on earth are you doing?" At the sound of this voice, Luo Bin instinctively halted, turning to see who had interrupted. Standing at the entrance was Lang, flanked by his comrades, including Ganzi, Wei Zi, Zhou Liang, and others. To my surprise, Li Jiaojiao was also there, panting heavily. It dawned on me that she had gone to summon Lang and the others. This girl certainly had her wits about her. In addition to Lang and his entourage, a multitude of students gathered in the corridor, drawn by the commotion or the rumors of the unfolding spectacle. Upon spotting Lang, Luo Bin raised his baton, directing it at him. "Lang, this does not concern you. I am merely teaching this brat a lesson." However, Lang paid him no heed, leisurely entering the classroom while surveying the disarray. "Binzi, you're quite something. It's been a year since graduation, yet you still know how to create chaos." The classroom bore the aftermath of our brawl, desks overturned and books strewn about in disarray. The jackal approached, forcing Luo Bin to retract his foot. With a dark glare, Luo Bin demanded. What do you want? To save him? The jackal shook his head. Why would I save him? I just haven't seen you in a while and thought we could chat. At first, the sight of the jackal had filled me with relief. I thought that even if I couldn't exact revenge, at least the beating would stop. But when I heard him say he just wanted to talk with Luo Bin, my heart sank, weighed down by an indescribable sorrow. Then again, it made sense. The jackal and I had never shared any deep bond. Our relationship had been purely transactional. Now that our business was concluded, why would he help me? Moreover, the jackal and Luo Bin had been classmates once, if not in the same class, then at least within the same circle. They must have interacted often. Their connection far stronger than anything I had with him. It was only natural they'd want to catch up. Why would he intervene for me? Luo Bin relaxed, grinning as he said, Yeah, it's been too long. We should talk. But I've got some unfinished business. Let me handle this first. With that, he stomped on me again, sneering. You thought the jackal would save you? Kid, we were drinking together before you even knew where you stood. As he raised his baton to strike, the jackal seized his wrist in a flash. Luo Bin frowned. What's your game, jackal? The jackal smiled. Just chatting. About what? About who really ruled middle school back then. You graduated. Of course it's you now. You know that, huh? With a sudden roar, the jackal delivered a brutal slap across Luo Bin's face. 31. 3 devastating strikes crack. The sharp sound echoed through the classroom, lingering in the air. Everyone froze. No one had expected the jackal, who had been all smiles moments ago, to lash out so abruptly, let alone strike Luo Bin with such force. Even Luo Bin, who had been brimming with arrogance, stood stunned, gaping at the jackal in disbelief. But realization soon dawned on him. With a furious curse, Luo Bin swung his baton at the jackal. Unfazed, the jackal caught the weapon mid-air and delivered a crushing kick, sending Luo Bin sprawling to the ground. Luo Bin's lackeys surged forward, only to be met by the jackal's own crew, Ganzi, Wazy, and the others, who clashed fiercely with the high schoolers. Luo Bin scrambled up to fight again, but he was no match for the jackal. Within moments, he was knocked down repeatedly, humiliated with each failed attempt. I had fought Luo Bin twice before. He was strong, enough to overpower me easily, but against the jackal, who could hold his own against Xiongzi, he stood no chance. Ganzi and the others made quick work of Luo Bin's gang, leaving them all groaning on the floor. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily leapt up to assist Yang Fan, who was even thinner than I and had just endured a severe beating. I inquired if he was all right, to which he shook his head. Together, we moved to help the other injured brothers. Li Jiao approached, asking if I was unscathed. I assured her I was fine and expressed gratitude for her efforts in summoning help. With a dismissive scoff, she remarked that she was merely concerned I would get hurt and cause trouble for her family. She disdainfully added, Now you realize how tough Sun Jingyi is to handle, right? You thought she had some interest in you, but you ought to know your own worth. If you wish to pursue the campus beauty, you should first assess your own capabilities. A toad should not aspire to eat swan meat. It was no surprise that Li Jiao so readily revealed Sun Jingyi's true nature, as Luo Bin had a notorious reputation for seeking conflicts. I had initially felt grateful to her for calling the wolves, but her incessant sharp tongue soon exasperated me, and I chose to ignore her. The classroom remained chaotic, with an increasing crowd at the entrance. Everyone was aware that a confrontation was brewing between our current year's elite and the previous years, which promised to be more entertaining than the last brawl with Xiongzi. However, the turmoil subsided rather quickly. Although Luo Bin's group exhibited some fighting spirit, they were no match for the wolves. Within 2 or 3 minutes, they were utterly defeated, sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Whether it was due to mercy from the wolves or some other reason, Luo Bin surprisingly managed to rise, glaring as he exclaimed, Wolves, you truly are formidable. Do you have no respect for me at all? The wolf produced a cigarette and calmly stated, And have you shown me any respect? You know very well I am the current elite, yet you boldly bring your crew here to stir up trouble. Isn't that a bit dismissive of me? In my view, the wolf had already shown considerable leniency towards Luo Bin. Previously, he would recite lyrics before a fight, a gesture of utter contempt for his opponent. Yet this time, he refrained, indicating he still held some regard for the situation. Moreover, He possessed the capability to severely harm Luo Bin, but chose to show restraint. Likely out of consideration for their past relationship or Luo Bin's status as a former elite. Nonetheless, Luo Bin's crew was woefully lacking in combat prowess. Easily overwhelmed by the wolves, it made me wonder how the previous elite managed their standing, probably relying on family connections. This thought made me apprehensive for the wolves. What if Luo Bin decided to exploit his family ties against them? Perhaps this was why the wolves had shown mercy. Luo Bin was no fool. He understood he was thoroughly defeated, so he merely grunted a couple of affirmations and instructed his brothers to rise and depart. If he had left quietly, the matter might have ended there, but perhaps in an attempt to salvage some dignity, he turned at the door and uttered a threatening remark. "Wolves, we may not meet again now, but don't think this is over. This is a threat, a blatant threat." The countenance of the wolf transformed instantly, and he directed his words at me. "Wei Zi, my vendetta has been avenged. I wonder if yours has been settled?" At once I grasped his meaning and shouted, "Hold them back. Let not a single one escape." Just as I had previously reached out to enlist help against the bear for the wolf. Many had volunteered at that time. I was initially perplexed, but the poll informed me that most were merely seeking to join in the fray, eager to partake in a bargain brawl. Indeed, the majority relished the prospect of a cheap fight, seizing any opportunity that presented itself. Although Luo Bin was the reigning champion, he was now thoroughly subdued, looking as pitiful as a groundhog freshly emerged from the mud, appearing quite vulnerable. As I charged forward wielding a stool, Yang Fan and others who had been previously assaulted surged alongside me. Who could resist the chance for retribution? Following this, those seeking to capitalize on the chaos joined in as well. The scene was so tumultuous that it was impossible to discern who had thrown the first punch. In the aftermath, should Luo Bin seek revenge, he would certainly implicate us, leaving the others unscathed. Hence they too plunged into the fray. We fought, and when we finished, the onlookers joined in. Those who merely spectated entered the fray, and those seizing the opportunity joined in as well, until we were all engaged in the tumult. The atmosphere was utterly raucous. We battled for a good 20 minutes before I finally called for a halt. Luo Bin and his cohort were in a wretched state, covered in footprints and bruises. Terrifyingly, they still managed to stand. Perhaps the physique of high school students truly is exceptional. Luo Bin bore the marks of our confrontation, his face a canvas of bruises and imprints. He swayed unsteadily, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly harboring a desire for vengeance. He surveyed the crowd, attempting to memorize their faces, muttering, "Very well, I shall remember you." I must admit, his intimidation tactics were effective, as those who had sought to take advantage began retreating, fearful of being recalled. Only we, resolute in our stance, confronted him, declaring, "Damn you. If you're unsatisfied, come again." Luo Bin ceased his verbal sparring. After such a defeat, there was little merit in continued bravado. He slinked away, leading his defeated followers. At that moment, a sudden surge of footsteps resonated through the already crowded corridor. The rhythm of the footsteps was both commanding and ostentatious. Only those with genuine prowess could produce such assertive sounds. Then, a voice from the throng called out, "The student council has arrived." In our school, regardless of whether the wolf was the reigning champion or who possessed the most clout, the student council held the utmost authority, akin to the distinction between the underworld and the legitimate realm. The former could never surpass the latter. The student council comprised the most capable students, those from affluent families, those with influence, and those possessing exceptional abilities and leadership qualities. Many students looked down upon the student council, deeming its members sycophants, scoffing at them. Yet, should an invitation to join the ranks arise, they would undoubtedly be the first to rush forward. The crowd gradually dispersed, and a group of students adorned with red armbands indeed approached, their expressions exuberant and domineering, as if they held dominion over the world. At the forefront was, of course, Sun Jingyi, who had reverted to her former icy and aloof demeanor. Her long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, rendering her appearance both capable and sharp. Her moon-like eyes, at that moment, were as piercing as daggers, and no one dared to meet her gaze. Observing Sun Jingyi in such a state, I could not help but marvel in silence. She was a far cry from the gentle, neighborly older sister who had once tutored me and held my hand while shopping. In a fleeting moment, Sun Jingyi stood before us. After casting a quick glance at me to confirm my well-being, she turned her steely gaze upon the already battered Luo Bin and coldly declared, "High school students causing a ruckus in our middle school? Take them all to the student council." Indeed, it was only fitting for the student council to intervene when high schoolers disrupted our middle school. Those who had spent time in the student council knew well that their methods of discipline were numerous. Confinement, writing self-reflections, and punishment push-ups were merely the overt tactics, while many clandestine strategies lurked beneath the surface, given the number of ruthless individuals among them. Moreover, it was common knowledge that Sun Jingyi was my girlfriend. If she intended to bring them to the student council, it was only natural that Luo Bin and his companions would emerge from the ordeal bloodied and bruised. For Luo Bin, the arrival of the wolf was the first blow, our encounter with those petty brawlers was the second, and the emergence of the student council led by Sun Jingyi was the third. After enduring these 3 strikes, Luo Bin had completely crumbled, and being familiar with the student council's reputation, he knew that things would only worsen. With a sullen expression, he pleaded with Sun Jingyi, "Xiao Jing, let it go. We've already taken a beating. Can't we just leave?" Sun Jingyi remained silent, merely swallowing hard before her lips curled in a dismissive gesture, followed by a wave of her hand as she stated, "Sorry, but the sight of you makes me want to vomit. Now, take them away." A group of student council members swiftly surged forward, overpowering Luo Bin and his disheartened companions, then escorting them away. Sun Jingyi cast one last glance at me, a silent farewell before turning to leave. Under the escort of the student council members, Luo Bin and his companions trudged forward, heads bowed in defeat, while the corridor was filled with onlookers, who unleashed a cacophony of jeers, mercilessly mocking Luo Bin and his cohort. High school students causing trouble in our middle school. Do they really think they can act with impunity? They deserve it. What nonsense about being the previous year's elite. They were easily bested by us. Now that they've graduated, they shouldn't return, thinking things are still the same. They truly deserve it. In an instant, the corridor erupted with derisive laughter. But before the arrival of the wolf and Sun Jingyi, they had not dared to utter a single word. This served as further evidence that most were mere fair-weather friends. Swaying with the prevailing winds, Luo Bin and his companions, heads hung low, were led away, and the corridor exploded with jubilant cheers. As if the entire school had celebrated a resounding victory, each person radiating excitement and pride. The wolf, brimming with joy, clapped his thighs and exclaimed, "Let us gather for a sumptuous lunch to celebrate." As Luo Bin and his companions departed, the morning's tumult dissipated swiftly, and the onlookers, having lost interest, dispersed as well. The campus, which ought to be imbued with an atmosphere of scholarly pursuit, returned to its customary tranquility. Although Luo Bin had suffered a significant setback, and I relished the opportunity for vengeance, a lingering unease gnawed at my heart. I could not shake the feeling that Luo Bin would not relent so easily and might very well return with renewed fervor. Undoubtedly, he would not dare to stir trouble within our school again. Yet I suspected he might resort to more insidious tactics, especially given the rumors of his family's considerable influence. Even if he chose not to pursue the matter with the wolf or Sun Jingyi, he would undoubtedly seek to involve me. After the first class of the morning concluded, a girl approached me, stating that Li Jiaojiao wished to see me. I glanced at Li Jiaojiao, who was engrossed in her studies at her desk. It struck me as somewhat amusing. This girl was so concerned with her pride that she would not come to speak with me directly, but instead sent someone else. After all, she had assisted me that morning, so I approached her and inquired about her request. Li Jiaojiao, with a stern expression, remarked, "What's this? I risked my neck to fetch the wolf for you this morning, and you can't even muster a word of gratitude?" I replied, "I did thank you earlier this morning. You were the one who cautioned me about potential repercussions." With a dismissive scoff, she retorted, "Of course. If you were to get hurt, it would be my father who would have to tend to you. He is so busy with his business. You wouldn't want to burden him unnecessarily, would you?" Our conversation was fraught with tension, and I interrupted her, asking if she had anything else to discuss because I intended to leave. Li Jiaojiao scoffed again. "So, after all my help, you think a mere verbal thank you suffices?" After a moment's hesitation, I offered, "How about I treat you to a meal?" She laughed derisively. "Oh, please, with your meager means. What could you possibly afford to treat me to?" Rolling my eyes, I pressed, "What exactly do you want?" Li Jiaojiao's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she stated, "Wang Wei, you must understand that Luo Bin will not let this go. He may very well confront you on your way home. Sun Jingyi's father has a car. Perhaps he could drive you to and from school." Her words warmed my heart. It was a revelation to me that Li Jiaojiao could engage in normal conversation. However, I felt reluctant to impose upon a man with whom I had only exchanged a few pleasantries. Just as I was about to decline and assure her I could manage on my own, she hastily interjected, "If Sun Jingyi's father is unwilling, I can ask my dad to drive you." I was taken aback by her genuine concern. This was indeed the first time Li Jiaojiao had shown me such meaningful consideration. Yet before I could respond, her cheeks flushed, and she hastily clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I'm merely worried about you getting hurt and causing trouble for my father. Besides, although you are dating Sun Jingyi, her father likely looks down on you. If he discovers you are his daughter's boyfriend, he might not just deny you a ride, but could even resort to violence. So, it's best to have my father pick you up." After listening to Li Jiao's words, I felt both exasperated and amused. Just how much does she look down on me to have concocted such a scenario as me being crippled by Sun's father? Nevertheless, she does show concern, so I politely replied, "Thank you, but there's no need. I can manage on my own." With that, I stood up and left. Li Jiao, in her frustration, slammed her book shut and exclaimed, "You deserve to be beaten to death." Ignoring her, I returned to my seat. During the long recess, Sun Jingyi came to tutor me. I inquired about Luo Bin and his companions, to which she responded that she was uncertain, but someone in her circle would handle them, and they wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Subsequently, Sun Jingyi echoed Li Jiao's concerns, stating that given Luo Bin's notoriously unscrupulous behavior, he would undoubtedly ambush me on my way home. Thus, she decided her father would drive us to and from school. Initially, I contemplated refusing, but Sun Jingyi insisted, "Wei Zi, you should blame me for this predicament. I never anticipated that scoundrel Luo Bin would still be lurking in the shadows, causing you this trouble. Allow me to make amends." With her words framed in such a way, I found it difficult to decline and ultimately acquiesced. Reflecting on the situation, I couldn't help but chuckle. Li Jiao had intended to buy me clothes, but failed, while Sun Jingyi succeeded. Li Jiao wanted her father to pick me up, but couldn't, yet Sun Jingyi managed to arrange it. Ultimately, the disparity in their communication styles was stark. Sun Jingyi was the kind of person with whom one felt at ease, akin to a gentle April breeze, whereas Li Jiao was the type that made one uncomfortable after merely 3 exchanges, like a biting cold blade from the northern regions. After school dismissed for lunch, I went to Sun Jingyi's classroom to fetch her, but she was engaged in discussions with several members of the student council and asked me to wait at the school gate. Upon arriving at the gate, amidst the bustling crowd, I was greeted by many. When someone called me Wei Yi, I quickly interjected, urging them not to, and that it sufficed to call me by my name. Although Luo Bin was indeed repugnant, he was right about one thing. I was not worthy of the title Wei Yi, and each time someone addressed me, as such felt like a slap to my face. While I awaited Sun Jingyi, a sleek black car glided to my side. The window rolled down, revealing Li Jiao's head as she called out, "Wang Wei, get in." Li Jiao occupied the front passenger seat, while her father was behind the wheel. He looked at me and said, "Wei Zi, Li Jiao has informed me about everything. From now on, I'll be the one driving you." I was taken aback, not expecting Li Jiao to take such initiative. Yet, I understood her concern, so I quickly replied, "No need, uncle. I have someone else." Her father responded, "Is it your girlfriend? Li Jiao has mentioned her. You should invite her to join us. I will drive you both home." Just as I was about to say something further, someone called my name from behind. Turning around, I saw, indeed, that it was Sun Jingyi who had just arrived. Amidst the crowd, Sun Jingyi radiated brilliance, her presence eclipsing all others, regardless of how many people surrounded her. As she approached, she inquired, "What's going on?" Li Jiaojiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, "Senior, that scoundrel Luo Bin might be blocking Wang Wei on the road, so I asked my dad to drive and take you both home." Just then, another black car pulled up alongside Li Jiaojiao's father's vehicle. The window rolled down, revealing Sun S. Father's head. Xiao Jing, Wei Zi. Let us go. In that instant, the atmosphere froze like ice. After all, in Li Jiaojiao's eyes, although Wang Wei and Sun Jingyi were in a relationship, it was undoubtedly a clandestine affair. Sun S. father was completely unaware. Moreover, she was convinced that her father would disapprove of Wang Wei. Little did she expect that not only had Sun S. father come to pick me up personally, but he also referred to me as Wei Zi, suggesting a familiarity that was unexpected. At that moment, Li Jiaojiao's expression was indeed rather unpleasant. Of course, Sun Jingyi was oblivious to the underlying tension. With a radiant smile, she said, Jiao, uncle, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. We'll just take my dad's car home. Ah. Okay, Li Jiao replied, biting her lip, her eyes filled with confusion as she glanced back and forth between me and Sun Jingyi, unable to comprehend the situation. I also expressed my gratitude to Li Jiaojiao's father before bidding farewell and joining Sun Jingyi in her father's vehicle. Sun S. father, equally unaware of the complexities at play, instructed us to fasten our seatbelts before starting the car and preparing to leave. However, just then, a loud bang startled us as someone suddenly slammed against the car window. Sun Jingyi, her father, and I were all taken aback, and upon turning to look, we found a figure leaning against the glass. Sun S. father lowered the window, revealing the boisterous figure of Chai Lang outside. Hey, Wang Wei, have you forgotten? We agreed to meet for lunch, he exclaimed. I've already found a place, though it's a bit far, but we have a car. He gestured toward a row of red, three-wheeled vehicles, where the likes of Ganzi and Yang Fan were already seated. It then dawned on me about our earlier arrangement, and I quickly apologized to Sun Jingyi and her father. Sun S. father reassured me that it was no trouble, urging me to be mindful of my safety. Sun Jingyi then asked, where are you all going for lunch? Don't let it interfere with your afternoon classes. Chai Lang responded confidently, not a chance. We're always quite restrained. Sun Jingyi retorted, oh please, I don't believe a word of that. Then with a sigh, she added, well, seeing you all so happy is a rare sight. If you can't make it back this afternoon, I shall help you request a leave. Chai Lang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Sister Jing, thank you so much. Sun Jingyi laughed helplessly, telling him to move aside. Thus, I ended up not taking Li Jiaojiao's father's car. Nor did I ride with Sun S. father. Instead, I climbed aboard the three-wheeled vehicle summoned by Chai Lang, as it sped off toward the restaurant. The location was indeed quite distant, approximately 5 or 6 miles, leading us to a quaint farmhouse. The establishment exuded a rustic charm, featuring home-raised chickens, ducks, and pigs, along with a garden where garlic, vegetables, and tomatoes were cultivated. The wolf and the owner of the establishment were quite familiar. Upon entering, he called out, Old Sue, we're here to support your business. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle rushed out, welcoming us with open arms. Yet his words revealed a hint of desperation. It's about time you showed up. A Haven Tea had a single customer in a month. The farmhouse was spacious. Yet apart from our group, there were no other patrons in sight, indicating that the owner's modesty was genuine. He truly had no business. Once we settled in, the wolf remarked, Wang Wei, Yang Fan, since this is your first visit, I must warn you, the food here is rather unpalatable, but the beer is complimentary. We were all quite pleased. After all, a little culinary disappointment could be overlooked as long as the beer flowed freely. However, when the dishes arrived, we were utterly dismayed. It was not merely unappetizing, it was astoundingly inedible. I had never encountered such poor cuisine in my life, overly salted to the point of being inedible, as if someone had been executed for selling salt. Conversely, the dishes that were bland were so devoid of flavor that one might think the salt merchant had perished entirely. I was left incredulous at how anyone could open a restaurant with such atrocious offerings. It was no wonder there was no clientele. Thankfully, the beer was indeed complimentary. As we drank heartily, the wolf appeared even more jubilant than when he had triumphed over Xiongzi previously. Through our casual conversation, I learned he had long harbored ambitions to take down Luo Bin. Given the mention of this topic, I naturally pressed him further, asking if he was not concerned about potential retaliation from Luo Bin, as I had heard whispers of his formidable family background. At this, The wolf slammed his thigh in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, don't even get me started. That little rascal Luo Bin tricked me for an entire year." I inquired about the details, but the wolf, clutching his forehead and waving his hand dismissively, indicated he did not wish to elaborate, prompting Ganzi to provide the explanation. Ganzi informed me that prior to Luo Bin's ascension, there had been another leader, Chunfeng. Chunfeng was no ordinary individual. He was an authentic second-generation scion of a powerful family, wielding considerable influence locally, and he was both ruthless and adept. Thus, by the time he reached 7th grade, he had already secured his position as the leader of our school, maintaining that role for 3 years without contest. Truly a formidable character. Upon graduation, the position of leader finally became available, and many vied for it, including the wolf, Xiongzi, and, of course, Luo Bin. While Luo Bin's fighting prowess was not remarkable, rumors swirled about his family's significant connections, placing him just below Chunfeng's household in terms of influence. Consequently, the wolf, Xiongzi, and others from humble beginnings refrained from challenging him, allowing Luo Bin to seize the coveted position. It was only after graduation that the wolf discovered Luo Bin's family was merely affluent, lacking any substantial background. The so-called connections were all fabrications of Luo Bin's own making, deceiving everyone and allowing this pretender to reign as leader for a full year. The wolf was understandably incensed, yet with Luo Bin now in high school, he felt powerless to exact revenge. Still, he yearned to fulfill his own aspirations of leadership, which led him to repeat a year of study in essence. This repetition was entirely a consequence of Luo Bin's trickery. Who would be furious in such a situation? That very morning, Luo Bin had come to provoke the wolf, who initially intended to confront him decisively. However, reflecting on their previously amicable relationship, he chose to show restraint. Yet, Luo Bin, in his own folly, insisted on making threats, which ultimately led to the ensuing chaos. In other words, Luo Bin acted without fear of retaliation. After Ganzi finished speaking, the wolf still covered his face, exclaiming in shame, "What a disgrace! I've been deceived by such a person for an entire year. This is undoubtedly the greatest humiliation of my life." Upon recounting this tale, everyone burst into hearty laughter, attempting to console the wolf. Although the wolf felt aggrieved, he was not one to dwell on his misfortune. He remarked that it was merely a lesson learned, advising us to stay vigilant in the future and avoid being deceived by such buffoons, for there are far too many swindlers in this world. The gathering then devolved into drinking, and more drinking. Indeed, as Sun Jingyi had predicted, we imbibed excessively, which caused us to miss class. Everyone was thoroughly intoxicated. Yang Fan even ran off to the fields to pluck garlic, claiming it would be useful in future fights. This fellow, Yang Fan, always scheming with his underhanded ideas. The others joined in the ruckus, chasing pigs and herding geese, which sent old Sue into a frenzy, running about in distress. Meanwhile, I remained in the private room, accompanying the wolf as we drank. The wolf, draping his arm around my shoulder, complimented my potential, lamenting only that I had entered the game late. Otherwise, I might have made a name for myself. He even suggested that I consider repeating a year to have my own moment of glory. I replied that it was unnecessary. I lacked interest in such a position, as long as no one could bully me. The wolf nodded, acknowledging that everyone has their own aspirations. Just then, he lit a cigarette, preparing to ignite it when Ganzi suddenly burst in, exclaiming, "Wolf, it's bad. We just received news that Luo Bin has brought along 200 to 300 high school students and has vandalized our middle school." The sound of the lighter exploding echoed in the room. The news was nothing short of astonishing, leaving us all in shock. Prior to this, the wolf had dismissed Luo Bin, claiming his supposed family background was entirely fabricated and that he was nothing but a fool. Based on that, it was reasonable to deduce that Luo Bin would not fare well in high school, making any thoughts of revenge seem impossible. Yet, this very Luo Bin had managed to summon an army of 200 to 300 high schoolers, taking such extreme measures as to attack our school. Could this not imply that he had found his footing in high school? We quickly sobered up and began our return journey. On the way back, we learned more details. After suffering a significant defeat at our school that morning and being reprimanded by the student council, Luo Bin harbored resentment and, upon returning to class that afternoon, called in reinforcements for revenge. However, having failed to find me in the wolf, he vented his frustrations on other ordinary students. According to him, since there were many who had struck him that morning, he couldn't remember all their faces, so he randomly targeted numerous students to unleash his wrath. With neither the wolf nor I present at the school, no one dared to stand up to Luo Bin and his high school entourage. Although Sun Jingyi had brought her student council to intervene, she was equally powerless against the madness of Luo Bin, who even managed to injure her. Upon hearing that Sun Jingyi had sustained injuries, I was immediately filled with anxiety and rushed to the review class as soon as I arrived at school. Upon entering the review class, I was met with chaos. It appeared as if a storm had swept through. However, Sun Jingyi was absent, having gone to the student council instead. When I reached the student council, I found Sun Jingyi engaged in a fervent meeting with several students. Her demeanor animated and her words impassioned, discussing strategies to confront Luo Bin. Upon noticing my arrival, she promptly approached me. I inquired about her well-being, to which she reassured me that she was unharmed. Yet, my concern persisted, and I grasped her arms, inspecting her closely. She insisted she was truly fine, explaining that she had merely had a brief altercation with Luo Bin, who would not dare to harm her. Once I confirmed that Sun Jingyi was indeed all right, I felt a slight sense of relief. From Sun Jingyi, I gleaned further information. Luo Bin had not wreaked havoc upon our entire school. Rather, he had first sought out the wolf in the review class. When he failed to find him, he vandalized the review class instead. He then came to the 9th grade in search of me, but upon not locating me, he caused destruction there as well. After his rampage, he departed. Sun Jingyi inquired about our plans moving forward. I admitted that I was uncertain, as we had just returned, but vengeance was certainly on the horizon. She nodded in agreement, stating that she would report the incident to the school, determined to ensure that those unruly high schoolers face consequences. Being a girl and the president of the student council, Sun Jingyi could not resort to physical confrontation. She would instead pursue appropriate channels to address the school. Such underhanded and malicious actions would fall to us to rectify. After bidding farewell to Sun Jingyi, I returned to the teaching building. Upon reaching the 9th grade, I was met with more disorder. Desks were overturned in every classroom, and the hallways were littered with scattered books. Numerous students bore injuries. Some had sustained head wounds, others limped, and nearly everyone bore marks of violence. Even several girls had been struck. Upon my arrival, the students rallied around me, as if I were their pillar of strength, collectively recounting the atrocities committed by Luo Bin, detailing his ruthlessness, malice, and cruelty. Just then, a girl hurried over, breathlessly informing me that Li Jiaojiao had also been injured and urging me to check on her. Alarmed, I rushed to the classroom and found Li Jiaojiao in a disheveled state. Her clothes were torn in several places, stained with fresh blood. Tears glistened on her cheeks, and her lips quivered, indicating she had endured a significant injustice. A few girls surrounded her, offering comfort, while others clumsily attempted to disinfect her wounds with iodine. Witnessing Li Jiaojiao in such distress nearly incensed me. I approached and demanded to know what had transpired. The girls chattered excitedly, revealing that Luo Bin and his entourage had entered our classroom searching for me. Unable to locate me, they vented their frustration on my desk, flipping it over and tearing apart my books and stationery. Li Jiaojiao had bravely intervened, urging them to cease their excessive actions. In a fit of rage, Luo Bin had shoved her, causing her to fall and sustain her injuries. Once the others had finished recounting the events, Li Jiaojiao, with a quivering lip, added, "Please don't misunderstand. I just thought it was unfair for you to have to ask your father to replace your destroyed books and supplies because you're already so poor. Isn't that a bother?" Li Jiaojiao, as per usual, spoke with ungracious words. However, this time, I bore her no resentment. Instead, I gently reached out to stroke her head and express my gratitude. Yet before I could touch her, Li Jiaojiao swatted my hand away, insisting that I should not take advantage of her. I merely smiled, unperturbed, and took the iodine from a fellow student's hands, carefully applying it to her wounds. With every dab, she winced in pain, clearly discomfort, and I reassured her that such is the nature of disinfection, urging her to endure a little longer. After applying the antiseptic, some students brought over a few adhesive bandages, which I meticulously placed on her injuries. Fortunately, it was merely a scrape from a shove, not a serious wound. Yet Li Jiaojiao's expression was exaggerated, as if she had suffered a grievous injury. I jested, "Surely it is not that severe." To which Li Jiaojiao pouted and retorted, "Do you think everyone is like you, getting beaten up daily and growing accustomed to it?" It remained the same. Conversing with Li Jiaojiao was limited to no more than 3 sentences. At that moment, someone informed me that the wolf pack had arrived, providing a convenient excuse for me to exit the classroom and join them. The wolf pack had just descended from their review class, surveying the situation of our 9th grade cohort. Their countenances dark and foreboding, resembling thunderclouds. This reaction was entirely understandable, for they were the apex of our middle school hierarchy, and Luo Bin's brazen attempt to disrupt our school felt akin to delivering a series of slaps across his face. The wolf pack inquired about the situation, and I relayed what I knew before asking, "What should we do now?" The wolf pack clenched his teeth and declared, "An eye for an eye." Those 4 words sent a shiver down my spine, for I was acutely aware of their implications. It signified that the wolf pack intended to confront Luo Bin directly, perhaps even wreaking havoc upon their first-year class as well. Such an endeavor was inherently perilous, yet inexplicably, I felt a surge of fervor rising within me, eagerly anticipating the prospect of embarking on this venture. Primarily, it was a quest for vengeance against Luo Bin, to avenge our 9th grade students and the review class, and to seek retribution for Li Jiaojiao. The wolf pack then surveyed those gathered around him, stating, "You can likely guess my intentions. Let me make it clear that this is highly dangerous. Those who are unwilling to participate may leave now." The circle surrounding the wolf pack consisted of our group and his brothers. Silence enveloped us, yet not a single person departed. Each pair of eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. The wolf pack affirmed, "Very well, let us devise a thorough plan." Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed as a dozen uniformed security personnel approached, with Lu Gu among them. Lu Gu stepped forward, stating, "The school is already aware of the situation and will handle it. I hope you all refrain from acting impulsively." The wolf pack retorted, "Lu Gu, do you truly believe we can remain composed?" Lu Gu paused momentarily, shrugged, and replied, "I am merely relaying a message. I cannot prevent you from doing what you wish." After Lu Gu and his colleagues departed, the wolf pack instructed the dark-skinned Wei Zi to summon Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, then headed towards the restroom. I comprehend the intentions behind the actions of the wolf. He wishes to summon more people to join him. However, Zhao Song and Cheng Hu had previously suffered greatly at our hands and have since ceased all communication, leaving me uncertain of their willingness to heed our commands. In the restroom, only the wolf, Yang Fan, the Pole, and I ventured inside, while the others remained stationed at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Song entered and inquired what the wolf required of him. The wolf remained silent, delivering a kick to Zhao Song, seizing his hair, and administering several slaps before instructing him to stand aside. After a while, Cheng Hu also made his entrance, and the wolf repeated his previous actions, kicking Cheng Hu and slapping him a few times as well. It was only then that the wolf spoke. "Do you understand why I strike you?" Zhao Song and Cheng Hu offered no reply, their heads hanging low as they stood there. The atmosphere in the restroom grew unbearably tense, prompting the wolf to light a cigarette before speaking in a somber tone. "Luo Bin has brought his men to vandalize the school, and you two showed no reaction, allowing them to wreak havoc without opposition." The wolf's words were both reasonable and heartfelt. Although Zhao Song and Cheng, who had previously been at odds with us, they nonetheless belonged to the institution. When Luo Bin invaded the school, as prominent figures within the establishment, they did nothing but hide. The school's disgrace was a reflection upon us all. Did they think they would emerge unscathed? Do they not understand that glory and shame are shared? When others speak of this incident, they will not single out individuals, but will instead label the entire school as ineffectual, and they too shall face scorn. It was Zhao Song who reacted swiftly, quickly admitting, "Wolf, I realize my mistake. Next time they come, I will be the first to confront them." The wolf responded with another kick, exclaiming, "To hell with it. Once wasn't enough, and you already anticipate next time? Are you going to cower like a turtle, pretending this never transpired?" Zhao Song paused, asking, "What then?" The wolf replied, "What else? We strike back, damn it. I ask you, do you dare? If you lack the courage, twist that thing between your legs and get the hell out of this restroom. From now on, you shall squat to relieve yourself." With the wolf's words laid bare, Zhao Song found no grounds for refusal, conceding, "Wolf, I shall go, and I will stand to relieve myself from now on." The wolf then turned to Cheng Hu, asking, "Tiger, what about you?" Cheng Hu had remained silent since entering, lacking Zhao Song's eloquence, yet demonstrating a straightforward resolve. He replied with a single word, "Go." The wolf smiled. "Now, that is more like it. This is the tiger I envision." He continued, "All right, you two head back, gather your men, and remain poised for my commands." After Zhao Song and Cheng Hu departed, the wolf turned to me, inquiring, "Wei Zi, do you have any objections to temporarily collaborating with them?" The wolf's decision had already been made, rendering his inquiry somewhat redundant. The rift between Zhao Song, Cheng Hu, and myself was irreconcilable. My father languished in prison due to Zhao Song, a deep-seated enmity that could never be extinguished. As for Cheng Hu, I held him in disdain for his insincerity. Thus, in theory, even if it cost me my life, I could never align myself with them. However, I am acutely aware that the situation has changed. This is not merely my personal affair, but a matter concerning the entire school. If we seek vengeance against Luo Bin and aim to dismantle their first-year dominance, we must rally a greater number of individuals to our cause, for strength lies in unity. Were it not for unavoidable circumstances, the wolf would not have allied with the other two. He still values my sentiments to some extent. Yet, in truth, I remain indifferent. Even if we confront Luo Bin together, it does not signify that I would forge a brotherly bond with them. We are merely united in purpose for the time being. Thus, I earnestly declared, I have no objections. The wolf nodded, expressing his appreciation for my broad-mindedness. Subsequently, we ventured into the second and first-year classes, gathering the troublemakers from those grades. Although this incident did not directly involve them, the wolf's authority is akin to the heavens. One must heed the celestial decree. By the end of the afternoon, we had amassed quite a few individuals, approximately 200, though our collective strength was still inferior to that of our adversaries. We felt we could mount a challenge. I inquired of the wolf whether we had gathered enough, and after a moment of contemplation, as if making a significant decision, he concluded, "Not quite. We need one more person, and then we shall be ready." After school, the wolf and I exited the campus and arrived at a nearby billiard hall. Even though internet cafes had emerged in our era, they remained somewhat pricey for the average person, while billiard and arcade halls continued to be the mainstream venues, frequented by various ruffians. The billiard hall was filled with a haze of smoke, a cacophony of voices, and incessant shouts of jeering, laughter, and spitting. The atmosphere was undeniably lively. At one of the tables, a group of towering students surrounded a particularly tall figure who resembled a mountain as he wielded a cue with utmost concentration. Drawing cheers from the onlookers, the wolf approached him from behind and tapped his shoulder. Upon turning around and recognizing the wolf and me, the already fierce expression on his face grew even more menacing, prompting others to gather around. "Xiongzi, come out for a moment," the wolf commanded before stepping outside the billiard hall. Since we had bested Xiongzi, his group had ceased attending school, opting instead to loiter around the billiard and arcade halls nearby. They were never inclined towards academia, so their absence from school made little difference. I was somewhat astonished that the wolf sought out Xiongzi. The latter's crew was undoubtedly formidable, and their assistance would certainly bolster our efforts. However, given the wolf's long-standing rivalry with him, having recently clashed, I questioned whether Xiongzi would be inclined to help. I felt a tinge of uncertainty. Yet, observing the wolf's resolute demeanor, seemingly confident of victory, I chose to remain silent. We waited outside, each of us with a cigarette dangling from our lips. The wolf squatted at the entrance of the billiard hall, fixated on the bustling street, not uttering a word, nor flirting with girls, nor reciting lyrics. He appeared quite sullen. I understood that this ordeal had profoundly affected him. After all, as a prominent figure in middle school, Having one's territory invaded by others is a plight that anyone would find difficult to endure. After a while, a cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted, and Xiongzi and his gang emerged, all exuding an aggressive demeanor, each wielding a cue stick. Upon their arrival, they confronted us, evidently under the impression that the wolf had come seeking a fight. However, when Xiongzi discerned that only the wolf and I stood outside, a perplexed expression crossed his face. He suspected we had laid an ambush and glanced around anxiously. The wolf rose, extinguished his cigarette, and remarked that there was no need to look further. It was merely him and Wei Zi. Xiongzi scratched his head, inquiring about the meaning of this. The wolf produced a cigarette and offered it to Xiongzi, who hesitated before accepting. The wolf then stated, "There has been an incident at school." He proceeded to recount the events of the day, detailing how Luo Bin had sought trouble in the morning and how our people had dealt with him. Consequently, taking advantage of our absence during lunch, Luo Bin returned in the afternoon with 200 or 300 high school students to wreak havoc on the review classes and the 9th graders' classrooms. Upon hearing this, Xiongzi appeared quite astonished and exclaimed, "This fool Luo Bin possesses such capability? You must be jesting. I truly underestimated him." After a brief pause, he queried, "Then why have you come to see me? You are now the ruler of the middle school. It is your responsibility to handle this matter." The wolf replied, "I intend to repay them in kind by destroying their first-year classes. I have nearly gathered my people, Zhao Song and Cheng, who are on board. But we still need you." Xiongzi erupted in laughter, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke in existence, retorting, "Wolf, are you kidding? You want me to assist you in a brawl? Do you think I am foolish?" His reaction was not surprising. The wolf could command Zhao Song and Cheng, who due to their hierarchical relationship, but Xiongzi, despite his previous defeat, was too proud to comply. Unwilling to take orders from the wolf pulled out another cigarette, tapping it against his palm a few times, and said, "Xiongzi, you're also part of the middle school. Our school has been vandalized. It reflects poorly on all of us." Xiongzi scoffed, replying, "And so what? Losing to you was already disgraceful. I care little for any added shame. Besides, even if I am shamed, it pales in comparison to your current standing. Such a debacle casts the worst light on you. I relish in your misfortune and take delight in your embarrassment. You expect me to assist you? Dream on." Before arriving, I anticipated Xiongzi would adopt this stance. He possesses a considerable pride. Even after his prior defeat by the wolf, he remains unyielding, given the school's current predicament. His refusal to kick a man when he is down is already commendable. It is utterly impossible to expect his assistance. I could surmise this, and the wolf undoubtedly recognized it too, yet he still came, leaving me perplexed as to why he would seek out such discomfort and voluntarily subject himself to Xiongzi's disdain. I assumed the wolf would storm off in anger, but instead he knocked the ash off his cigarette and said, "Xiongzi, I know you have always aspired to be the leader of our middle school. You even repeated a year for this very purpose. Very well, once this matter is settled, I shall grant you another fair duel. We shall battle again to determine who truly reigns supreme." Bear's eyes instantly lit up. Truly? To some, vying for the title of heaven may seem foolish. It cannot be eaten nor drunk, merely a hollow honor. Is it truly worth repeating a year just for such a thing? Yet, within this circle, it holds immeasurable significance. Heaven represents the pinnacle of glory. For some, the path to success lies in diligent study and securing admission to a prestigious university. But for others, the ultimate aspiration is to fight relentlessly to ascend to the summit, to earn the recognition and respect of all. Merely a difference in ambition, nothing more. Bear's yearning for the throne of heaven was no less than Jackal's. Thus, when Jackal proposed this condition, Bear's breath quickened, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Though graduation loomed near for those like them, the distinction between having once ruled as heaven and never having tasted such supremacy was vast. It altered the very way they would boast in the future. Then it settled. Bear's mood brightened, evidently satisfied with the terms. To trample Jackal beneath his feet and ascend as the heaven of middle school, this was a dream long nurtured, a desire he had yearned to fulfill. Eagerly, Bear pressed, "When do we fight? I must strategize further. I'll call you once preparations are complete." With that, Jackal turned and strode away, and I swiftly followed. Now, I understood why Jackal had sought Bear with such resolve. He had already made his choice, to forsake the throne of heaven if it meant exacting vengeance upon Luo Bin. Yet, for this title, Jackal had paid dearly, enduring humiliation and repeating a year. Now, to relinquish it so willingly, was he truly at peace? Of course, to say he was surrendering it outright was an exaggeration. Even if they fought again afterward, Jackal was not guaranteed to lose, especially with my aid. Upon reflection, Jackal had merely offered Bear an opportunity, not the certainty of abdication. If this were a gamble, Jackal's odds remained favorable, and the reward was substantial, dragging Bear, this formidable warrior, into the fray. Ah, truly the cunning Jackal. His schemes rang clear, issuing a mere promissory note, one that might never be honored, yet effortlessly leading Bear by the nose. His mastery over human psychology was nothing short of sublime. On the return journey, Jackal remained silent, yet an undeniable lightness had returned to his step, his breath steady and rhythmic, no longer burdened by the oppressive weight of before. Now that everyone has gathered, it is time to execute our plan for retribution. However, a more pressing issue confronts us. Luo Bin has brought high school students to disrupt our review classes and the third-year middle school students. Our school students are understandably hesitant to retaliate. Firstly, the pillars of our group are absent, and secondly, middle school students inherently possess a psychological disadvantage when faced with high schoolers. Although our aim is merely to target the first-year high school students, it would still mean invading their territory. The second and third-year students would undoubtedly not remain passive observers, and we could easily find ourselves encircled, leading to significant trouble. This is also why the wolf has suggested we deliberate further rather than acting impulsively. Upon returning to school, the wolf summoned his close associates, and together with myself, we secured a large activity room to strategize. Having attended high school, the wolf brought paper and pen to sketch a detailed layout of the high school building, marking the locations of the first, second, and third-year classrooms, along with their respective entrances and exits. Since my previous attempts to deal with Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, though one was successful and the other a failure, the wolf and his companions have regarded me with newfound respect, recognizing my sharp intellect. Thus, during the planning of this operation, they earnestly sought my insights. This was my first involvement in such matters, and I felt quite anxious. However, I was determined not to appear ineffectual, so I thoughtfully considered the situation and proposed several feasible suggestions. Upon hearing my ideas, the wolf smiled and declared, "Excellent. Let us proceed as you have suggested." Thus, we engaged in a fruitful brainstorming session, deliberating for a full 2 hours, eventually crafting a comprehensive action plan. If all goes well, our chances of success could reach 70%, which is remarkably high for those of us already positioned in a vulnerable state. By the time we concluded, it was quite late. The wolf instructed us to return home and prepare thoroughly for our scheduled action the following evening. As we parted ways, the evening study session had already concluded, and I was uncertain whether Sun Jingyi had waited for me. I hurried to the review class to check. To my astonishment, I discovered that Sun Jingyi was also engaged in a meeting with a group of student council members, much like us. However, their discussion was not about how to disrupt the first-year students, but rather how to compel the school to impose severe penalties on the high school students involved in the disturbances this afternoon, particularly targeting the instigator, Luo Bin. The review class and the third-year students were not the only ones feeling humiliated. Both the wolf, as a leader, and Sun Jingyi, as the president of the student council, shared the same sentiment. Although our desires for vengeance were aligned, our methods of retaliation varied significantly. Upon seeing me, Sun Jingyi hurriedly stepped outside and informed me that they would not be dispersing anytime soon, urging me to return home. She insisted on giving me some money, explaining that her father had matters to attend to and could not pick her up, advising me to take a taxi home to avoid any potential encounters with Luo Bin. I could not accept the money, hastily declining and assuring her that I had sufficient funds, encouraging her to continue with their meeting. I then exited the review class in a rush. In truth, however, I possessed only a meager amount for emergency meals. As I contemplated alternative routes home, I had just arrived at the school entrance when a black car approached. Li Jiaojiao, seated in the front passenger seat, called out to me, "Wang Wei, over here." It was already quite late, and the school had emptied out, so I was taken aback and deeply touched to see Li Jiaojiao and her father waiting for me. After greeting her father, I inquired of Li Jiaojiao, "Why are you still waiting for me?" With a dismissive tone, she retorted, "Who else waiting for you? Can you stop being so self-important? My dad and I were out for a late-night snack, and we happened to see you on our way back. I was worried you might get beaten up again, so we decided to give you a lift." Li Jiaojiao's father, chuckling, explained that he had intended to take her home. But upon not seeing Sun Jingyi's family car at the school gate, he chose to wait just in case. Li Jiaojiao, visibly impatient, chastised her father for elaborating unnecessarily. Once inside the car, I expressed my gratitude repeatedly. Her father assured me that it was no trouble, while Li Jiaojiao insisted that mere thanks were insufficient and that I should remember the fuel expenses for future repayment. I agreed. As we sped along the road, Li's father thanked me for looking after Li Jiaojiao at school, to which she begrudgingly interjected, "He hardly took care of me. I ended up on the ground because of him. He*s just a nuisance." The car moved swiftly, and I scarcely noticed whether Luo Bin was obstructing my path, though I secretly hoped he would be, so they would have to wait until the early hours. Upon arriving home, I thanked Li Jiaojiao's father once more, bid farewell to Li Jiaojiao, and finally returned inside. The night passed without incident, but the following morning at school, I was met with a sensational piece of news. The school had imposed penalties regarding the vandalism incident involving high school students from the previous day. Luo Bin, the instigator, received a major demerit, while other participants faced warnings, and most suffered no consequences at all, for the law does not punish the multitude. This revelation astonished everyone. Our school was known for its chaos, with fights occurring daily. However, such an overt display of aggression against an entire grade was unprecedented. Everyone assumed Luo Bin would certainly be expelled, yet he was merely given a major demerit. Who wouldn't he be astonished? It was hard to believe that Luo Bin lacked connections. Yet, various sources suggested that his family had a modest wealth, yet no notable background. What, then, was truly behind this situation? No one could decipher the intricacies involved, and even the cunning Sun Jingyi was baffled. With her means and connections, dealing with someone like Luo Bin should have posed no challenge, especially since he had made such a colossal error. Seizing the opportunity to take him down would have been effortless, yet no one could unravel the mystery of this affair. Reflecting on the past, we initially regarded Luo Bin as a mere fool, yet he had effortlessly summoned 200 or 300 high school students. This only added to the strangeness of the situation, leaving us with an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Could it be that Luo Bin truly had the power to ascend beyond his station? This matter has sparked a fervent discussion throughout the entire school. Some assert that Luo Bin's family background was already formidable, rendering the current situation unsurprising. Others speculate that Luo Bin has secured the support of influential figures behind the scenes. Regardless of the possibilities, it appears that Luo Bin has become quite formidable, casting a shadow over our already tenuous action plan. Sun Jingyi, having heard of our intentions, came to advise us to think twice. However, the wolf merely replied, "Some paths, though known to be perilous, must still be traversed." Indeed, we are on the cusp of graduation, and the wolf's days are numbered. If we do not seize this opportunity for vengeance now, we may never have another chance. After all, we cannot afford to repeat a year. As the days swiftly passed and night began to descend, we prepared to embark on our mission. Before our departure, Sun Jingyi made a special effort to meet us, urging us to exercise caution and to retreat immediately if the situation turned unfavorable, advising against confronting the high schoolers directly. She took me aside, insisting that I remain vigilant and avoid placing myself in danger at all costs. Her concern deeply moved me, and I solemnly expressed my gratitude, assuring her not to worry. Yet, Sun Jingyi remained apprehensive, knowing that she could not dissuade us, and left with a heavy heart. After her departure, I called out toward a nearby corner, "Hey, come out. I know you've been watching me for a while." A shadow flickered, but instead of approaching, the figure turned and fled. I recognized it as Li Jiaojiao. Half an hour later, on the dimly lit path between the middle and high school campuses, We were gathered in numbers. There were the Wolf, Zhao Song, Cheng Hu, myself, Yang Fan, and several rebellious first and second-year students. Many appeared quite young, especially the first years, who had just transitioned from elementary school, still bearing a youthful innocence. They attempted to emulate the older students, smoking and adopting brazen expressions, which was rather amusing to witness. After a brief wait, a group of tall and imposing figures appeared at the end of the path, led by the formidable Xiongzi. Although we had heard rumors of his arrival, many remained skeptical, doubting whether the wolf could summon him. However, upon Xiongzi's arrival, a surge of confidence coursed through our ranks. Everyone felt invigorated, believing that victory was within our grasp. The wolf spoke briefly, outlining our strategy. He warned that the plan might very well fail, and those wishing to withdraw still had the chance. Before anyone could react, Xiongzi interjected, "Withdraw? Who dares to leave now? I'll knock your teeth out." I found the wolf's plan quite commendable, with a near certainty of success. There was nothing to fear. We could proceed confidently. After all, I was with them. Xiongzi, who had previously been the wolf's arch-rival, surprising us all by attending and staunchly supporting him, left many in awe. Only I understood the underlying dynamics and the reasons for Xiongzi's unwavering support. He was eager for this battle to succeed, hoping to reclaim his position of power. No one chose to withdraw. Aside from the threat posed by Xiongzi, most individuals find this endeavor rather exhilarating. 4 junior high students to confront high schoolers, even in defeat, carries no shame. One could boast about it for a lifetime. As night descended, the high school grew increasingly quiet. Having entered the evening study period, only a few buildings remained illuminated, one of which was the teaching building where the first-year students resided on the ground floor. Wolf crouched down, silently observing the high school campus for a moment before whispering, "Let us move." The night, like water, served as our finest disguise. Nearly 200 junior high students stealthily advanced towards the high school campus under the cover of darkness. Unlike Luo Bin, who brazenly led his crew to assault the junior high during the day, we found ourselves at a disadvantage in every aspect. If we sought revenge, it could only be through surprise attacks and ambushes. Beneath the cloak of night, we maneuvered, using the buildings as concealment, and ultimately infiltrated the high school campus without a sound. During the evening study period, the campus was deserted, with only the occasional flash of a patrolling security guard. The streetlights were dim, allowing us to remain unnoticed by the students within the teaching building as long as we were cautious in our hiding. Xiongzi grumbled as he walked. "Damn it, Wolf, you have too many tricks up your sleeve. Last time you got the better of me with your underhanded tactics. And now you're at it again with Luo Bin. Can you handle this?" Wolf replied nonchalantly, "Whether it's underhanded or not, the goal is to take you two down." Xiongzi spat in disdain. "You fooled me once. Can you deceive me a second time?" Wolf retorted, "Watch your step. Xiongzi, there's dog poop." "What?" Xiongzi jumped up, only to discover there was no dog poop beneath him. His face turned an almost ashen hue as he exclaimed, "Wolf, you son of a gun." Wolf replied nonchalantly, "If we win this battle, you can curse me all you want." Their banter lightened the otherwise tense atmosphere, and everyone was in good spirits. Wolf regarded this confrontation with utmost seriousness, as it pertained to his honor as the leader. Such an incident occurring during his tenure would forever be a source of shame. Hence, he was determined to take this risk. Isn't it somewhat childish? Yet, at the ages of 15 or 16, who among them is not somewhat juvenile? Is this very youthful folly that fuels their fervor? Under the veil of night, we finally reached the entrance of the teaching building, where a large group split into two, concealing themselves behind the walls on either side of the door. Wolf signaled us to proceed according to plan, and thus, Zhao Song, Cheng Hu, Yang Fan, Ganzi, and I were the first to enter the building, each heading toward our designated classrooms, discreetly pulling out wires from our pockets to securely bind the doors from the outside. Once this task was accomplished, Wolf and Xiongzi led the main group cautiously inside. Subsequently, Wolf gestured to Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, who immediately took a contingent of individuals to guard the staircases at both ends of the corridor, both to keep watch and to be vigilant against any high school seniors descending. With all preparations in place, the corridor of the first-year teaching building remained eerily silent. Not a single sound betrayed our presence. Everything unfolded as per the original plan. Thus, we approached a certain classroom door, and Wolf was the first to deliver a powerful kick, forcefully swinging the door open. "Hello." The wolf grinned as he addressed the individuals inside. The previously cacophonous classroom fell into an immediate silence, with everyone wide-eyed in confusion, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Soon, a voice of astonishment emerged from the corner. The wolf. It was Luo Bin, wearing small glasses, who stood up abruptly. "Hello," the wolf called again, approaching him with a broad smile, while the rest of us followed closely behind. "You." Luo Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to grasp the situation, and the other students in the class mirrored his stunned expression. "Hello, look at me, are you afraid? Or what?" Amidst the collective shock, the wolf suddenly brandished a stick and swung it fiercely at Luo Bin's head. The impact of the wolf's strike was overwhelming for Luo Bin, who staggered back several steps, blood trickling down from his forehead. Clutching his head, he screamed in hysteria, "Wolf, have you lost your mind? Why are you being so brutal?" His tone was laced with a mix of indignation and grievance. How could he still muster the audacity to feel wronged? Was this truly what he termed as brutal? A booming voice erupted suddenly, as a tall figure surged forth behind the wolf. It was Xiongzi. He delivered a powerful kick to Luo Bin, sending him crashing against the back wall of the classroom. These two brutal strikes encapsulated the pent-up fury of both the wolf and Xiongzi, leaving Luo Bin incapacitated on the ground, trembling and whimpering. Then, the wolf raised the stick high once more and shouted to those around, "Smash everything!" The crowd behind us dispersed immediately, adhering to the premeditated chaos, and began to wreak havoc within the confines of the classroom. The girls shrieked as they darted to the corners, while some boys attempted to resist, only to be swiftly subdued by our numbers. Our combat prowess far surpassed theirs. The classroom devolved into utter chaos, a cacophony of curses, shouts, and screams intertwining as the wolf and Xiongzi turned their attention back to the fallen Luo Bin, each employing their violent methods to mercilessly deal with this once arrogant figure who now begged for mercy. The commotion in the classroom soon drew the attention of others from adjacent rooms. The first-year students, unaware of the tumultuous incursion from the middle school, did not immediately rush to assist, but instead sought to witness the unfolding drama. To their horror, they discovered that the classroom door was firmly shut, no matter how they pulled at it. We numbered nearly 200, and it was impossible for all of us to crowd into Luo Bin's classroom. Thus, a substantial portion remained stationed in the corridor. Those first-year students peering through the windows realized what was transpiring, with some exclaiming, "The middle schoolers are causing a ruckus." Others shouted, "They are attacking Luo Bin. Let us hurry and help him through the windows." We had secured the doors of all classrooms with metal wires. Yet there was no way to bind the windows, and even if we had, the glass could easily be shattered, rendering such precautions unnecessary. Indeed, one after another, they leaped from the windows. Fortunately, our team was well prepared, stationed beneath the windows of each classroom, ready to act. Before they could even descend, our members struck upward with poles, targeting hands, legs, and heads, unleashing a cacophony of anguished cries that reverberated through the corridor. The idea of barricading the doors and guarding the windows was mine. I recall when I first proposed the strategy, the wolves laughed heartily, embracing me and praising my ingenuity. I humbly replied, merely offering a trivial suggestion. At this juncture, the plan was unfolding flawlessly. We had taken revenge on the first-year students and dealt with Luo Bin, thus avenging the grievances from the previous day. However, the only flaw in our triumph was that the screams would inevitably alert the second and third-year students upstairs. We had anticipated this scenario and devised countermeasures. The only solution was to act swiftly, strike hard and retreat before the second and third-year students could descend. We executed our strategy with precision. Within mere minutes, the wolves and the bear had reduced Luo Bin to a pitiful state as he lay on the ground. Clutching his head and weeping, stripped of the bravado he had displayed the previous afternoon when he had led the assault on our school. I too joined in, delivering a couple of fierce kicks, a means of avenging Sun Jingyi and Li Jiaojiao. With our anger quenched, the wolf bellowed, "Retreat." Our team hastily exited the classrooms, leaving chaos in our wake. Although we had blocked most of the first-year students, a few managed to slip through our grasp, only to be ensnared by our onslaught and swiftly brought down. Thus, we maintained control of the situation. As we dashed ahead, we shouted, "Retreat, retreat." Everyone followed our lead. A torrent of bodies surging toward the exit. Zhao Song and Cheng Hu, stationed at the stairwell, joined us. The wolf inquired about the situation, and they reported that there were no second or third-year students descending. What? The wolf, who had been running, abruptly halted, astonishment etched across his face, as if grappling with the improbability of it all. In our initial assumptions, regardless of our speed and their delayed reactions, we had expected at least some second and third-year students to emerge. It was inconceivable that none would. We had prepared for their arrival, advising everyone not to linger but to prioritize retreat. Yet, the utter absence of anyone was unexpected. The wolf stood motionless, contemplating the strangeness of the situation, while the bear shouted, "Isn't it better that no one is coming down? Whatever the reason, let us just run." Even the formidable bear feared the arrival of the upperclassmen, so he continued charging toward the exit, and the others quickly followed suit. Although the wolf sensed something amiss, he too had no choice but to join the rush forward. Upon exiting the teaching building, the campus remained remarkably tranquil, with the dim yellow streetlights casting a chaotic array of shadows. Beyond the reach of the street lamps lay a dense expanse of pitch-black grass and pathways. We, breathless and hurried, pressed onward towards our middle school campus, which shimmered with brilliant lights, guiding us home. Between the two campuses lay a darkened void. However, just as we stepped beyond the illuminated perimeter of the streetlights, preparing to dash into the deeper darkness ahead, a sudden rustling sound erupted, growing louder as if an army were approaching. We immediately halted, astonished, gazing into the shadows before us. Emerging from the darkness were silhouettes, more and more materializing from all directions, encircling us with a formidable presence of at least 400 or 500 individuals. Observing their attire, it was evident they were students from the second and third years of high school. No wonder none of them had intervened when we had assaulted the first-year students. They had been lying in wait here all along, poised to ambush us upon our exit. But why? How could they possibly know our intentions? Moreover, if they were aware of our plans, why not confront us directly instead of allowing Luo Bin to endure that beating? Despite the overwhelming number of participants, totaling 600 or 700, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. In the cool night breeze, every individual stood as still as rocks in the wind, their silence palpable. The high school students remained motionless, arranged in a remarkably orderly fashion, resembling a well-trained battalion. Yet, they lacked the vibrancy of an army. Instead, they bore a resemblance to terracotta warriors newly unearthed or corpses that had slumbered for millennia, exuding an unsettling aura. "Wolf brother, what is going on?" A few first and second year students began to tremble, their earlier bravado dissipating in the face of such a bizarre spectacle, their once fiery spirits now flickering with fear. The wolf remained silent, fixated intently on the throng before him. Bear also refrained from speaking, his gaze locked onto the assembly, as though only they too comprehended the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a soft click resonated through the air. In the eerie darkness ahead, a small flame flickered to life. It was a lighter. The lighter ignited a cigarette, illuminating a face. This face, unremarkable in its features, ordinary brows, eyes, nose, and mouth, appeared commonplace at first glance. Yet, when combined, emanated an aura of fierce intensity and a kingly disdain for the world. After lighting his cigarette, the individual slowly emerged from the crowd, each step deliberate and unhurried, as if leisurely strolling through a garden. As this individual approached, everyone around him gently lowered their heads, as if in reverence to their king. It was only when he halted a few meters before us that I noticed he was toying with 2 ornamental walnuts, incessantly rubbing them in his hands. "Brother Feng," murmured Xiongzi softly. The man nodded slightly and turned his gaze toward Chai Lang, inquiring, "What is the matter? Do you not recognize me?" Chai Lang's lips moved hesitantly, as if reluctant, yet he managed to utter, "Brother Feng." Following Chai Lang's acknowledgement, the others, Ganzi, Wei Zi, and Zhou Liang, also chimed in, calling out Brother Feng. The man addressed as Brother Feng smiled faintly, nodding appreciatively as he surveyed them, seemingly relishing this moment. Once more, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Brother Feng, in my recollection, individuals like Chai Lang and Xiongzi, who exuded an air of arrogance and dominance, seemed impervious to anyone capable of compelling them to bow their proud heads. Yet now, they all lowered their gazes and humbly uttered the name Brother Feng. A sudden thought crossed my mind. Chun Feng. Yes, it must be him. Just yesterday afternoon, while indulging in drinks at Old Sue's restaurant, Ganzi had mentioned this name, describing him as a genuine second-generation tycoon, his family wielding considerable influence in our locality. He had dominated our school since the first year of middle school and had maintained his supremacy for 3 consecutive years, with no one daring to contest him. In the presence of someone like him, even the audacious Chai Lang and the overbearing Xiongzi were compelled to submit. So it was Chun Feng who had ensnared us. No wonder he possessed such formidable charisma and leadership. I surmised that he had summoned nearly every capable individual in the school, save for the first-year students. Apparently, he was not only a king in middle school, but also retained that status in high school. The formidable Chun Feng, the mastermind lurking before us, the sovereign orchestrating the entire scene. Though no one dared to utter his true name, I instantly deduced his identity as Chun Feng. Only he could evoke such an effect. The atmosphere remained profoundly quiet, with the once boisterous Chai Lang and Xiongzi rendered speechless, while Zhao Song and Cheng Hu lacked even the courage to speak. Chun Feng took a leisurely drag from his cigarette and remarked, Chai Lang, you possess quite the audacity to trespass on my territory. Chai Lang cast a glance at Chun Feng, his demeanor humble, yet his tone remained composed. Brother Feng, we primarily came to find Luo Bin. We had no intention of intruding on your domain. Oh, so the first year is no longer my domain? With a casual remark, Chun Feng silenced Chai Lang, who seemed to recognize his own culpability. Yet, the hot-tempered Xiongzi suddenly shouted, Brother Feng, you may not be aware of what transpired yesterday. Luo Bin, that fool, brought over 200 people to our middle school. Before he could finish his sentence, Chun Feng abruptly smashed the 2 ornamental walnuts he held in his hand against Xiongzi's face. In the blink of an eye, like a gust of wind, he leapt forward, wrapping his arms around Xiongzi's neck, and delivered a forceful knee strike to Xiongzi's abdomen. A pained scream erupted, and the towering Xiongzi slowly crumpled to the ground, his face contorted in agony. What astonishing combat prowess! Witnessing Chun Feng's first display of strength, I couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He was neither taller nor sturdier than Xiongzi, yet he effortlessly took down the formidable figure that loomed in our hearts as middle school warriors. How terrifying! Xiongzi lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, while Chun Feng firmly pressed his foot against Xiongzi's chest. I am conversing with the ruler of the middle school. What do you think you are? He taunted. Such arrogance. I had thought that after meeting Chai Lang and Xiongzi, their audacity was unparalleled, but I was astounded to discover someone even more audacious. As Chun Feng stood upon Xiongzi's chest, he exerted little force, and although Xiongzi had taken a knee strike, he seemed capable of rising. Yet, unexpectedly, Xiongzi remained on the ground, silent, turning his head away in resignation. It was evident he dared not oppose. Before Chun Feng, the once arrogant Xiongzi lacked even the courage to stand. Chun Feng, continuing to press down on Xiongzi, removed the cigarette from his lips and turned to Chai Lang. What do you say, Chai Lang? Chai Lang, however, remained silent, bowing his head in submission. After a moment, he finally spoke. Brother Feng, I acknowledge my fault. This was the first time I had heard such word from Chai Lang, witnessing him yield to another. It seemed both he and Xiongzi had entirely lost their will to resist in the formidable presence of Chun Feng. Indeed, Chun Feng had ruled the middle school for 3 years, while they had lived in his immense shadow, much like elephants chained since childhood, too fearful to harbor the slightest defiance. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that Chai Lang's apology lacked sincerity. Beneath his compliant exterior, I sensed a heart that still harbored flickers of rebellion. Even Xiongzi, lying on the ground, if observed closely, exhibited a slight grinding of his teeth and a fleeting glimmer of hatred in his eyes. Of course, the brash Chun Feng was oblivious to these subtleties, much like a mature elephant indifferent to the thoughts occupying an ant's mind. Chen Feng was quite pleased with the current state of affairs. Satisfied with the submission of Chai Lang and Xiongzi, he regarded Chai Lang with an air of nonchalance and inquired, "So, Chai Lang, what do you propose we do now?" After a brief contemplation, Chai Lang replied, "One must bear the consequences of their own actions. It was I who compelled everyone to come. You should let them leave, and I will accept all repercussions." Upon hearing the words of the wolf, Chen Feng instead chuckled, though his smile was tinged with an overwhelming disdain. "Wolf, I am profoundly disappointed in you. After 3 years under my command, do you still not comprehend the essence of my character? Do you truly believe I would spare individuals like you?" A chill breeze swept through, and Chen Feng's words resonated clearly in the ears of every person present. A subtle commotion arose among us, with some already whispering pleas for mercy, hoping that Chen Feng might grant them clemency. Earlier, when we had achieved great success in our attack on the first-year students, our morale was high, and every face radiated joy, as though we had ascended to the pinnacle of life. Yet, in an instant, Chen Feng arrived with his formidable entourage, effortlessly suppressing wolf and bear with just a few words, which inevitably incited panic. This wave of fear swiftly spread among us. Nearly everyone felt that our defeat was imminent, and the voices of supplication grew increasingly numerous. Chen Feng, however, paid no heed to these cries for mercy, as if toying with us was his greatest amusement. The more panic-stricken we became, the more his smile broadened. At that moment, the wolf suddenly spoke, "Brother Feng, the more than 200 people that Luo Bin brought yesterday afternoon, was that your arrangement?" Chen Feng regarded him with a smirk that was neither fully mocking nor entirely sincere. "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" The wolf surveyed the crowd and replied, "Because everyone knows Luo Bin is a fool. His prior success in middle school was merely a result of deception and trickery. He can deceive for a time, but not for eternity. Such a person will not achieve greatness in high school." Yet yesterday afternoon, he effortlessly summoned 200 to 300 high school students. I was puzzled as to how he managed this, but now, seeing your presence, it all makes sense. This time, Chen Feng's demeanor shifted. He no longer smiled. Instead, he let out a soft sigh. "Wolf, I was not mistaken about you. Even back in middle school, I sensed you were different from the others, and it appears I was correct. Indeed, those individuals were sent by me." "Why?" the wolf inquired. "Why?" Chen Feng's voice suddenly escalated, laced with derision. "Wolf, do you truly think your actions were sufficiently discreet? For 3 years in middle school, while you obeyed my every command, I could still perceive the rebellious heart concealed beneath your compliant exterior. Consider this. You endured humiliation and repeated a year just to be the top of your middle school class, akin to the legendary King Gojin of you. Such a formidable persona, if not subdued early on, will inevitably rise to challenge me." The wolf then remarked, "So you devised this trap, using Luo Bin as a pretext to draw me in and ultimately eliminate me?" Chen Feng's response was succinct. "Correct." Understanding dawned upon all present. They grasped why a fool like Luo Bin could summon 200 to 300 high school students and why Chen Feng was already ensconced here. It became evident that he had orchestrated the entire scheme. He possesses a profound understanding of the cunning wolf, aware that after Luo Bin wreaked havoc upon our school, the vengeful wolf would undoubtedly retaliate in kind. Thus, he had preemptively set an ambush here. Originally, the protagonists of this unfolding drama were to be myself and Luo Bin. However, it has gradually morphed into a confrontation between the wolf and Chen Feng. The capricious nature of events in this world can truly defy all expectations. Now in his second year of high school, Chen Feng remains fixated on the potential threat posed by the wolf, which, though merely a possibility, still gnaws at him. One could interpret this as a sign of meticulous thoughtfulness, yet a less generous view would deem him simply petty, utterly small-minded. The wolf sighed softly and addressed Chen Feng. "Brother Feng, as you have observed, I indeed refuse to accept mediocrity, which is precisely why I chose to remain and repeat my studies. However, I swear before the heavens, I have never harbored any ill intentions towards you." With a derisive laugh, Chen Feng retorted, "What is not true now does not imply 1 TB in the future. With your temperament, even 5 or 10 years down the line, you could still offend me. It would be best to eliminate you now, No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of footsteps echoed ominously. Chun Feng furrowed his brow and glanced in the direction of the noise. The crowd turned to observe a group of over a dozen individuals approaching from the direction of the high school building, with none other than Luo Bin, the very individual we had previously thrashed, leading the way. Bruised and limping, he surveyed his surroundings as he walked. Chun Feng frowned. "What brings you here?" Luo Bin, eyeing the assembled crowd, offered a sycophantic smile. "Brother Feng, it appears you had everything planned from the outset. Why didn't you inform me sooner? I ended up taking a beating for no reason." Chun Feng scoffed. "What purpose would that serve? What if you had exposed my plans? I intended to wait until they had all entered before ambushing them, ensuring their escape was impossible." Clearly, Chun Feng viewed Luo Bin merely as a pawn, a disposable tool, indifferent to his well-being. His bluntness in front of so many only heightened Luo Bin's embarrassment. Yet he forced a smile. "Ah, I see. It is an honor to assist Brother Feng. You must not let them off lightly. Give them a thorough beating." However, Luo Bin's flattery did not please Chun Feng. Rather, it intensified his irritation. "Get lost. Your value has expired. The farther you go, the better." Such was Chun Feng. Regardless of others, he spoke candidly about the expendability of those who no longer served a purpose, exhibiting a ruthless, callous demeanor. Chun Feng's blatant disregard for Luo Bin's dignity was utterly humiliating. Luo Bin opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to say more, but ultimately turned away in resignation. Departing quietly, his demeanor a stark contrast to the swagger he had exhibited when leading a group to vandalize the middle school just the day prior. With Luo Bin's interruption, Chun Feng appeared perturbed and turned back to the wolf. "Where were we?" "Ah, yes. I was remarking on your excessive ambition, which compels me to eliminate you. Now do you comprehend my intentions? Any lingering doubts?" The wolf paused momentarily before responding. "None at all." "Excellent, excellent." Chun Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Then let us dispense with the pleasantries and commence the confrontation, shall we?" The wolf. "I am aware that individuals like you are unlikely to surrender easily. Unleash all your tactics." Chun Feng chuckled, clearly dismissing the wolf with utter contempt. His disdain was not without reason. Although we numbered nearly 200, how many truly dared to confront the notorious black second-generation Chun Feng? The wolf understood this reality well, causing his expression to deepen with intensity. At that moment, a soft sigh emanated from the ground below. The sigh, originating from the earth, drew the attention of the onlookers downwards. It was Xiongzi. Chun Feng, standing over Xiongzi's chest, inquired with curiosity, "Xiongzi, what troubles you?" Xiongzi remained prone on the ground, gazing at Chun Feng as he replied, "Brother Feng, my sigh is merely an indication that I wish to express a few words." Chun Feng chuckled and nodded. "Very well, speak." Xiongzi continued, "Brother Feng, I believe you are quite astute to perceive the wolf's malevolent intentions. Indeed, I share your sentiments. That fellow is evidently no good, which is why I have long desired to eliminate him. However, while I commend your intelligence, I must assert that you are not entirely perceptive." Chun Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean?" Xiongzi elaborated. "You have focused solely on the wolf. Yet you have overlooked me. The wolf has endured a year of humiliation, akin to the legendary King Gojin of Yu. Yet I too have repeated a year. Why have I not received any accolades from you? I suspect it is because my robust physique leads you to categorize me as muscular yet simple-minded, assuming I lack intellect and pose no threat. Is that not so?" Chun Feng surprisingly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is accurate." Xiongzi shook his head. "Brother Feng, you are mistaken. While I may be straightforward and occasionally impulsive, it does not imply I lack cunning." Chun Feng frowned. "What do you mean?" "My point is that the wolf will not yield easily." "Do you believe I will?" Upon uttering this, Xiongzi suddenly lunged, seizing Chun Feng by the throat. Simultaneously, the wolf rushed forward, swinging his club fiercely towards Chun Feng's head. This unexpected turn of events took everyone by surprise. None could have anticipated that Xiongzi, who had been lying defenseless on the ground under Chun Feng's foot, would suddenly assault him, nor could they foresee the wolf simultaneously aiming to strike Chun Feng down. This left many questioning whether the two had conspired in advance. However, such a notion was implausible. as Xiongzi had been lying inert, while the wolf had been engaged in dialogue with Qinfeng. There was no opportunity for clandestine signals or arrangements. The only conceivable explanation was that both had arrived at the same decision simultaneously, in the same place. As they struck, Ganzi, Weizi, and others, along with Xiongzi's followers, surged forward, intent on subduing Qinfeng at the earliest opportunity. For the adage states, capture the ringleader first. However, the high school students surrounding us were not mere decorations. They immediately surged forward with a cacophony of screams, transforming the previously tranquil scene into utter chaos. The sound of shrieks and the clash of fists echoed through the expansive darkness like the thunderous roar of a nuclear explosion. My reactions were a beat too slow, and my movements lacked the swiftness displayed by the wolf and bear. This was not entirely my fault. Moments ago, they had been submissive before Qinfeng, offering apologies and conceding defeat, yet suddenly they erupted in unison. Who could possibly anticipate such a shift? Despite this, I was determined to assist in overcoming Qinfeng, and I pushed desperately toward the epicenter of the turmoil, only to be scattered by the frenzied crowd before I reached my destination. Clutching the stick in my hand, I swung it wildly at the surrounding high schoolers, aware that our numbers, though not insignificant at nearly 200, paled in comparison to the overwhelming tide of adversaries. When the skirmish commenced, I quickly realized that I was surrounded by foes, with not a single ally in sight. This predicament arose either because our group had been dispersed, or because most had lost their will to resist, or perhaps it was a combination of both. Fighting was never my forte, and with Qinfeng's fierce brothers encircling us, I could only flail my stick a couple of times before being unceremoniously knocked to the ground, whereupon a barrage of fists and feet rained down upon me, rendering me incapable of even rising. With no other option, I curled into a protective ball, shielding my head and groin, gritting my teeth as I endured this tempest of violence. Once I lay on the ground, I noticed that most of our side had indeed fallen, mercilessly beaten by the frenzied high schoolers. Even Yang Fan, known for his cunning tactics, was unable to showcase his prowess in such disarray, having been swiftly brought down as well. While the stick-wielders among us could hold their own to some extent, they too succumbed to the onslaught of bodies, soon finding themselves sprawled on the ground. At this moment, my only hope was that the coordinated efforts of the wolf and bear would subdue Qinfeng, allowing us to take him as a hostage and rescue ourselves from this torment. The air was thick with curses, roars, screams, and wails, creating a scene of pandemonium that reached a fever pitch. All around me, fists and flying legs swarmed, accompanied by a maddened throng of bodies. This location, situated at the heart of the middle and high school campuses, was distanced from both academic buildings, ensuring that our cries would go unheard, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would come to our aid. As I lay on the ground, absorbing the blows, I sought the figures of the wolf-bear and Qinfeng through the labyrinth of legs. At last, I spotted them not far away. The three were engaged in a fierce struggle. Blood streamed down Qinfeng's forehead, evidently struck by the wolf's stick, and he coughed repeatedly, clearly wounded by the bear's assault. Qinfeng, a second-generation scion of the underworld, was no stranger to perilous encounters and possessed considerable skill. Yet, facing the relentless onslaught from the wolf and bear, he was evidently faltering, retreating step by step. However, this is merely a transient phenomenon, as there are simply too many individuals on Qinfeng's side. In the blink of an eye, that group of high school students rapidly surrounded us. Some launched their assault on the wolf, while others targeted the bear. This allowed Qinfeng to retreat to the sidelines for a moment's respite. Though formidable, both the wolf and the bear are still human and not divine beings. Under the relentless onslaught of the crowd, even the likes of the wolf and the bear could not withstand for long, eventually collapsing to the ground, succumbing to the tempest of fists and kicks. Thus, a battle that could hardly be deemed thrilling came to an end, culminating in our total defeat. Lying on the ground, I cast a glance at the fallen wolf and bear, letting out a long sigh. It appeared that the scenario I had envisioned, capturing the leader before taking Qinfeng hostage, was utterly impossible. Cease at once. At that moment, Qinfeng's commanding voice rang out, echoing across the open space with an authority akin to a royal decree. Just as the wolf's words had silenced the crowd in middle school, everyone present halted their actions. The area fell into a quietude, punctuated only by sporadic cries of distress. A chilling wind swept through the dark expanse, causing the grass beneath to sway. Chun Feng, panting heavily, his breaths resounding audibly, drew the attention of every onlooker. He retrieved a tissue from his pocket, pressing it against the bleeding wound on his forehead. Before speaking slowly, indeed, quite remarkable. I must admit, I underestimated you too. His labored breaths were laced with unbridled fury. The high school students dragged the battered forms of the wolf and bear to Chun Feng's feet. The two lay motionless on the ground, clearly having endured a severe beating. Given their status as key figures, the students showed no mercy, unleashing their full force upon them. Chun Feng crouched down, first patting the wolf's face, then the bear's. Hey, wake up. Weren't you quite fierce just a moment ago? Why the silence now? Go to hell. The wolf's feeble voice emerged, clearly weakened, barely mustering the strength to speak. Same here, the bear echoed, equally drained. Ha ha! Chun Feng erupted into laughter, extending his hand for a stick that was promptly handed to him. Ah, indeed, it feels sufficiently sturdy. It seems my resolve to deal with you was the right choice. Now let us see how long you can keep up your bravado. Gripping the stick tightly, he swung it fiercely through the air, producing a humming sound that signified he would not easily relent against the wolf and bear. Given his ruthless nature, it was likely he intended to leave them incapacitated, ensuring no future threats remained. Having met Chun Feng for the first time, I could discern his intentions, and the others certainly shared in this understanding. Thus, they emitted desperate roars, akin to cornered beasts issuing their final threats. Yet their limbs were restrained, rendering their threats ineffective. Keep screaming. The more you wail, the more delighted I become. Chun Feng chuckled, his amusement growing ever more evident. Chun Feng laid the stick flat, his gaze shifting between the wolf and the bear. So, which one shall we start with? Let us begin with. Before his words could fully escape his lips, a piercing siren abruptly shattered the tranquility of the night. The crowd, startled, looked up to see a convoy of police cars adorned with flashing neon lights approaching our direction. While the students present were unfazed by our school's security, the sight of genuine law enforcement caused a wave of fear, prompting them to scatter. Yet, Chun Feng's calm voice resonated. Everyone, remain calm. Stay where you are. The police cars swiftly arrived before us, at least 7 or 8 in number. The sound of doors opening and closing echoed as no fewer than 20 to 30 officers rushed towards us, shouting, "Everyone, put your hands on your heads and crouch down." Instantly, all present complied, crouching down with their heads covered. Amidst the chaotic din, I could hear someone calling my name. Wang Wei, Wang Wei. It was Sun Jingyi. To my astonishment, she was with the police. I quickly waved to her, signaling over here, in the sea of bodies on the ground. Sun Jingyi finally spotted me and hurried over, first inquiring about my well-being, then helping me to my feet. I had barely been struck a couple of times before collapsing, shielding my head and stomach, which spared me from the harsher blows that others, like the wolf, the bear, and even the stick, had sustained. As Sun Jingyi helped me up, I asked how she had arrived here. She explained that she had been monitoring our situation and promptly called the police when things seemed amiss. She then asked where the wolf and the bear were, and I pointed them out, leading her towards their direction. They remained immobile, blood trickling from their heads, lying on the ground in a state of disarray. I quickly called for help to assist them. At that moment, Sun Jingyi noticed Chun Feng crouched nearby and exclaimed, "Uncle Lin, this is the culprit. You must arrest him." An authoritative figure rushed over, handcuffs at the ready. However, just then, Chun Feng suddenly stood up and shouted, "Uncle Lin, it's me." When Sun Jingyi called for Uncle Lin, I felt a sense of relief, thinking it would be easier now that they were acquaintances. But then Chun Feng addressed him as Uncle Lin as well, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Upon recognizing Chun Feng, Uncle Lin, who had reached for the handcuffs, quickly stowed them away, exclaiming in surprise, "Chun Feng, what brings you here?" Chun Feng replied cheerfully, "Oh, it's nothing, Uncle Lin. I'm just hanging out with my friends." He then gestured for his companions to stand up, reassuring everyone that it was merely a harmless gathering, as he was a friend of his father. Sun Jingyi anxiously interjected, "Uncle Lin, this." Uncle Lin glanced around and remarked, "Oh, it's just a bit of youthful mischief. Nothing to warrant a police report. As long as everyone is fine, let us send them home." It was evident that Uncle Lin and Chun Feng shared a familiarity, and their camaraderie allowed the situation to diffuse. Though Sun Jingyi was anxious, there was little she could do but instruct our associates to escort the wolf and bear away. "Uncle Lin, the others may leave, but these two cannot," Chun Feng suddenly declared, pointing at the wolf and bear on the ground. Uncle Lin glanced down and nodded, "Very well. No, Uncle Lin, this cannot stand. Everyone must vacate this place," Sun Jingyi exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she tugged at Uncle Lin's arm, pleading earnestly. Uncle Lin led her aside and whispered, "Xiao Jing, do you know who his father is? The renowned Chun Laogui, of whom our director maintains a solid rapport. Do not be too obstinate. Securing the majority of individuals is what truly matters. How about this? You all depart first, and I shall remain here to ensure those two students are unharmed. Does that sound acceptable?" Standing beside Sun Jingyi, I overheard Uncle Lin's words clearly, recognizing that he was merely buying time. He was unwilling to offend Chun Feng and his father, and in truth, had no intention of intervening with the wolf and bear anymore. Despite Sun Jingyi's desperate pleas, it was evident they bore no fruit. Uncle Lin consistently sidestepped the issue. Now I comprehended why Chun Feng chose not to flee upon seeing the police car. He was confident in his ability to manage these officers. The thought of the wolf and bear being left here, subjected to Chun Feng's even more brutal treatment, filled me with dread. I anxiously scanned my surroundings, searching for any possible escape route. Yet, there was none in this dire situation. Even the arrival of the police proved ineffectual. Who else could rescue them? Nearby, Chun Feng wore a smug smile, clearly believing victory was assured. He stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of arrogance, even going so far as to kick the bodies of the wolf and bear while muttering, "We'll have some fun later." Hearing his words sent chills down my spine. I realized I could no longer afford to wait. If I did, the wolf and bear would surely meet a grim fate. I had to devise another plan. This entire ordeal stemmed from my actions. If I failed to intervene and the wolf and bear suffered misfortune, I would never forgive myself. Without waiting for Uncle Lin's further input, I dashed to Chun Feng's side, retrieving a fruit knife from my pocket and pressing it against his throat. "Are you there? I'm back." This fruit knife was something I had prepared before my arrival. It was the very knife I had used to stab bear earlier. Despite the wolf's repeated warnings against using it, I had been constantly confronted by Luo Bin on my way home these past few days, so I carried it with me as a precaution. I never anticipated it would prove useful now. Although Uncle Lin seemed quite familiar with Sun Jingyi, he appeared equally acquainted with Chun Feng. As I observed the situation gradually falling under Chun Feng's control, I knew I could no longer wait. Otherwise, the wolf and bear were doomed today. In truth, given my abilities, I was certainly no match for Chun Feng. However, with him standing so close, he regarded me, a mere insignificant character, with utter disdain, displaying no caution whatsoever. In an instant, I struck him, seizing his hair with one hand while pressing the blade against his neck with the other. The crowd remained oblivious to the scene unfolding before them, including Sun Jingyi and Uncle Lin, who were closest to me. Just moments ago, Chun Feng had exuded confidence, but now he stood frozen, a slight frown adorning his brow. "Who are you? You'd best think carefully about what you are doing," he demanded. Sun Jingyi was taken aback by my sudden ferocity, unable to articulate a complete thought. As I was holding the notorious second-generation troublemaker, Chun Feng, hostage. "What are you doing? Put the knife down." Uncle Lin barked sternly, pointing at me. The onlookers turned their attention towards us, and upon realizing it was I who had the knife to Chun Feng's throat, their eyes widened in shock. "I apologize, Officer Lin," I retorted, refraining from calling him Uncle Lin as Sun Jingyi and Lin Feng did. We were not familiar, and I felt he lacked the merit to be considered an elder. Moreover, it served as a reminder for him not to forget his duty. Safeguarding every citizen should be his priority, rather than indulging in personal favors. At that moment, I was acutely aware of my own anxiety. Although I had faced many challenges, my courage had grown considerably, yet this was my first encounter with fully armed police and the infamous Chun Feng. My hands and feet trembled, and my heart raced uncontrollably. But I knew I had to remain steadfast. For the safety of the wolves and bears, I had to endure. Thus I continued, Officer Lin, the two individuals on the ground have sustained severe injuries and cannot remain here. If we do not act, the consequences will be dire. Please, I implore you to assist them. Yet, Officer Lin disregarded my plea. Sternly instructing, I said to put down the knife. Do you hear me? Do you believe I won't take you to the station? Chun Feng, still under the pressure of my blade, languidly remarked, Officer Lin, just come over and take him away. I doubt he truly dares to do anything. Huh, a nameless nobody, flailing about for attention? He then sneered at me. You little brat, whose trousers aren't fastened properly. Exposing you? Do you know who I am? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? I can make your life a living hell, and ensure your family knows no peace. Despite having a knife pressed to his throat, Chun Feng remained audacious, evidently unafraid of me. To him, I was no more than an ant, merely a minor annoyance. Officer Lin appeared to be convinced of his stance, pulling out handcuffs and approaching me. Sharing Chun Feng's belief that I was merely posturing, lacking the audacity to truly harm him, I gritted my teeth, realizing that unless I displayed some genuine resolve, I would not be able to command their respect. So, I pulled Chun Feng's hair and stepped back 2 paces, stating, Officer Lin, have you ever heard of Zhao the Madman? Zhao Fengzi is none other than Zhao Song's father. Although he lacks significant power in our locality and has always fought alone, he is notoriously recognized as a notorious rogue, a man of madness, well known even to Officer Lin. What? Officer Lin furrowed his brow slightly. I continued, you must be aware that Zhao Fengzi was stabbed last year and has been bedridden ever since, unable to rise. This incident has long circulated throughout our town. Officer Lin certainly has not been oblivious to it. So what? He replied, gritting my teeth. I pressed on, the one who stabbed Zhao Fengzi is my father. A hush fell over the crowd, their eyes now fixated on me. The shock from my earlier act of taking Chun Feng hostage had already left them reeling, and this revelation deepened their astonishment. Among the onlookers were both middle and high school students, with those from my school already aware of my father's actions, while many others, including Chun Feng and Officer Lin, remained in ignorance. Officer Lin's brow knitted tighter, as if contemplating the implications of my statement. Chun Feng, still slow to grasp the situation, scoffed. So your father did it? What of it? Are you trying to intimidate me with your father's actions? Even if he were here, do you think I would be afraid? No, I replied simply, exhaling deeply. What I mean to convey is that if my father dares to stab, so do I. As I spoke, I pressed the tip of my knife with a little more force, and a trickle of blood began to flow from Chun Feng's neck. You. Officer Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that I would undertake such an act. His dark visage trembled with rage. As a police officer, he could not be cowed by such a scene, but my actions had undeniably affronted his authority. Chun Feng, who had been incessantly taunting moments before, now fell silent. Although he was a scion of the underworld, he was not willing to face an inexplicable demise at the hands of an unknown entity such as myself. His face contorted with fury, yet he dared not utter another word. Wang Wei, no please. Sun Jingyi, realizing the gravity of the situation, was pale and frightened. She desperately attempted to soothe my emotions, urging me to lower the knife and assuring me that she would rescue Wolf and Bear, imploring me to trust her. The crowd was utterly astonished, their shock compounded by disbelief, rendering the atmosphere one of unparalleled astonishment. Until this moment, their focus had been on figures like Chun Feng, Wolf, and Bear, believing them to be the decisive players in the scene. They had not anticipated that I would suddenly emerge and commit such a reckless act. Ignoring everyone around me, I maintained the knife's pressure against Chun Feng's neck and began to speak, addressing both Officer Lin and the crowd. Indeed, I am but a nameless individual, and my father is likewise an unknown. My father spent his entire life as a doorman, enduring insults without daring to retort, often called a coward by others. Under his influence, I, too, became timid. When others struck me, I refrained from retaliating, and when they hurled abuse, I remained silent. I believed my existence would continue in this manner, perhaps destined to be bullied for eternity, until that fateful day as I recount this. My eyes begin to glisten with unshed tears and my voice trembles slightly. That day, in the principal's office of our school, the notorious Zhao lunatic lost his composure and attempted to stab me. Yet, in a moment of valor, my father intervened and turned the knife upon the infamous Zhao, witnessing the once arrogant Zhao collapse, pleading for mercy. I learned a profound lesson. Even the most subservient of dogs will leap the fence when cornered. My teeth clenched tightly. My father embodies such strength, and so do I. Thus, I advise you, it would be wise not to provoke me into actions akin to his. With that, I pointed the blade once more at Chunfeng's throat. Silence enveloped the scene. A breeze rustled the grass below. Officer Lin ceased his speech, his gaze penetrating and contemplative, as if weighing the veracity of my words. Meanwhile, Chunfeng's beady eyes darted about, plotting something sinister. Fearful of his sudden shift, I pressed the knife closer, ready to pierce his carotid artery at the slightest movement. "What is your name?" Officer Lin inquired abruptly. "Wang Wei," I replied. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" "I do not, nor do I wish to," I responded. "Whether I end up in prison or face retribution from the Chun family is inconsequential. All I desire is for my two friends to be unharmed, as they urgently require medical attention." Officer Lin nodded and turned to Chun Feng. "What do you think?" Chun Feng chuckled softly. "I find this rather amusing. In my entire life, I have never had a knife pressed to my throat. It feels akin to an ant striving to tread upon an elephant's head. Truly, this is becoming increasingly entertaining. Well done, Wang Wei. I shall remember your name. Now, you may take the wolf and the bear away. But heed my warning, this will not conclude so easily between us." I disregarded his threat and quickly scanned the surroundings. The others, recognizing the gravity of the situation, rushed towards us, struggling to lift the severely injured wolf and bear. I sheathed my knife and forcefully shoved Chun Feng aside, joining my companions as we fled towards our middle school campus. Sun Jingyi did not follow, but remained behind, conversing with Officer Lin, clearly advocating for my recent actions. Chun Feng stood rooted, wiping the blood from his neck, casting a cold smile as he watched us retreat in disarray. I glanced back, locking eyes with his predatory gaze. He raised his hand, forming a gun gesture, and mockingly snapped his lips at me. Then he laughed, and a chill ran down my spine, as if bitten by a venomous serpent. In truth, I remain largely unaware of the background of Chun Feng's family. I have only heard a few whispers from Gongzi and others, who spoke of his formidable influence in our town, likening him to an underground emperor, an entity of unparalleled authority. I realize that I have entangled myself in a grave predicament, far more perilous than offending Luo Bin, and I dread the endless repercussions that may follow. Nevertheless, my primary concern is the safety of Lang and Xiongzi. Our group fled to the middle school campus, where Gongzi instructed the others to return to the teaching building, leaving only a few friends to escort the gravely injured Lang and Xiongzi to the hospital. Upon reaching the school gate, we flagged down several black cars to take us to the hospital, but Lang halted us, suggesting we go to Lao Su's restaurant instead. We understood his reasoning. He feared that Chun Feng might intercept us at the hospital, so we redirected our course to Lao Su's establishment. The night had grown late, and Lao Su's restaurant had long since closed its doors, shrouded in darkness. Our arrival startled a cacophony of barking dogs, and a clamor of chickens and pigs filled the air. Lao Su, clad only in shorts and barebacked, welcomed us inside, astonished by our predicament. After Gongzi briefly explained the situation, Lao Su led us to a room equipped with various medical devices and instruments. It turned out that, aside from running a restaurant, Lao Su was an unlicensed physician. After laying Lang and Xiongzi down, Lao Su asked us to step outside, stating he needed some time to attend to their injuries. Given Lao Su's poor culinary skills, I harbored doubts about his medical proficiency. However, Gongzi reassured me that Lao Su's medical expertise far surpassed his culinary abilities. I pondered why he chose to operate a restaurant rather than a clinic, to which Gongzi replied that cooking was his passion. I found myself at a loss for words. Such dedication was indeed rare. We lingered in the restaurant's lobby, each of us wearing a grim expression. This night had dealt us a severe blow. Lang and Xiongzi were gravely injured, and the matter was far from over. Chun Feng would undoubtedly seek us out again. As we sat in silence, both Lang's brothers and Xiongzi's friends came forward to express their gratitude, stating that without my intervention, Lang and Xiongzi would have surely suffered dire consequences. Yet, the pressing question remained, what should we do next? No one had an answer, and silence enveloped us. As time trickled by, uncertainty loomed over the duration of the surgery, and a palpable sense of restlessness took hold. Each person resorted to smoking one cigarette after another. Suddenly, we were startled by a commotion outside the restaurant, followed by a mocking voice calling out, Lang, Xiongzi, Wang Wei, are you here? I have returned. It was Chun Feng. We exchanged anxious glances, taken aback by his swift arrival. In Lang's estimation, our choice to seek refuge at Lao Su's restaurant was driven by the fear that Chun Feng would strike at the hospital. Yet here he was, having tracked us down with alarming speed, leaving us utterly astonished. Just then, the door to the operating room swung open, and Lao Su emerged, clad in a soiled white coat and wielding bloodied scissors, exclaiming, What is happening? The Pole stood up, his expression grave, and declared that our enemies had caught up with us. Lao Su remarked, No matter what means you employ, delay them for 15 minutes. I am nearly finished here. With that, Lao Su hurriedly dashed into his private operating room. We exchanged glances, each of us seizing a club and rushing out. Our numbers were few. On the wolf side, there were 4 or 5, and on the bear side, another 4 or 5, totaling barely a dozen individuals. Upon our exit, we discovered that the entrance to Lao Su's restaurant had been forcefully breached as a dense throng of high school students surged inside, led by none other than Chun Feng. Beneath the moonlight, Chun Feng held a cigarette between his lips and toyed with 2 ornamental walnuts. He appeared much the same as before, or rather, there was a distinction. The wolf had struck him on the head, and I had grazed his neck. Now, both areas were adorned with conspicuous white bandages that stood out starkly in the moonlight. Ah, you are indeed here. It seems my intelligence was quite accurate. Chun Feng chuckled, his sinister smile appearing even more chilling under the moon's glow. How'd you find this place? The Pole gritted his teeth and inquired. In truth, this question was rather trivial. The adversary was already upon us, so what significance did it hold? Yet, we all understood that this was merely the Pole's tactic to buy time. Lao Su had instructed us to delay for 15 minutes by any means necessary. Unaware of the ploy, Chun Feng smugly explained, This entire town is my territory. Those black car drivers you called must regularly pay tribute to my family. Finding you was a trivial matter. His enjoyment in playing with us was evident as he unabashedly revealed the truth, clearly regarding us with disdain. Indeed, how could an elephant possibly regard an ant? Brother Feng, we have already suffered a crushing defeat. Why not spare us? The Pole's tone began to soften, but this too was a method of stalling. Chun Feng remained smug, responding, I'm afraid I'm not satisfied. Given the personalities of the wolf and the bear, they will undoubtedly seek revenge on me in the future. And then there's Wang Wei. I am particularly incensed with him and must dismember him utterly. Therefore, considering your compliance, I will allow you to keep these 3 individuals while the rest may depart. Typically 1 to eliminate threats completely. Chun Feng surprisingly showed leniency. However, none of us moved, each gripping our makeshift weapons tightly, our gazes fixed resolutely upon Chun Feng and his entourage. Oh, unwilling to comply? The corners of Chun Feng's mouth lifted slightly, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As Chun Feng prepared to make a move, only 5 minutes had passed, far short of the 15 minutes stipulated by Lao Su. Yet, we felt utterly bereft of strategies to prolong the inevitable. The Pole's fingers twitched slightly, his gaze sweeping around, signaling that it was time to brace for a confrontation. However, our numbers are so scarce, we cannot possibly compare to the formidable army before us. If it truly comes to a clash, it would take scarcely a minute for us to be utterly annihilated, and the surgeries of the wolf and bear would be abruptly disrupted. At that moment, I stepped forward. One must face the consequences of their actions. I stated, Your animosity lies with me, not with them. The wolf and bear are gravely injured and can hardly stand. Spare them both. I will accompany you. Dispose of me as you wish. Hate you? No. Chun Feng shook his head. Wang Wei, you overestimate yourself. I do not harbor hatred towards you. You are not of sufficient significance to evoke such feelings. Presently, I am merely intrigued by you. In all my years, it is the first time someone has dared to hold a weapon to my throat, and I wish to ascertain whether you possess extraordinary courage to defy the world, or if you are simply a naive fool, unaware of the terror that lies within my family, thus committing such a reckless act. Neither, I replied. I simply wish to save my friend. Ah, I see. Chun Feng nodded, seemingly enlightened. You are indeed a person of loyalty. However, on this occasion, your sense of loyalty shall lead to your ruin. With that, his gaze sharpened suddenly. Charge. Wreak havoc here. Leave no one alive. The high school students behind him emitted a cacophony of roars, many wielding clubs as they surged forward like a tempest. The destructive potential of youth is always astonishing, and no one doubted their ability to reduce this place to rubble. Our side also gripped our clubs tightly, preparing to fight with all our might, though it felt like a futile endeavor against an oncoming train. What the hell are you doing? You can't even delay for 15 minutes? Just as we were poised for battle, a voice erupted, resonating with thunderous intensity, shaking the eardrums of everyone present. All actions halted as we turned toward the source of the voice. It was old Sue. He emerged from the dining hall, still clad in a soiled white coat. However, he no longer held medical instruments. Instead, he wielded a gleaming butcher's knife, his plump face contorted into a fierce grimace. Old Sue, the owner of the dining hall, had access to all manner of tools in the kitchen, and with pigs kept in the yard, it was not unusual for him to grab a butcher's knife. Yet, this balding middle-aged man, who had always been jovial and unperturbed by jokes at his expense, revealed a side I had never anticipated. Indeed, when pushed to the brink, even the most benign of individuals can show their true colors. In our chaotic little town, I have never witnessed how adults engage in combat. However, children typically fight with their hands, resorting to sticks only in dire situations, and rarely resorting to knives unless absolutely necessary, as I had done when facing Chung-Hu previously. It is evident that when old Sue brandished his butcher's knife, the high school students across from him hesitated, especially given that old Sue was a robust adult, which only intensified their psychological pressure. Wielding the knife, he bellowed, "Why aren't you scurrying away? Are you waiting here to be bled dry?" Despite their fear, none of the students retreated. Instead, they looked to their leader, Chun Feng. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes at old Sue, seemingly gauging whether he was merely posturing. "Uncle, greetings." Chun Feng suddenly spoke. "Who the hell are you? Don't try to get chummy with me. This is my restaurant, and I don't welcome you here. So, get as far away as you can." Old Sue shouted, his spittle flying. Surprisingly, Chun Feng did not react with anger. Instead, he replied calmly, "Uncle, it matters not that you do not know me, but I'm certain you are familiar with my father. His name is Chun Gengxiong, nicknamed Chun Laogui. Have you heard of him?" Due to my limited social interactions and the ordinariness of my family, I was unaware of who held influence in our town. Names like Chun Gengxiong or Chun Laogui meant nothing to me. However, I had heard whispers from the locals and had been informed by Officer Lin that this was a formidable individual, one of significant stature in our town, controlling considerable power and enterprises. Indeed, upon hearing the name, old Sue's gaze flickered, the previously arrogant expression on his face dimmed, and he slowly lowered the butcher's knife in his hand. Subsequently, he turned away and retreated into the restaurant, seemingly wishing to disengage from the matter, which left our spirits feeling heavy. Yet, we did not hold it against him. The mere invocation of his father's name had sent old Sue packing, and Chun Feng, now filled with a sense of triumph, wore an even more arrogant expression. Seems he knows how to read the room. Fine, since that old man understands his place. When we make our move later, let us try not to damage the restaurant. We'll just make sure to deal with these few individuals thoroughly. Of course, we had never relied on old Sue. From the beginning, we didn't expect him to intervene. His willingness to confront the wolves and bears had already touched us. We tightened our grips on our clubs, preparing for a desperate showdown with Chun Feng and his gang. However, as Chun Feng spoke, he suddenly fell silent, his eyes wide with astonishment, staring blankly behind us. The arrogant second-generation rich kid Chun Feng exhibiting such a reaction startled us all, prompting us to turn around. We saw old Sue re-emerging from the restaurant, but this time he was not brandishing the butcher's knife. Instead, he held a dark, menacing shotgun. The barrel of the shotgun was aimed squarely at Chun Feng and his entourage. If a butcher's knife couldn't intimidate you, and you are indeed Chun Laogui's son, then tell me, is this sufficient? I'll repeat myself. This is my restaurant, and I do not welcome you. If you take a single step forward, I swear I will blow you away, leaving your father to bury his own son. I mean what I say. Test me if you dare. Holding the shotgun, old Sue gritted his teeth and spoke with palpable anger. The sight of him brandishing a cleaver had already startled me. But I was taken aback once more when he produced the shotgun. I had seen a cleaver before, yet this was my first encounter with a firearm. I thought that after experiencing so much, I had become quite fearless, but witnessing this scene caused my legs to tremble involuntarily. I dreaded that old Sue might suddenly fire at Chun Feng, which would undoubtedly result in a tragic loss of life. It wasn't just me who felt fear. Ganzi, Wei Zi, and the others also turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Although we all knew that old Sue would never harm us, we couldn't help but shudder at the thought of a real-life tragedy, one that we, as mere children, could not bear the weight of. If we aligned with old Sue, were so terrified, how much more so were Chun Feng and his companions, who were at the receiving end of the gun. Indeed, their faces were etched with terror, and some could not restrain themselves from quietly retreating. Despite Chun Feng's arrogance and his disregard for the cleaver, he too was unable to suppress the cold sweat trickling down his brow when faced with a genuine shotgun. Uncle, I understand. Please don't act rashly. I'll leave right now. Chun Feng slowly backed away, followed by his group of high school students, who hurriedly scattered once they reached the door. After Chun Feng and his entourage departed, the vast courtyard appeared considerably emptier. Old Sue continued to curse under his breath. What a bunch of miscreants. Thinking they can act with impunity just because of their father's hey, why are you still standing there? Come here. Unso su no, su unso. Please put down the gun first, Ganzi urged. Oh right. Only then did old Sue lower the weapon. We gathered around him, showering him with compliments, praising his impressive display of authority and inquiring about the origin of the shotgun, which we found to be incredibly cool. Old Sue dismissed the significance of the shotgun, stating that although the state prohibited such items, who among those who enjoyed hunting in the mountains didn't possess one? He remarked that we were merely Na'vi. All right, I need to return to the operating room. Keep an eye on things. Old Sue hurried back to the operating room, leaving us wide-eyed and astonished outside. We exchanged glances, none of us willing to break the silence. Yet I suspected that from that moment on, no one would dare to complain about his cooking ever again. A few minutes later, the surgeries for Wolf and Bear were finally completed. Their bodies were wrapped in bandages, not quite resembling mummies, but close enough to illustrate the brutality of Chun Feng and his crew. Both Wolf and Bear appeared weak, and old Sue noted that their injuries were indeed severe, requiring at least 10 days to 2 weeks of recovery in a quiet place. This place is no longer safe, old Sue asserted. After scaring Chun Feng with the shotgun, his overprotective father will undoubtedly seek revenge. Therefore, we must leave immediately. Where to? I asked. To my hometown, old Sue replied. Thus, at midnight, we hastily relocated. This time, we dared not call for a black car, fearing that we might once again attract Chun Feng's attention. Fortunately, old Sue possessed a van meant for grocery shopping. Aside from the front seats, the rear was entirely cleared, allowing us to squeeze in, heads touching and feet intertwined. The Wolf and Bear, both unwell, occupied the passenger seat, with the Wolf perched atop the Bear's lap. They appeared frail, with the Bear suffering more acutely. The confined space posed a challenge for his larger frame, already injured, made worse by the added weight of the Wolf pressing on his wounds. However, there was little choice in the matter. As the night enveloped us, old Sue drove forward with a powerful roar. The Wolf patted old Sue's arm, expressing his gratitude. No need for thanks, old Sue replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips, as he rolled down the window wide, the cool breeze rushing in. Over the years, you've helped me with my business, or else my restaurant would have long since faltered. It's only right to give back. However, your arrival has effectively offended Chun the old ghost. It seems my restaurant may struggle to operate smoothly after this. Old Sue fell silent for a moment, then continued, if offending him is the cost. So be it. We can always find another place. After all, we've grown accustomed to wandering. Do let me know when you find a new location. I shall come to support you. Absolutely. As the vehicle continued its journey, just as we were about to exit the town, we spotted a police car halted at the intersection. Under the glow of red and blue lights, several officers waved for us to stop. This is it. We'll be caught for overloading. Old Sue slammed the steering wheel. You'll pay the fines. I'm broke. It seemed worse than mere overloading. As Old Sue slowly steered the vehicle to the side, the wolf caught sight of the approaching officers and involuntarily blurted out a remark. For we had encountered Officer Lin. Without a doubt, upon discovering our whereabouts, Officer Lin would detain us and report to Chun Feng, placing us once again in peril. Sure enough, as Officer Lin reached the front of our vehicle and recognized us, a look of mild surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by a smirk. Ah, it's you all. Faced with Officer Lin's disingenuous smile, the entire van fell into silence. None could forget his obsequiousness before Chun Feng, nor his insistence on leaving the wolf and bear behind. The memory incited a deep-seated rage. Had I not acted swiftly and taken Chun Feng hostage, the wolf and bear would likely have met a grim fate by now. Seated in the front, the wolf clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with hatred. We could only speculate on the bear's condition, but it was likely similar. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Old Sue continued to prattle. Officer, I have a pregnant woman, a child with a high fever, and an elderly person in urgent need of medical care in the city. Could you please let us pass? Old Sue's clumsy lie was, of course, transparent to Officer Lin. He responded with a smile, not answering, but casting a glance at the interior of our van. Ultimately fixing his gaze upon me, you step out. With his pointed request, no one knew what his intentions were. As the car door swung open, everyone was eager to disembark, yet Officer Lin impatiently interjected, All right, everyone stay put. This is none of your concern. I just need to speak with him for a moment. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances, unable to decipher Officer Lin's true intentions. I cast a glance at my companions, urging them to remain seated. Before stepping out of the vehicle to stand before Officer Lin, he scrutinized me with a penetrating gaze and stated, Do you realize the enormity of the trouble you've caused? His expression was so earnest that I could not discern whether he was mocking me or issuing a warning. I replied, I am aware. I have taken Chun Feng hostage and inflicted harm upon him. He certainly won't let this go, and I dare say his father will not take it lightly either. Officer Lin chuckled. Ah, so you are cognizant of your actions. Do you harbor any regrets? I shook my head, asserting I do not regret it, as long as my friend is safe. With a sigh, Officer Lin remarked, You young ones are so blind to loyalty, acting impulsively without a thought for the consequences. In that moment, although I intended to hold the two of them, it was merely a tactical delay, hoping to disperse the crowd before rescuing them. Could I truly abandon those two children? Yes, I cannot afford to offend the power of Chun Feng's father. Yet I am a public servant, a police officer with a conscience. And what has happened? Your sudden actions have derailed my plans. Although I ultimately saved them, you have invited a calamity upon yourself. Do you have any idea how fiercely Chun is protective of his own? I was taken aback by the barrage of words from Officer Lin, struggling to grasp whether his seemingly sincere demeanor reflected his genuine thoughts or merely served to mask his prior indiscretions. Enough of this. You likely won't believe me anyway. Just take care of yourself. It would be wise to lay low for a while. Perhaps retreat to another city and see if you can find someone who can speak to Chun's father on your behalf. Settle this matter before returning. Regardless of the veracity of Officer Lin's earlier statements, his subsequent advice was genuinely considerate of my well-being. I expressed my gratitude and turned to re-enter the vehicle. Oh, and if you decide to flee, bring your family with you. When Chun loses his temper, he may pose a threat to your loved ones, Officer Lin cautioned once more. A chill ran down my spine at the thought of my mother, who was alone at home. Once inside the car, I hastily relayed Officer Lin's words to my companions. Old Sue started the engine and reassured me. Rest easy. It won't escalate to your family just yet. They will seek you first, and only if they fail to find you will they resort to your mother. At the very least, she will be safe tonight. Returning home now would only draw trouble to her. Heed my advice. Let's go to my hometown, get settled, and then we could devise a plan. His reasoning resonated with me. Chun Feng and his father would not act so swiftly against my mother. Returning home would only serve to lure Chun Feng to us. With this thought, I settled comfortably into my seat. Officer Lin granted us passage, and as the vehicle slowly pulled away, Xiongzi remarked, "It seems that Officer Lin isn't such a bad guy after all." The wolf cunningly remarked, "What is so great about it? It's merely a duplicitous schemer, adept at playing both sides, ensuring no one is offended while muddling through." I share the wolf's perspective. I too believe that Officer Lin had no intention of intervening at that moment. After driving for over half an hour, we gradually approached a sparsely populated village. The night had grown quite late, and the village was devoid of streetlights, enveloped in darkness. Old Sue navigated the winding roads until we finally arrived before a dilapidated house. We alighted from the vehicle and, taking advantage of the night, entered the house. It was remarkably ordinary, featuring a main room and 3 side rooms, accompanied by a small courtyard. Clearly, the house had been uninhabited for quite some time, with dust gathered everywhere. However, the bedding was adequately provided, allowing for immediate occupancy. The hour was late, and, after a long night of travel, everyone felt exceedingly fatigued. After tidying up the place a bit, we retired to our respective rooms at Old Sue's suggestion. I cannot speak for others, but sleep eluded me as I reflected on the harrowing events of the night, compounded by the thought that even my mother might become embroiled in this turmoil. Anxiety plagued me, making sleep impossible. The following morning, I sought out Old Sue, expressing my desire to return home to ensure my mother's safety and bring her out. With my father already imprisoned, I could not allow any further misfortune to befall my mother. Old Sue consented, instructing the wolf and the others to remain behind while he drove me back to town. Demonstrating considerable experience, Old Sue deliberately took a few extra turns as we approached my home, confirming that the coast was clear before heading towards my house. From a distance, I spotted a black car parked at my doorstep. Even Old Sue was taken aback. Could it be? So soon? Have these scoundrels lost their minds? According to Old Sue's assessment, although Chan Feng's family resorted to unscrupulous methods, it was unlikely they would locate my mother so swiftly. Thus, when we beheld the black car before my house, we were momentarily taken aback. However, as we drew closer and I discerned the license plate, I exhaled in relief. It was merely my classmate's family vehicle. I instructed Old Sue to park in a nearby alley, then hurried towards my home. Upon reaching the entrance, I peeked through the door into the living room, and indeed, I spotted Li Jiaojiao and her father seated on my sofa, engaged in conversation with my mother. This time, Wei Zi had offended the son of Chun Laogui, a man I knew all too well for his extreme and reckless tactics. He would stop at nothing, potentially implicating even you. Therefore, do not refuse. Just stay at my house for a couple of days. Li Jiaojiao's father spoke with his usual calmness, yet there was an underlying note of anxiety. Yes, Annie, if they cannot find Wang Wei, they will certainly come looking for you. You must come home with us. In contrast to her father's steadiness, Li Jiaojiao appeared considerably more anxious. It turned out that Li Jiaojiao and her father had come early to escort my mother to their home. While I felt touched by their concern, my anxiety intensified. It became evident that everyone was aware of Chun Laogui's terrifying nature, and they all understood that Wang Wei was in grave danger. Indeed, there had been a multitude of middle school and high school students present at the scene, along with a large contingent of police officers. Not only did I abduct the notorious Chun Feng, but I also made a slight movement towards his neck with a weapon. This earth-shattering act has likely spread throughout our entire town, so it is hardly surprising that Li Jiaojiao's father came to my home upon hearing the news. Ever since my father was imprisoned, Li Jiaojiao's father has shown considerable kindness towards my family. If his previous gestures were merely due to a sense of psychological obligation, then now, as my family faces dire straits, his unwavering support speaks volumes about his character, truly a man of integrity and valor. However, I was rather taken aback by Li Jiaojiao's attitude. She, who usually despises the trouble my family brings, now stood alongside her father, urging my mother to take action. In the face of such a significant matter, my mother, seated on the sofa, while her eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Remained composed and spoke steadily. What about Wei Zi? Have you heard any news of him? Li Jiao Jiao Raplia. I heard from classmate that he is with a few friends and should have moved to a safe location. We need not worry about him for the time being. Upon hearing this, my mother fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Just then, I suddenly heard the sound of a car engine outside her door. Turning to look, I saw yet another black vehicle approaching. Old Sue, who had been hiding in the alley, leapt out of the car and waved to me anxiously. I quickly waved back to signal that everything was fine and hastily retreated to the inner room of our house. The black car came to a stop at our doorstep, and a lovely young girl accompanied by an elegant middle-aged man alighted, none other than Sun Jingyi and her father. They hurried into our yard, and before even entering, Sun's father called out anxiously, "Sister-in-law, are you still here?" My mother remained steady, responding from inside, "I am." Once Sun Jingyi and her father entered, I peeked out to observe. Li Jiaojiao seemed quite surprised to see them, her eyes filled with confusion, clearly unable to comprehend the connection between our families. While Li's father stood to greet them, Sun Jingyi and her father had indeed come to discuss my situation, intending to take my mother to their home for a temporary refuge. My mother inquired about my whereabouts, and Sun Jingyi, more informed than Li Jiaojiao, explained that I had gone to a nearby village with a few friends, and that Shan Feng's family would likely not find me for the time being. It seemed that Sun Jingyi had communicated with Chai Lang, who possesses a mobile phone, which is how she acquired this information. With the knowledge that I was safe, my mother felt a great sense of relief and announced, "All right, I will prepare and then head to your house." It was natural for her to go to Sun Jingyi's home, given our closer ties. Li's father did not object. He had come out of concern for my mother, and as long as she was unharmed, he would be at ease. Thus, once my mother was ready, everyone in the room emerged. At the doorway, Li Jiaojiao's father bid farewell to Sun's father, offering his assistance should any issues arise, before driving away with Li Jiaojiao. However, it seemed that Li Jiaojiao was not particularly cheerful, frequently glancing back at my family's yard. Meanwhile, Sun's father drove away with Sun Jingyi and my mother, leaving our home. Although father-son's official position was not particularly high, he was still a government official. No matter how arrogant Shin Feng and his father were, they obviously wouldn't dare to cause trouble at his home. My mother was definitely safe. I had come here with the intention of taking my mother away, but seeing that she was unharmed, I could finally relax. After they all left, I emerged from my house and got back in old Sue's car, which was hidden in a nearby alley. When old Sue asked what had happened, I explained the situation to him. Just as we were about to leave after confirming my mother's safety, a deafening roar erupted. 4 or 5 white vans pulled up in front of my house. Doors swung open and shut, and out stepped a dozen burly men wielding clubs. Without a word, they began smashing my front door with brutal force. Among them, a young man in sunglasses stood motionless, clearly their leader. After breaking in, they ransacked the place before reporting to the sunglasses-wearing youth, "Brother Rat, no one's inside. That guy is one of Old Ghost Chin's top enforcers, nicknamed Rat." Old Sue growled through gritted teeth. These bastards have no sense of decency. A scuffle between kids, and they immediately go after the family? It really was Chun Feng's people, and they had arrived so quickly. Rat took a slow drag from his cigarette, his lips curling into a cold smirk. They moved fast. "Fine, wreck the place." The dozen men stormed back inside, smashing everything in sight. Windows shattered. Even the storage rooms weren't spared. Furniture and appliances were reduced to wreckage. The TV, water dispenser, all hurled into the yard. Bedding and curtains were strewn across the ground, leaving the entire house in utter ruin. Watching this from the car, I trembled, half from fury, half from terror. Fury, because these men acted with such brazen lawlessness in broad daylight. Terror, because had they arrived just 10 minutes earlier, my mother might have suffered unspeakable harm. How could such lawless people exist? In broad daylight, under the open sky, was there no justice left in this world? No wonder Chin Feng was so arrogant. His family was even worse. This had nothing to do with my mother, yet they still came after her. The commotion drew the neighbors, but they only stood by, watching and gossiping. Not a single soul stepped forward to intervene or even ask why. Who did the Wang family offend this time? Their place is completely trashed. Haven't you heard? Old Wang's brat crossed Old Ghost Chin's son yesterday, Even cut him on the neck. The kid ran off that same night. With old Ghost Chin's temper, of course he'd come knocking. Seriously? Serves them right. Who dares mess with old Ghost Chin's son? Like father, like son in that Wong family. He often appears quite honest, yet engages in inexplicable acts. If one can provoke him, so be it. However, lacking any real ability, he continuously meddles in others' affairs. Indeed, this is self-inflicted turmoil. Old Wong has been imprisoned, and his son has fled, leaving this family utterly ruined. Various voices of gossip permeate my ears, and as I witness those ruffians wreaking havoc in my home, the rat stationed at the entrance wears a smug expression, directing the others to strike harder, to strike with greater ferocity. My eyes brim with tears, my body trembles uncontrollably, and the image of my father wounding Zhao, the madman, flashes repeatedly in my mind. Zhao, I have seen through you. Should I release you, my son would never know peace again. I am truly sorry. With that, my father struck, and the wide-eyed Zhao slowly collapsed. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, with the weak perpetually victimized. Only the strong command respect and deference. A surge of pent-up rage swells within me, threatening to erupt. My hands tremble slightly, and I involuntarily reach into my pocket, grasping the cold object once more. I yearn to kill, to mercilessly annihilate these cold-blooded fiends. Sensing my agitation, old Sue swiftly embraced me, urging, "Little brother, you must remain calm. If you rush out now, it will only lead to your demise. You're no match for them, and you would only endanger yourself. The noble man avenges himself 10 years later. Do you understand that?" I struggle, I scream, yet old Sue's grip is too strong, rendering me immobile, forcing me to witness my home reduced to ruins. I am unaware of who called the police, but only when the distant sound of sirens wails do the brazen ruffians hastily depart in their vehicles. It is only then that old Sue releases me, and I collapse onto the glove compartment of the passenger seat, sobbing uncontrollably. My tears flow endlessly, as if attempting to expel all the displeasure, grievances, and fury bottled within me. Old Sue silently stands by my side, offering no words, merely watching me with quiet understanding. After what feels like an eternity, I wipe away the last tear, shivering as I turn to old Sue and declare, "Uncle Sue, I will surely avenge this wrong." He nods solemnly and drives me away. Old Sue mentions that in his haste yesterday, he forgot to retrieve the medicine for the wolf and the bear, so we must return to the restaurant. I am indifferent. Wherever old Sue leads me, I shall follow. I rest my head against the passenger window, feeling utterly drained, my body devoid of spirit. Yet within me, a tempest brews, fueled by an insatiable desire for revenge. Damn it! Old Sue's sudden exclamation jolts me awake. I look up to find we have arrived at his restaurant, only to discover it too lies in disarray. The entrance is utterly destroyed, the courtyard a chaotic scene, with pots, pans, and wooden furniture strewn about. Chickens, ducks, and pigs lie lifeless, their innards exposed, blood pooling everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Damn it all! Old Sue rushed down from the car, frantically dashing into the yard to check on his chickens, ducks, and pigs. I followed closely, scarcely able to believe the madness that had overtaken Chun Feng's household, showing no mercy even to these innocent creatures. Just then a peculiar voice suddenly rang out, "Wow, look who's back. Quick, go find Lele." As old Sue lunged towards his tragically slain poultry, that strange voice echoed again. We looked up to see Chun Feng emerging from the restaurant, flanked by a dozen burly men clad in tight black vests. No longer mere high school students, but imposing figures wielding clubs, exuding an aura of menace reminiscent of those who had vandalized my home. It was evident that Chun Feng's family wielded considerable power. Clearly, the destruction of old Sue's restaurant was their handiwork. Although old Sue was a skilled doctor, he had a passion for cooking and had tirelessly managed his restaurant despite its persistent losses, demonstrating his deep affection for it. Now, witnessing the devastation of his beloved establishment and the slaughter of his cherished livestock, old Sue's eyes reddened, and he roared in fury like a cornered beast before sprinting towards the restaurant. "Are you looking for this?" Chun Feng's voice rang out again. Old Sue halted, turning back with wide eyes, astonished and gasping as he noticed Chun Feng brandishing a black hunting rifle, casually toying with it under the glaring sun. Frozen in place. Old Su cannot move. This is quite impressive, imported from Germany. I never expected such fine goods in our little town, Chun Feng remarked, caressing the weapon with evident fondness before raising it to aim at Old Su. Come on, let me show you what it feels like to be at gunpoint. He sneered coldly. Give it back. Old Su croaked, trembling as he stepped towards Chun Feng, appearing almost in a trance, his gaze fixed on the gun as if it were a treasure more valuable than life itself. Oncle Su. No, I shouted, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. Chun Feng's finger had already pressed the trigger, and with a loud pop, the sound echoed. Fortunately, it was not the sound of a real gunshot, but rather an imitation made by Chun Feng's mouth. Nonetheless, the tension gripped me tightly, nearly prompting a scream. What a lunatic! Yet, Old Su continued to approach, seemingly deranged, repeatedly murmuring, give it back, give it back. Chun Feng chuckled maliciously, lowering the rifle and beckoning to the men beside him. They surged forward, their clubs and fists raining down on Old Su like a violent storm. In but a moment, Old Su was struck down to the ground, yet his hand still reached out towards Chun Feng, pleading, return it to me, return it to me. I let out a loud cry and scrambled to pick up a stick, charging forward, but I was no match for those burly men. One of them casually delivered a kick that sent me sprawling. 2 or 3 of them attempted to strike me, but Chun Feng intervened, instructing them to merely hold me down. They ceased their assault and instead pinned me firmly to the ground. I suspected Chun Feng refrained from allowing them to beat me, intending to torment me himself later. In that moment, I could think of nothing else but shouting, Uncle Su, though not particularly adept at fighting. My numerous experiences of being beaten had endowed me with some wisdom. When one is assaulted, it is best to protect the head, curl the body, and use the solid back and thighs to absorb the blows, thereby safeguarding oneself to the greatest extent possible. However, Old Su displayed no instinct for self-preservation, leaving his body completely exposed as those men kicked at his head and abdomen. I could not believe he lacked such basic awareness. He merely kept reaching out towards Chun Feng, hoarsely crying, return it to me, return it to me. Chun Feng appeared somewhat exasperated, striding over and brutally stomping on Old Su's hand, exclaiming, what do you want me to return? Do you wish to threaten me with a gun again? Nearby, one of the men swung a stick, striking Old Su on the head. Having already sustained severe injuries, this time he finally succumbed to unconsciousness, and the assailants ceased their violence. Chun Feng crouched down to pat Old Su's face, confirming he was indeed unresponsive before leisurely making his way towards me. Though pinned to the ground, I held my head high, my eyes blazing with the fire of hatred as I glared fiercely at him. Excellent. It is precisely this expression I relish, seeing the desperate struggle of the lower class, striving with all their might, yet remaining helpless against me. As he approached, Chun Feng raised a shotgun, aiming it squarely at my head. With a mocking bang, he mimicked the sound of a gunshot, his eyes sparkling with a manic excitement, resembling a lunatic on the verge of a breakdown. This was the first time in my life I had a gun pointed at me. I had never even faced a knife before, and now I found myself confronted with a firearm. Was this not a swift escalation? I was fully aware that Chun Feng would never pull the trigger. He could never descend to the level of murder. Yet, despite this knowledge, I could not suppress the tremors that coursed through my body, nor could I dispel the tingling sensation that enveloped my scalp. Fear, genuine fear, gripped me to the extent that I could scarcely breathe. Heh. Observing my pitiable state, Chun Feng erupted into laughter, jabbing the barrel against my head a few more times, seemingly satisfied with his play. He then remarked, Wong Wei, isn't it? You see, I am quite a decent fellow. I remember the name of a nameless wretch like you even amidst a beating. Few are granted such an honor. Tell me, do you know why I refrained from striking you? I remained silent, incapable of uttering a word, utterly at a loss for what to say. It was as if he posed a question to himself, promptly supplying the answer. Wong Wei, I know that, like Chai Lang and Xiongzi, you harbor resentment towards me, believing I am arrogant solely due to my family's influence. Am I right? You lowly peasants, envious and resentful of me simply because you lack influential fathers. dreaming of overthrowing me and taking my place. How pathetic. Very well. I shall grant you a fair chance to challenge me. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Gather your forces in the grove behind the school. Bring as many as you wish, and I swear not to wield my family's influence. Should you triumph, past grievances shall be erased. But if you lose, you will vanish from this town forever. Understood? I grasped Chen Feng's intent. He sought to prove that even without his family's backing, he could still dominate us. This duel, stripped of all privilege, would test raw strength and alliances, revealing the true victor. I had been agonizing over how to retaliate against the Chun family's overwhelming power. And now Chen Feng himself had presented this opportunity. Of course, I seized it without hesitation. Deal. Good. Don't dare to back out, or I'll lose all respect for you. Chen Feng leaned down, patting my cheek mockingly before departing with his entourage, taking old Su's gun with him. The moment the barrel left my temple, my legs gave way. It took over a minute before I could stand again. I rushed to old Su, still unconscious, his head gashed and body streaked with blood. Calling his name yielded no response, so I hoisted him onto my back and staggered toward the exit. Outside, I hesitated over how to get old Su to a hospital when a black sedan screeched to a halt before me. To my astonishment, it was Li Jiaojiao and her father. Wang Wei, get in. Jiaojiao leapt out, flinging the rear door open. I didn't question how they found me. After all we'd been through, trust was implicit. Hastily, we loaded old Su into the car and sped toward the town's public hospital. With Chen Feng's challenge issued, I doubted he'd ambush us now. Only after old Su was wheeled into the ER did I ask Jiaojiao and her father how they tracked us down. Her father explained. While in my home earlier, Jiaojiao had spotted me lurking outside, but kept silent, sensing my reluctance to reveal myself. After my mother, stepfather's son, and Sun Jingyi left, they circled back. They were the ones who reported the vandalism, summoning the police. Later, they followed old Su's van to the restaurant. Witnessing his beating, they called the authorities again, but Chen Feng's gang had dispersed before the police arrived. Understanding dawned. I turned to Jiaojiao. Thank you. Li Jiaojiao let out a scoff, not even returning home, lurking at the door like a ghost. When will you ever change this habit? Having spent considerable time with Li Jiaojiao, I was quite certain that beneath her sharp tongue lay a tender heart. Hence, despite her harsh words, I chose not to take offense and express my gratitude once again to her and her father. Li Jiaojiao's father inquired about my next steps, suggesting he could possibly speak on my behalf to old Chen. I immediately clenched my teeth and retorted, no need. Old Chen has already wreaked havoc on my home and is threatening my mother, forcing us to live away from our own house. And now I should seek his favor? What does that make me? What does that make my family? What is the point of living like this? I must take revenge with my own hands. Even if I cannot confront old Chen directly, I will make sure to vent my anger on Chen Feng. Tomorrow afternoon presents an excellent opportunity, and I will not back down, nor will I seek anyone's intercession. However, Li Jiaojiao misunderstood my intent and bluntly stated, Dad, he has Sun Jingyi's father to rely on. Why should you be the one to curry favor here? Her father is an official. His words carry more weight than yours. Let us go. Staying here only inconveniences others. With her fiery temper, Li Jiaojiao did not afford me the chance to explain, standing up and leaving without a backward glance. Her father, feeling awkward, assumed I would seek assistance from Sun Jingyi's father and told me to stay safe, offering his help if needed before hastily departing as well. Li Jiaojiao's father had already covered old Su's surgical expenses, so I waited in the corridor. Before long, the operating room door swung open, and a doctor emerged. I rushed over to inquire about the surgery's progress. The doctor informed me that the operation was not yet complete, but the patient had regained consciousness midway and refused to cooperate, insisting on speaking with me. Without delay, I donned a sterile gown and entered the operating room. Old Su lay on the operating table, visibly weak yet awake, while several doctors and nurses stood by, awaiting instructions. Old Su beckoned me closer, saying, Go to your school's first-year class and find someone named Lele. Tell him that the Old Su restaurant 5 miles away has been vandalized, and my shotgun has been stolen. Hurry, go. Lele. This was the first time I had heard this name. I was entirely perplexed about old Sue's reason for wanting to communicate with this Lele and why it was imperative. Yet, seeing old Sue so distressed, even while on the operating table, indicated the urgency of the matter. Thus, I refrained from further questions, briefed the doctors, and swiftly exited the hospital. Upon arriving at the school, I felt a pang of anxiety. After the commotion of the previous night, at least 400 or 500 high school students had witnessed me. If I recklessly approached, the likelihood of being recognized was high. Not only would I fail to find Lele, but I might also find myself cornered within the school. Although Chan Feng would likely refrain from troubling me before the group battle, it did not mean I could carelessly wander into their territory. After much contemplation, I decided to swap clothes with someone and borrowed a cap, pulling the brim low over my face before making my way to the high school campus. Upon my arrival, it was the height of the morning break, and the campus was bustling with students. Wherever I wandered, I could overhear conversations about the events that transpired the previous night. "Hey, have you heard? That group from the middle school came to vandalize our school, but Chun Feng intercepted them halfway." Of course, I heard. Chun Feng had them cornered. But then a guy named Wang Wei appeared and held a knife to Chun Feng's throat, allowing them to escape. Who is this Wang Wei? I've never heard of him before. I hear he's the new leader of the 8th graders, one of the wolf subordinates. Huh, what a daring individual to even attempt to hold Chun Feng hostage. Although this must be the peak of his life, Chun Feng will surely make him pay. Indeed, I've been classmates with Chun Feng since elementary school, and I've never seen anyone who could provoke him and walk away unscathed. Wang Wei is definitely doomed. As I navigated through the crowd, eavesdropping on their discussions, little did they know that Wang Wei had just passed by them. I concealed myself well, keeping my head down while a troubling realization dawned upon me. I had no idea which class Lele was in. This meant I would have to inquire further. But speaking to anyone would risk exposing my identity. Just as I was growing anxious, I suddenly heard a surprised voice nearby. "Wang Wei." Despite my efforts to remain concealed, someone recognized me, sending a wave of cold sweat down my back. When I turned to see who it was, my dread intensified. It was my old nemesis, Luo Bin. Luo Bin had received a considerable beating from us the day before. His head was bandaged, and one arm was in a sling. He looked at me in astonishment, clearly taken aback by my presence. We stood amidst a throng of students in the corridor, and fortunately, no one had overheard him call my name. I quickly seized him and dragged him toward the restroom, relieved to find it deserted. I then produced a knife, pressing it against his throat, and hissed menacingly, "Don't utter a word." Luo Bin swallowed hard. "Wang Wei, don't act rashly. Speak your mind." A 1T shout. He added cautiously, "But you should think carefully. I'm not Chun Feng. Holding me hostage won't benefit you." It seemed he was aware of my previous encounter with Chun Feng. "Enough of your prattle." I tightened my grip on his hair. "All right, I'll keep quiet. But what brings you here? I thought you were supposed to be fighting with Chun Feng. Why are you loitering in the high school?" I asked. "Are you planning to join the fray?" Luo Bin let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Don't be ridiculous. Chun Feng would never consider me. My worth has expired." His tone suggested dissatisfaction with Chun Feng. A thought crossed my mind, and I inquired, "Luo Bin, do you desire revenge?" Luo Bin immediately waved his hand, exclaiming to stop. "I have grievances against Chun Feng, but I am not foolish enough to oppose him. If you are attempting to win me over, you are miscalculating. I am merely a coward, so please spare me." It is evident that Luo Bin has taken a neutral stance, neither aligning with Chun Feng nor with us, instead contentedly observing the conflict from a distance. After contemplating, I asked him, "Do you know Lele?" "Why? Why are you inquiring about him?" Luo Bin's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice quivering slightly. His reaction indicated that he indeed knew Lele, yet his expression was peculiar, as if Lele's name carried an electric charge that made Luo Bin's hair stand on end upon hearing it. I, perplexed, inquire, "What? Is Lele someone significant?" Significant does not begin to describe it. He is extraordinarily prominent. Once Lele was mentioned, Luo Bin's words flowed freely, transitioning from initial fear to palpable excitement. He recounted how Lele had transferred to the high school from elsewhere and quickly gathered a formidable group upon entering his first year, establishing himself as one of the most formidable figures in the school. The rapidity of his rise left Luo Bin astonished and filled with admiration. At that time, Chen Feng was already ruling the high school, and given Chun Feng's petty nature, he could not possibly overlook Lei, which led to several confrontations between them. However, unexpectedly, Lei managed to hold his ground against Chun Feng's second and third-year followers, achieving a stalemate on multiple occasions, and at times even gaining the upper hand. Such formidable combat prowess and leadership skills were truly terrifying. Lei's presence posed a significant threat to Chen Feng, yet Chen Feng found himself unable to eliminate him, prompting him to seek assistance from his father, the notorious Chun Laogui. With Chun Laogui's intervention, it was assured that Lei would be swiftly dealt with, solidifying Chun Feng's dominance. However, unlike his approach with other adversaries, Chen Feng did not annihilate Lei nor expel him from the school. It is said that Chun Laogui recognized Lei's potential and hoped he would work for him after graduation, hence opting for suppression rather than extermination. Of course, no one truly understood the intricacies of the situation. All they knew was that Lei remained at the school, but had since become despondent, disappearing from the social circles, along with his companions. After recounting Lei's tale, Luo Bin blinked at me. Surely you are not contemplating leveraging Lei's assistance, are you? This is a splendid idea, yet utterly unattainable, for that fellow is particularly ruthless. Despite his name suggesting joy, he is devoid of any cheerfulness, perpetually wearing a stern expression, cold to everyone, and he never deigns to converse with strangers, much less assist you. Enough with the superfluous chatter. Where's Lei now? Interrupted Luobinu. After a moment's thought, he replied, he should be on the rooftop, as he often retreats there alone, forbidding any disturbance. Those who inadvertently venture up there face his wrath. And even girls are not exempt. Chun Feng was remarkably tolerant of him, never allowing his subordinates to intrude. Thus, it was best if he refrained from. Before he could finish, I cast aside Luo Bin and hurriedly ascended the stairs, leaving behind a stern warning. Do not disclose my whereabouts, or I assure you, the repercussions will be dire. In truth, my threat was somewhat hollow. If Luo Bin reported my location to Chen Feng, I would indeed be at a loss. Yet, I could only utter such words in hopes of intimidating him. I was determined to find Lei swiftly. Upon reaching the rooftop of the teaching building, disregarding any of Lei's supposed rules, I forcefully pushed open the iron door. The structure of the high school was akin to that of the middle school, and the rooftop was no exception. At a glance, I spotted an individual perched at the edge, legs dangling over the side, with a bottle of beer beside him. As I entered, he immediately turned, revealing a fierce countenance. Get out. This person was quite handsome, with sharp features that bore a resemblance to Gu Tianla, albeit with a fairer complexion. He sported a neat crew cut, and a stud adorned his left ear, while some who pierced their ears appeared rather garish and nonconformist. Others exuded a fashionable allure, largely dependent on their facial aesthetics. This individual clearly belonged to the latter category. Judging by his appearance, demeanor, and speech, he was evidently the legendary Lei. I did not retreat, but instead approached him, stating I am Wang Wei. Did you just tell me to get out? Lei's temper flared as he seized the beer bottle and leapt from the rooftop, rushing towards me with the intent to strike, his notorious temper proving true. Seizing the moment, I declared, Old Su sent me. This proclamation had the desired effect. Lei halted, a look of confusion crossing his face. What did he send you for? He instructed me to inform you that Old Su's restaurant, 5 miles away, has been vandalized. Serve him right. His cooking is atrocious. It was bound to happen. Lei scoffed dismissively, turning to return to the rooftop, seemingly abandoning his intent to assault me. Moreover, his shotgun was also stolen. What? Lei spun around, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity, and a tremor of fury escaped his throat as he bellowed. Who did this?